Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, Manosphere and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out Sharoon, Bracy, and the Wildest. Wake up morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the Lurk. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. Everybody told me to start a show today, so I was like, hey, I usually don't do Sundays, but if the people want it, the people gonna get it. I support who support me, goddamn. And sometimes we gotta have conversations. Shit. And today, it was an awesome, dope conversation on no captivity with Freezy. I should probably tag his ass in it too. They was having a really dope conversation. Yes, sir, Kills. And it is a problem out here. We can see it. We understand what's really going on. People having a tough time communicating out here, Kills. I don't know what the issue is. I don't know. If we are going to move things in the proper direction, then we need to just be honest with each other. And one of the things that we need to be honest with is that the Manosphere ain't work. Good day, Sugar Bum. Shout out to Sugar Bum. Thank you for showing me some love and support yesterday. Thank you so much, Sugar. I appreciate you. Sugar Bum always been holding me down ever since even when she didn't like my ass. She used to cook me up. I think she was at my first show. You don't smell that. What you talking about, assertive? I'm just saying, man. It's not producing the results. What's up, BATL? These Manosphere men are not producing the results. What up, badass thing? And it's just the truth. And for some reason, men do not want to just admit it. I don't know, but that's what the whole plan was, Sugar Bum. The whole plan and the whole idea of the system that they was attempting to create was to produce better, productive men. And what they actually produced was men that love other men. It's a little weird. I don't know how did that happen. I don't know where did I don't know. Maybe when they was looking deeply into men's eyes, I don't know what happened. I don't know where the mix-up happened, but somehow it went from making men better, being better communicators, earning more money, building their families, to what it is today. And what we see after the Manosphere was created, we see more men running down the street in red dresses than ever before. All I'm saying, before the Manosphere existed, I ain't see a whole bunch of men with red dresses in a parade before. Is there a correlation? I don't know. I don't know if there is one, but it might be. Let me talk my talk, and we will open up the panel so we can have a conversation about it, because I just think it's strange, man. So, like the Manosphere, like, yeah, it's this online jungle gym of podcasts, YouTube channels, and dudes with microphones telling the other dudes to be alpha. It's like a goddamn barbershop with no clippers and way too much ego. They got all these rules. Thank you, babe. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's Let me move this over. Hold on. Babe, did you make these bagels from scratch? Yes. Woo! Freshly made bagels from scratch. Goddamn, shout out to the wife. Eating healthy. So delicioso. You like that one, babe? That was me trying to my attempt to speak in Spanish.
Oh, what?
Spanglish. well, Kills, here's the problem is that I don't think anybody considers Sharon Manosphere. So I don't know what you mean by Fight Club took over the Manosphere. I don't know who took over the Manosphere. What are you talking about? I'm confused about what he's saying. And so we know they got all these goddamn BS rules, right? Don't simp. Don't chase. Be high value. Make six figures. Bench press your emotions. Ugh. And we just hearing like, so what are we building? Are we building men or the goddamn Transformers? And we know what y'all like. We know what y'all like. We starting to see time and time again, y'all loving these Transformers because it's more than meets the eye. So I don't understand. Like, what are you talking about? What Fight Club dudes is Manosphere? Maybe those Fight Club dudes you talking about was already Manosphere. I don't know what you mean because I'm not a Manosphere dude at all, not even close. And so the problem is that when we keep having these conversations and we're not being honest about the conversation, they said they were going to make better men. They said they was going to make stronger men. They said they was going to make disciplined men. But what we got? A bunch of dudes arguing about body counts, who pays for dinner. And that ain't no manhood. That's some goddamn dating app trauma podcast with a budget bullshit. And don't get me wrong, I understand, some of these brothers, they mean well. But the ideology, is like it's like trying to fix a broken car by yelling at the goddamn steering wheel. You know what I'm saying? You ain't going nowhere. You just look crazy. And y'all don't understand how crazy y'all be looking. And I'm just trying to get y'all to understand how crazy y'all be looking. What's up, No Cap? ADS, good day to you, sir. Make sure y'all hitting that like button for the YouTube algorithm, man. Drink some coffee. How's the likes looking, babe?
No, good.
Come on. Come on. Y'all know the only way we're going to get this ish together is we work together. We know that I get shadow banned every other week. God damn it. It is what it is. But speaking the truth, that's what you get sometimes. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got to let people know what we doing our damn thing. And, here's the real problem, that these dudes think being a man means controlling everything. The woman, the money, the emotions. But let me tell you something. Like, so trying to control everything is like trying to hold water with a tennis racket. All you're going to do is end up frustrated and wet. It's the problem with some of you men, you know what I'm saying? And relationships is not about control. It's about cooperation. You can't lead if you don't listen. And time again, we see men hit these parents and they don't listen. You cannot protect if you are paranoid. And you damn sure can't love someone if you're scared of being vulnerable. It's just not a thing that you could possibly do. We need to learn. Men need to learn how to focus on the focus. You got to get on some goddamn Jedi level wisdom right there. You feel me? Because when you focus on what you can't control, you lose your peace. But when you focus on your actions, your choices, your character, that's where the power is. You can't control if she's going to text you back. but you can't control how you respond. You can't control if your job lays you off, but you can't control how you bounce back. And that is what manhood is. That's maturity. That's freedom. Shit, I be cooking. I be cooking. See, Rich, what up? FBA Combo, what up? Yeah, see, Rich, I had to. I usually don't do Sundays, but I was like, why not? The people ask for it, so I'm gonna give it to them because they asked for it. And I'll be dropping, you know what? I know there's gonna be a lot of people that's gonna say the opposite of what I'm saying, but guess what? I bet you they won't hit the link with their camera on. I bet you that. Let's see. Link is pinned. We're gonna see. We'll see.
What is it though?
Thank you, Crown Prince. I appreciate that.
It's not for your customer.
And so if we really attempting to build better men, right, we got to have outcomes over ego. And it's simple as and plain as that. We need to stop chasing status and start chasing outcomes. Like, you know, what outcomes we talking about? Outcomes like, what kind of father are you? What kind of partner? What kind of brother? What kind of son, neighbor, mentor? And that will be the real scoreboard. Not how many followers you got or how many women you ghosted or popped off, any of those things. That's what we need to be focused on. Because being high value don't mean nothing if your soul is bankrupt. You can have a Rolex and still be late on your own healing. This is the thing. Like, so we understand that money doesn't necessarily equate to being a man or manhood. I don't know. Clearly, a lot of them don't understand the words that they're using, clearly. And majority don't have a leg to stand on. That's why they keep on using theory instead of, you know, real life situations. That's why when we start to have a conversation and saying, how is you as a father? What about your fatherhood ideologies? We know if you're a father talking about you need to be whooping your kid's ass, do you want somebody to come and whoop on you every time you do something wrong? They would clearly say no. If every time you did something wrong with your wife, should she be able to just whoop your ass and tell you to shut the fuck up when you mess up? It's clearly something like it's something just not connecting. And I don't understand why. And you know, the Manosphere ain't making better men. It's making louder ones. Right? Because we see a lot of them talking very loudly. And it sounds good. They just regurgitate talking point after talking point after talking point. But the volume ain't a virtue. We need men who are focused. We need men that are grounded and, yes, emotional intelligent and also spiritually aligned. Men who know that control is an illusion, but discipline is real. That's what you need to understand. Men who understand that love is not a weakness, but is wisdom. And So like for some reason, so many times I'm having a conversation, they would try to threaten me saying, like, you don't understand, you're a family man. Shut up. I don't know what makes you think because I'm a family man means that I'm some kind of soft person. This don't make no damn sense. When we see countless movies time and time again that the normal man that loses his family is the most dangerous man. I mean, goddamn, John Wick was all about because he lost a damn dog. How many people did he kill for a damn dog?
What about what's his name?
Who?
The Irish actor. Oh, from Taken.
Liam Neeson.
Yeah, he got like all of his movies like that.
I mean, what's Jason's statement? All his movies is about being the normal man, the working man. Jason Statham.
Nah, he be like
Then sometimes he be a spy, but he be
Nielsen is the one.
the natural man, just trying to do construction and then choices. That's how it be sounding. Like, what is going on? And the next you know, he cooking 30, 50 gangsters' asses. on his construction site using a goddamn hammer and a screwdriver. He used to be like a hitman and all that, but majority of the time he's just some goddamn I think he just came out with a movie called The Working Man. Yeah.
I think he does play mostly.
So you know what I'm saying, and it's just what it is. And you know, and men who don't just we need men that just not we need men who don't just talk about being kings, but actually build kingdoms. This is the whole walk it and talking it. So this is why you need to focus on the focus, my brothers, because when you do, you stop reacting and you start creating. And that's how you change your life and your community. There's way too many reaction dudes out there. Not enough men that are willing to create. I better write that down. That was a bar. What's that time? Either way, you gotta focus on the goddamn focus. That's what I'm saying. But that was a bar. Stop reacting and start creating. That's a bar for you. You know what I'm saying? And that's the real problem. There are bad actors on many platforms, whether it's the Manosphere or the more recent ways of feminism. I don't know what feminism have to do with anything, because here's the problem. Like, I don't care if I was a single man and I was talking to a woman, she says, and for some reason the question comes up if she needs a man. She says, I don't need a man. That don't mean shit to me. It don't mean anything. Just because when that woman is single, when she is single, her perspective is that she doesn't need a man. What is wrong with a single woman having that perspective? I don't understand. But when she gets with me, she's going to be saying, hey, I cannot live without Sharon. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. So I don't understand what they be complaining about because some woman says she don't need no man. If anything, that should make you feel more empowered to go ahead and find a woman that wants you. Why would you find a woman that wants you?
About to be a situation. Hey, hey,
hey. Shout out to the beautiful Natasha Vincent with the $14.99. A Sunday stream? Yeah. They asked me to do it. That's what they asked me to do. You know, I was hanging out with my man No Captivity with Freezy, and they said, yeah, Sharon, start a live. And, you know, so I was like, all right, I'll start one on Sunday. I was up early enough. I was up like 4 in the morning. Read a little bit. I didn't get to run my 3 miles. Oh, well, I'm probably walking today. Shit. I'm tired. Keep grinding, Sharon. And shout out to the whole Bracy bunch. Thank you so much, Natasha. Appreciate you for all that you do. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much. I'm only speaking the truth. So here's the thing. When y'all say that I'm capping and I'm trolling, but I want you to go against my words that you feel that I'm capping or trolling about. That's the problem, Black Hawk. Like every time they say that I'm trolling or it's some cap BS, you are not naming the thing that I said that you believe was a lie. That's the problem I have with them, Black and Proud. For some reason, they want to go with going against my persona, what they perceive as my persona instead of my actual words. Because they cannot go against my words, clearly. Because my words, it gets down in their soul. They feel it. And we just need to be able to focus on the focus. And for too often, it's so many men out there, they are only focusing on women that they are not dealing with, women that they cannot achieve, women that they cannot even get a conversation with, a woman they can't even get a chance to smell the goddamn vagina. And that's who they are focused on. Because at the end of the day, majority of women are straight. And they willing to deal with a man. Broke ones, rich ones, in between, it don't matter. Most women, like, this is the reason why rappers have these dumbass songs saying, what would you rather do, cry in a Honda or cry in a Bentley? Don't we hear them say that? Is that not a saying? And for some reason, why they gotta cry? This is the part that I don't understand. So whether she's with a broke person, she's gonna be crying in that Honda. If she's with a rich person, she's gonna be crying in a Bentley. So now she got to make a choice. These are the things that y'all talk about. It don't make no sense. And I do not understand with some of these dudes. I really don't get it. I would have conversations all week about politics, about what's really going on in the world, and then I have one show when all else fails. Like they can never actually have a conversation to a topic. They never hit the link, and all they want to say is things that's not relevant to the topic at hand. It's crazy. Oh my goodness.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Conversation with AJ. How dare you, Sharon? I thought you was going on a run. I'm out here putting my miles in, and you went back live. Yeah, I'm tired, and I said I'm gonna do a walk a little later, before this goddamn, because it is nice running, windy day too. What's the weather? 58. Yeah, that's some good running weather. Yeah, it's not raining yet. I like running in the rain though. It'd be fun. I do. I did a whole marathon in the rain.
Yeah, and you hated it. You were miserable.
Well, I hated it because it was 30 degrees and I had to run 13 miles.
45.
So my feet was freezing.
If it was 30, it would be snowing.
It was.
It was not.
Babe.
It was April.
While I was running, they passed me a shovel. They said, since you on the it's like, since you on the way. Pep, you don't remember?
Oh my God.
You was waiting for me at the finish line. You don't remember.
That's not remember how it was.
MJ, be your own people. MJ, be your own people. Oh. Thank you so much, MJ. But the people asked me to do it, MJ, so I was like, I'd do it. That's a good point, Blackhawk. That's a very good point. You the father, right? You're supposed to teach. Absolutely. I agree with that 100%. And I think majority of the time when we having these conversations of making men better and getting them to understand things, the issue that we have is that there's a lot of men that are not good communicators, but they are great regurgitators out here on these goddamn platforms. Was that another bar? Am I rapping right now? Am I rapping right? That was another bar. They're not great communicators. They just some bullshit ass regurgitators. Bar. That is a bar. And that's the issue. And so it appears that they are good communicators because they regurgitate very well. They regurgitate all the false information. And they out here just preaching bullshit with nothing to back up what they're talking about at all. They would call themselves this great dad, no proof behind it. They call themselves great husbands, no proof behind it. Great coaches, no proof behind it. They would call themselves great drivers and they got 10 accidents. I don't get it. It's nothing about that ideology that says that you are the thing that you're talking about. Because when we start questioning the conversation, that's when everybody get all up in arms. Shots of fresh fruit. And the main reason why I'm saying focus on the focus, because the main thing you need to pay attention to is your own actions. Black Hawk, you got me there. But those sons that I got, those are runaways. They ran away because they didn't want to be held accountable, Black Hawk. They didn't want to be held accountable, so they ran away, Black Hawk. I'm trying to pull them back and say, hey, it doesn't matter how far you ran away from home. How long you ran away. The phone is always open. You can hit the StreamYard link and we can have a conversation. It's never too late to come back and give a phone call home. Daddy got you. I got your back. However, once I get your back, that's when I can hold you responsible for the information that you have. And that's why we got to focus on the focus. Because once you have the proper information and you receive the proper information, now it's up to you to go implement that proper information in your real life. You cannot just sit on the information. You cannot know the right thing to do and not do it. That's literally a sin. And don't find excuses why everybody else is not doing the correct thing. Because maybe they didn't sit down with the person you sat down with to understand what are they supposed to do in their life. What up, Conscious? And that's the truth of the matter. Once you know the right things to do, you need to go ahead and do them and stop crying and complaining. You need to be able to go ahead and implement all the learnings in your life. So when you catch a loss from whatever person that it is, whether it's a job loss or a female loss, you need to learn from it. Do some goddamn self-reflection. When you lose, that is the perfect time to have self-reflection. That's the time when the phone calls stop ringing. That's the time to be by yourself and think about how you're going to get yourself up out of there. The problem is that majority of men don't understand that the same way how you put yourself in that negative situation, you are the same person that's going to pull yourself out of that situation. And that's how you become a stronger, positive, more productive man in society for your wife, your child, your girlfriend, whatever it is, your job, all those things. And this is why I believe that a lot of men need to start writing down on their day-to-day life. and start figuring out where they going wrong. Like, how's your day-to-day interactions the same all the time? What are you focused on? Focus on the focus. You cannot control if that girl is going to cheat or not. Only thing you can control is if you're going to stay after you find out. And you cannot blame all women or feminism for the reason why you found a girl that's just going to be a dishonest hoe. It is what it is. It got hoes out there. Hey, you found one, you liked it. Hey, maybe you need to change the way how you look for women. Maybe you should be looking at character instead of just what turned you on. And this is why lust is a very dangerous thing for majority of men. They get too caught up in lusting over women. And then when they start lusting over women, they start to forget about the character situation that human beings have. And if you could get past just the attraction part, hey, I like how she looks. She got a fat ass and nice titties. All right, you decided that. Now you get to know the person in character. And it'd be much more simple. Then we can start building communities and families. But you got to start with yourself. Build yourself up. Focus on the focus. Oh, hell no. Oh, shit.
Don't say bad words.
Hmm?
Don't say bad words.
I'm sorry.
I'm hearing you.
Hmm?
I'm hearing you.
Oh, so yeah. We got 2 contestants in the back. Contestants. Let me see. Let's see how this conversation goes.
Yeah, since I'm on the way to mass right now, I would think I'll help you define lust and why it's a sin, since we defined it for you. You have to explain why lust is a sin. Why is it bad? Because if you're living in a society that doesn't have a ton of civilization or is just basic, there's no real reason that lust is wrong, right?
No, lust is wrong.
Depends on your.
Lust is wrong because it's the downfall of majority of men.
How is that the downfall of men? It's also
Since you're going to mass,
the lust that men have for women is the reason that men go and do anything. Is because they want access to women. If men didn't need access to women, they wouldn't build houses. They wouldn't go out to work all the time. They would chill and do what they want to do. That's why you're seeing the young men just chill at home and play video games. They don't care. They're not out to get women. So the impulse to get women is the reason why men do all these great things.
So yeah, I completely disagree. And women should not be the focus, and the lustfulness should not be the focus on why you do anything as a man.
But you're talking about a religious standpoint.
Since you are going to mass, right? What was Solomon's downfall? Was it not the lust and
Solomon's downfall wasn't the lust of women. It wasn't obeying God. Because remember, in Genesis, it was to be fruitful and multiply and to have multiple wives. So again, you don't know what you're talking about. Don't bring theology into something when you don't have any morals and standards.
But so why did he get his hair cut off? Because of what?
It wasn't because of women. It was the disobedience to God.
So who cut his hair?
Huh? Samson.
Who cut his hair?
Samson, I believe, cut his hair.
No, the woman cut his hair.
Delilah and Samson.
All right, so Delilah.
And why did she cut? And why? Okay, Sharon, I know you know about theology. You don't know anything about it.
Hold on.
You don't know anything about theology, but you're going to explain it to me, right, Sharon? This is why blacks are stupid.
Hold on.
This is you're going to explain theology to me, Sharon. Don't be a passive-aggressive cunt, Sharon.
Hold on. We're having a conversation.
Don't be a passive-aggressive cunt. Don't be a passive-aggressive cunt, or they're.
And see, and this is what happened to men that cannot focus on the focus. This is exactly what happens when they points get destroyed because they are not effective communicators, and now he is feeling like he's attacked, and he believes that because men want to build stuff and that's why they build it because they want the approval of a woman is the problem. Lust is a problem. It's even in he's about to go to mass and he acting like lust is a good thing when literally in the book it says it's not. In his book. And there lays the problem. The loudest people are saying the most BS, and then they got a bunch of men that are not intelligent enough to understand the real from the fake. They tend to go with the fake because it's much easier, because nobody is held accountable if all men are lustful. If the only reason why a man build a house is because of lust of women, is nobody to hold accountable. It's a problem with a lot of men. They're just talking. This man don't got no proof of anything what he talking about. We got time and time again, we see men lose their livelihood because they are lustful. We see men do not get to be who they supposed to be because they are lustful. And any man dumb enough to preach that men should be lustful because that's how the world works is a stupid man. And I'm sorry, I'm not one of those polite conversations that's going to sugarcoat the shit. I don't need no goddamn vagina to motivate me to get better. It's crazy. Good day, sir. How you doing?
Yes, Sharon, I gotta tell you this. The reason why I came on your show because I had smoke with the sisterhood because they're teaching the next generation of younger black women to be disrespectful monsters.
Thank you, Jalen. But the problem is about women teaching other women how to be disrespectful towards men. I still don't have nothing to do with how women was going to treat me. Because like I said earlier, any woman that doesn't have a man, she is single out there. She has all right to say, hey, I don't need no man. There's nothing wrong with a woman saying that. There's nothing misandrous about a woman saying, I don't need a man. It's just a true statement. And for some reason, men cannot deal with the true statement or the true reality that's happening out here in the world. They want to keep crying and complaining about a reality that they cannot control. This is why I'm trying to get men to understand you need to focus on the focus so you won't just start saying nonsense. Like this world was built off of lust. Lust of who? He's a Catholic, so we know who he lusting after. Right?
Mm.
We know who those type of men lusting after. It came out time and time again. And the majority of these men that keep saying that they are celibate, you ain't celibate because you can't find a woman. You are celibate because you cannot find a man for yourself. That's the real problem, because you're scared to come out the goddamn closet.
Well, Sharon, I seen a video of Stately Wrap Up Crew, a podcast, and I saw a woman talking about destroy all men. I seen that video on Stately Wrap Up Crew. It's a podcast channel. I seen it.
And like I said, I don't mean to be in the time. I be doing my best to not get upset and not just. I'm working on it. I am working on it as much as I possibly can. What's up, April? and we all know, like, it got a lot of these men, they project it because they don't teach their daughters this nonsense that they trying to push on the women. They don't go to their daughter, the most valuable thing you can ever do, baby girl, is find you a man. What? Let me see. Can all the dads in the audience please tell me, how often do you tell your daughter the best thing, the most important thing you ever do in life is find a man? Go ahead, dads. Let me hear y'all say it. Some bullshit. Let me see. Let me see. I ain't never heard so many lying ass men in my life. And these are the men that's supposed to be red pill. Let's go. I agree. That's crazy. It's just crazy. And I would love for a man to hit the panel and explain to me why women need men. And the dumbest thing that they are going to have a conversation about is that's how we're going to need the goddamn human race to exist, which is a dumb argument. It's got to be the dumbest argument I ever heard. I don't even know how that argument even makes sense at this point. And majority of the men that are saying this, they cannot provide and protect the way how they believe they can. When they talk about resources and all these things, these men like, we built the roads. You ain't never built a goddamn road in your life. You ain't never built a brick, a house, a cabinet, a car, a motorcycle, a bike. Some of them don't even know how to fix a goddamn pedal bike. If I was like, I want one of you men to come up here and explain to me how to fix a goddamn flat on a pedal bike. Let me see if you can explain that. If they was in the goddamn woods, they wouldn't know how to start a fire unless they was using a hot ass breath. They don't know how to make no damn shoe, a jacket, pair of pants, a shirt, toothpaste. They don't know how to wash their ass, clearly. They need a whole goddamn man tell them how to wash their ass because they got dingleberries in their ass. This is insane to me. They got to teach men how to clean their boots. They got to teach them how to groom themselves, cut your fingernails, your toes, shape up your face, your beard. What are you talking about? The whole manosphere was created so they could teach other men. Because clearly a lot of men don't understand how to move forward as a man. What are we talking about?
Well, Sharon,
Yes.
well, well, the Manosphere's already been dead for the longest now.
They've been what?
It's been dead from 2020, 2016 to 2023.
Well, the problem is, Jalen, is that it's still people trying to push out the same BS rhetoric with no way of them to implement the rhetoric in their life. And this is why we have to focus on the focus. We got to be able to handle what we can handle. So if I am attempting to build myself up, I need to have a roadmap to do so. You need to learn how to communicate. That's number one. You need to have some education, not indoctrination. And that's what the Manosphere does. The Manosphere indoctrinate younger men. And they indoctrinate younger men to be with other men. They're not attempting to approve women at all. Only thing they talk about is the woman that they don't want. And for some reason, they think a woman that is being a feminist is going to be detrimental to their relationship. It's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life. Majority of men and women are feminists. They believe women should have the right to go outside and work for themselves. Matter of fact, majority of people that have healthy relationships, they are working in a 50-50 tandem. The woman is paying bills as well. So this whole idea that these men acting like a woman needs a man because he's going to take care of her, where is your proof? Don't tell me because the roads are paved, that's your proof. It's the dumbest thing I ever heard. And the problem is that majority of these Manosphere men, these no good suckers, or maybe they are good suckers. Damn. You ain't the one building shit. You ain't the one protecting things. Majority of men never had a fight in their life, so stop saying you protecting. You can't afford to protect your family. You put your family at risk every single day because you are lustful, as you just told me. You need lust so you could go ahead and build the world. So you being lustful is putting your family in danger, literally. The fact that they got men out here talking about, hey, my daughter, I'm going to tell her the best thing she can ever do is find a man. You are literally putting your daughter in danger. It's wild. Focus on the focus. Focus on yourself and figure out how to build yourself as a better communicator, as a better leader, as a better mentor, as a better father, as a better coach. Stop worrying about the things you cannot control. You cannot control your woman. Shout out to HQ Reacts. How you doing, beautiful? Salute to you as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so much, HQ. The only way we could keep things moving forward, we could just be honest with each other. And all these talking points are just not honest conversations. You cannot move the needle by focusing on the things that you cannot control. I'm sorry to tell you, you cannot control Aisha Curry. She ain't yours. But what you can control is your goddamn urges. You can control your urges. And that's what you need to goddamn do. Welcome to the show, Afro Nerd Radio. Good day, sir. What is your thoughts?
Good morning, Sherrod. Okay, I'm gonna take the bait because I'm trying to understand this whole troll thing, these trolling channels where you say certain statements and you try to goad people to come in and talk about stuff that's pretty clear. So some of what you were saying I agree with, right? I do have an issue with men who have created pretty impactful programs, platforms, businesses, whatever, and then they will do something that's just insane, and usually over a woman, misbehaving, and then the whole mountain that they've created has fallen down. Like, that's just a repeated thing. Puffy, just as one. Dr. Cosby, or Cosby, I used to call him Dr. Cosby. I mean, there's a few people. Weinstein, all these people. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, we've seen these guys where it's like simple stuff. Your whole career goes away because you can't control yourself. But I think where I disagree with you is that the manosphere, or at least certain elements within the manosphere, they talk about that quite a bit. They do talk about, you need to control yourself. You need to figure out a way to keep your animal instincts or even protect women who you perceive are bad actors, so that you don't lose your kingdom. So we have to be clear about some of what the manosphere is doing is because there is a lack of structure for men. So I don't understand why there needs to be a manosphere. Let's make it very clear. Now, we could talk about the bad parts of the manosphere, but just kind of say the manosphere, and speaking about it in a kind of a singular way, without talking about the good and the bad. A broken clock tells the correct time twice a day. So I do listen to manosphere content. I listen to feminist content. I listen to everyone, and I try to pick out the good and the bad. I'll just say one quick thing, and I'll land the plane. I can't recollect this woman's name. Young woman. I've seen her. She's all over social media. She was on Piers Morgan's show a few days ago. She is an OF content creator. And there was a sister on her. She's a brown woman. She's Muslim, the OF creator. And then there's a UK sister on there who took the opposite position. But this OF creator was going on and on about feminism and being able to have quote unquote simps pay for her, and to do what she's doing on OnlyFans, and trying to be coy about being virginal, but she's doing something on OnlyFans to elicit money. She talked about she made $1 million within 2 years on OnlyFans, and the whole OnlyFans culture. She was undergirding it by saying feminism allows her to do that. So you can't have these kind of singular arguments where it's the manosphere bad and everything women are doing is good. That doesn't make any sense. There's a yin and a yang. We see Instagram models that are just walking up and down, showing their rear as a career. They're just going back and forth and actively enticing men, and we can't critique that. Why can't we critique that behavior?
Because where your focus goes, energy flows. So for me and my algorithm, I don't see all these half-naked OnlyFans. If it wasn't for Manosphere tone points, I wouldn't even know that OnlyFans models is making millions of dollars. And this is how we know for a fact that the Manosphere talking points of de-discipline is just not real. And this is why I'm saying we have to be honest and peel back the onion, turn this thing into a cry fest of what actually is happening in real time. Because when you out here building things, you got to deal with what is. You might have a plan, and maybe the Manosphere started off as good intentions to say, hey, we are going to focus on doing the right things. However, what we see in reality, majority of men are not doing the things of this discipline or sexual discipline. They are lusting after women. They are just like what Imperial said. They're not going to build a house or have a job, wash their ass, have dingleberries all up in their ass because a woman, if they're not getting a woman, they don't feel inclined to move themselves forward. And that is the problem. So the Manosphere is not accomplishing those good things that you are talking about right now, as in sexual discipline. The men are not doing it.
Okay, this is where I find that you're trolling. Gotcha. Because you could at least concede to a point that's valid. You're going way off into Mars, Sharon, respectfully. I mentioned certain things that are true. When I talked about these things on Instagram, this is culture, right? So because it's not in your algorithm, all of a sudden, well, I don't see it, so therefore it doesn't exist. That's not a good response. We got to talk about what's happening to many many people in the culture. So we have young men that are getting all kinds of messaging based on bad actors, whether it's in feminism or it's from the manosphere. That should be, because we can at least agree that my comment is a valid one. You can't give a bad a pass. Women are human. Men are human. We know clearly that for every Jasmine Crockett, there is a Nicki Minaj that's cursing on Twitter, on X, against her rival Cardi B. Like, we know these things are happening and giving out bad messaging. Let me give you one other thing I think is I want you to answer this directly. I don't want any filter, any trolling under the bridge kind of stuff. A few years ago, this is when I first saw this. I saw this up close. A few years ago, if you remember, when WAP first came out, right? The record WAP. A lot of women, not all, many, that was a cultural thing where it was women being control of their body and being sexual and all that kind of thing. That's okay, right? That's what we were being told. Sukihana, I'm afraid to say that I know this stuff. Sukihana, those who know who Sukihana is, she's a rapper in quotes, but she's also a sex worker, right? She was on an Apple interview. This is Apple sponsoring this. Apple interview between Cardi B and a few other women of note. Sukihana was on there. Sukihana congratulated and thanked Cardi B directly. I want to thank you because you made it okay for me to do what I'm doing. She said this. She said, you made this okay. I don't have to feel ashamed anymore. And meanwhile, on her X page, I hate to say I saw this, she was doing something to herself on a boat. Right? So this is what she's doing some stuff on a boat, some stuff. I think you saw something in the UK where she shouted out about dingleberries, something with men's backsides. She said, you know what I'm talking about. She's yelling this out loud. I'm here to do something to some men, blah, blah, blah. Now, she has free reign to be crazy publicly. And Cardi B, she thanked her for saying, you making this record has given me license to be a fool. Right? So we can't just sit here and say that there's something happening in the culture on both sides that's eliciting bad behavior, bad actors. Always deferring and defecting. It's the men. That's not working today.
Okay. And so, again,
I'll make something else up. Make it up. Go ahead.
Troll
activated.
Again, this is why I keep saying we got to focus on what we can focus on. The bad actors are the bad actors. You already self-admitted that it's going to be bad actors on both sides. What we need to start championing is men that are walking the talk. We got to stop trying to have this ideology of, yes, we want to make men better, but we are not pushing out the men that are doing the better. We cannot keep on producing the men that saying, hey, we need to be disciplined, and they the same ones with OnlyFans. They the same ones getting their ass eaten out by Sukihana. That's the same man you were talking about. That is the problem. And so since nobody from the mansion want to call that out and say, hey, we got to stop focusing on all this goddamn sex work and these goddamn men getting their asses eaten out on the low behind closed doors, and every time the goddamn Republican Party goes into a certain city, Grindr app crashes, is a problem with lust with men. And y'all have to call it out. If we really want men to have better families, we understand that men are the one that is putting their families in danger because they are following their lust. They lose their family because they are lustful. They lose their jobs because they are lustful. They lose their prestige because they are lustful. And time again, we see that it's the same play almost every year. It's going to be one man that have a $40 million opportunity is going to get torn apart because he's lustful. And then we're gonna have men like you, Afro Nerd, saying, hey, what about those women? Show me the woman that's losing money, losing her family because of those things. And then we could probably have a conversation. But the problem is, Cardi B, no matter what her wet ass pussy is doing, is feeding her goddamn family. It's keeping her kids with her. It's keeping her family moving.
That's crazy.
Can't say the same thing about goddamn Offset.
Come on, man. That's crazy.
Right, but I'm talking to your point, right? So at the end of the day,
come on.
A man's lustfulness is not keeping his family together. Simple as that. So now you have to show me where this woman's lust made her lose her family, made her lose her job, make her lose her money, and then we can have a conversation. And that's the problem. Y'all having this twisted conversation about men losing things because of women. No, he lost it because of his lust. That's why they losing it.
As I said,
and after you go, after now, I want Jalen to jump in and go ahead.
As I said, there are bad actors within both these kind of platforms, right? And we have to be honest. We have to be correct when we say there are elements within the manosphere that are bad, but there's also quite a few PhDs that come up and have legitimate grievances and legitimate critiques about some of the behavior in women's culture, right? And we also have to start exalting the men that are doing it right. We don't talk about the men that are doing things correctly in the community. We don't even acknowledge them. Hold on.
Hold on. I want to add something right at that point. The problem is that even though I gave you an example of that doesn't happen in my life, you try to discredit that I said that those things, Sukiyana, asses, and all that shit don't pop up in my timeline is because I'm doing the right things. But instead of saying, you know what, we need more men to do whatever you doing so they won't see all that information, you try to discredit me and say I'm a troll. Go ahead.
No, that's not why I'm calling you a troll. I'm calling you a troll because when I bring up a legitimate point, you are not conceding to that point. I mean, that's the problem I have with trolling culture and Black YouTube's trolling. So you put out these statements to be a provocateur. You have to be able to say, you have to be able to concede, you're right about this, you're wrong about that. But this whole thing, this kind of same drumbeat thing, is kind of, I mean, it's, you show a show, and I like your show, but I think that it's a little disingenuous not to be able to concede to fair points. So when I'll bring up Dr. Johnson, there's Dr. Tommy Curry, right? He's a PhD. There's also Dr. Tiasan Johnson, and he has I think an 18-point plan for Black men, and something else too. There's the manosphere, and then there's the Black manosphere.
Okay,
right. So hold on. I want to mention. Dr. Johnson.
I don't know who this guy is.
Dr. Johnson.
Yeah, Tiasan Johnson.
Right.
This man that he have his 18 points to what is it?
Well, it's I see it right now. The 19-point Black male political agenda.
Oh, political agenda. Okay, but that's different from what we talking about. Okay.
No. It's connected because he first of all, he is a PhD within the manosphere, if you want to call that, right? Mm-hmm. And also, like, there's a Dr. Johnson, right, and then there's Fresh and Fit. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You have to be very careful about this stuff. You had as a guy called Medium Man. Medium Man is a pretty good job. All he does is deal with statistics. So when you have certain things that some women, and he's talking mostly about Black women or the Black culture, he will talk about things that some content creators will say as if it's factual, like men aren't doing this, men aren't doing that. And then when you peel back the statistics, it's completely 180 degrees from that. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of things like, years ago, you used to say that there's more men in prison than there are in college. Well, when you really peel back the data, that's not an accurate statement. But we keep on repeating things as if we know. Now, let me just mention this real quick. So with Dr. Johnson, who has a Black men's studies program, which is unique within itself. Usually there's a gender studies program, and we don't treat Black men as a unique. We just call them under the patriarchy, and we write them off. We don't talk about the issues with Black men specifically. We're in a unique position, right? We're not part of intersectionality kind of thing. Even though Black men have been sexualized and all these kind of things about what we're supposed to be doing. Black men are not white men, but oftentimes we're thrown in with white men. But when you see his 19-point plan, it's going to mention a few things. Family court reform, top of the list. We're not going to pretend that paternity fraud isn't a thing.
Right. So hold on. So the problem is that we're moving off a topic.
No, we're on point. What I'm saying is this is part of the manosphere that you're saying is men are doing this. The manosphere is not doing that. Well, I'm telling you, there's a guy who's talking about education, affirmative action, homelessness programs, unemployment programs. This is infrastructure. You say they're not building anything. This man's building something to correct some of the things you have a problem with in men.
Okay, so pause there. So how long he's been building this thing?
Oh, come on now.
I don't know. You're educating me, and I need to, because you're moving from the lust part. Now you're moving into paternity fraud. So that's why.
It's not just. It's a list.
So how long has he been? How long has he been building this thing?
I'd say maybe 2 years.
Okay, so
conservatively.
All right. So in these past 2 years, you could see some forward progression, like some tangible things that we say it went from here to here.
I can say this, that the way the election turned out, which was not to my liking, had a lot to do, if you remember, black men. When it was time for VP Kamala Harris, all of a sudden, if you remember, whether it was Stacey Abrams and all this other stuff, men and black men all of a sudden became an important demographic to concentrate on. Before that, you didn't hear that. If you remember Tiffany Cross, Tiffany Cross, she made some comments when she was working at MSNBC talking about you black men need to fall in line, get off of this Kevin Samuels and Tariq Nasheed stuff. She said that famously.
Okay.
It was kind of passive aggressive.
Okay.
And so what she was saying is you need to follow us black men, because talking about black women, you need to get in line with us, because when we get something, you will be protected. And that really wasn't the case.
Wasn't the case?
Well, because first of all, they didn't win, right? They were too late on that. They should have been trying.
But they didn't win because we didn't follow suit to help them win. We know a lot of men. We know a lot of people did not vote in this past election.
That's not correct. Okay. No, I know you just give you the facts. Black men and black women, for the most part, were in alignment.
The ones that voted, right? The ones that did vote, right?
No. Listen, man, you're quick to interrupt me. Let me tell you to give the correct answer.
No, because I want you to be honest. So are we gonna?
I'm being honest.
No, you're not. You are using the truthfulness of the stat of that black men and women on majority scale voted a certain way, but you're not going to talk about how many actually voted, and that's the issue. So the ones that did vote, majority of them voted a certain way, but the problem is that majority of black folks did not vote. That's the issue.
That's not the issue. That's not the issue. There's two things you're doing. The two things that you're failing to recognize. One, the focus on what black people were doing, and this whole thing about black men not getting in line. Listen to me what I'm saying closely. The focus of black men allegedly not getting in line with black women is completely different than other ethnicities and the differences in their genders. In other words, the small percentage difference between black men and black women for voting for VP Harris or voting democratically pales in comparison with the Latino man and his woman, the white man and his woman. See, no one's focused on it. It's all about that's a racial thing.
That's a great point. And what it shows is that a large demographic vote against what black people need to move forward in America. That's what it's showing, that the Latinos, even though if they would have voted on our side, they probably wouldn't be getting goddamn rounded up the way how they are. But regardless, that don't matter. So they voted against black people. And for some reason, black men are not understanding that. Those other people, they ain't for us. Clearly. They voted against their best interests because we are their best interests.
Understood. But
Okay.
why? But okay, so but why was there a need to focus on you black men need to get in line when the difference wasn't really there to elicit this big outcry? Why aren't you
Because
talking about not
it
you, but
was.
about the public? The public wasn't talking about white men and white women. Why aren't you guys in alignment? Latino men, all these other ethnicities and their genders, that difference was far greater, right? Black men and black women was narrow as a needle, and yet you black folks, something wrong with you black men. You didn't talk about all these other ethnic groups where the distance was further.
So the problem is that majority of the black men that was in the forefront, the ones that was visible, they was against what is needed for black people. And we see it time and time again. That's why we keep having these arguments today. And we keep trying to point out the things that's happened with this administration that's clearly against a certain demographic of people in America. And so if the black men that had the political power of the visibility part, if they was the ones outside preaching a different way, maybe we'd have had more allies to back up, and maybe the fight would have been a little bit closer than what it actually was. And that's the real problem, because most of these black men that is on the conservative side, they don't own shit. They following another man. They are following another demographic man that actually owns. And then we know how, because as soon as all those black men that was preaching that conservative craziness, once they start telling the truth, all those white men give them their Negro way, call like, hey, nigga, you better sit your ass down. They call them sand niggas and all that. Put them right in their goddamn place.
So black women aren't following white feminist talking points. That's not a thing.
No.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Jay.
You're
trolling.
I'm
You're
sorry.
trolling. Go ahead.
I'm not. I'm backing my statement.
When I bring it the other way,
because hold
you
on,
all this stuff miraculous.
Hold on.
Come on, man.
Hold on, Afro. This is why it's not fair, because no matter what you say, I never say what you are trying to do. I don't never say you trolling. I don't never say that. I'm just dealing with the words that you're saying, and I'm breaking those things down. But every time I disagree with you, you call me trolling. Even though I'm backing up my statement with how I feel about it and why I feel that way. So that shows that it's not trolling, and it shows that I'm not disingenuous, but I still let it slide, and it is okay. I get it. But I'm not trolling, and I'm not doing those things. I just want that same respect.
I'm going to close my mic on this.
I'm actually having a conversation with you, and I'm going by the words that you are using. I'm not trolling.
I'm going to close my mic on this. I'm going to close my mic on this. There's a Mr. Fantastic, right? You're a plastic man. Hold on 1 second.
Hold on 1 second. I want to get Jay in there as well, so she could have a conversation. You could get back to the whatever, bringing up somebody else up. Go ahead, Jay.
Good morning, even though I've been up more than you have, Sharon. I had something to say, but then he said black women are following white feminist talking points. So I'll bite. What talking points are those? If you don't mind giving me an example.
Okay, well, whether it's some white feminists or even black feminists, they have said some things that have been very detrimental to the black family. Someone like Nikki Giovanni, who is an icon, the late Nikki Giovanni, the educator and poet. She had said some stuff going back to the late 60s about really not needing to be not really promoting the cohesion of the black family. Like, you can kind of not have to really be about family, right? That part of that is coming from that, right? Also, you could think about the black female independence or female independence. Why not be self-sufficient? There's a difference between self-sufficient and being independent, right? Independent means being by yourself. Self-sufficient means you can take care of yourself. There's a distinction there. But we clearly know that there have been, when you use the term patriarchy, patriarchy is different than saying white patriarchy when you're talking about black people. See, you had black women who were taking second lead with white women in these movements. I think on Sharon's show a few days ago, they talked about the origins of these different waves of feminism. First, second, third wave feminism. Someone like Ida B. Wells, the great Ida B. Wells, one of my heroes. I don't want you to get it twisted. I have sheroes in my culture. I have sheroes. Ida B. Wells was called a mulatress by some of these white feminists. White feminists didn't like the idea of black males getting the vote ahead of them. So we got to get into what really happened with this thing. You know, there's a lot of things that happened in the culture and history that were very detrimental. Doesn't stop white women owned black people. They weren't magnanimous with this, right? There was when a slave owner would pass on, and those slaves were property. The white woman didn't emancipate you. She continued the family business. So I could go into a lot of different areas as to how white feminism did not play well to the black family. Black Lives Matter also had talking points that was about the black family. I'm sorry, for family, traditional family. We're trying to deconstruct the black family.
Afro-Nerd,
go ahead.
You know you didn't answer her question.
I didn't answer the question. All this is white feminism.
Let me see. Jay, do you feel like he answered the question?
I just needed like examples of the talking points that black women follow. That's it.
Yeah, so you didn't. So answer the question. What talking point that white women are saying that black women are following that does not help a black woman?
I think I will come back with more definitive lists, right? But I know one of them is female independence from your family. You don't need to have having a family structure. Your family structure as a black unit is different than her family structure.
Why is that? Okay, go ahead, Jay. That was his answer.
Okay. I would say the black family structure is different, but not in a way that's beneficial to building a family at all. It's very chaotic, and honestly, it makes you want to deconstruct from your family unit because it's so toxic. I think I could think of a couple memories off my head of things my family has done within our unit that made me not want to be associated with them anymore. So we could talk about how our structure is different from white people all day, but I think a healthy family structure should be the goal, not stay together just because, you know, we're blood related.
Right.
Do you agree or disagree?
I'm a little confused on what you're saying. You're saying that we don't. What if you could just the last part of it? You said that we don't have to be blood related. You're trying to say that family is what you make it. Am I reading you right? Like you're kind of saying that the family structure for black people doesn't necessarily have to be a traditional one.
What I'm saying is a healthy family structure is beneficial across the board, no matter what race you come from, creed, whatever. A healthy family unit is what is beneficial. Having multiple baby mothers is not healthy for the children. Having multiple, and that's on either side. Having multiple baby fathers, having multiple baby mothers, either way, is not constructive. Having drugs in and out of your house isn't constructive. Pedestalizing crime and not snitching isn't constructive. There's plenty of things I could list off the top of my head that's not constructive to the black family unit, and yet there are plenty of us that participate in those said things and then want to blame the other side and not look at ourselves. Also, the black women and white women were not fighting for the same things when it comes to feminism. Black women were still trying to get this, at least human rights that black men had. We didn't have those. When black women participated in feminist protests, they were told to get in the back. They weren't even allowed to be seen in the front. So to say that our fight as women was the same, it wasn't. And that's historically a fact.
It's a bar.
My issue with what you just said is that you said something about black men already had these rights as humans versus black women. I don't think that's the case. I mean, there were signs in the 60s where black men had signs saying, I am a man. So the idea of black male autonomy, we've never had that. Matter of fact, the black women, I could take this, and this is just facts. I'm not here to just kind of say, just to dump on black women, right? I support black women, but we have to be honest about certain things. Even the way the slavery thing went down, the first maybe 60 or 70 years of slavery, it was just black men. Black women were not the first to be enslaved in the country. They went by gender. Is that when they started to kind of stave off of slavery, as far as the legality of it, they said, okay, we got to start bringing women so we can create more slaves. But the first slaves were black men for about 50 or 60 years. What does it have to do with
what I just said?
No, what you're telling, I'm answering you, telling you when you're saying that black men have always had this, they're like ahead of women.
I didn't say always. I said
no,
that.
but go ahead. You tell me. I'm not,
You guys received your rights before us when it comes to being able to vote, when it comes to being able to own property, etc., etc. We did not have those rights at the same time as you. We weren't recognized as a constructive citizen unless it was under you. And even in those times, there are plenty of accounts of those women being mistreated by their husbands. And again, this isn't me talking. You could go look this up for yourself. It aligns with the fact that divorce was very hard to do back then as well, which is why you see an uptick in marital disputes, domestic disputes, because they weren't allowed to get divorced. But we love to fantasize and fetishize this point in time when you really look at it and you read, them motherfuckers were missed. It don't seem like a happy time to me when I read it. It may have been for them living in that moment, but reading that, I would never want to be a part of anything like that. I don't know if you would say that makes me a feminist. I don't know. I'm just saying that I appreciate the fact that I'm not being forced at the age of 16 to be married to a grown-ass man. That I have the autonomy to be able to choose to go, fuel my brain with constructive things outside of just being a wife at an age that I'm not ready to be one, and raise children at an age that I'm still a child. I consider 16-year-olds still children, but that's what they were doing back then. And you want to say that's beneficial to our society? How? If your woman doesn't go get educated, she can't teach your children shit. Y'all want to take your children out of school, and yet you want to wife up women that can't teach your children, let alone you. How does that work? So if you want to talk about the extreme things of abortion and all these other, fine. But I'm talking about the fundamentals of being able to build a family.
Well, look, I will concede to your points, much of what you're saying. I'm not disputing what you're saying, right?
Okay. Well, you're saying feminism was such this, I'm confused.
No, what I'm saying two different things. And it's not to discredit what you're saying. What I'm saying on one hand is that black men, by and large, are not really the patriarchy. You can't point to the black man who may be of meager means, meager access. His body autonomy has always been a question mark. When you could be strung up on a tree, for much of our existence, the black male has always been the target, right? So let's make that very clear. So yeah, we could talk about the sexism. I'm not disputing sexism and the misbehaving of men and the mistreatment of women by black men. I'm not doing that. So I can concede to a point. But I can also tell you the black man is not the white man. And when we talk about patriarchy, my issue with many of black feminists, or how some black women position things, they just use the patriarchy as a cudgel. Patriarchy, let's fight the patriarchy. Well, What adjective are you failing to align with patriarchy? You got to
Do
say
you think-
white. Hold on. You got to say white patriarchy. Just putting out patriarchy. When you look at what happened, in Baltimore 10 years ago with Freddie Gray passing, and then all you saw was black young boys, fatherless black boys running amok in Baltimore. You literally, it was like Lord of the Flies, but with black people. There were no black men present. There's no patriarchy to keep these boys in line. Oh, patriarchy means father, literally means fatherhood. So when you talk about dismantling the patriarchy by some women, just throwing it out there, you can't say get rid of the fathers. That's what you're kind of saying. And for men who never had fathers, black men are in a different position than white men. But when you're taking some white feminist talking points and you're just labeling things patriarchy against black men who don't have that power, that's misalignment. That's not being fair.
The patriarchy talking points. Do you agree that black women should submit to black men?
I think both genders should submit to each other.
Just a yes or no.
No, I'm answering your question. That's yes, but it doesn't work one way. I was lucky enough to witness a intact family structure until my mother passed. My mother submitted to my father, and my father submitted to my mother. You do have to submit to each other. It doesn't work one way.
Okay. So black men going around saying that black women should be in submission of black men is a patriarchal talking point to the T. And they're not talking about compromise. What you're saying is submission. I just call it compromise because that's literally what it is. You two are making a compromising decision for what's better for your house. So, but that point right there, that's a patriarchal talking point that comes from white men. Why not acknowledge that?
Great point.
Okay, well, as I said,
because you can't say it's from the Bible. You can't say it's from your family because y'all say all the time it's a matriarchy. So where'd you get it from? White men.
I will concede to that, but I also answered you that the way when you said we're coming to an agreement, it is really it's the wordplay that is problematic. I didn't come here to just say the Manosphere is a great thing wholesale. All I'm saying is that there's the platform. There are aspects of the platform that are doing it the right way, and there are bad actors in many of these platforms, whether it's male or female or in between, whatever. I'm telling you that how it should work, and we agreed, compromise. We submit to each other for the betterment of the family. That's how it's supposed to work, and I saw it happen in real time. Many of us, unfortunately, in the Black community, not all, but many of us are not coming from that familial structure. So we don't even know what that talks. So there are some men and women who have never seen fatherhood up close. They have never seen a patriarchy before. How can you talk about a patriarchy or the patriarchy when you don't even have your own patriarch in the house?
Because you don't need a man in the house to have a patriarchy.
Okay.
Like
we lost on that.
It's proven that we hear women that they push the patriarchy as well, even to their own detriment. We hear women saying, "Yeah, I don't need my vote." That's literally patriarchy.
I'm sorry, Sharon. I don't want to make this biblical, but somebody put in the chat, obviously the same Bible scripture that everybody loves to use, but they fail to read Ephesians 5:21 that says, "Submit yourselves to one another because of your reverence for Christ."
Right.
And then it goes to explain how both of you would submit. It goes into context, but people skip over that and they go straight to, "Wives, submit yourselves to your husband as you do to the Lord." But it also says, "Submit to each other for your reverence for Christ." But y'all go ahead.
And so, but my thing is this: I don't understand why people don't understand patriarchy is a ideology and a philosophy. that you can still push it without being a man. Like, how's that confusing to?
No,
How's that
no, I understand that. That's true.
Okay,
That's like racism. We got black people that are pushing white racism. We understand that.
I'm sorry, Sharon. I just can't skip over the fact that he so easily conceded to saying that talking point came from white men,
Right.
but also have an ideology and a problem of black women following behind white feminist talking points. Can you like wrap my head around that real quick, Afro nerd, if you can? Because that doesn't make sense to me. So men can do it, but when women do it, it's at detriment of black women.
You got to okay. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to get. I want to get to what you're asking me clearly, right? So you're saying that you're putting feminism and patriarchy in the same way, like they're of equal importance
in the same spectrum,
right? See, the difference is patriarchy runs society, and everyone, including women, benefit from patriarchy. I don't know if feminism is beneficiary to everyone like patriarchy is. See, the issue is that the problem I have with how some women perceive the patriarchy is that we're pretending as if the patriarchy isn't keeping the oil in your house, the roads running, the policemen policing, protection, like all these things. There are certain things about the patriarchy that women do not really necessarily want to dismantle. See, it's kind of a cherry picking of the patriarchy that I think is problematic. It's like I still see some feminists still demanding chivalry. You men should still be paying on the first date. You men should be doing X, Y, and Z. Wait a minute. They don't know what chivalry is. Can you define do you know what chivalry is?
So, okay, so I mean, is he talking to me?
Anyone? What is chivalry?
Okay.
Hold on. So, regardless of
feminists still expect chivalry. So what is that?
So, regardless of that, so if we have a standard already, why do you have to take something away to give women the opportunity to take care of themselves? I don't understand that talking point at all. You should, whatever you are as a man, should not take away anything that you are providing as a man, because women want to be able to take care of herself.
Two things. I see a Dr. Steele in there saying, I believe in chivalry. I believe in chivalry too. It's in me. It's very hard, but sometimes I have to stop myself.
All right, before you answer the chat,
right? No,
why do you have to take something away from your manhood because a woman want to be able to take care of herself by herself?
Well, I said this earlier. There's a difference between independence and self-sufficiency. They're not the same. When a woman says I'm independent, it means I don't need you. I don't need you, right? Self-sufficient means I can do for myself. I doesn't mean I don't need you. I'm self-sufficient. Many women practice or they promote independence. It literally means I don't have to be a part of the family unit. I don't have to, it's even a hyphenated name. Your children and your husband have their names, and your name is separate from that.
So now, with that being said,
separate, it means to separate.
So now, with that being said, what do that have to do with you or men being chivalrous? Why are you taking chivalry away? Because she wants to be independent. Why?
Okay, because the literal definition of chivalry is benign sexism. That's what it is.
That's not the definition.
Chivalry.
Don't say that's the definition if you're not going to quote the definition. That's not the definition.
I have the definition up if I can read it, if I may.
That's the interpretation of what you read as a definition. And yes, go ahead, Jay. You can read the definition.
Okay. Chivalry was the informal varying code of conduct for medieval knights that emphasized courage, honor, justice, and courtesy, and it also refers to modern, polite, and respectful behavior, especially towards women.
Okay, so now we understand that. So now again,
I got a psychological. I have another definition.
Hold on. Now
I can read that too.
Hold on.
Let's be fair. I can read what I'm not throwing things out.
Hold on. So now, after we read the definition, why do a man need to take that away because a woman wants to be independent? Go.
Okay, because psychologists have a different definition. I'm reading. This is what I have read. No, hold on. This is what psychologists deem chivalry. Psychologists refer to the paternalistic attitudes underlying these behaviors as benevolent sexism. Benevolent sexism involves the belief that men should cherish and protect women and put them on a pedestal. This is because women are viewed as being more morally pure, weaker, and in need of protection. So chivalry also has that component to it. It means that I'm not just I look at this is Afroner speaking. My father taught me it was important to open the car door, to give flowers, to do all the things that's in my being, right? But we've seen countless women on YouTube talking about, don't open the door for me, I don't want you doing all these things. It's really about being nice. If you remember the movie that Denzel Washington was in, that famous scene, I think it was Roman Israel Jr. or something, and he was saying, what are the brothers sitting down for? How come you sisters, why don't you let the sisters sit down? It was very anger between them two. He said, it's just being nice. They said no. They went into a whole argument. They said chivalry was being sexist. Chivalry is being benign sexism. It's benign. It's saying you're too weak to cross this road. I got to put my coat in front of you so you don't get your feet wet. I got to open up the door because you're too weak to open the door. I got to do certain things for you because you're too weak.
Okay.
That's what an element of chivalry is.
Okay.
It's traditional.
Okay. What I read, because that's an interpretation of a psychologist. So that goes outside of the bounds of what it's traditionally defined as.
Okay.
It adds in the human nature element to the definition of the word, which is again their own interpretation. What I read is how it's defined by its etymology. You can't refute that. So, by its etymology, what is wrong with a man just doing something kind for a woman? Why does that need to be taken away?
I agree with you. Right? But there
No,
are
no. You just brought up feminists who said that they still would like a chivalrous man, which makes sense, which by the etymology of the word, you just want a man to be kind and do polite things for you. Right. What's the issue?
Right.
The issue is that when women are promoting, well, first of all, there are women that are rejecting chivalry, right? But for those who
said feminists want chivalry,
I understand that. What I'm telling you is there is what feminists are asking for, and there's what women are asking for, right? Feminism is, as you know, is an ideology. So within that ideology, it's kind of a conflict there, because there are women that are following feminism, but at the same time, they want that chivalry. Chivalry.
Hold on.
There's no contradiction.
Yes,
because a feminist is just advocating for women's rights.
That's it.
Based on the basis of equality, equity. It depends on the feminist you talk to, but in general, it's about women's rights.
It's a little bit more than that.
What does that have to do with a man being kind to a woman that he wants to date, or just in general?
In general, yes.
Okay. Well,
why does that got to be taken away? You still haven't answered that question.
Okay, because it's expected. The woman is.
Hold
on. I'm to be completed. The woman is expecting it on GP. Okay. On general principle, I deserve chivalry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you heard men say that women don't smile at them anymore?
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
Do you hear men say that women don't accept their advances anymore?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Okay. So the expectation is for women to smile at you and to accept your advances. Right? You see how...
No, I don't agree with accept advances. You don't have to accept your advances.
Entertain it, at least. It's expected. If not, you're considered a bitch, right?
I don't believe in that.
I didn't say you.
Okay.
I didn't say you. Take it out of you. If it doesn't apply to you,
Let it
look at the other men. Look at men that you know. Look at men that you've talked to. And answer the question that way. If we're expected to be kind to a man, to get his attention or to get him to do nice things, why on the other side is there a problem when we expect men to be kind and do nice things?
Well, first of all, there's a literal framework for men to behave a certain way towards women. That's you're actually opening up a door as to
What's the framework?
I got to explain it. What I'm telling you is this is
hold on, Afro Nerd.
Okay, I'm not gonna be able to explain it.
No,
Right,
hold on. No, because we've been talking for probably like a good 20 minutes, and
Right.
we still didn't get to the point of why chivalry should be taken off the table because a woman wants to be independent. You still have not answered that. That's the issue that we are having. It's getting a little frustrating that we couldn't get you just answer that, and then you can explain. We are here intelligent enough where you don't have to explain every single thing before you give the answer. We rocking with you. So why should chivalry be taken off the table because a woman want her independence?
Well, I'm going to tell you how I already answered the question. You didn't really like it. You went into the etymological definition of chivalry, right?
Because that's the correct way to do it.
There are other definitions. More recent definitions are going into what it is, right? So it's being called
the interpretation of human nature is added to it.
Hold on. So what I'm saying is, it's gender specific, first of all.
Exactly. Okay,
human
nature.
No, it's not. Human, and then there's gender. Female human. Hold on. Female human, male human. This is going into
human nature.
I'm answering. See, I'm getting into it. You know where I'm going. You don't want to hear it. What I'm saying is, you're saying it's just human. No, it's male human. There's no expectation for chivalry on the other side. See, what I'm saying is that it's about a gender. First of all, feminism has a lot to do with deconstructing gender roles. So if you're deconstructing gender roles, hold on. I got to land the plane. You're ready to jump on it. What I'm saying is, if feminism is about deconstructing gender roles,
it's not. Okay, hold on. You have to pause there.
I gotta be able to fully land the plane so you can react to it. You're jumping on top of it before I can actually complete the point. That's not fair. Can I complete the point? Can I complete the point fully so that you can deconstruct it? Can I do that, or is it why is the harm that you can't hear the whole thing?
Because
you can't respond.
Because every time we actually
a minute, 30 seconds.
I explain why. I explain
30 seconds to complete it.
The reason why is because you
go ahead, man.
Off of the topic of what we're asking you.
I'm answering the question. You don't want me to answer.
I don't think you're recognizing that you are going off topic.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is, can I finish? Then you tell me if I'm wrong. You're saying why should feminism? What is it about? Why should feminism take out? What is it about feminism? Pardon me, that requires chivalry to be taken out of it, right? Because feminism has a lot to do with the deconstructing of gender roles, right? Chivalry is a masculine expectation. It's a gender role. So you're literally telling people we're the same. You pay for your stuff. I pay for my stuff. I can open my own door. So it literally is deconstructing the purpose of chivalry.
Okay. Hold on, Sharon. You want to know why there are women that feel that way?
It's not just nice. It's nice for men.
You just landed your plane. You want to know why there are women that feel that way? And I kind of agree. Is because there's something that ties in with you doing that kind thing. It's a part of your game now. You want something in return. No. It's not a gotcha moment. I'm telling you.
Because now you telling me why. I answered the question. Now you say, well, it's because.
It's a conversation, right? Or no?
No,
we're just going to be spewing talking points. Okay, so it's a conversation. So I'm responding to what you said. So let me respond. The expectation is what's a part of some men's game. You do something nice for her, do it enough, she gonna open her legs. Now tell me, Sharon. Matter of fact, Sharon's gonna be honest. Is that the truth?
That's the truth. And we
Okay.
know it's the truth because men would tell their daughters, their sisters, their aunties, and all that, hey, don't do nothing nice for men. Be careful.
My
of the men that
uncles told me at a very young age, don't accept anything
Only
from a
one
man
thing.
unless you're ready to do something in return.
Right.
Now, back then they didn't tell me what, but now that I'm 25, 26, I now understand what
Right.
they meant.
Because he only
So
want one
I,
thing.
unless we have something understood that we are dating, I don't accept anything. Anything. Because it's too much of a slippery slope. I don't need to be caught up in nothing. If we're not dating, if we're not exclusive, no, I don't want no gifts. I don't want no, you don't even have to open my door, sir. It's okay. I could open it. I could pick up this heavy, so I'll figure it out. It's not because I'm trying to say I don't need nobody. I'm just trying to protect myself as a woman because this is all I got. I can't fucking go out here being Rambo and killing men.
Right.
I can't go out here and punch a man in the face.
Mm.
The best I could do is say no. The best I could do is not smile. The best I could do is make myself scarce so that I don't attract any of you that I don't really want like that. That's why. And this is what goes to Sharon's original point. Your lust is the problem.
Right.
You can be kind to a woman all day, but if you have an expectation of that woman opening her fucking legs, you're the fucking problem.
Right. It's a bar right there. Let me read some of these super chats while Afroner attempt to get his thoughts together.
No, I got something
Because
for
he's
him. Go
gonna-
ahead.
He
I'm
got
gonna
some
read your
act
super
right.
chats first.
All right.
Go ahead with your super chats. But I got a response.
Okay. HQ reacts to the tutor. Says every time Afro comes here, we hear BS about feminism. Sheesh. Ariel CH with the $2. Support the channel. The topics are global. Thank you so much, Ariel CH, and my condolences to your father. I hope you and your family get through this tough time. I appreciate you, Ariel. Also, we have Afro feels as though women should do something for their kindness instead of just being nice. His jealousy of women is wild. Thank you so much, HQ. And also we have Sugar Bum, member for 5 months. Thank you so much for maintaining your membership, Sugar Bum. We will never let the uneducated, broke black lead us off a cliff. We learn from the past mistake. Black men can't be trusted. That's the fact, Afro nerd. Sheesh.
You have more?
That's you good now.
Okay. So for someone to say black men, instead of saying using a qualifier or quantifier like some black men, is nasty work. So all black men, including the black men that are educated, that are doing what they're supposed to be doing, that are building infrastructure. There are black men that are doing all kinds of things. I see it every day. I look at all these stories that we don't highlight. We're more into highlighting dysfunction than we are about function in our community.
Oh,
That's
it's
a
all up
problem.
and through my algorithm. I don't see women twerking and men selling and shooting people on my algorithm on Instagram. So I be seeing a lot of positive shit.
No, well, as I said, I do too. But I
also,
also
let me just interrupt 1 second. Shout out to the Cash App. It says 20% of black men voted for Trump. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
But my apologies for interrupting you. Go ahead.
that's all right.
Go ahead.
So
I know. But get back into the conversation with.
I know I'm going to go back what she just talked about the expectations that some men have of women when they pay for meals or doing something nice. There's a back end requirement, right? But that also, I'm going to flip it again, right? If I flip it the other direction, we see foodies. We see foodies where women actively allow men to spend extravagantly on them, and knowing full well that they have no interest in this man. That when some women, not all, some women they're on YouTube and social media writing books about how to get money from men without having to any kind of transaction in it at all. You just take resource, you take, and you're doing it under false circumstances. You're misrepresenting yourself. So the idea that when a man says, "Listen, let's go on a coffee date," you're straight. Now, just as women are within their rights, and I applaud them for this, where just because you're taking me out doesn't mean that we have to have any kind of intimacy. That is a correct thing to do. We shouldn't be really screwing around in an early stages anyway. We don't know. We're strangers, right? So why should a woman with a strange man she doesn't know, why should he expect sex from this woman? That's fair. Well, on the flip side, why should a man spend extravagantly on a woman he doesn't know? Why isn't a coffee date or a walk in the park something that we should be doing to find out our character versus I want you hold on, you need to cash at me money for my nails. You need to cash at me because I got to get my hair quote unquote did. We see all these things on social media where women are asking for transactional stuff from strangers. Now can we concede the points? It's wrong on one side. It's also wrong for women to say, "Why? I don't do coffee dates. I don't do that."
Okay.
And I don't know you, and I don't know you.
Sharon, I need to come here more often. My brain is actually activating again.
Yeah, I do.
No, it's not you.
You got to think with me. You have to think with me. That's what's going on.
It's definitely not that. It's him.
You want to go to Ruth Chris, and I want to take you to Starbucks. What's up with
we
that?
got you, Afro. We got you.
I can afford Ruth Chris on my own.
Because you're independent, right? Because you're independent. Then you can pay for me. You can pay for me too, right?
Afro, let her finish.
There's a babble. There's a babble.
Afro.
Afro
point, please.
I'm saying I can afford it myself because
but not for me.
Afro, hold on, Afro nerd. First of all, why you stopping for giving me a compliment? Go ahead, finish the compliment. I love compliments. Goddamn.
Go ahead, man.
No, I was just saying I appreciate you cultivating this specific conversation. But anyway, what I meant by that, and it really was a joke, but men love to bring up expensive restaurants a lot. Ruth Chris is dead. I don't know why y'all keep bringing up Ruth Chris. It's damn near a fucking chain now. I don't even I don't like chain high-end restaurants. It's not high-end to me anymore. If it becomes a chain, it becomes like Chili's. So I mean, sure, you could bring up Ruth Chris all day. Doesn't matter to me. I can afford it. So it doesn't really impress me. Like taking me to a park and bringing my favorite shit because you actually remembered what I liked. That's more impressive because there are plenty of men that can't even remember a birthday or a fucking favorite color. So that would impress me more that you actually paid attention to what we talked about. But that's neither here nor there. And I think a lot of women, by the way, would appreciate that. But again, you settle for the ones that want to take you for your money because you feel like that's all you can bring. Again, be introspective. There's plenty of women that will take you as you are. Okay? They will love your dirty drawers to the floor. They will actually wash them by hand for you if you ask. But the problem is you choose the ones that everybody else wants because y'all love to say we do that. Y'all do it too. Okay? We see y'all Instagram follows list. Y'all love to pick the ones that be on dating apps that look highly promiscuous. And then all of a sudden they say, cash at me. Well, I mean, she didn't look like she would say anything else. Why are you so surprised that she said cash at me? What? You didn't pick Becky, the girl next door. Most women are not doing that.
No.
That's just the pool that you're picking from.
Bar.
You can't tell me most women you've dated have texted you, cash at me to be able to talk to me. And I'm pretty sure there are most men in the chat would not say most women that they've talked to have said that. So that can go in the fucking trash. That's basura. I don't even acknowledge that. So we could get rid of that talking point. You got another one?
Yeah,
I got
and I
plenty.
just
Go
think,
ahead.
and hold on, and I just think it's just that is literally being disingenuous, right? If you are dealing with a woman and you feel like as if you want to wait until you find out if she's worth spending your time and money on, and she tells you no, you got to take me to X, Y, and Z, then that is not the woman for you. That is what you actually want from a woman, to be honest and upfront with you. You don't want to be in her phone as food. But yet when she tell you, I don't want to do no coffee date, so literally she's telling you, I'm not the woman for you. But you want, too many men want to fight for every woman be the possible woman for him. No, I thought y'all was red pilled and wanted and swallow the truth. The truth is
I thought they were
you wanna
logical.
go, right? The truth is that you want to go on coffee dates for the first time. And then you say, hey, let's go on coffee date. She says, no, I'm not into the coffee date. You got to take me and spend $300 on me, even though I don't know you. And most likely this ain't going to go no goddamn where. Now you have a choice to say, you are not the woman for me. Simple as that. Move on.
But they can move on because they need access to her coochie first, and then they'll move on. They got a test drive.
Just like these women have access to your wallet. See, I find it fascinating. We can't critique. We just can't critique bad behavior. Well, we can.
Wait.
Critique, well, hold on. I'm saying
we just gave you that. Hold on. No. Hold on. Afro Nerd, we did critique it. She critiqued it perfectly. No. She said those type of women are promiscuous women. Those kind of women most men do not encounter. Those women are not good. She just critiqued it.
You probably won't even be in the same room with them.
She even said that.
Okay.
She critiqued it so good that she said you could find a woman that like you in your streaky drawers, for God's sakes. So therefore, you don't have to find the woman that said that if you want to speak to me, the only way you could text message me is through Cash App. You don't have to deal with that woman. You want a woman to be upfront with you. Know the one that you could get. Know the one that you can't. Simple.
Okay, can I respond?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, it seems like you're kind of sort of personalizing this. It's correct that for me, Afro Nerd, I attract a certain kind of woman in my life. So it's only certain things I'm going to tolerate anyway. So I'm very comfortable. I'm very comfortable in my positioning. For me, right? So for me, from GP, from jump, if I see something I don't like, I'm out. I've always been able to do that. If you curse around me, I'm done. That's just me.
Yeah, I'm not referring to you. I'm referring to the men you're defending.
Well, look, what I'm defending, or what I'm not really defending.
You are.
Well, then can I finish? It's not defense. It's about critique of a culture. So what I have an issue with, there's a culture that's undergirding this segment of women's behavior, just like there's a culture that's undergirding certain men's behavior. So there's a kind of a not general, but there's a cultural thing that's somewhat popular with women being able to behave this way, and then when you try to critique it, you're rebuffed. You can't critique that behavior, but men are critiqued. No, you
can't. You can't critique the behavior. Just like women shouldn't be critiquing men's behavior, because I've never had a dick in my life. But since this conversation keeps getting cultivated and y'all keep wanting to critique women because apparently women have critiqued y'all so fucking much. I'm having the conversation. But if we were just talking, I would tell you, I've never been a man in my life. I was born with ovaries, a coochie, and titties. I have no room to even fathom what y'all be going through in y'all brains, how your mind works. I don't know. I can assume, and I could go based off of what you tell me. But what I'm deducing is the behavior that women are experiencing. Whether I have the right to critique it or not, that's really based off of, that's a case-by-case basis. Everybody's going to say yes or no. But if you don't want to be critiqued by women, stop critiquing them. You don't have no coochie. You don't have high estrogen, I hope. You are not a woman. You don't know what it takes to be feminine. You shouldn't. You should know what it takes to be feminine, right? You believe in gender roles. How the fuck do you know what it takes to be a woman? How do you know what it takes to birth a child and raise them? How do you know? You don't. So if you stayed in your lane and critique the men that you should be, maybe, just maybe, even though I'd slim chance, maybe men would be able to be like, you know, taking our power back actually is an introspective thing. And it's a mindset. I don't have to go to the government and beg the government to take away child support court when I could just stop fucking all these women and take my own power back. Maybe if I stop being so promiscuous, maybe if I stop thinking about women as if they're just solely my property, I wouldn't have all the fucked up outcomes that men in the world, I deduce, receive. That's how you take your fucking power back. But you don't want to do that. You want to go beg the government, please, master, please take these rights away from the women. You don't understand. They are out of control. They have too many rights. When we have the same rights as you, minus the reproductive ones, which got taken away. By the way, you got what you wanted, but now it implicates both of us because now you got to wear a condom. And we know that conversation ain't gonna go too well.
I can respond, right? But you're not gonna like it, right?
Okay.
I mean, it's a conversation, even if I don't like it, say what you need to.
So I'm not the guy to go into this male versus female thing all the way, because I do believe in a certain level of gender equality, right? So I do believe in gender equality. You know, that men and women are equal, but we're different. And I do believe in gender roles to a certain degree. The issue is that there's elements within present culture and in feminism that is trying to deconstruct even what a woman is. Before, we were very clear that a woman was a female human with ovaries, which your body parts you just described, we know that to be a woman, right? But there's also a whole line of things that are telling you that's not all that there is to be a woman. You could be a woman in your head now. See, that's also clouding the situation. And feminism
that
also
is a niche, probably not even 1% of the population.
Yeah, that's correct. But it's also maybe 50% of the conversation. That's how it should be positioned. I agree with you.
Yeah, because you want to focus
when J.K. Rowling,
when they shouldn't be the focus of any conversation.
Hold on. When Harry Potter's J.K. Rowling talks about this, about what a woman is, all of a sudden she gets rebuffed. When a black woman like Ketanji Brown, the great Ketanji Brown, it's being called, when she was becoming the jurist on the Supreme Court, she was asked what a woman was. She was humming a hummer. She couldn't answer the question. When we know full well what a woman is, right? Some things that black women, unfortunately, some black women are also ushering in this confusion. So what you're telling me now is you want men to behave a certain way, and I could flip that back. And you said, well, you don't know what it's like to be a man. Why should I concede to what you want me to be? Why should I concede to chivalry? Hold on. Why should I concede to chivalry when you don't know what it's like to be a man? You don't. So I can flip this. No, I heard everything you said, and I'm flipping it on you. You don't like it. What I'm telling you is, this. You hold on. When I respond to you, now you don't like the response. I got to respond to you.
No. The response isn't in line with what I said, because I said if we had a personal conversation,
how convenient.
I would tell you that I don't critique men. I've never been a man. I don't have a dick. I don't have balls. I don't have high testosterone. I cannot tell you what it's like to live as a man.
It's a choice now.
I said that, Afro nerd, and here you are talking to me as if I'm one of these extreme feminists talking about get rid of men. That's not what I said. So you didn't listen to anything I just said.
I did listen to you, but you still seem to think that the behavior. First of all, the behavior, like you just told me, that chivalry isn't benign sexism. It's just being nice. Is that correct? You just told me that chivalry is just being nice.
The etymology
Right?
of the word.
Well, yeah, but you say it's just being nice, essentially. But
The
then
etymology of the word.
but when it's time,
Don't devalue by saying
no,
I just
no,
said
I'm
it's just being nice. I read
I
the
know, but
definition for the etymology of the word.
the essence of it, you would agree, it's about being nice. No.
Sure,
Yes.
if you want to play
Right.
semantics.
Sure.
Yeah. See, right.
Just to move the conversation
This is
forward.
crazy. We're not being fair here. It's just being nice. I said that. It should be perceived that way. But there's a gender attachment to it. So for some reason, you're critiquing that requirement, although there's a gender attachment to it. And when we critique women, all of a sudden now we can't have a gender attachment to that. We can't critique you because really what we're asking for is just really kind of generalized. General. Hold on. When I
Okay, land the plane.
Hold on. You're starting to twist this. And I got a point. You gonna have a problem getting around.
The problem is the point is not pertaining to the conversation. It's
I gotta finish it for the conversation. Can I finish it for the conversation?
So the reason why it's not pertaining to the reason why it's not pertaining to the point is very simple. It's very simple. If your wife was sitting at the bar and a dude just admired her and said, "You are a nice looking lady, I'm gonna buy you a drink," would you tell your woman to accept that chivalrous act?
Well, I wouldn't tell her anything. She
okay. Would you?
No, well, I'm asking you a question. She would know.
Let me reframe it because
she would respectfully decline.
You're trying to be literal.
I wouldn't tell her that. I wouldn't tell her that.
Hold on. Okay, you understand
I wouldn't tell her that.
Okay, you would tell her, do not accept drinks from random men, correct?
No, I would not tell her that.
So
that's an expectation.
Okay,
wait a minute. Hold on.
Let's skip that because
hold on. That's an.
He's not going to get the answer that he's looking for, so it's fine.
But I'm answering his question. I'm answering his question. His question is, I would date
not answering the question.
I'm not allowed to. What I'm saying to Sharon is, I would be dating a woman that I would not be telling her certain things that are just kind of expected. I would expect her to decline that because she's in a relationship. I have never had to tell a woman to do X, Y, and Z.
So pause there. Why? Why a man cannot be chivalrous towards your woman?
Why? Because that would be opening up the door to a misinterpretation.
Thank you, and that's what we are. That's what
Jesus
me and Jay
is that easy? Is that fucking easy?
No, that's not. But I don't see what I don't see what the deal is. First, you told me I'm telling my woman X, Y, and Z.
So that's why we keep going back and forth. And what I just explained to was what we was trying to get you to understand. This is the reason why women have to turn down chivalry, because it opens a door that now she got to open her legs.
Nah, man,
a misinterpretation, as you stated.
Are you gonna go against what you just said?
No. What I'm saying is, if she's in a relationship, well, first of all, she can decline whatever. You're an autonomous person, male or female.
Let's move off of girlfriend. Let's move off of girlfriend.
You can decline.
Let's move off of girlfriend because it seems like the point of contention is the fact that
why can't I land the plane? You can decline what makes you uncomfortable. You can decline what makes you uncomfortable.
Afroner, is no way that I cannot call this out for being disingenuous. This is literally the definition of being disingenuous. You agree that a woman taking a drink at a bar, regardless if that man say, "Hey, you just looking really nice today. I just want to pass you a drink." You said that is opening a door to something different, possibly. And that is the same reason why women.
It's the first step.
The same reason why women would say no to chivalry, because they are attempting to protect themselves, whether they in a relationship or not. Because once they accept the chivalry, it's going to keep going down that chivalrous path until she have to open her legs. Because there's an expectation that if a man is treating you in kind, that your kindness is your legs opening up for him. No, first step is holding the door for you. How you doing? What's your name? Then she got to respond back. and you look nice today, and then it keeps going back and forth, and then now you got to give her a number, and then now you want to take her on a date, and then now you want to open the door, and then now you got to open your legs. That is what she's trying to protect herself from. This is what women are saying, that it is a pattern. It's a pattern that
you're adding a lot to it. You're adding a lot of sauce.
Are you fucking? This is what men. This is literally what men say they do is game. What are you talking about? I'm not saying this as a woman. This is men. Men, this is their game. They treat women. They treat women with respect in order to get their legs open. You cannot fucking tell me we are adding to that.
Can I respond to this? Because every time I respond, it's like, you know, you're twisting in your chair. At any moment, I want the brother to come in, but let me say this. At any moment in this chain of events, a woman can decline. Would you agree? Like, in other words, hold on, Sharon, you attached a relationship to this offer of a drink. If she was not in a relationship, she could still do the same thing. Or if she's in a relationship, she can do that, but then she's like, you know, you're going deeper into this chain. But there's nothing stopping her doing whatever she wants to do. I think it's respect to her boyfriend or husband that she declined. But she can accept it now. But she needs to tell this man, hey, I'm not, because you're making it a negative that men pursue women. Because if we don't do it, women aren't going to do it. Because somebody has to do this. So you're trying to deconstruct the natural order of things. So I'm confused on that. Men approach women. If men did not approach women, nothing would happen. Would we agree? Many of us wouldn't be here if their father didn't approach their mother. Somebody got to do the approaching. Now we're making it political that a man offers a woman a drink. She can just say no at any moment.
Okay, I can concede that. Fine.
I'm on mute. I'm sorry. I was on mute that whole time. So
it was good.
I thought I was talking. The problem is this, Afro, is that you could easily go from chivalry to dating, and that is the problem.
Okay.
You should not be able to go strictly.
That sounds crazy.
But that's what you did, literally in time. And this is why
chivalry good or bad. This
is why women have to protect themselves and say no to chivalrous men, because they cannot trust men to just be chivalrous. We have been teaching our young ladies all the time that men only want one thing from you. That's why he is treating you a certain way. But you give him enough time, his mask is going to come off. That is what she is saying. And for some strange reason, you're trying to act like
this is what I was
not true.
This is what I was taught by men. I stated that in the beginning.
I'm gonna bring you right in, HQ.
This is what I was.
One thing to that. That's all.
Okay, I'm sorry, HQ. Go ahead.
I just want to add this one thing. You do not understand. Let me give you context. I am an older woman. I am invisible to younger men. They will not do anything chivalrous for me because they're not trying to sleep with me. They only do it for younger women. I am invisible to younger men who are not in my age range. And you only are trying to be chivalrous because you're trying to get something from those younger women. You don't want anything from me, so I am invisible. You can open a door, you can do all of these things. I'm very surprised every time I go somewhere and a younger man opens the door for me. But he'll open the door for the younger woman. He'll talk to the younger woman. He'll say, please and thank you. How are you doing? He'll do all those things if she's in the age range and he's trying to sleep with her. But me, a woman that's older is invisible to you all. Why is it that an older woman is invisible, but the younger women are not? And the same courtesy that you extend to these younger women, you should be extending that courtesy to me specifically because you're not trying to sleep with me. That's not the case. It's always done if you're trying to sleep with someone. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Sharon.
Ooh, that was beautifully said. And it's an observation that I even really...
I got an observation too.
That was
I really do.
really
Listen,
good. I also want to get before you go, Afro
Yeah, I
Nerd,
think
Right.
Rush said he
yeah,
wanted.
Yeah,
right.
I want to hear from him, but I got to respond to that.
I want to get Rush in there as well. He's been very patient. Thank you, Rush, for your patience. Go ahead, Rush.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Salute to everybody on the panel. I want to say this, man. Definitely, I do agree, with Jay. But I'm gonna give the HQ some pushback. Like I'm not that young, but if I do see an elderly lady, I would look out for her. Know what I mean, but there is a
You
lot
are
of
elderly, Rush. Stop.
man. I can't do nothing right, man. But I would say there is a lot of truth to that, man. You do got the snakish slash simpish type dudes that would use chivalry to slide up in them drawers. That's 100% facts, man. You got a lot of dudes that take that lane to have the opportunity to slide up in them drawers. You know what I mean? Because as a man, like if another man is being nice to your woman, you're gonna expect your woman to be rude and disrespectful to that man because he trying to slide up in them draws. Nah, nigga, you act like you deaf and dumb. Don't talk to
Right.
son. You know what I mean? And that's just being truthful with that, man. Like niggas will take that lane too, slide up in them drawers, man. And there's a lot of validity to that. But not every dude is a scumbag like that. You know what I mean, like a dude would look out for a female. Just for the sake of keep holding on to his humanity, man. But there's a lot of validity to that, man. A dude would take that lane to slide up them drawers, being chivalrous, man. I mean,
How they call it?
agreeing.
GTD, right? Did you
Can I
get
respond
the
to the
And-
woman that said, go ahead.
Yes, and hold on to that thought because now you in trouble now. Welcome to the show, the beautiful MJ. How you doing today? Good day, beautiful.
What's up, Sharon? I'm still mad at you. You had me out there doing the miles and you ain't go out there and do the miles yet. What's going on, yo? Like I'm keeping count, dude. I'm keeping count. But yeah, like I just jumped back into the conversation. For what I heard, like we're gonna have to stop the cap. There's no reason why men will tell women to be patient and don't give access to men just off of the shit that they say to you. It sounds good. It boosts your ego and stuff like that. Let him wait it out and see if he's going to pop off and move on. You say that because you know that men will use those tactics. And then if a woman still wait it out and don't give men access, you'll call that dude and say that he's a simp because you're not getting anything in return. So what are we talking about? You're using these things as a dating tactic to get access. It is what it is. And I'm not saying that men wouldn't show respect to elderly women, but most of the time, those are women that's in their immediate circles. That's their grandma, their auntie, and everything like that. Someone who have done something for them throughout their whole entire life. They have a certain level of respect where, they're going to be chivalrous to them. But it's not in the mindset of sexual. That's not where that respect is coming from. You see what I'm saying? So, like, to play like, oh, every guy who's being chivalrous or every guy who's being nice is someone that is has good intentions. Like, we're gonna stop the bullshit on that, because you can't crucify women every fucking day for them fucking taking someone who is being respectful at that time, who's being nice at that time, who's being supportive at that time, who is helping assist them at that time. And then when they switch up, you say you didn't give him enough time to find out who the fuck he was. You can't keep on doing that. And this is why Brownsville and many other men like Sharon, they say it has to start with the fucking men. Because the way y'all using that fucking respect that you quote unquote give to women or certain women is on the basis of you giving fucking access to women. It's not on the basis of actually setting a foundation that you can actually build on with a woman in the family that you want to see. It's not for that. Y'all not using that intentionally. Y'all like, listen, as long as I get fucking access, and then later on, if I get more out of that, that's a fucking plus. That's how y'all fucking mindset is. That's how y'all go into that shit. So stop the bullshit.
I fully agree with MJ. I think
Bars.
it has to. If you're trying to pick who it's got to start with, if you subscribe to gender roles, I don't know how you could say it's women.
Right.
It can't. What? We're the weaker vessel. Remember? What are you gonna follow me? That makes no sense. Gender roles. You're the head. What the? Why is this so? Yeah, this is y'all's ideology. Like, this is y'all's ideology. You believe that y'all are the head, that y'all are leaders. So do that. Go be a good example. Why you looking at me
that's
to
the
be
thing.
a good example?
They don't want to be a good example. They want to be able, the ones who want to be good, they want to be able to do good for the women that they want to. But they don't have no problem with the motherfuckers who don't want to be good to women not being good to women. That's just what it is. They don't give a fuck.
I got a lot to say on this. I'm going to try to keep it tight.
Okay.
Right. So I'm hearing what the sisters are saying. I am listening to you very closely. But my issue is there has to be a way we can critique everyone's behavior on its on the principle, like on just on a general way. We got to say this behavior is wrong, right? Whether it's from a man or a woman. So when you tell me that this chivalry is it's kind of expected, B, it's kind of nice, but we have to also agree that it's also gender connected, that men are expected to be chivalrous, right? But then when this older woman comes on and says, well, I am older and no one's necessarily being chivalrous to me, then I have to flip that and say that, well, she says she's largely ignored. And I will agree, women that get older, they are ignored by many men sexually, right? I still think there's chivalry going on, but not the way that she would expect it as a younger woman, right? But the older woman has something. Sharon, you're kind of bugging out without listening. The older woman actually has something in common with the younger man. The younger male also goes around not really being seen, because if you're younger, a younger male doesn't necessarily have resources, right? He doesn't have maturity. He's not necessarily attractive. He is largely unseen. And there's data, this whole male crisis that we're hearing all over the place is talking about young men not being seen by women. Because now I will say this on a personal tip. When I was working in Manhattan, and this is correct, when I was working in Manhattan, it's maybe 10 years ago. I don't like taking the train, right? So I took the train, like the 2 over by Nevins. Sharon knows this in Brooklyn. There's a number 2 over there in downtown Brooklyn. So I would drive my car to the parking garage over there in Nevins, and then I would take the train for like 5 minutes to downtown Manhattan, right? So I have a Corvette, right? It's older now, but at the time it was new. I'm driving this Corvette out of the parking lot. I'm suited and booted. Young woman in a miniskirt sees me in the car and says, I want a ride. Why can't you give me a ride? I don't know this woman from Jack, but she sees a relatively young brother in a Corvette. That's an attractant. Now, if I was the same dude in a wife beater and a Pinto, do you think this woman would be? I would be invisible. So we have to admit this goes. See, once I mentioned the flip side, the men's experience, right? When I went to the gym and muscled up, all of a sudden, and I'm 6'2", all of a sudden, women are you're kind of tall. Like, there's certain things I had to do to women approaching me. This is fact. Now, I have friends that are 5'5". Those 5'5" cats. Matter of fact, in the same car, one of my friends in the passenger seat, he's 5'6", stopped at a light in Greenwich Village. And I said, hey, ladies, how are you doing? They were walking by. They didn't go to me. They went to my friend. How tall are you? To my friend who's smaller. We both said this, hey, how are you young women doing? They didn't say, hi, how are you back? They said to my friend who's 5'5", how tall are you?
Yeah, you just showed him an inch. He was just 5'6".
Already he's already categorized and just now he's okay. He's fine. But what I'm just telling you
Mhm.
is that this is the male experience. I am
Mhm.
6. I've never experienced
So
short
what?
man type stuff. Never. No, it's not so what.
Okay.
It's
It is-
being dismissive.
I
It's-
wanna-
so what I'm
Real quick,
saying is
Sharon.
that when the older woman tells you, you
So-
listen to her. The older woman said, and because I don't talk to older women, so I'll
Hold-
pick that
hold
off.
on,
I ain't
hold on.
doing that.
Afro nerd, slow down.
And I'll be admittedly, I'm not OT older woman.
Afro
but-
nerd, slow down.
Guys,
Slow
feel
down.
free.
So
but-
you saying Afro nerd? The problem is whatever the situation is, a woman have the right to say whatever she wants to say to that man. If she don't want no 5'6" man taller, she has a right to say that. However she wanted to say it.
You're trolling.
Like
Your
if
smile,
a big,
you're
just
half
like if
smiling.
that
You're
same
trolling, brother.
woman, just
gotta
like if
concede the point.
just like if that same woman came
You don't
up to
believe
you
in fairness.
and she was
To do it.
and she was overweight and you say no, you're not my type. It is the same thing.
No, it
Men
ain't.
have choices. To
What?
choose who they
Have you
men-
seen Pop the
Men
Balloon?
have choices to say who and what they want.
In no way.
Are you?
said that.
No,
Yeah,
come on,
like-
stop the cap.
I don't
Hold
understand.
on,
the
Afro
cap.
nerd. Afro
Stop
nerd.
the
I
cap.
just wanted to
What
say
is
this.
going
I
on?
just wanted.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my god.
I know you're trolling now.
Wow.
No, listen. Afro nerd, you have to understand. You just said that with an older woman, their sexual proudness is kind of like limited, right?
Yeah,
Not
it
a
is.
lot of people is trying to go with them when they're sexual because there's a different type of level now. It's outside of dick and pussy. You know what I'm saying? So now the type of respect that a woman get as an elder is going to be different. The same applies to a young man. If society is built on a young man with who has the most, or a man has to have the most resources to whatever, blah blah blah, that's what he's in as a young age. Normally that is what he's lacking. That is what he has to develop in his process into manhood, right? So usually young men, their go-to is their sexual proudness. Most people will not take them seriously and only use them on a sexual type of level because they don't have that fucking type of resources that an older man has. Why you think the dynamics is older men go after younger women? Because younger women is their youth. That's their sexual proudness, and the older man is his fucking resources that he established into manhood. It is what it is. That's the fucking game that y'all fucking created.
So
No,
no,
hold on. Before you answer, I gotta bring a couple of people up. Welcome to the show, and long time no see. Good day to you, Sway producing. How you doing?
Oh my god, Sway. Wait. Sway? Actual Sway?
Yeah.
Hello.
Ron.
Woo! Look
Is
at
my mic
that
alright?
beautiful voice. What's up, man?
What's up, y'all?
It's good to hear you, my brother.
This is high tech Sway.
Hold on,
High
Afro
tech.
nerd. Hold on.
Afro
High
nerd.
tech Sway.
Afro nerd.
Hold on. Just give us a
Can I
second.
say something to Afro nerd?
Hold on, I gotta bring one more person up because y'all don't even want to let Sway get a chance to even say more than hello. God damn, I ain't speak to my brother in a while. Hold on. Welcome to the show. Now your ass in trouble. Good day, Supreme Goddess PhD.
Good day, sir. How y'all doing? Hey,
Good
Sway, where you
day.
been?
Damn. What's up, PH? I either came up at the best time or the worst time. Man. We're about to find out.
Right. Watch what you say.
There we go.
What's up, Sway? What's your thoughts?
I don't have too much thoughts on what Afro Nerd is necessarily saying. I don't think he's fully on topic. So the back and forth y'all having with him, I'm not really too into. But in terms of just the overall who should it start with, the confusion behind chivalry nowadays, I understand it. First, the who should it start with? First, when I heard it, I'm like, nigga, it starts with you, regardless if you're talking about man or woman. Now, if you're talking about a solution, it starts with both, because I find myself, I'm sure women can relate, that if you are the party that's actually trying to change, actually trying to get shit to work, and you're trying to be the person to lead the charge, and the other party isn't doing anything, or they're making it hard, it becomes a damned if I do, damned if I don't type of mentality, and you just be like, fuck it. So I think both sides need to really start in a sense if you want to make any change, because the other side is just going to become more, I guess, disingenuous or vengeful when they see the other party not really trying to help. So that's how I see that.
Sharon, I'm going to leave on this one point, right? So I made it very clear. You know why I'm leaving? I'm not even entertaining, and I'm not going back and forth. I
Absolutely.
I said,
Absolutely.
yeah. So
Is it because of PhD that you leaving? Because you've been
Absolutely.
bad actors,
Absolutely.
bad faith, man. So I'm doing that. So just quickly, I was very clear about young men not having access. That's all over. It's a lot of data on this. Young men are not gaining access to women. They're not. That's the male crisis is on that. So when you said that young men, well, hold on, when young men are all sexual and all that kind of stuff, that might have been 10, 15, 20 years ago. That's not really the case right now. What's happening
They
is
are getting access. They're just not being taken serious. There's a difference.
no,
They're just not being taken serious. They're being treated like fuckboys because they out here acting like fuckboys. It is what it is.
That's what you're saying, but then the stats are saying that 80% or something like that it's a crisis. We're already dealing with a low birth rate crisis globally, right?
That's a them crisis though. They ain't our fucking problem.
No, black men and men are in that data. It's not just white men and Asian men. It's men. That's why there's a black manosphere. That's why that's going. Hold on. So what I'm saying is, I accepted that as an older woman. She said, "Hey, these young guys, whatever, they're not really hollering at me anymore." That's kind of an expected thing. On the flip side is young men without access. This whole transactional thing that we see clearly on social media. That's why, matter of fact, that's why OF is so big. OF is so big. There's so many simps paying. There's like 1 million plus people on OF right now. That whole thing is because young men don't have access because they don't have anything. They don't have the height. They don't have the money. They don't have the house. They don't have certain things.
But you cannot complain, Afro Nerd.
Well,
Hold on, please, 1 second.
So when it comes to OnlyFans, is majority of the guys that subscribe to it are married men.
Damn.
Damn.
I don't. Well,
yeah,
maybe. I don't know about that.
Look, still, it's called single male loneliness. There's a whole thing on the data of young men. We would not be having this alleged low birth rate crisis if what I'm saying is make believe.
But
right?
Afro Nerd, you tend to not.
I'm going to land on this. I'm going to land on this.
Okay.
All I'm saying is, if I make a data point and it's factual, because you don't like it, we can't keep on doing this Afro Nerd. I'm telling you, there's too much data to show that young men are not being able to connect with young women. It's not happening.
Yeah, because
the data is showing that. Right. So what I'm telling you is young men I'm closing on this. Young men, by and large, are young short men especially are by and large invisible to certain women, just like older women are invisible to certain men. It happens.
All right, then. So if that's the case, Afro Nerd, that's the society that we in. You're not going to be the fucking pick of the day for everybody in the fucking thing. That's just what it is.
Okay, but
it's selection. Listen, hold on, Afro Nerd. It's natural selection. Fucking deal with it. Society is put up like that. Y'all made this. Y'all made the fucking situation transactional. That's why we have more situations where things are transactional. OnlyFans and fucking doing shit online and all the stuff like that. Paying for fucking pics, paying for fucking pussy videos, and paying for fucking videos. Y'all made it transactional. You put a motherfucking price tag on fucking being fucking sexual with somebody, and now y'all gonna fucking complain. You created the fucking environment for things to be transactional. So if you telling women that if they go out with another dude who's a broke person who can't do nothing for you, that means you low value, you got low insecurity, how the fuck you gonna complain when a bitch like, all right, you gonna have to reach my motherfucking level. And if I say that I'm fucking worth this amount and you can't reach it, you don't get no access. How are you gonna get mad about that? How?
Okay, so what you're kind of doing is conceding to my point. So what I said, all the things I said, you said didn't happen. Now you say, because we're doing X, Y, and Z. Now there used to be an actual human pimp, Now,
I didn't say that
hold
it
on.
didn't
Hold on,
happen.
hold on.
It
I gotta
all
respond. I
happened. No,
gotta
I never
respond.
said that it didn't happen. I said it's natural selection. And natural selection, it was always like that. The person who had the more resources back then, or the person who was more sexually fucking attractive than the other, got women. That's what it was. It is what it is. And the woman who is perceived more beautiful than the other had more fucking option than the women that they thought was ugly. What the fuck? Like it's always been this way.
No, it's not, it has
You know
not,
what
but
the
not,
you know what
not,
the
hold
data
on,
also
not,
shows?
go ahead. Go ahead.
What the data also shows is that young men have a high pornography issue, which is why they can't connect to women, even on a sexual level. The way they think about sex, it's not a romantic, intimate act. And that's per the data. And I don't know how you didn't come across that data, because it's very clear, over 50%. It depends on whatever study you look at, because depends on how much pool they're doing a study on. But it's always a high percentage of young men who have some form of a pornography addiction. That's why they can't connect with women. You can't connect with a woman if all you do is look at porn.
I
Can
feel
I
like
respond?
I'm becoming more and more like out of the loop of the generalities, because I just be thinking of my actual life now, and there's a lot of young men in my field, and most of these dudes is talking to somebody, or got a girlfriend, got a wife, something. And granted, a good portion of them is talking to women that are older than them, like at least 5 to 6, if not 10 years older than them. So I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I'm out the loop, or maybe times are changing fast, and the
Wait,
stats
Afro
are
Nerd
old.
is trying to talk to y'all, saying that y'all and a high percentage don't have access to women, can't get it, and y'all damn near being simps paying to get attention. He's saying our generations are fucked up.
He talks about himself.
I keep
Well,
hearing
he
like my
said he's
generation
defending the
saying
young
like they
men.
not trying to simp. They not doing that shit no more. They not doing the happy wife, happy life. They're not falling for the okie doke, and that's why they get pulled into the Manosphere so much. And a lot of them get like low key out of reality when they start going into it, and then they go too far. But for the most part, I'm not really hearing them saying they cool with simping or constantly trying to simp, or even the ones I interact with, they just say like, yeah, I get no bitches. I'm having a hard time getting coochie. I, I don't know. Maybe the ones that don't have jobs, like y'all said, those are the only ones I know that have a heart or overweight by a lot, like 300 pounds, and they're short. But like you could, they know that they're like, I'm fat and I have no job. So like they're not
I
sitting
mean,
here complaining.
but even in that statement, Sway, the fact that you said that they can't get no coochie is the fucking problem. It's the problem right then and there. You're not trying to have fucking relationships. You're just trying to have sexual relations. That's it. And once that fucking 5 minute of fucking heaven, that fucking nut, there's nothing else after that. And then you fucking getting mad and upset how that fucking sexual moment didn't transition into a fucking relationship.
Now I was saying, like they aren't, let alone they aren't saying they're not getting coochie. I'm saying they are dealing with women. They are in relationships. They deal with women their age, if not older than them. So I'm not understanding how they're saying like where these stats coming from at this point, where in my head, or the stats are outdated, or they're misrepresenting, or maybe, like I said, I'm out of the loop of the generality because I'm just reflecting on real life, and they're not sitting here complaining about not being able to talk to women, or they might complain about the similar shit that older men be saying about dealing with them, but not necessarily they can't interact with them or talk to them or get relationship with them. It's like, I don't know. Like I said, maybe I'm out the loop now.
And also, it's the industry that you're in. The industry that you're in, I'm starting to see a lot of men that's in the blue collar construction world. They all tend to want to settle down a little bit more because their life on the job site is so hectic. They need somebody that's going to have their back when they come home as well. Is what I'm starting to notice as well.
Well, I have seen a lot
What
of
does have they back when they get home mean?
Say what?
What does have they back when they get home mean?
That means they're not adding to the stress that they have at the job sites. They just letting the man be able to come home, take his shoes off, wash his ass, and have conversations with them.
Right. So what they're in essence saying is that they wanted to get married so they could have a cook, a maid, somebody to labor for them and
No,
make their lives easier. That's
so
basically what that means.
No, so when I'm starting to realize, I'm starting to recognize that's going on in the construction world. A lot of the men they do take on the cooking because their woman is working as well. Majority of the men that's in construction nowadays, lately, is that the men are blue collar and the woman is white collar. They the ones that's in the office, so they usually working later than the construction guy because we get up 4 a.m. to start a job site at 6 a.m. A lot of job sites now start like 6 a.m. That's like the new norm nowadays. And so the men are getting home before the women, and they doing a good portion of the cooking and cleaning nowadays. It's starting to change, like what Sway is saying. Like maybe it's just in our field is what I'm trying to talk to Sway about. Is that in our field it seemed like that's why for us we tend to see more young married men. Majority of the men that is from 21 to 30 in the field that I'm working with, they are married.
Okay, but you realize you just like switched up what you said because at first when I asked what does have they back when they get home mean, you said that they able to come through the door, take off their shoes, and basically relax.
No, I
But
didn't
now
say
you're saying
relax.
they take on the bulk of the cooking and cleaning duties because the woman at work.
Absolutely
But
not. I
okay.
didn't say relax. I said take off their clothes, wash their ass, and have a conversation. Is what I said.
Okay, and so when does the cooking and the cleaning get done?
They do it together nowadays. That's what
Oh,
I'm
now
saying.
they doing it together. Okay, because
In
you
this,
just
in
said
this,
to
in
me,
this
okay,
specific,
Sharon.
in this specific
Can a man not want a
field,
woman?
in this specific field, even though I'm not doing the cooking, but a lot of men in Sway's position and the younger men that's in his position they are doing a lot of cooking as well.
So you doing a lot of cooking and cleaning?
You asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
So yeah, I mean, if I gotta cook, I gotta cook. I don't know what a lot is, but she
Is
probably
it
still does.
roughly
I
equivalent?
think if I'm being honest, she probably still does more cooking and cleaning than I do. But I definitely cook and clean for sure. I'm not opposed of picking up shit and making my own food or making food for us. But in the same breath, I'll still work more hours than her, and I pay most of the bills. So it is what it is. I mean, every dynamic isn't what Sharon said, but I understand. I think with our field, the men typically they settle down faster is because their life is more stable. They have stable income, a stable path. They can actually see a future and actually plan out having kids. Like there's a kid who's 21 that just had a kid with his wife, and he's making great money. He does HVAC work, but then he also flips cars on the side with his dad. Like they got a whole situation. So he's been, everyone is a little bit different. Maybe he's an outsider in that situation, but I think it's really just the stability that man sees his life on. And I think most guys in our field, when they're younger, see it sooner. And so they can kind of settle down and lock in with a woman earlier than maybe a lot of other guys who go the unconventional route that, takes a little bit more time to figure out.
Okay. Oh, Sway, speaking of which, I need something from you. I'm going to put my email in the back chat. Please reach out to me.
I got you.
So you would say that it depends on certain job fields that will allow men to become or want to become more stabilized with a woman or a relationship or a family dynamic, and then other career fields, I guess, help promote more promiscuity, not settling down, and running around and being degenerate.
Yes, but I think you know that. I think women know that.
I know that. I was just
yeah.
asking if you felt that way.
I mean, I think, yeah. I mean, you talk about police officers, military, truck drivers, oil rig versus the white collar field, what they be doing. I mean, you could probably assume that if he's in a white collar field, maybe he does cocaine. I don't know. If that's like the idea like that I think of, that if you're going to deal with a guy has to deal with that much time and have that much energy, he's probably A-type oriented and maybe does cocaine. So,
That's
and
funny.
I don't even know him like that, but I'm probably right.
I want to tell you something right quick before I go on mute. Yes, you can. Same thing with the older black women that divest themselves. They're bitter too, cause they telling these younger black women not to get married, telling them to stay away from black men because they call them dusty and etc. I have to say, going on mute.
Uh, thank you, Jalen.
What?
Diva, are
Dusty.
you there?
What?
All right. William Mason with the $5. Can't speak without cursing, shaking my head. Low IQ. Shorty bugging.
Fuck you.
Right. That part. Conversations with MJ, $5. Back from my run. You still on?
Oh, man.
Lady D with the 20 ball super sticker. Thank you, ma'am. William Mason, $5. What does having their back when men get home mean? Laugh out loud. She wasn't raised to be a wife, if that's unknown. Eat a bowl of dicks.
Damn.
Thank you. That part.
A whole bowl?
Oh,
A whole bowl,
run,
nigga. Put some
run,
milk
that,
in it and go in.
run that back. Run that back. What? Older women are teaching younger women to not get married and to not what?
Don't worry about
And
that.
calling them dusties. Calling them dusties.
Calling them dusties.
So
Yeah, cause they over there don't like black men in the diverse sector
but
in the
his
Oh,
BW
you're talking
empowerment.
about the internet. I was about to
yeah,
say
yeah.
what in
Don't
real
worry.
life?
That's your double. That's your
It's on the internet.
what's that? That's Bizarro World, Jalen. Don't worry about it, Jalen. But to speak on what HQ is saying, it is very relevant to the conversations that majority of men are not going to be as chivalrous to her because they don't want nothing sexual from her, and that is a point that Afro Nerd could not run away from. And that was the point of what Jay was saying earlier, that women, when we started moving towards the feminist movement conversation, the reason why women was trying to say that they don't want to accept chivalry from men nowadays is because it's a dangerous thing to accept chivalry, because once you be nice at one point, they want to keep taking it that inch until it turns into a mile. And that's the issue. Welcome to the show. Skeezy, turn your damn camera back on. You ain't driving. You just left the gym. Your ass sitting down. You on mute, by the way. If I'm talking. Right,
I know that what is the chivalry aspect of it. I can see how it has how it can be turned into a slippery slope over time. The research that I know is that humans, one, they shouldn't necessarily be in communities or like civilizations bigger than 5,000, or you start to see what we got in America where everybody's kind of disconnected and you don't know who is who. You can't trust this and that. You can't share sugar with someone because you don't know if they share something back that it ain't laced with. Like, there's a bunch of misleading thoughts. It was one thing to do chivalry when you didn't have social media and most people didn't move away from where they grew up, and you kind of knew who was who. Your parents knew who was who, parents, kids, all these different things. That's a little different aspect than now. These are random people you've never met, and now over time it leads with this intention because you don't know what he is. So I can understand it. However, I also give people the benefit of the doubt, and I'm not just gonna think of you as that, but I know why women are more not so accepting of it.
Yeah, and shout out to everybody that is here. Make sure you hit the like for the YouTube algorithm. I really appreciate it, and thank you. And
Can I
I, and
ask Sway something? Can I ask Sway something?
yes,
If
you
a
can.
nigga is opening
I
the
thought you
door,
was leaving.
I feel like it's outlandish. I don't know if this maybe
Okay,
we're
we
just
finna
being
help you leave.
hyperbolic, but if a nigga is opening the door and expecting coochie, that's weird. But
Wait, repeat that again. I'm sorry.
I
Repeat that
said,
again.
I feel like, because I think someone said it earlier, maybe it was Jalen, and I feel like she was probably just being hyperbolic. But if a guy is just opening doors for him and then now he's expecting, I don't know, further conversation or relations or coochie, that's
crazy.
Yeah.
No, but what they're saying, Sway, is that if you
I
offer,
only talk about Gucci anyway.
Wait. I can say what I'm saying.
You know why? Because I don't like ratchet
So what I
Gucci
said
anyway.
You
was,
ain't getting no coochie.
and
Shut
it
up,
was,
Jalen.
and it was kind of hyperbolic, right,
Make me.
Sway? Because I mean, if it was an actual conversation that I know, like it was a conversation, I go through all the steps, but it's the first step. The expectation is for us to smile and entertain the fact that he bought us a drink, which leads to what he ultimately wants, which we know what that is. So that's what I was essentially saying. I'm not saying as soon as he opens the door, he wants to take you in the back room and
Yeah,
I wasn't
I
saying that.
understand.
Well, Sway, she is correct. I mean, obviously, she's interpreting what she's saying. But I thought, yeah, no one should expect, no one should want sex because you're opening up the doors. That's ridiculous. But the idea that offering a drink that leads that wanting sex out of that, or that leads that ultimately there's a sexual gratification you want from that. Yeah, that's kind of reality. See, I'm kind of confused on men aren't supposed to want sex, because if they don't want sex, then we're not going to be here. Somebody has to do
sex.
So, but
You can want sex.
and to finish my thought,
so
beyond
hold
beyond.
Hold on, but
I can't. You
hold on.
interrupted, and the thought isn't complete. What is that? What is that, man?
I'm gonna tell you what it is. I'm gonna tell you right now, because
you're gonna tell me before I complete the thought. You can read
because
mine now.
Because when we brought up
nasty work.
Because when we brought up the drink, we was comparing that to why you as a being would want your woman to take that drink. And I preface it by saying that the man said, "Hey, you look beautiful today. I just want to buy your drink so I can make sure I took the sexual act out of it." But you still said, no, you do not want her to take the drink because that opened up doors. That's why the drink metaphor was important, because I put it in a very strict parameter. Do you not remember that? Yes or no, Afro Nerd?
Yeah, and I
slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Damn.
It's a but damn.
I don't like. I think most people or men wouldn't even advise their daughter to be taking drinks from the bar just from random men. Like, it's an easy concept. I don't know why it's being fought so hard. You don't want a woman that you care about ending up in the hands of somebody who's going to do them wrong. So you tell them, don't accept gifts unless you're willing to do something in return.
Right.
I don't know. I feel like grandmas or great grandmas maybe was even saying that. My mom always told me some type of advice like that, just in terms of dealing with like hoes and shit. Like, I don't know why. Some of this just seems like we're fighting common sense, man. It just don't make sense. Or you telling one advice because it's good for you, but you wouldn't say it to your daughter or your mama or something. I couldn't sit here and do that. So maybe I'm different. I'm not gonna tell a random woman to take random drinks from random men because he might or may not have good or bad intentions. When I'm gonna sit there and tell my daughter, don't take no fucking drink from no random man, like, yeah, it's this don't compute. What up, Sherelle?
Yeah, that's just crazy, and that's the problem that we having with when they are trying to defend the manosphere just for the sake of defending it because it have man in it. Like, no, we need to just start being honest about these conversations so we can move it along and move forward, and we could start getting men to understand that you got to focus on the focus, and usually the focus is on the outcomes. What outcomes do you want, and the things that you are doing, are you in sync with the outcome that you are trying to get? And just because things may fall apart and you might have to go different ways, the whole point of building a plan is so you can get back on track for the outcome you are attempting to get.
But like for me, so if your outcome is let's just say you're trying to interact with women, not necessarily even get coochie, right? Let's just say you just like to make company with random people, and maybe you like to make company with random women. If I know in the back of my head that giving out random drinks to women is low-key not okay, or they might seem creepy, or they might accept it, I still know that it is a slippery slope situation. So why not do it and find another route to interact with them? Like, I've never felt the need that I need to buy a drink to, maybe, I don't know, like I said, I'm on every time I speak about my life, I become the exception to the rule, but I've never felt the need to buy women drink to spark a conversation and then, let it be what it is, or even get coochie if that's what they want. I've never felt the need to buy them drinks. Like, I low-key never wanted, I don't really want them super inebriated. I want them more conscious and more aware, so they can't be sitting here putting allegations on me and shit. That's
And so, and that goes to the point, and I'm gonna Jay and Diva go right in there, and that goes to the point of what we were saying earlier. If that woman don't want your coffee date, or she don't want to have a conversation with you without buying a drink, then that's just not the woman for you, and you should be happy and proud that she's that upfront, so she won't put you in her phone as drink or food. Simple. Go ahead, Jay.
So there's a comment from somebody. I don't know if it's a man or not, but they said we don't have to tell adults anything because they do what they want. Yet this person said earlier in our conversation that women need to be listening to men. But now when we're telling y'all that men have told women in their lives not to accept random gifts from random men, now all of a sudden, oh, well, why do we have to tell adults that they do what they want anyway? So do you want women to listen to you? Is the advice for women to listen to men or not? Or we could just do whatever the fuck we want and have you saved as food and drink in our phones? Like,
He wants you to do whatever works out in his best interest, right? But I find this interesting because the white incel boys or boys who can't get access to women, they're figuring out some very innovative solutions, right? So they either try to become a Chad, right? So the same way that when women figured out that men are attracted to great big old behinds, women started going and risking their lives to shove fat into their asses. Those men will go, if they 5'7", they'll go and get that leg lengthening surgery so that they can become 6 feet. If they need to dye their hair, they'll do it. Whatever they need to do in that regard. The other ones who are too far away from ever becoming a Chad, regardless of what type of surgery or alterations they try to make to themselves, they go and they either become androgynous or they go and become T women. And so they'll get access to men in that way. And so black men, y'all need to start being more innovative and coming up with solutions instead of just complaining all the goddamn time. What? That's true. They really are doing that.
I didn't know.
Yeah, they really are doing that. As a matter of fact, that guy who shot Charlie Kirk, how they saying like his girlfriend or whatever is a T woman, yeah, that's that kind of setup. And because a lot of them have started coming out of that
There's rumors that the
that
dude
right
that tried to
wing.
clip old
Sir, why
boys
are you
in
speaking
the
over me?
college,
Why are you speaking over me? A
they
lot
say
of
he's a
them have come
transformer.
out
There's
of
rumors
that.
saying that he's a
Why are
transformer.
you
I'm just
speaking
interjecting.
over me, sir?
I'm just interjecting real
But
quick.
don't interject. That's speaking over me. So a lot of them are starting to come out of that right wing, conservative, whatever. Yeah, they starting to do that over there. So
I
Hinks,
don't
Hank,
even.
the basement, $2. Sharon, control these lonely 304s in your chat.
Oh wow.
Ariel CH with the 20 euros. All right, that's what, by 25, maybe $30. Okay. Afro Nerd excommunication support. Hey, thank you. William Mason, $5. Women aren't the goal. Success is. Women always gravitate to winners. Never chase women. I never had game because I've never needed it. It's easy. William Mason, and I bet if we looked at your real life, we'll find that all of what you just said is cap, nigga. But thank you for the $5. Send another $5 lie.
So the women are buying him drinks and paying for his flights and doing all that, right? So gigolo?
I ain't gonna catch you. These women are becoming more aggressive, bro. I be out every other weekend with my girl, and just randomly they'll look at me and be like, "You want me to buy you a drink?" I'm like, "Ma'am, no." Like, like, like I'm like, why do they? I don't know what it is. Maybe guys really aren't approaching enough nowadays, or maybe it's slim pickers. But I'm like, no.
Oh no, I've seen on TikTok. The men want to be on the bar table now,
The
dancing.
what?
The men that go to the
Man,
club
I'm so glad.
be on top of the bar dancing now. I done seen videos, so y'all can't tell me this shit ain't true. There's videos of women taking videos of these niggas at the club on top of the bar, just standing there or like haphazardly trying to move their body.
Like
Because
Coyote,
niggas can't really
so the men are trying to be Coyote Ugly.
The men are trying to be us. Like even what was that rapper's name that had to
Them niggas
cancel
trying
his
to be
set
yo. I don't know
because the
who
men wouldn't get off the
men
stage?
is, but them
What was
niggas.
that rapper?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what rap you
That
talking
was
about. But I
Metro
want to come.
Boomin, a producer.
Oh, Metro.
Cancel his whole motherfucking concert because the men wouldn't get off the stage and let women come up.
That's crazy. And I just want to confirm what Sway is saying. Like, that's the reason why I can't even go out to bars anymore. I gotta beat these women off with a stick. I'm like, no, woman, get away from get away.
I low key, because I didn't go out a lot for the past 4 years. I just started maybe this past couple months doing it consistently. And if Sharon is in a major city, bro, I don't know why I can believe it, bro. It's aggressive, man. I don't know. Like they want what they want.
Men be buying
Granted, it's a lot of white women.
Ain't no women up in it. Be buying bottles. You don't see no women there. It's just a bunch of men in a section. Just
Wait, those women offering you drinks because they want to start talking to you so y'all can swap baby hair tips. They want to know how you get your shit laid so good. That's what it is, baby.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, man. I remember it was a couple weeks, maybe a couple months ago, but by now. But I was just going up to buy a drink for me and my girl, and this whole bridal shower turned to me and act like I was trying to pull it up on them. I was like, nah, I'm just buying a drink for me and my girl. And then it was like, oh shit, if you want, then they just started pretty much entertaining. Like first they was like, nah, and then as I tell them like I'm not there for them, now they try to make me there for them, essentially trying to like spark conversations, trying to get my number, trying to give me drinks. I'm like, what the fuck? I just said I'm not here for y'all, and y'all was like ready to kick me away when you thought I was, and then
they said you look like a dancer, Sway.
Man,
Sharon, people don't believe me. Do you show videos?
Yo, see,
I believe you.
I
try
believe
not
you,
to.
but I don't think that's.
I'm talking about
I
in
don't
the
think you
chat.
can make that a general statement for men. But I believe you.
I didn't say a general statement for men. I said this is why these women are being so aggressive because these niggas that's supposed to be chasing them because y'all believe in gender roles so goddamn much. They be buying sections and be on the bars in the club dancing now and be wanting to get their drinks paid for and also be buying bottles for their niggas and no woman be in sight. That's
Is this
why
Houston or Atlanta?
No, this is everywhere. I'm literally getting videos as we speak so Sharon can show if he wants to the videos.
Yeah, I believe you. Like we see that we got like men literally walking down the street in red dresses. We hear men all the time saying, "Hey, I want to be treated as well. I want my woman to take me out, buy me flowers." We got goddamn NFL players. Some people's favorite player, what's his name? For the Baltimore Ravens. He making a cologne. He said he wanted to make it smell a little bit more feminine because sometimes he want to feel feminine too. That's just crazy work. That's crazy to me. But it is happening more and more, and it's moving up the echelon of the high value man and all that. And before we bring in Wall Street, really, go ahead, Diva.
All right. William Mason with another $5 lie. I'm single and worth about $750,000 and not tripping about opinions. Just speaking from my point of view, a guy who's winning. The fact that you think a $750,000 net worth is winning shows that all you used to doing is losing, baby. But
Shit.
send another $5 lie.
Goddamn.
All I know is if that ain't some level winner, I'm fucking. My life is terrible. God,
but you also got to compare. You also got to compare industries.
Then
and
I guess
ages
that just
too.
means you don't need it to get women because I'm fine. I don't know.
Also, we don't know if that's tied into a house and all these type of things. That doesn't necessarily mean it's liquid. There's a lot of things when it comes to net worth, right? So don't get discouraged by it because he could be technically worth that, but that doesn't mean it's liquid because that's a big difference. Welcome to the show, Wall Street Willie.
Habaragani to the panel. Habaragani. Uh, yeah, sis made a good point, man. Like, to be honest, men did that to themselves. Like, we kept treating them like prostitutes, right? Like, money was all a lot of dudes had to offer. Dudes did a lot of tricking, so now that's what they expect. Pay the tab, homie. I don't leave with bread. Like, if you ever
So
saw
why?
that scene in Paid in Full, I'm broke, baby. I ain't got it.
So
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. Listen, I guess like Sharon said, maybe this is our industry, so I'm still leaning towards the young men still maybe having a harder time communicating. Are you saying that for like older, or you saying that for the young men too? When you say that, because if you're saying that for the young men, then we got born into something we ain't do. So why the fuck
That
are we?
Now I got your point there. That's slightly true, right? But I'll be honest, like I literally pity the young generation. Like when I see y'all partying now and how hard y'all have to go, right? To trick off and buy bottles just to have a chick stand across the room and look at you. Like my generation, it was doodoo brown, like we was lit. You know what I mean? We ain't have to buy no bottles. I ain't need no section. I really be feeling bad for y'all now when I go out every once in a while to brunches or hit a club every once in a while and just watch how you young cats move. I be like, damn, nephew, somebody got to put him through the Wall Street Willie training program. I promise you I could get you the box way cheaper. But
And
it
that's
starts
another
with you
problem.
working on you.
Hold on, that's another problem that we have. Men that are married and have a great productive lifestyle, family lifestyle. He want to go and say, "Hey, I could show you how to get the box without paying for it." That's another problem that we have as a community of men, and it's not just black men. This is just a community of men. We are teaching our young men to be lustful, and that is a problem. The more we
You,
keep teaching our young men to be lustful, we see it time and time again, year after year. Men are destroying their lives financially, family, divorce, and all these things because of lust. We got to teach men to it's okay to recognize your urges. However, a true man knows how to control his urges.
and to
I
build off
agree
of
with
what
that a
that what
thousand percent.
that advice on how to get boxed without money, the actual conversation is how that young man can be valued outside of money. How can you
I
talk to
think
women and
I
not be
think
valued for
Sharon
your
just
money
kind of
type
hit it on
shit?
the head though.
So you would have to build your intelligence, your self-worth type shit, fitness, game, all those things. Like, you know what I mean? Typically, you would have to find a way to build your value outside of money, not necessarily get coochie about spending no money type shit.
Do you believe in the concept of supply and demand?
Not in dating.
I very much do. Because I think one of the reasons why men at this point have gotten so undervalued, right? Because we give it away too easy. You got to work for this Wall Street Willie, baby. I'm sorry, I ain't free.
And so now
the
this
stick
makes
ain't the
sense
stick
why
ain't the stick
Jay.
ain't for
Hold
free.
on, Willie. So now Jay, this makes sense why so many men dancing on tables now.
I just sent you 4 videos to your Instagram.
This why it makes sense
Niggas
because
be up
Wall
on these
Street,
tables.
I'm gonna
Wall
say
Street
this.
really just
That's why I be
explained.
saying like the
What?
deeper conversation, man. It ain't about they gotta work for my dick, but in the same breath, I'm not putting my dick in any random bitch. Like, you're not about to sit here and think just because I'm a nigga that I'm just gonna fuck you because I'm a dude. Like, nah, I'm not putting my dick in any random bitch. Fuck no.
Well, part of the problem is that y'all look at women as bitches and hoes and not women, right? So if we're talking about men being valued for more than what's just in their wallet or even just their looks, it starts with men valuing women for more than just their box or their body, right? Because part of where this came from is women were going in with genuine intentions during Wall Street Willie's days, right? When the men didn't have to pay, but the men were gassing them up, telling them whatever in order to get access to their bodies and then discarding them. So the women now want you to have some skin in the game. And that's where the quid pro quo coming into play.
I
And
don't
so
know.
if you want women to value you, try valuing them and as people, right?
I just
And
don't
Yeah.
know how you would want women. Sorry, PA. I personally, as man, maybe like I said, I'm maybe different. I don't know how you would want women around you that you don't value outside of their box. Like I can't be around women that I don't value outside of their box. If I only see you like you only bring is your coochie, I really don't want to be around you because you're probably just annoying and just a terrible person. So it's like I can't even have people like that in my company, let alone compartmentalize and letting them, me interacting with them. That just
well,
don't make sense.
but it doesn't make sense for you to say that when you would just generally speaking call women bitches, right? So you
Yeah.
don't really value women as people.
No, because I call generally men niggas. That don't mean I'm not
Right.
devaluing men.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just
what it
saying a
means.
colloquial term. I mean, I could not call them bitches if it was offensive, but I mean, I don't mind just switching on my speech. But women is women, bitches, bitches. Maybe I got too comfortable. I can, if there's a difference, that's fine. Because if you're saying there's a difference between a woman and a bitch, then I will still stand by that. I'm not gonna put my dick in any random bitch. But in the same breath, I could also say I'm not gonna put my dick in any random woman either.
The fact that whether there's a difference is even a question, right?
Yeah, there's
It might
definitely a
Whether
be.
there's a
difference.
difference or not, there's really no reason to. I don't know. Go, but I guess that's what the men do. But I'm
Let me
just
just
showing it shows
apologize
a
for
lack of
calling
respect
women
for
bitches.
women as people, and that's
That
Some
all I'm
men.
saying.
I can apologize for generalizing women as bitches.
There we go. That was a good. That was good. That was good. I appreciate that. That was awesome. That was in real time too. Shout out to working that out. And and if we could get just men that are in productive relationships to move towards speaking on productive relationships more than speaking on the things that they are not doing, maybe we'll have less Cam Newtons in the world, right? Because Cam is somebody that's successful, and clearly he is somebody that wants to be in a very fruitful one-woman relationship. However, society pushed him towards the the lustfulness and how many women he could get, and so how difficult it is for him to keep saying no and being on off with a stick pushes him to have multiple baby mothers. Is the problem that we are having in today's time?
He was always a dirtbag. He
Huh?
was never like a quality man. He was always associated with strippers, knocking them up, and leaving it there. Like he was never a quality man in terms of dating. Like any woman that would even allow him in their space, like you chose that life, sis. We're gonna stop pretending like these dudes are fooling y'all, right? We always hear about how stupid we are. So how do you let these stupid dudes get you into a lifelong obligation and offer you nothing? And it just continues. I do understand now why women are like, all right, well, if I'm gonna have to deal with that, then you're gonna give me a bag to deal with it. I can't even be mad at them. I just avoid them.
No, but what I'm speaking on, like that's understandable. What I'm speaking of is like a man like yourself. Instead of saying that when I'm speaking to these young men, I go into the club and I'm looking at these young men, they need to come to my school so I could teach them how to do all those things for women for free. You should be saying, hey, young man, you should be saving your money, putting it towards this, that, and the third, so you could build up your family, is what you should be saying. Because it's more fruitful to have a family, and once in a while you go out and celebrate a victory as a party, but that should not be your lifestyle because it's not conducive to what you are going to be in the grand
Productivity.
scheme of things. Nobody gives a fuck when you was 25 that you was popping bottles, and now that you're 40 and you got children. Nobody actually cares.
Well, it was a
That's
good
what you should
ride.
be saying as a
Well, I'm saying I'm at a point now with Black society in general where I don't even care to talk anymore. No one wants to hear the productive man talking about productive things. Everybody wants to fight. So let's fight. like,
no.
it's-
And but
like
so that's
what
one of the
the
reasons
reason
why.
why the reason why these certain characters are so polarizing is because that's what the people want to feed into. They don't want to hear the opinion of productive men that want to promote productive things. They don't want to hear the guys talking about family anymore. All these guys are talking about they don't need women. The women are talking about they don't need men, right? To a degree, there's an element of truth there, right? I don't need a woman to survive and do well, but I needed my wife to reach my optimal self, to elevate.
And
I
so
need my part.
And so the issue is that is not true. That's just a projection. We see is plenty of productive men talking about productive things that is getting views. Right now, we have over 100 people watching a show about a man talking about being productive in life, right? And we also have a young man in Sway is also confirming that he is moving in a productive way of life, and he's being sexual disciplined by not putting his dick in bitches and then corrected to women. So no, you are absolutely wrong. We got to stop acting as if we cannot have an opposition to the negativity out there in the world. That is, for me, that's a definition of a coward that don't want to fight against the opposition. We know what's destroying our youth. We need to be as good, productive men, be out there on front lines, and we need to be pushing out other men that is on the front lines as well.
How about this?
My thing now is protecting, right, what I value. And in me protecting what I value, right, like I'm not interested in delineating from Africans or anything else. I'm delineating from niggas and bitches. I'm staying far away from them. I'm not interested in being a part of the conversation anymore. Like my thing is when I'm being serious about things and things that I really value, my thing now is just staying separate from all the garbage. Because the garbage literally influence people's minds, right, to believe all of the bad premises, all of the horrible things they think about the other side. It just becomes a negative reinforcement and it just becomes a cycle that continues. So my thing is, if you do want better, you got to separate yourself from the garbage. That's number one. That's first and foremost. You get what I'm saying? So it's crazy out here. But that's hard to do in today's society when there are so many low vibrational, as my sister would say, low vibrational people on both sides.
I think there are a lot of young people, if not older people, but I can speak for my generation. There are, at least, when I came into it, was looking for more positive message. Even if the conversation became argumentative, it was always towards gaining understanding and hopefully a resolution. And I think, at least amongst our community, that's what a lot of young people want. They don't want to keep going through the same okie doke that the past two generations have gone through with the same bullshit. They kind of want to keep elevating and get better out of the bullshit, X-nay all the degenerate talk and behavior, hopefully, on both sides, from the men and the women. So I'm not sure. I mean, even what Sharon said, it's a bunch of productive male channels, let alone female channels out there that's getting a hell of views. Now, if it's not in your algorithm, I don't know who's that to speak to.
So here would be my retort to that, right? You could line up 50 of those channels, right? None of them will get the views of one Cam Newton interview where he's talking stupid. None of them will get the views of one Tasha K video where she's dragging black men. That's what the masses want to feed into.
What about, so, I mean, this might be somewhat controversial to say if this is productive or not, but I know he is productive. What about Anton Daniels?
I don't know, homie.
Okay,
Well,
so
there you go.
So here's the issue. So even with Cam Newton, he just had a productive conversation with Jason Wilson that was talking against the things that Cam Newton was trying to promote and push and saying and give excuses for why he has to be lustful. So I'm glad that you brought up Cam Newton. So Cam Newton himself is bringing up productive man, a man that was married for over 40 years and having a conversation with him about being lustful. So once again, you are wrong. It is a bunch of men. As it's starting to be now, I'm starting to think now it's starting to come out that a lot of productive men understand that they cannot just protect their family by protecting their family. They also got to be outside expressing the disdain for the degeneracy that's going out there in the world to actually protect their family. Because so for me, the reason why I'm out, I even started the show because I wanted to have some kind of representation on the other side because my life is just oppose all the rhetoric that people are saying. It just is naturally. I'm not even forcing a disagreement. I just disagree, and my life disagrees with their talking point because I'm walking what I'm talking. I'm not just talking. And the majority of the men that's in these manosphere spaces, they just have theory. They don't actually have no proof that what they are saying, they implement that in their own life.
I'm talking about what we feed into, right? Like, why would anyone listen to a Manospherian, right? Talk about family when none of these dudes have a family. But
Because
this
it's
is where the attention of
right.
our
Pause
populace
it
goes.
for that question so we could mine out that question. The reason why is because it's easier. So when people are doing things and they and I have so if I'm speaking to a young man and I actually have his back and I'm spending time with him and showing him how I'm moving and how he could possibly implement those things into his life, and we could call each other, we could converse with each other back and forth. I got his back, so therefore I could hold him actually accountable, and he could hold me accountable for the way how I'm walking. And if he could see that my talk is not matching my walk, he could hold me accountable. You told me that you're gonna move like this, and I see you doing X, Y, Z. He could hold me accountable at that point. And so a lot of the men in the manosphere, they just talking and not walking is because they do not want to be held responsible for their words. And that is an issue. We need men that are responsible. We need men that have a clear path of what they trying to accomplish. We got to focus on the outcome that you are trying to have as a man. And yes, you can have bumps and bruises along the way on your road to your outcome, but it doesn't change the outcome. Maybe construction world help me understand that, because no project, no matter how great the blueprint is, you're still going to have to do something else to get the job done. And you're going to have ups and downs and schedule changes and all that. That is all fine. You still got to get back. You got to figure out a way to get back on schedule with the job site so everybody can make money, not just your company, but also the customer as well, because that's how you get that returning customer. Because if they don't open a store on time, they are losing money. And if they lose their money, they're going to blame you because they don't want to take responsibility. And then the other person ain't taking responsibility. It turns into a big problem. And those things carry out into your real life. So when men are not being responsible, it also bleeds into their professional life. It also bleeds into they how they interact with their family and their wife and their girlfriend, their little brothers and cousins, and so on down for. And then now this whole bullshit ideology of theory is just keep passing down, and it's time to break that goddamn cycle. And before I walk him in, boss level conservative, let me do this right here. I believe we was here. Diva, you still there?
I'm here. William Mason, another $5 lie production. Stocks, gold, and silver, no home. Everyone's not a liar, but y'all take care. Blessings.
This is vicious.
Vicious. Kasim with the $10. What's up, Kasim? I recognize men are having difficulty with positive consistency in demonstrating responsibility, stability, and the ability to follow through on commitments and goals. Men demonstrate, women respond.
That was a great one right there.
HQ reacts $2. Hey HQ. Wait, Jalen wears a wig? WTF?
That was a great super chat, Kasim. Always able to articulate so well. I really appreciate that. I'm gonna do better and get my my communication and writing skills a little bit better. That was awesome. Welcome to the show, boss level, hood, conservative. Good day, sir. What is your thoughts?
Good day, good afternoon to everybody on the panel. Welcome. Thank you for welcoming me to your show.
Good day,
And
sir.
I would like to ask a question. And I'm not going to toe the line here. So let's just have at it. When do women become better? Because I heard you speaking in terms of economics, as if like if the customer doesn't want to shop in your store, you can't blame the customer. You have to actually fix your product or your sales approach, or maybe renovate the store. You have to do something to keep your customers interested in your product and your brand. And I think we can apply that to women as well. So if the question is the men are unhappy with the women, why don't we also look at that in an economic scope of the men are not happy shopping in the store?
Okay, so what I was referring to was actually construction, and the customer is the person that gave you the contract. And so the way how I relate to that is that most of the time, so if I have an HVAC company, I'm not necessarily so concerned with the HVAC company that did not do a good job. I'm not gonna go around and say, damn, HVAC ain't shit because the last 10 companies they getting jobs and they fucking everything up.
Sure.
So, and that is the issue that I'm having. So we need men to focus on the good customers that they do have, and so you can get the most out of that customer. So one of the things in the construction world that you gotta have to try to find your way through when you start doing gaining contracts or you managing projects is that how do you, once you start getting contracts from that person, that company, how do you maintain that relation with that company to keep giving you work? And so that's the relation that I'm trying to have men understand. So once you find that good customer, you need to keep moving forward with that, customer. So that woman. So what I'm saying is this: once you have a company, you are building your company, and you have 20 guys at your job site or at your company or whatever kind of situation it is. If you made $10 million one year, you are not going to go have a company party or a company meet and say, yo, guys, this is the first time we hit a $10 million situation. Next year, let's just do about 8 because we exceeded ourselves and we worked way too hard. So let's be a little bit lazier and not do the 10 million. Let's do a little bit less this year. Nobody's
I
going to
know
say
I
that.
noticed, and even without disagreeing with your premise, I noticed you immediately inverted what I laid out and applied it to men instead of the women, which was the entire point of me pointing that out. We never apply the economic vision to the women. It's like they are not in business. It's like they just exist, and whatever happens, happens. But the fact is, they are in the same position as the men that you speak of, where they have to bring customers in. They're marketing a certain type of product. Are you not? You're offering something in the marketplace, and if the marketplace is not responding to you, then maybe you can't blame the marketplace, right? It's really simple.
No,
Can I
so
respond to
so
that?
what you're missing is this. So the person that's given the contract, right?
Right.
That's the woman. So the men, they are out there trying to attract the contract. They don't want to say, "Hey, contract, let me do it because I could do a better job than all the other contractors." So the men is the representation of obtaining the contract because usually 9 out of 10 men are the ones that is pursuing a woman. So that's why they are in the position of pursuing the contract, not the other way around. So if you are in pursuit of a contract, you're going to have to do certain things to continuously to gain favor of that company to keep giving you contracts is what I'm trying to pertain to. So now when we put that into a man and woman dynamic, this man, he goes after this woman, he finds her, he gets her, and then now he got to always keep elevating because no company or no man should just want a woman. And now he said, now that I got you, I'm going to do less than what I was doing last year because I got you now. He should be wanting to do more. He should be moving forward. You did 10 million. Now we need to do 12 because that's how companies work. And that's why I try to compare it the two. Nobody is going to have a company and say, hey, guys, we need to do less because we did so good last year. It doesn't work like that in real life.
But
I
even
mean,
in
I
that
think that
though,
is what the women are offering, though. That's kind of the irony of it. Like, in terms of the grand scope of the relationship between women and men, women are offering modern women and demanding a traditional role from a man. So you are asking to do less and get more.
But part of the issue is that the reason women needed relationships with men for a large part of at least the history in this country is for those financial reasons, right? And so now that women don't need men as much or very little for that reason, then it becomes optional to women, right? Because we can go out and find a way to take care of ourselves. That doesn't mean that women don't still want men, but women aren't going to put up with some of the stuff that they were willing to put up with previously because they had to have them at one point. So now, when everything is, working, yes, men want women, women also want men. The difference is, and the reason it falls on the men is because in the absence of those relationships between men and women don't fall apart. The men do, right? And so that's
Stop,
why
stop for
all
a
this
second,
loneliness.
PhD.
Oh,
I'm confused. I'm
wait, can
confused.
I
Hold on. 'Cause
speak?
you said
No,
something.
no, no.
Well, because
Wait, why
I'm
are you
lost. And
cutting
if
me
you keep
off?
going,
You're
I'm only
right.
going to
I'm
get more lost if
explaining.
you keep
No,
going.
absolutely not. And so the men are the ones having the issue, right? Because those men aren't able to get relationships with women. That's why we're talking about a male loneliness epidemic, because it leads to them having worse outcomes in terms of careers, right? Right? They talk about the men who aren't in training, aren't in education, aren't in the workplace. These men don't want to buy houses because relationships are the catalyst to a lot of things for men, right? That's what make them want to strive in relation in the workplace, or in terms of vocation. It makes them want to strive in terms of home ownership and gaining these markers of stability in adulthood. Women don't have that issue. A woman cannot have a man and she's still gonna go out and buy a house because she still want to be stable and have some roots. A woman still gonna go out and get her profession or her career on. Y'all don't. That's what the issue is.
Nah, I
Well,
disagree
let
with
me
that.
just let me start out
Take
by
it up with the
saying that.
researchers. They're literally telling you this. And y'all will sit
Well,
here and
there's
tell us,
other
oh,
research out
we'll
there,
live on
PhD.
the
Though.
street in a cardboard box if we could still have a woman and do it. Y'all have said that out of your own mouths on these panels.
Let me speak to some of the other research out there. For one, let me start out by saying if men are no longer optional, then there is no pressure on men to perform anymore. You can't expect anything from me if I'm no longer an option or if I'm no longer a primary goal for you. That's a personal decision you've made, and now you have to live on that. But that being said, in terms of women and loneliness and men and loneliness, I would argue with data that women are lonely at way higher numbers than men are. Women are gooning incredibly right now. Women are gooning at levels that you've never even seen before. But they try to do it on the low because they read novels like me and my werewolf boyfriend go on a adventure to the moon where we fight gigantic vampires with long dicks. Like they write all kind of weird sexual fantasy novels for women to goon to. Not to mention, you have an entire robotic industry devoted to your vagina. And so there's a whole level of AI, vaginal pleasing industry products out there to cope with female loneliness, right? Because you just don't have the men that you want. Like there are men everywhere, but
I
none
don't
of
need
them
a
are
man.
right
I have
for
a
you.
rose.
Right. That's what the
Right.
women have right now. So I would argue that women are lonely, not only on that level, but when it comes to like psychotic drugs and medications and therapy, oh my God, women pay for friendship, all right? That is what a therapist is. You are paying someone to be your wise older friend to give you advice about yourself because women no longer have that anymore. It is women who are dying from loneliness, and you're blaming men because we won't perform like you're supposed to perform in a woman's girly fantasies. But no, that's just not how it works. And the other alternative is you be alone. And so right now, what we're suffering is an incredible amount of female misery and loneliness, and there's no way out for them. For a lot of them, they can see no way out because they don't see anything wrong with them. Their therapists say they're fucking awesome.
Mhm. Okay, but so the thing is, you said that you had data, but you didn't present anything. You talked about sex toys, which women who are in relationships with men also use sex toys because research shows that most women who sleep with men are not having orgasms, right? And so they finish with that man and then they break out the rose or the rabbit, right? And so what you're talking about has no basis in reality. If
You're
you're
even
talking
lonely
about
with a man.
therapy,
That's a you
I let
problem.
you talk. I let you talk. What is the problem, Hood Servative? I listened to everything you said. That so I could respond to it. If you talking, you can't be listening. All right. So then you mentioned therapy and I guess antidepressants, right? But the flip side of that is no, men don't go to therapy as much. As many of y'all aren't on those drugs, but more of y'all self-delete than women, right? And so I think it's much better to go and sit on the couch and talk to somebody and have them give you some tools that you can use to better your life or your situation than to put a gun in your mouth and pull it.
So Diva, in
So
terms of
ultimately, any way you slice it, y'all are still worse off because y'all having worse career outcomes, you're having worse educational outcomes, right? The little girls in school now, what is this generation? Is that Alpha
Z,
that's in school now? Uh,
oh
They
Alpha, yeah.
dusting them niggas, they dish ragging them.
Yeah, but here's another element of it, PhD Diva, and this is true for both sides, right? So you want, some empirical data, right? I think right now in terms of Gen Z, the numbers like around 32% of Gen Z is prepared for retirement, right? That's talking about men and women. Unfortunately, sometimes it takes disaster, right? For people to change course. And I think when our generation, when these Gen Zers get to the level of retirement and they're doing bad, it's extremely difficult. That may be the catalyst for those next generations to say, I want to move different. But yeah, it's gonna be nasty on both sides. Even as well as women are doing. Most Americans, period, aren't prepared for retirement at this point. So, like you can be doing well in the moment, but if you don't have
I mean,
the foresight to look out over the horizon, then you just got to deal with it when you get there. And I think for a lot of us, when we get there, it's going to be nasty for a lot of people.
I think the cost of women doing well is mass individual female loneliness and also a giant level of societal dysfunction and unhappiness. Because not only are the women lonely, but they're alone to do some of the most um, important work, which is raising the children. And so, being alone, miserable, raising the children, you're now creating lonely, miserable children that the rest of the people have to now try to be in society with, right? So, what is the price of your greatness? It's everybody else loses.
There are plenty of miserable children who are growing up in two parent households, right? So if one or the other of the parents is an alcoholic and creating instability in the family, that's also problematic. So let's not act like just having two people there is always going to lead to a better outcome because oftentimes everybody is dysfunctional these days. So a lot of times it doesn't.
Yeah, but then that's not setting a goal for building these structures. If that's what we're just going to say, right, that even kids that come from two-parent homes can be down bad as well, then it's like, what's the point? Why even make that a goal, right? If we're saying it's not beneficial. Yes, those situations happen, but I think looking at most metrics, right, it is undeniable that children coming from two-parent homes fare better than
What
children
metrics?
coming from single-parent
No.
homes.
So what metrics? Tell me what metrics.
I mean, even if you look in terms, well, see, I don't really want to go there, but all right, let's go there, right? Even if you look at crimes against children, right? They're way more common, right, in single parent homes. Even if you look at the economic set up for those children, right? Like when you're talking about going into college, being ready to pay for tuition and things of that nature. Children coming from two-parent households are typically way better off than those coming from single-parent homes. So it's like, are we going to set a goal or not? This goes back to my point of why I'm not even interested in correcting the rest of the world. I'm interested in bringing those that want to be better closer to me, right? And creating a kind of space and orbit around that, because I have a goal. Like my goal, I'm very big on Black family. I think economics and the Black family is the source of Black empowerment going forward.
That's
That
fine.
that that's what I stand on.
Right. That's
But
fine. But
there's a huge
marriage and
disagreement
two
about how to
parent
get there.
households isn't going to do it for you, right?
But
Because the
that's actually the
research
problem.
shows
See,
that two parent Black household only has 2/3 of the wealth of a single parent woman led white household, right?
so what?
And so
So what?
it's not
What's
making
the
you
model
have
that's
any.
gonna make more for us though?
It's
Because you're
not
comparing
right.
something.
The
You're
average
comparing
black
something that we
married black
probably can't fix
woman,
anyway. You're trying
average
to set
married
dudes
black
against the
woman
waterfall. We
has
can't
a
swim up
net
your
worth of
waterfall.
$45,000. If she has children, it goes down to $3,000. And so what I'm telling you is marriage don't work the same way for us as it does for other groups of people. Why?
So what
Because the
works?
men are
Welfare?
broke and dusty. That's why.
So
What's
what's the
supposed to
goal?
work better than marriage? What works better than marriage?
Okay, so hold on. So that's not how you address the conversation, but I keep asking questions. So what is your statement to that?
No, what works better than marriage?
Right, that's what
It's
I'm saying. That
traditional nuclear
right,
family is not the goal. If she has a better setup than that, because you can't just tear down the fundamental basic dynamic between men and women for like a million years and then go from nothing. You have to have something better, right? What else is better? Do you have a welfare plan? Do you have a list of programs? Do you have
As much as
you
I
got an
hate to,
Aussie for
I
everybody?
agree
What's
with
hold
better?
on,
home
Willie, hold on.
conservative.
He don't need help. So what
What's
I'm trying to
better?
get, all right. So what I'm trying to get to you, what outcome do you suggest? Right, because
I'm already on the
as of
side of
right now,
marriage.
well,
She's
as
saying
of right
marriage is
now, what I'm
wrong.
trying to
I'm
get to,
asking her what's better.
right, I'm exactly you asking her a question that doesn't make sense to ask.
It
If
didn't make sense to
if
compare us to white women, but she did
right,
it. So let us
so
proceed.
again,
Why are you
okay,
intervening? Why are
so
you intervening?
I'm
It does make sense.
intervening because I need men to understand how to approach a conversation. And
You think
clearly
I don't
you're
know how
not
to talk to
understanding.
V? I'm some PhD, huh?
No, you don't know how to approach a conversation. You're just asking questions that have no relevancy to what she is saying. That's the problem.
Oh,
So
you can't handle the question.
if a single woman can do as much as two black people, what would be the benefit of black women getting married to a black man? That's what she is
Because
trying to refer to.
one black woman does even worse against that same white woman's
And then
household,
now back it
right?
up.
It
That's
depends on which one black woman that is.
It depends on the one white woman.
But back up your
Like
statement.
you
What I'm
playing the
saying.
averages, and then you want to get
Hold on.
particular when you get
So
back into
Willie,
a corner.
Willie,
Stop being
No,
on
I'm
both
not in a
sides of the
corner. I was
argument.
hold
being
on.
funny. I was being funny because I
No,
don't have
what
that
is
issue.
better than marriage,
Me
PhD?
by
What's a better
myself could
setup
out
than marriage,
earn
PhD?
most of them, married or not. What's better? Probably extended families, right? Where we're pooling money, group economics. It ain't gonna just be you and your little
A
nuclear family.
clan,
You
a
gonna
clan.
fail in that regard, right? And so we need to have ways to come together, whether it's with your extended family and pool money and pool resources, or if it's with just other like-minded people in some shape, form, or fashion, coming together with groups of people. Group economics is how we need to do it.
Okay,
A,
there go
a
your
clan
answer.
of baby mamas.
I think the answer is divesting
Okay, hold on. So
It
do y'all
could be that too.
on both sides.
hold on 1 second. Do y'all disagree what she said that we got to have group economics? Do y'all disagree with it?
Can I explain why I disagree? Obviously, I disagree.
Okay, so go ahead and make your statement towards it.
Black men at this point want to be successful in Western culture by the standards of Western culture. I'm not trying to jam a square peg into a round hole and then complain about the shape of the universe. That's not what we're trying to do. When she offers up the extended clan as a family model, she is literally, in a term of chronological order, she is offering up something that is more primitive, that is less developed, that is less
Yeah.
productive than the scheme that I am offering now. And I'm not saying that everybody is going to win under my scheme. There will be winners, there will be losers, but on the whole, the group will be
They
better off
losing.
forward.
No, they losing. The group is
Well, the
losing
group
on the
is
whole.
losing now because we're verting into clans, and that's kind of the problem
Ain't
that you
nobody
don't want to
reverting into
acknowledge.
clans. You
And,
just
and
said
excuse
everybody
me
was
for
doing
not
it on their
interrupting you. I
own.
was being so polite, and I'm glad
You
we
just
wasted
said
that bullshit on
everybody
each
was
other.
doing it on their
Sharon,
own.
don't
Now
be
we
all
doing it
gay
in
when I
clans.
interrupt her later. Now, my whole point
You
is
always
when we're
interrupt.
talking about clans, yeah. So let's just be honest with each other without having somebody be a fake referee. I'll talk to you like you talk to me, and we'll both greet each
You
other as
started.
equals.
You initiated
So the
it. I
point,
can
so
listen.
Fight.
okay, great. The
Round
point
one.
is,
Fight.
we've already devolved into the clan dynamic, and you refuse to accept that. But that's what's killing us now because we can't survive in Western, we can't thrive in Western culture as a clan without government support, without the network of the government programs. Your clan ain't shit without the white man.
Well, you trying to be successful under the white man's standards ain't working out for you either, right? You just said black men want to be successful under Western standards, which basically means the white man's standards. And we see that y'all been trying to do that, but you've been failing, right? They can outthink you. And that's the big problem. You can't outthink them. And so you're never going to be able to be successful under their standards, because as soon as they see you starting to make any type of headway or get a foothold, they just change the rules. You ain't know that yet?
So you're saying the collective of Sharons in the world can't make a difference? We're always going to be outthought?
Where's the collective of Sharons?
I'm asking
Not
you,
not
No, no,
like,
no. Where they at?
so
well.
earlier he just pointed out that this is a panel where men are trying to have these conversations. He pointed that out in contrast to my point about everybody just wants to listen to Cam Newton
Mm-hmm.
talk about boning chicks and be angry about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be a collective. But if you're saying
Okay,
that
so let's
black
go down to
men, hold
collective.
on, but
No,
if
no,
you're
no. So let's
saying
go
that
down to
black
collective.
men just can't outthink white men,
Right,
then what's the
right.
goal in even trying?
Hold
This
on.
is,
So
to
let's
your
go.
point though, this is why I am all for delineation. I just feel like I'm worried about me and mine, and I have to separate
That's
mine
fine.
from niggas, bitches, white folk, ignorant people, everybody. I just have to focus on what I'm trying to build. And I think that's the recipe for success for any young black man. And I do think that the family is the bedmark cornerstone of that. I don't delete the family from being a part of that.
Nobody deleted the family. I said your
I mean, you
family should
kind
be
of
bigger.
did, sis.
No, I didn't. I
You
said your
did.
family should be
You
bigger, you
abandoned the
idiot.
model.
Well, wait, I
I
think
No,
you're
said your
there's a
confused. When I
family
say
nuclear
should
family, I
family.
be
mean the nuclear
bigger,
One at a
family.
time,
right?
y'all. We
And
gotta we
so
Right.
gotta be able to
now,
hear each
if
other.
we
We
gonna
gotta
look,
be. God,
if
Dilla, you got it.
we gonna look at the panel, because you said the panel, right? We gonna take right. So we gonna start with you, Willie. Right. So you have a family. You done told us your wife out earned you, right? And so that's not really the model that we want as a if we going by the nuclear family. That's really not the model that we want, because the women still have to carry and birth children, right?
No, 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 no. Wait,
If
wait,
we
whoa,
look
whoa,
at
whoa. When you
Sharon
make
and
that
Sway,
statement, my
who
wife
are
doesn't carry
doing,
anything.
it doesn't
Hold on, I
matter.
make
It
six
doesn't
figures as
matter.
well. We
I'm
both
going
make
down,
six
we
figures.
using the collective that you pointed out, right? If we go to Hood Servative is a multiple time baby daddy. That's not the model we want either. That's not gonna work. If we look at Sharon and Sway, who are productive men, Sharon even homeschool his children. I don't think Sway have no children, but both Sharon and Sway are with non-black women. So that's not really gonna help our community, right?
Divestors.
And so what are you talking? None of this, if we're talking about the men on the panel, none of that is really going to benefit
Can I
our
point something out?
community.
So wait.
No,
I
no,
do want
I want
to
to point something
respond to
out because
one
you
portion that you
overlooked
said,
something, Willie.
right? Hold on, real quick, Hood. In terms of her making more, yeah, she make that extra 15. God bless, right? I was a part, right, of helping build her to that point in her career, and
Well,
she was
maybe
a
you should have
part,
spent more
and
time
she was a
building
part. Hold
yourself,
on. See,
so
you're
she
cutting
wouldn't out
everybody
earn you.
off, PhD. But stop it. Come on, let's have a
You
real
cut everybody off
conversation.
too. Cut it out.
But, all right, but look, I didn't just now. Let's have a real conversation, right? So yeah, she does make, that extra 15, right? And I played a role in helping her get there, and she also played a role in helping me elevate my career and my bread as well. You get what I'm saying? It's no trade-off. There's no carrying here, right? Both of us know outside of each other, right? We'd be just fine. We both know that. We have that confidence in ourselves, our career, and our achievements, right? But we both know our vacation to Hawaii is way better doing it together. We can buy whatever we want. You want a section, babe? Now you good? All right. You want a jet ski? Let's rent a helicopter. We're in a better position working together, right? So now one of the things men have a difficulty dealing with in terms of women being so excited about their success is what you just tried to do. You just tried to act like buck 25, buck 10 means I'm being carried, right? Nah, that's not the case. So that's kind of my point. Like, why I have to, even outside of what I'm trying to build, protect myself, right? If I allow you to feed me that shit that I'm being carried right now, I'm like, there's no need in dealing with a strong, successful black woman. You, unfortunately, right, help to fester and build the insecurities a lot of these men have that stop them from making the most optimal decision for what will be best for them and their children. So going back to me, that's why I'm just delineating from broke people, angry people. I'm delineating from the manosphere. I'm delineating from Tasha K. Everybody get from around me. Everybody. I'm just focused on building me and mine.
I hear you, Willie. I think I want to point out the simplest truth, right? You need not defend your position, Willie. You just don't. You need not. You know why? Because it don't matter. What we can do, though, is point out that PhD Diva is offering a position that she can't defend. Because when it comes to her clan and the idea that black men haven't outthunk the white man, she's arguing that black women and their clan leadership system are going to outthink the white man.
He's got
And
a
so,
point, Sharon.
PhD Diva, I want you and all of your PhD Diva-ness to explain to me when the black clan has outthunk the white man.
All right. So first off, don't put words in my mouth or don't speak for me because I'm not talking about female clans. I'm talking about black people, period, right? Families include men and women and children, right? And there's going to be boys and girls. And so I'm talking about coming together and exercising group economics regardless of whatever your gender is or sex is. And so
So
when we see people coming together to build communities, it worked. The community I grew up in was a community for black people, specifically built for black people, coming out of which World War had the GI Bill. It had to be the second one, right? Built in specifically for black people. We had our own schools. Our schools were A schools or are A schools, right? So people was trying to get into our community so they could go to our schools. We had everything in our community. We didn't have to leave our community. We had black owned businesses, right? And we saw this plenty in the prior to the federal highway system. We saw it plenty. There were plenty of great black communities where people worked together and exercised group economics. And so if you grew up in a community where the schools were poor and they did not teach you that bit of history, let me know so I can offer you a few books or documentaries you can go to get up to speed on it. But we've seen it time and time again. So miss me with that
I might,
bullshit,
I
please,
might,
but
I
do
sir.
you
might want to read
disagree that
those
the
books.
black
Hold
family
on,
was the
Willie, Willie,
bedrock?
Willie. Notice. You have to listen. Listen, Willie, listen. You notice that she leaned. She immediately, like her feet are firmly grounded in a black utopia that starts in a place and time where even by the very
Yeah.
words of the women like PhD, the men were more patriarchal. They made more money than the women. They took less lips from the women. They were
And the
probably a little
nuclear
bit more
They
family
did
was
it
domestically
though.
bedrock.
violent than the women. So
They did
you
it.
want to go back in time to
No,
more
they didn't.
patriarchy.
That's not true. And see, again, if you went to
You
a shitty
want
school,
more. Just say you
you
want more. You
you
missed
went
that shit.
you
When your daddy was the man, when you were a little girl and your daddy and all his homies were the man, you liked it because it made you feel good, like a little girl. You want to go back to that.
again, you went to a shitty school that did not educate you, right? Because that's actually not the case. The black women have always been the more steady earners because black
How many
women could
black women got that
always
GI Bill you mentioned?
Yeah.
How many black
because
Well,
women got
black
that
women
GI Bill you mentioned?
oh shit, a lot of black men didn't get that GI Bill, right?
You mentioned it though. Y'all built your
Right, I
town with
did.
it though. You didn't
I
mention it for
went.
nothing.
I did. Some of them did, but
Okay
if you
then. So
know the
how many women
history,
got that bill? How
right?
many
But if
women
you
did that
know the
building? How
history
many
of
women did that building, baby? Come
if
on, BS.
you
Be honest.
okay, but if you're not gonna let me speak, right? So not much of any black people got that bill. It was only a handful of black people up until later, right? When they started
How
being
many
more
women built your
equality.
childhood
Oh my
utopia?
God.
Plenty. By the time I was a child, plenty of black women had the GI Bill. My fucking mama had the GI Bill, bitch. What the fuck are you talking about? So miss me with that shit. Black women have always been the more steady earners because for much of this history, our history, black men could not get jobs, right? If they could, they wouldn't. Then the convict leasing schemes wouldn't have worked, right? All these schemes they had to lock black men out and then criminalize them because of it would not have worked. Black women could always get jobs as domestics, washerwomen, whatever. They could even informal jobs, right? They could make plates at their house and sell them. And so don't sit here and act like black men was just he-man carrying the community, because that is not the case. Even if we look at the civil rights movement, they tell you about Ella Baker, who funded a large part of the movement. So miss me with that bullshit, hood conservative.
So
You
yeah.
are a loser, and that's your problem.
No, I notice
So
all you
where
have are personal attacks. When I asked you very pointed
I
questions,
just told
obviously
I
mostly
answered
men.
it.
You
I
didn't want to be
answered the
interrupted.
question,
Let's
but
play by
you
your
just a
rules.
loser.
Remember? I
You
thought you
want to
wait,
wanted to
go
play by the
back.
so
rules. I thought
where
you
was
wanted to play by
problematic for
rules.
me is if you're
Shut
gonna
up,
go
nigga.
back to a time before World War II, right? When black families and black communities were somewhat thriving in certain areas, right? You cannot devalue the black family. That's just a fact. If you're going back to those times that you're speaking of,
Not only
you
that, you can't
you
put the
know,
woman
hold
on an
on,
equal
Hood.
footing as the man either.
Yes, you
Well,
can.
wait, nah, Hood, you trying
That
to
we've
take it
always been on
somewhere.
equal
Wait, wait,
footing
wait,
with
wait, wait.
y'all.
You
Name a
trying to
time when
take
we
it
wasn't on equal footing with y'all. Cut it out.
you trying to take it somewhere where I'm not trying to take it with neither one of y'all, right? What I'm saying is, what was the benchmark, right? Was us working together. That
Right.
was the source of the productivity in that time back then. So when you take one stance saying, well, marriage just doesn't benefit black women, you can't go back to pre-World War II and talk about our success when what defined our success was our family.
It was the community. Those people would tell you it was the village, right? Because everybody looked out for everybody else's children. The men who grew up in that time would tell you, even if they didn't have a daddy, the man down the street who fixed on cars would take them under his wing and show them how to fix cars. It wasn't just about a nuclear family. We all work together. That's where you get the tradition of having rent parties, right? Our neighbors finna get put the fuck out because they can't pay their rent. Okay, we gonna all cook a dish, go over there and have a party and charge people to get in this bitch so we can raise their rent money for them. Y'all just too stupid to know who you really are. And that's
But
the
that
long and the short of this shit.
But that man that was the mechanic that took care of that kid that didn't have a father, in
Mm-hmm.
most cases, he was married. I am saying let's not
He
play
may or
with
may not
and
have been.
diminish, let's
Most people
not
were
play
married
with,
during that time,
hold
but
on.
them being married wasn't enough to sustain them in much the way that it's not now. Right? Again, the average married black woman, if she doesn't have children, has a net worth of $45,000. If she does have children, it's $3,000.
Let
Right?
me add some more
And what's the
numbers to
average
that.
net worth of a woman that doesn't have a man?
I don't know. But
Eh,
if you want to ask me
would you
mine, I
disagree
can tell you it's
logically?
over 1 million. It's over 750 that nigga was bragging
Listen, Willie.
about. How
Hey,
about
yo,
that?
these chicks is out here trying to
Willie,
get a
Willie.
cash app just to go on a
This is
date.
why
They ain't got it
As
like
you
they
can't
should. As
put the
they
men and the
should.
women on the same level.
PH,
Because
if you
even when
need
we're
work
talking
done, I'm
about that level,
overcharging you.
Willie, when we're talking about that time period, Willie, 6,500 black women served in the military during World War II, 1.2 million black men. So put your GI Bill up your fucking ass, PhD hood. The men did it. And just say that shit plainly.
Yo, Hood, you
The
wildin'.
men
Yeah.
still didn't get the GI Bill though. That's what I'm
The
telling
women
you.
damn
Most
sure
people
didn't
didn't.
get most of them. Your mama got the one fucking thing then, because the
My
women
mama
didn't get more
wasn't
than the
in
men.
World War
The
II,
men did
stupid
not get
motherfucker.
the women did not get more than the men. You were talking
Initially,
about World War II. We're talking about your
I
fucking
said,
point. So the
which
women did
World
not
War
get the
II, which World War did they start doing the GI Bill? Because I was talking about when the community I grew up in was built. Initially, very few motherfuckers was
are
black
you
people
talking
was
about this?
getting.
Are you talking about Vietnam,
If you
the
shut the fuck
70s?
up, you'll know what the fuck I'm
You see
talking
why I
about.
check
I
out
don't even
Sharon?
think you know what you're
I
talking
do
about.
know if you will shut the fuck up, I can tell you what I was talking about. I was talking about when the GI Bill was created, and because that's when the neighborhood I grew up in was built. Initially, black people, because it was left up to the states, right, states' rights to issue out the GI Bill, and so many of them were not giving it to black people. Period. And so it was until well after that, right? We started with the what? Korean War, Vietnam War. That's when black people started getting it in large numbers.
Hey, yo,
So
Jocelyn,
basically,
to the
you
Puerto
grew up in a
Rican
boomer
princess. You could
neighborhood
jump on
that
the
was
panel,
built by
Puerto
men
Rico.
who got the GI Bill. You grew up as a child of boomers because that's
Uh,
who got it, and they built the neighborhood that you're calling your childhood utopia
It
that
was
you want
plenty
us to
of
go
women
back to.
there. Again, plenty of
Again,
women
how
there.
many women served? How many women got that
A
bill?
lot of them,
1.2
right?
black men served in World War II,
That's not the
6,500 black
people.
women. Most of y'all were doing that mailroom bullshit they made a movie about.
Okay,
Stop with
and
the
so what?
cat.
They were still in
Stop the
there.
cat, man. Give them niggas they credit. Your
No, we're not
fucking
giving y'all
fantasy
no
is
That was a
built
credit.
on the
good movie,
shoulders of the
brother.
men that you hate.
That was a good movie, brother.
That
Shout
came
out.
out and who let them screw them over time and time again. Like, if you really want to be real about
Everything you
this,
want to go back to is built on the men that you hate right now.
everything. No, it wasn't. It was built on communities, and those women were right there doing at least as much, a lot of times more,
Can't
because
do it
y'all
without us,
sorry
baby.
asses
It was built
got
on
out of
families.
those wars
It
and
was
couldn't
built on a
Can't
find a
do it without
partnership.
job
us.
and was shell shocked or was on drugs, and so it was those women carrying everything.
It
So
was
cut it
built
the fuck
Look,
on
out.
partnership,
you need us
right?
for everything
Like
you want.
the civil rights movement was funded by families that had coffee cans on their refrigerator, right? And put in $1 or $2 every day that they would then give to these movements to move Schwerner and the Jews and everybody else down to Mississippi to do the protest for voting, right? That's what was the benchmark. It was the family. That is the
No, it
fundamental
wasn't.
difference between then and now, right? So I'm not getting caught up between the manosphere and the femisphere argument. Like, I'm not getting caught in that. I'm saying if I go either one of your directions, we fail, right? We're having a hard time doing it together. We're having a hard enough time doing it together. Doing it separately and feeling like someone has more stake or more control or did more, that's only going to lead to failure. So that goes back to my earlier point where delineate. Like the reason why I'm all for at this point divesting, because then nobody should be able to blame nobody. If black women are miserable, go get you the white man of your dreams. If the passport bros are miserable, hey, go get you an Asian or go rent a Dominican woman for the weekend, right? But then everybody would stop being so unbelievably toxic and controlling the conversations in the black community.
If you delineate and divesting, then what the fuck you still doing here?
Because my brother's a married man.
Who is your brother?
The host of the show, ma'am.
Oh, that's your brother now.
Yeah. Siobhan
Oh,
always
okay.
been my brother. All my relatives get on my nerves, right? But we love each other and we work together when needed. So yeah, I don't have to agree with Sharon on everything, but I definitely have a high level of respect for him,
What
and I
happened?
see a number of similarities in the things that we actually value. How to get to the goal that we want, we may disagree on at times, right? But I do see similarities in our values. So if you ask me why I pop out here, that's why. I can get to the point here where I could be able to say the things that I've said so
No.
far.
Oh, well, Sharon, you need to change that.
Now you want to get me kicked
Sharon,
off,
why can't
see?
they send super chats? What's going on with the super chats?
Sharon left his own show.
Yo, he said y'all getting on my damn
I
nerves.
don't blame him.
Probably trying to fix the
As
problem
a
in the back.
married man, you get
Yeah.
stuck in between. You standing on the Mason-Dixon line between two warring factions who both, in your opinion, as a married man, have a plan that will result in failure. If black men don't adjust to the changes in society right now and recognize black women for their efforts, their come-ups, and how they could value us, right? Then you're gonna take the L. If
What does
black
that even
women,
mean,
if
Willie?
black women don't, if black women don't acknowledge a certain level of selfishness that they've presented in this moment in time where they are elevating, right? And if they don't see the long-term benefit of working with a partner, right? If they believe now that they got the $2 over black men that black men have always had over black women, you're setting yourself up for failure too. So
Willie, I don't even
as a married
understand this,
man that's
bro.
all about family, I'm stuck in the middle. And this is just when I'm like, all right,
I
Round
think
one,
I think
fight.
you're forcing yourself to be in the middle. You are like
Right.
staking the
Right.
Nah,
ground.
yo,
You're staking
conservative.
ground in the middle, and then you're nailing
Conservative.
yourself
What
to
I'm
that
telling
post
you
in the
is,
ground. Let me
I
tell
am
you
No,
why.
Willie
Listen,
gonna
no,
watching.
no,
disagree with
listen to what you
conservative.
just said.
I
Listen to
actually
I
what you
agree
am
with
just
you,
said.
watching,
conservative.
bro. You
Willie,
missed
you
the
just
last
said
part. You missed the last part. What I
You
said
just
was,
told black men. Wait, no, look at what you just said 30 seconds ago.
I got.
You want the women to, you want the men
Mhm.
to acknowledge that the women have somehow been magnanimous, like
I
their
never said
ascension.
that.
Well, I'm trying to paraphrase, but you want the men to acknowledge that the
I'll
women have
paraphrase
been
for you. I said
beneficial to the
acknowledge
men on
that
their
we are in a
rise up.
different. I said acknowledge we're in a different point in time. Women
Right,
had made advances, and we do have to
right,
adjust our
right,
idea of
right.
what we believe defines our manhood and how we are
And
at an
then
advantage for
and then
building
look,
with
look,
these
look.
women.
And then you
Go
turn
ahead.
around and then you say that to the women. Now you have to
Correct.
acknowledge y'all been some selfish bitches. Bro, that
Correct.
those two things cannot exist because look, on the one
Oh no,
hand,
they definitely do.
you're quietly nodding that the men have been kind of attacked by the women, and then turning around and saying, "Well, just acknowledge that you've been attacking the men." That
So
doesn't get
now
us
maybe
nowhere.
you're not understanding my argument because when I said that, it was never dealing with the fact that men are being attacked by women. I'm just saying accept the reality, right? That women have elevated economically, right? So now they're on a different type of time. Now everybody's responsibilities has to be tweaked, right?
No,
But we can't
I'm
go
explain why. I'm gonna explain why it's an attack, and it's not that every woman individually is attacking every man, but when you think about like the nature of programs like DEI and stuff like that, even though on the surface it says like straight white men or something like that, ultimately it places the women ahead of the men in terms of what type of viable candidate you become to now satisfy these policies. And women have been very vocal themselves about these places are too male. We want to get more women in such and such place, women in positions of power. Black girl magic. I was doing a whole stream about this the other day. Black girl magic is black girl blood magic on the backs of men and boys.
all right, let,
How is it that black women can be the most educated
wait.
and black boys are the most illiterate at the same time? That is a black girl magic blood sacrifice, bro. And
So
so when I tell you that their rise has been
I see
purposely
what you did
to
there.
keep men down, you cannot elevate them so high without keeping men down. They
Right.
can only be propped up on the backs of men.
Now let's put a pin in it right there, conservative. That's my beef with you, right? Because I think you believe this stuff that PhD would be talking, right? I know, right, in my mind, PhD probably got a nigga that work at Amazon in her bedroom right now that she signed the lease on playing PlayStation 5, right? They want us. No matter how well we're
What?
doing, let's stop. I'm messing
So
with you.
first off, I
I'm
don't have to
messing with you,
sign no
Diva.
fucking
Chill.
lease, right? I own my home, bitch ass nigga.
I'm
Unlike you,
messing with you, Diva, but you get the point I'm making. Let's not act like with these women doing better and starting to excel. They aren't. You niggas complain about the Pookie all day. So stop acting like you believe, right, that they're just shooting us down, that they don't really want us in that home. No, they have a nigga in that home right now with a do-rag on his cornrows playing 2K on PlayStation 5. Right now. That's the reality. So now for me, you start sounding like a sucker when you want to believe what they're saying and not take the lead. I know what it is. You know what I mean? They want us. They want us to do better in certain categories. We want them to do better in certain categories. Both have to be addressed. That's all I'm saying. And Sharon, now that you're back, welcome back, Habaragani. This is why I back out of this shit. This is why I step to the side and just say, round one, fight. And
All right.
fine.
I go
Let me
rest.
get to some of this. Let me get to some of the super chats. Thank you. I don't know what happened. I got kicked out of those goddamn Russian spies and the sister hoodlums, I guess.
Somebody had put a comment that they couldn't send a super chat. Just FYI.
Okay.
William Mason, $2. Hey, what happened to our $5 hollers? Systemic racism doesn't equate to out thinking. Yeah, if they can put that system in place, you got to be able to outthink it, right? What's your system to be able to trump their system? Outthink them, like I said. The Wife School Podcast, $2. Love you, Bracy Empire. Willie Mason. All right, here we go. William Mason. $5 lie. All right. At zero tolerance. So Israel is smarter than Palestine in your view, huh? By your understanding, evil is better than good. Make it make sense. You got to have some brains behind that good.
Jeez.
The victim hearts, Tezzy Cade. Hey, Tezzy Cade, $2, huh?
That was the most poignant super chat of the moment. Huh?
Boricua Preciosa,
Oh
$2, super
God.
sticker. Thank you.
I'm surprised that one wasn't about me.
Would you
Hey,
shut up?
Preciosa.
DB, hey DB, $5. Super chat works fine. Thank you, ma'am. Oh Lord, hold on,
Also,
Sharon.
let me welcome into the show, Uncle Jeff. Good day, sir. What's your thoughts?
How are you, fellas? Sister, fellas, thank you for having me on.
Hello, hello.
I was listening, and one of the things that Wall Street Willie brought up that I'm not quite sure about is the L that Black men take for not moving forward and openly cooperating and sitting down to the table, or any other metaphor you may have, with Black women. If you could describe the L we take, I'd like to hear that.
So, my personal belief, right? When I hear both sides say, I don't need a man, I don't need a woman, right? For me,
I've
right?
never heard anybody say that. I
Oh, well,
never
you
heard any Black man say, we don't need women. I've
well,
never heard that.
well, you new to the internet. Welcome,
Thank you.
right?
That is not the
So
Manosphere mantra either.
it
Wait a
is
minute.
though.
No, okay, hold on. With regard to my newness to the internet, I strongly suggest that you Google my name. Yeah.
That was a joke, bro. We ain't got to do that. But let me answer.
Okay, let's
So when I'm talking about the manosphere, yes,
okay.
that is a common theme in their rhetoric. Why would we marry these women? We don't need them. They act like they don't see the benefit in building with the women that we have, no matter how many criticisms you may have for them, right? And for me, that is a lack of manhood. That's a lack of masculinity, because I can get a woman on my plan. I get a woman on my plan, and she can make more than me. How about that, PH Diva? And I could get her on my time. One OG once told me, right? He was like, "You got to understand this, right? As a man, you're the owner of your relationship. That makes the relationship your property. But in doing so, right, your wife becomes the master and you become the slave, because you have to constantly invest in this property. You have to build this thing that you have ownership of. You have to build it up. So you decide the direction of it, right? But in the end, a major part of that is making her feel confident and comfortable that she can follow you, right? So then you become the slave to her needs. I'm comfortable being the slave in the partnership that I have because I have the ownership of my relationship. You know what I mean? We love each other and we're both progressing. I just feel like that's the net. So I wasn't particularly criticizing men in taking a L for not prioritizing marriage. I'm saying that about both sides. And I'm saying I just feel sorry for y'all. Only because it worked for me.
Okay, understood.
I feel like introducing slave mentality, slave morality within the confines of your love life sounds really weird, and I don't advise it for the mass people. If you
Yeah,
guys have worked it out, that's great for y'all. I don't think that's advice that the masses can live with. It's
I
too
think
complicated.
it
I
Way
don't
too
even
many
think
words
it.
in
it
there.
made
I
a lot of sense to me on the level that it created a balance. Everybody wants to take the lead. Everybody wants to own something. Everybody wants to have control, right? But that analogy for me created a balance. Yeah, you determine the direction of this relationship, but in doing so, right, you have to continuously work for that woman to have a certain level of confidence in you, to
Okay,
believe
I
in you.
don't know what. Okay, well, there are many people who continuously work, captains of industry, engineers, scientists, doctors, and I wouldn't call any of them slaves, nor would I call myself a slave.
I would say
Uh,
Bill Belichick is a slave to his relationship with that 20-year-old
Okay,
white
great. If we want to, okay. I tell you what. Let's broaden.
and it's gonna get him fired. Go ahead, my
Let's
fault.
broaden the context to say that what you mean is that there is a dedication to the relationship, and there should be. That's a great point that has absolutely nothing to do with yes, you I think you make a lot of great points for a lot of other shows. But the again,
I see what you did there. I'm listening.
being a black man with 5 black children by black ex-wives, a black man who puts in my preference of women, easily black women first.
Salute to you.
Unless there's a great American black woman shortage that you are referring to, I don't know of one. I happen to believe that there are plenty of classy, upwardly mobile, grounded, intelligent sisters.
Yes, Lord.
I believe in them. The problem is that group of
This
women.
is not a church. Can we stop with this shit? Not just
Yeah,
you,
I
Jeff,
just like
but
to.
this
Yeah,
whole.
All right, hold on 1 second, fellas. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna bring somebody up. Good day, easy. I rock. Good day.
How
to
you doing? How you doing, panel? How you
Okay.
doing, panel?
Salute,
Hey,
family.
how you doing, man? Screw my point.
Hold on, now let me get back to this. Is my first time meeting the brother, so I just want to make sure he's a real person.
Yeah, right in the
I'm
middle
a
of my
real
point.
person. My name's Arizzi I Rock. I'm I Rock Luther King X. Don't forget the Kennedy. I'm here to do my million march with choose. We could build our 2025 pyramids together. God chose us because he knew we could trust, so we got
Kill
us
troll.
secret. And I'm just elaborating on what y'all elaborating about. But I could get into the conversation when we talk about, you know what I'm saying? I feel like men and girls,
Wow.
like,
I'm
yeah,
on
yeah,
Jeff's
there.
side. You really
Yeah, we
chopped
have.
up me
Wow.
and Jill for this,
Hold
bro?
on,
That
y'all. I'm
brother
trying to
selling
understand.
C-Mos.
Hold on.
Right in the middle of my. Okay.
Hold on. Just give me a second.
Nah, y'all
Go
good, y'all
ahead.
good.
Go ahead, Easy Rock. Go ahead. What you saying?
Oh yeah, so I feel like oh yeah, I came to, you know what I'm saying, to just, you know what I'm saying, be on your panel, I do my own content, I got my own podcast, I got my own situation, so I came to just join, you know what I'm saying, talk to you, you know what I'm saying, to just join up on your platform.
Okay. I just want to make sure you're a real person. All right, go ahead, Uncle Jeff. Finish your statement and your thought. I just want to. This is my first. Hold on. My first time meeting the brother. I just want to make sure everything was okay. Relax, y'all. It was okay. Go ahead.
Ask him
Uncle
how much
Jeff.
he selling
Oh my
C-Mos.
God. Hold
Holy
on.
shit.
Go ahead, Uncle Jeff. Finish your thought, and we're gonna bring Easy I Rock into the conversation as
And I
well.
gotta say it. The only reason I have an issue with this is because none of you niggas do this in court. You shut your goddamn mouth when it's time to shut your mouth. I thought we were all adults here.
Go ahead.
I thought.
Go ahead. Go get your thought.
And footnote. When you're gonna check on shit, hopefully, like if you have kids in the car, stop the car first. This is just, yeah, let me make sure this new dude is who we think he is, right in the middle of somebody else making it. That didn't make any sense to me. Anyway, and welcome, brother.
How you doing?
What up?
What's your name? Uncle Geoff?
Uncle Jeff. That's Jeff. That's the
Jeff?
original spelling.
All right.
What my issue here is that there's absolutely no negotiation that any upwardly mobile, intelligent black man after his purpose has to do with any woman. If that's the case, then Isaiah 4 is wrong. Then maybe we're not in crisis, and maybe there isn't an empire falling and crumbling right in your face, and maybe there is a surplus of good brothers, which would make Isaiah 4 wrong. I don't understand, and I am not willing to, when I am asked this question, oh yeah, whatabouts, when we get into the women we need to deal with. Well, oh yeah, what about men? What do they need to do? Not a goddamn thing. Every man, every good man that I know has been a good man. We've been good men. We just ain't been getting fucked first for it.
But if we're talking about black men as a whole, that doesn't just encompass good black men.
No, exactly. And I
So
advocate.
there is work that we need to do.
No, Willie, there isn't. I advocate.
I'm confused.
I advocate for sisters to avoid these brothers, the ones that they could, like I said, nice guys. You fuck nice guys, you just don't fuck them first.
But they aren't. And that's the reason the good guys can't get no buns.
No, that's not. No, it's
But
not.
that's not the
No, it's
reason,
not.
though. Here's the thing,
No, it's
Willie.
not.
We can't go around trying to fix all the men.
Thank
Let
you.
them, if the women, if you refuse to do anything about the women, then you have to let them live with their choices, and you can't
Thank
be
you.
there to rescue them when they fall. That's the whole game that they're waiting on, right? They can just live how they want, no rules, no boundaries, no respectability, no nothing. Yet one of you niggas are supposed to be there. It's your job. You are genetically built for this purpose. You are here for
Correct.
no other reason but to stop her from hitting the ground.
And I
Okay.
think dudes have lost
Hold
their
on, Willie.
purpose.
Hold on, Willie. Hold on, Willie. Get Easy Rock. What's your thoughts on
No,
the
Willie, that
Like,
was not
Hold
correct.
on.
Those are
Hold
not
on.
your
Hold
purposes,
on.
Willie.
I need you to hold on. Go ahead, Easy.
life goes always, Dandara. So boom, it's not the girl that you're not gonna find. You could find a girl. The girl's gonna meet a good guy first, but the good guy probably gonna be boring to her, Dandara. Everybody wants something that they don't have, Dandara. So the girl that got the good guy, they want a bad guy. The person that got the bad guy, they want a good guy. The person that's not on the beach wants to go to the beach. The person that's at the beach, Dandara, wants to go on the streets, Dandara. The person in the suburbs want to be in the suburbs. The person in the hood want to be in the suburbs. The person it's all different, the acknowledgement. But this is what I'm saying, Dandara. She's gonna meet the right guy. The right guy's gonna be on her tail. The right guy's gonna be on her ass when she's sleeping, go in the bathroom with her, while she's shitting, come out, be right there, But guess what? She already got the good guy. Now she gotta experience something else. So she gotta, like, life ain't just sitting here and experience the same thing. It's just gonna be
Brother,
boring.
you have confused all of
Okay,
us.
it's okay.
I'm
Hold on.
trying
He just
All
speaks
right, my bad.
fast. It sounds like he is
No.
Dominican from the Bronx. That's what it sounds like. Are you from the Bronx? Brooklyn? All right. So I understood
Shout
him.
out to
It was
Fordham
easy for
Road.
me. It was easy for me to follow him. But
It's crazy
the,
how I understood him
Then
too.
work out the no.
Thank you.
I
the
understood all
problem
of it.
is
I just don't see where it's relevant.
is relevant because
You just said that girls meet bad guys first.
No, I didn't.
all right. So it's relevant because y'all want to focus on what women need to do. And this is why I titled the show Focus on the Focus. If you, the man, are focused on the things that you need to do for your outcome, and then you will find the right woman, the correct woman that is for you and your outcomes. You cannot worry about the women that you cannot control. Men got to stop worrying about controlling majority of women. You cannot. So the only thing you could do is focus on the women that you attract and that you want to have an outcome with. And then once that happened, when you have her back and she have yours, then now y'all two can hold each other responsible for the acts that you have after y'all get together. So regardless if I'm a man and I meet a woman and in the beginning she's telling me I don't need no man, it doesn't matter to me if she's giving me certain characteristics that I do enjoy, because after it's all said and done, a couple of months down the line, that same woman's going to say, God damn it, I cannot breathe without Sharon.
Okay,
I want to know.
Sharon, I have to speak here. I have to speak here because anything that can be
Something wrong
done
with
to
you.
stop your singing must be done. Number two, this is where you and I differ. Any woman who I immediately meet who tells me that she does not need a man is telling me openly that something in her past has trained her that she doesn't need to satiate my need to be needed.
Correct.
I have a need to be needed. What you're telling me out the gate is fuck that.
Correct.
And that's great for you to cultivate that, Sharon. That's fine. And there are many men who do it, but I happen to know scores of sisters. I can fill a short yellow bus with sisters in my life that will not tell you the foolishness that they don't need a man. So why would I then? Why would I convince you? Why would I sell you when there is things, especially, and I'll say this and land the plane, I believe as I teach my daughter, most women, you need to come up on a man fucking the shit out of his purpose and be in a threesome with that.
Facts.
You need to
Very
be
true.
a man. A man need to be hitting his purpose from the back. He don't need to be all this chasing women.
Perfect.
And when the woman
You and your
shows
daughter
up,
have the most colorful
come on,
conversations.
brother. When the woman shows
Yeah,
up,
that was
the
wild.
women in your life that you choose, men,
I get it though.
should only serve the purpose that you are building. Because you can fuck the girl at the CEO at Bank of America the same way you can the one that works behind the counter at Hot Dog on a Stick.
Okay.
You choose. And in that choosing, and I landed here, there is no way in hell that I would tell a young man to choose a woman that comes out of her face out the gate with how she don't need you.
And so, and this goes to show that we are saying the same thing. That's why I
No,
said
we're not.
I said focus on your focus. And if you are focused on your focus, it doesn't matter what she needs, because if she wants you, that is greater than a need. Because
We could not possibly be saying. I disagree with that.
She is choosing you on a day-to-day basis. If somebody
disagree
I
with
got
that.
you, you finish. If you with somebody that needs you, you don't even know if that person's actually there for you. And that is the issue that a lot of men are having. And majority of men do not know if that woman is actually there for them, because they are keep trying to put women into a necessity situation instead of a want situation. I want to build a relationship with this man, and I want to build a relationship with this woman. And this is the problem that a lot of men are getting told, that you need a woman to say, I need you. I don't want her to need me. Because it don't make no damn sense, because I'm going to make myself so goddamn beautiful and powerful. Any woman that's with me will be insane to leave me.
Oh, you mean like Aisha Curry?
If she was to leave me, her friends are going to say, bitch, are you stupid?
Like Aisha Curry?
That's the greatest
like
man
Aisha
I ever
Curry.
known in my life. If I found me a man that's like him, where the fuck is his brother at? We need to clone Sharon, because I need Sharon. Bitches, you crazy?
You sound like you're describing Aisha Curry's friends.
And the reason why it's going to happen that way is because I don't need a woman to need me. I want her to want me the same way how I want her. And this is why men need to focus on the focus. And if you build
Sharon,
have you ever heard the Sharon?
I need to get in this, bro.
Sharon, I have a question. Real quick.
Can I elaborate on that?
Can I please just ask my
Hold
question?
on, let Sharon finish.
What it is that I be having y'all got to interrupt me when I be patient. I be patiently waiting and have the conversation. All I'm saying is that I'm not just talking, I'm walking the walk. So the fact that we have women today that says that they don't need a man, and they are correct. They don't need your ass. What they do, they want your ass. That's why they willing to cry in a Honda Accord or a goddamn Bentley, because it don't even matter to them, because either way they're going to be fucking crying.
But the other side of that is, though, you have men saying that I don't want a woman to really be my partner. I don't want to offer her anything. I don't want to offer her any security, right? So when women are saying they don't need men, men are saying, well, I could just go to the Dominican Republic and rent a chick. My issue is with both
There's
sides.
a value exchange problem.
Right. So now my problem is with both sides. Both sides sound goofy to me. You would become a better man if you didn't have to book a Spirit Airlines flight to go get some buns, right? And these women who feel like they don't need a man don't realize how much partnership can elevate the both of you. I have a problem with both sides. That's just, I want to make it clear. That's all.
You said that 30 times today.
Okay,
I need to point something out to you, though. I need to point something out to you.
I got you, Hood. So Hood want to jump in on this part of the conversation as well. We try to get everybody in there. Go ahead, Hood. Then we go back to Uncle Jeff, and we are welcome.
Izzy too. I got something to say too.
All right, so we go Hood, Uncle Jeff, Izzy, iRock, and then Marvelous Opinion, because so everybody could just get in. Welcome to the show. Marvelous. Go ahead, Hood, sorry.
Okay. Now the thing is, both sides are not really coming at it from the same point. When it comes to the women saying that they don't need a man, what they have done is overcome essentially a historical reality. That is a game changer. That's ground shifting between men and women for women to literally say out their face with any truth and honesty they don't need men. So if she has sex with whomever, her baby's not going to starve to death in the wilderness, right? If she goes out at night, most women are safe at almost any type time of night in this country. Most of this country is safe for most of these women. And so women don't quite need men in the way that they've needed men from a historical reality perspective. Now, what you want me to do is replace that historical reality with the girlish vision of I want. And that's not stout, that's not solid ground for a man to stand on, to build his future on, to sacrifice all of his labor and all of his dedication on something as flimsy as a girl's wants. A woman's wants literally change moment to moment. I love you one day, I hate you the next day, I feel high one day, I feel low the next day. You are asking men to bet it all essentially on the feelings of the most emotional of humanity.
Yeah, nah,
Knowing
you
that
bugging.
women are inherently emotional, knowing that women are inherently flighty, you're telling men instead of building something based on mutual need, which was the historical reality, we should sacrifice all we know about men and women and try to live in this castle in the sky based on what women say they want. No, it's
But
not working, and it doesn't
No,
work. And
that's
okay,
not
hold
what I
on,
everybody
was
who
hold
saying,
on,
tries,
wait,
brother.
hold on. It was hold
most
on.
people who do that fail.
Okay, so the problem is, before you go, Uncle Jeff, thank you for allowing me to skip the line just a little bit. I
Come
appreciate
on,
it.
man.
The
I'm
problem is that we need people to not just talk, we need them to walk. So what I'm trying to get you to understand, I'm walking the walk where I'm proud that my wife is choosing me every day. So therefore, this is not just a talking point. This is real life. Your woman have to choose, just like Uncle Jeff would be able to explain to you. His woman have to choose him every day. She got to wake up and work on their relationship every day. I'm pretty sure he agrees with that statement, but I want him to address what is being said so he could get his full thought out. Please let Uncle Jeff get his full thought. It's Uncle Jeff, Izzy, iRock, and then Marvelous Opinion. Go ahead.
Okay. Number one, we have. Wow, what a salad of shit we just pulled out. Of course, there is you, there's the woman, and then there's the relationship, and that's the thing that the two of you water daily. Absolutely. I'm not quite sure what that has to do with need and want, but I'm not. This is like watching fat kids run right now. I'm not going to do that anymore. Let's just address these two sides that Willie was talking about. That's two sides of a stop sign. There are 6 other sides. There are the concept that the only dudes leaving this country to see women are dudes that can't get buns here. That's an ugly rubber stamp, and it's grossly inaccurate. Grossly. What's closer to the truth is that communication between black man and black woman has been attacked and destroyed on such a level that black men are fleeing a continent from their own women. So much so that they've been given a nickname.
Sucker
Are
shit.
some of them simps? Absolutely. Are some of them just looking to go buy pussy off the street? Absolutely. Do they make up the majority? And especially,
Absolutely.
oh boy, and especially of the anecdotal individuals that I know. Fine. Let's say they make up the majority. The majority of everything nowadays is shit. And maybe that is the disconnect here. I don't speak in majorities. When I speak about black men, I'm not talking about the shitty ones. When I speak about happy black women and happy black men in relationship, I am talking about people who are willing to show up and work on the relationship and understand that if there are any children involved, the children are more important than their selfish asses. I'm talking about those people. I'm talking about black people who didn't give up on math when it got letters in it. I'm talking about black people of substance, dealing with other black people of substance. And if you're talking about that, that we are going to have to deal with, part and parcel, the concept that we have to find one another. And that's where you and I bump heads, Sharon, is that when we talk about men, you want to talk about specific men. When we talk about women, you want to discuss all women, and I do not. I do not believe in it. There's a group of sisters that brothers should be looking for. And when I say brothers, I mean brothers that have their shit together, that are after something, that are not wasting sisters' time, that are not wasting their own time, that are trying to build. I'm not talking about the bullshit niggas or the bullshit broads. They're going to find themselves together and they're going to perish on the cold prairie. Those body bags are for somebody, and they are for the people who are ineffective, who cannot communicate together, who are unnecessarily violent, who are abjectly ignorant and don't want to work together. They ain't gonna make it. I ain't talking about that.
So the problem is that people that work together, they don't need to. They want to work together, and that's the I think that's the problem that
that's where we disagree,
and that's where we keep on disconnecting at. I'd rather have somebody that wants to work for my company than needs to work for my company, because a person that wants to work for my company, he's going to make sure we should see. He most likely is going to treat that company. He's going to most likely treat the company like it's his own, and that's what I need for the company to move forward. A person that needs my company to keep him feeding, he's going to do the bare minimum just so he don't get fired. And that's what we don't want in our woman. We do not want our woman doing the bare minimum just so she won't get fired.
I don't think that's the reality of the market.
That's what I'm talking about.
It doesn't matter.
That is not a reality.
Hold on. Just because I was able to listen to your point and try to reiterate what I'm saying, it doesn't make it's okay. We let Uncle Jeff get a chance to rebuttal, and then we gonna get Izzy I Rock in. Go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
I think what you said makes perfect sense in another conversation, because it has absolutely nothing to do with what I said. Nothing. I said nothing about need and want from a standpoint of whether or not they're binary in a relationship with a woman. The want to be with me is implied. This is not that's apples and bowling balls.
Okay, so my main point of my conversation that you said you disagree with is the need and wants. And I'm telling you that if you have a woman that needs you, that's a very dangerous thing for you as a man. And the reason why that's a very dangerous thing for you as a man, because the moment that you cannot produce what she needs to, what she feels to sustain that relationship, she will leave you. But if she wants to be with you, she would go through the ups and downs with you. So this is where our point of contention was. Maybe you forgot that's where our point of contention was.
No, I guess I remember it now, because I forget that you often act like two things can't possibly exist. Number one,
it can't.
There's a song that basically pisses in the face of what you're saying, and it's called "If You Only Knew" by Patti LaBelle. And if you get to the vamp, guess what she says? Love and need and want you, baby. Love and need and want you, baby. They are possible, sir. I don't know who these opportunistic bloodsuckers you're discussing are. I would happen to believe. I'll land it here.
It's okay. If you don't act, you can act like you don't understand what I'm saying.
I would never do that, sir.
You could talk to something else. That's fine.
That would imply that your concepts weren't beneath me.
My statement remains the same. So this is why we got to be very clear when we are speaking to young men that want to be in fruitful relationships. We got to be very clear. We cannot have this gray area. No, I do not. I'm very clear on what I'm saying and very specific on what I'm saying. And people keep trying to gray it up. I don't understand why. Two things cannot be true at the same time. Absolutely fucking
Of
not.
course not.
So therefore, this is way. So once that
So
happens,
my wife doesn't
and so
exist.
when I do that and I'm speaking to a young man that want to have information, I'm very clear. So this way he understands where I'm going. And so when I'm with my wife, right, I'm very clear.
Sure.
Ain't no fucking gray area. Hey,
Sure.
babe, this is what I expect you to do. It's
Sure.
no, maybe I could do this sometimes. No,
Sure.
it ain't no gray. Do
Understood.
this. I'm going to do this because she's going to have the same thing for me. Because once we are
Yes.
together and we
Fantastic
are one,
other subject. Yes.
I can hold her responsible for what I need her to do because I don't have no gray area, and
Yes.
she can hold me responsible for
Sure.
what I got to do for her.
Wonderful topic,
So
Chance.
the problem is that way too many times we keep having these conversations and y'all keep want to muddy up the waters for no
Sure.
fucking reason, just so we can have anything.
And another
happen.
topic change.
Oh my God. That's so I guess you just disagree. I don't understand. Because you don't even disagree with what I'm saying.
No,
I'm not
because,
just
but that's
guys,
the problem,
guys.
Ron.
The problem
You
is
speak.
the
You
main
speak,
problem
and
is the
it's
main
hard to
problem.
disagree
Hold
with,
on, please.
but you're
Let me
not
finish my
saying
point
much.
so I do not interrupt. The problem is that I'm not just talking to talk. If you disagree with me, then,
Well,
disagree.
that's the
I
bad
don't say that you are full of shit because of what you are saying. I just disagree with what you're saying and substantiate what I'm saying and why I disagree. I don't put no false pretense on you and say you disagree. This is what you do all the time, and this and this and this and this, and make some bullshit up. I'm telling you very directly. I'm telling you very directly how I see positive and productive relationships should move.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. So don't try to muddy up my words by trying to add all
you're
these other
saying
shit.
it.
I don't give
You're
a
saying
damn.
it. It just has
I
nothing to
don't
do with
give
what
a
we were talking
damn.
about before.
I don't care about how a
Absolutely.
pimp and a
I'm
hoe.
done with it.
I
You're
don't
right, I'm
care
wrong.
if a pimp and a hoe have a successful relationship. I ain't
You're
talking
right
about
and
that
wrong.
kind of
You're right.
relationship.
I think I'm trying to
I'm
tell
not
you
trying
that
to
you're
be
right.
a right or wrong. I'm just
Well,
giving you my point of view. Stop
absolutely.
trying to.
Point taken.
So why are you
defer.
stopping me from talking?
I
I don't
defer.
understand. Why are you talking while I'm talking? There's no way that you're listening. And you are a grown older man. You're supposed to be showing other young people how men are supposed to communicate. We're supposed to be able to have a verbal discourse and it be okay that I fully listen to you and you fully listen to me. But we know for a fact that all those movements that you are doing, you are not listening. And it is showing bad behavior in real
I'm not
time.
listening?
And it is okay.
How am I not listening?
We have to understand because communication.
How am I not
communication? I heard
listening?
you. Because communication is 80% nonverbal. So you're communicating to me very clearly when you're doing
That
all
I
these
agree
things,
with you.
and when you're doing all these things, you are bullshitting, and we can see the disingenuous
Absolutely.
inside what you are doing right now in this moment.
Of course.
And it is okay, but we don't need men to be disingenuous. We need honesty and clarity for who
So it's
we are
not okay?
communicating
I thought you said
with.
it was okay.
And see, again, you keep saying that you listening to me, but I'm telling you, I want to finish my thought without you interrupting. But yet, if you was listening, you wouldn't do it. So therefore, again, you proving my point that you are not listening.
Is it
and
okay
this is
or
a
not?
problem that this is crazy that this is happening in real time. And you're an older gentleman.
Is it
and I
okay
don't
or not? You
understand-
said it was
I
okay.
don't understand why you only do this. You don't do
I only
this.
do it to you.
You don't need to do this to get your point across. You speak and you speak for a long time, and we allow you to have a conversation. So there's no need to cut me off just because you feel like whatever you got in your life is more important than what I'm saying. My channel is for people to be able to communicate who they are. It doesn't matter their status. I let people like Jalen that should not be on any panel. I let them get a chance to be up here and speak. Because a lot of times people just need to be heard sometimes. And the fact that y'all come here to try to silence me is insane to me on my own channel. And then look around like you don't understand what I'm saying.
I have no idea what you mean.
Go ahead, Izzy I Rocket, then we got Marvel's opinion.
Damn, that's a lot. We gonna agree. Let us agree to disagree first. You know what I'm saying? Let us agree to disagree. That's first thing first. Second of all, need and distractions is not the same. So if people saying that you don't need a female, females was here first, they made a male. That a female was here first, that made male. We come from females. That's first thing first. know what I'm saying? Second thing is, Dandara, is that if you're in a relationship, it's not about pussy or fucking. That shouldn't even be mentioned. That's first thing first. Ass, pussy, any of that, it's not even mentioned. There's people paralyzed that's in relationships. Dandara. There's people that's autistic that's in relationships. There's people that don't even think about fucking that's in relationships. And now there's people that's never even trying to get into that. So we're not even going to get into that. And more or less a nice, I've been in a relationship for 18 years, right? Boom. So this is what it is. You will want your girl not to need you. So Sharon is right. You don't need.
It's pronounced Sharon.
Sharon? I'm sorry, Sharon. So Sharon. You know what I'm saying? Sharon's completely right. If you got a girl, right, that needs you at first, you will want to make her independent to make her not need you, because you got things that you got to do as a man. She got things that she got to do as a girl. You know what I'm saying? So you want independent people. I've been in an 18-year relationship, right? This is what I'm saying. She does what she does, and in our relationship, all we did was grow. We just grew together. Since the child, we grew together. She does what she does. I do what I do. At the end of the day, we don't acknowledge what other people is doing. You know what I'm saying? I don't acknowledge what she got to grow too. We all growing together. You know what I'm saying? So a need, you don't need. She don't need you. That's false. And want.
Who on the panel is Dundada? I'm looking at the name.
Everybody's. I'm Dundada, but I come from different panels. I come from different sectors. I come from different chats. I got interviews with 607 Unc. I got interviews with Terry Gangsta Williams. I got my own channel. I got my own thing going on, but I'm here with you, because I feel like, oh shit, I collaborate with you too. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to, you know what I'm saying, be here and be cordial. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just trying to get my acknowledgement too, because you know what I'm saying? I've been in a relationship. I'm still in a relationship. And I'm a young dude. I've been in an 18-year relationship. Got a child, got a kid. You know what I'm saying? We still together. I got 30 niggas, 30 boys that none of them live with their baby mama. None of them live with their thing, because they all come from weak mind. You know what I'm saying? When you transition and stuff like that, and you got a girl that's probably going to that's going to tell you, oh yeah, you transitioning, but she's so scared, so she's gonna start picking at you, like, oh yeah, you better go do this, or you better go do that. They so weak, they so used to being a boss in the streets, they leave the situation. You know what I'm saying? You got girls that's so scared of what they men are doing, they leave the situation. They're like, yo, I'm done with this man, because I can't. You know what I'm saying? But the only thing that you're gonna do is grow. You gotta grow. You gotta stay strong. The person that you meet, distractions is everywhere. A fat ass, a better looking girl. You're gonna have a better looking girl with whack a pussy, an ugly girl with better pussy. That is not. That's distraction, bro. Ain't no such thing as pussy, having sex, this, that. When you come down to having. You love someone, you love someone, you're going to love them no matter what. She's paralyzed right now, she can't do nothing. I'm wipe her ass. I'm going to get right with her. I ain't fucking her, I still love her the same intellectually. I don't beat it, I don't want nothing or need nothing from her. I just love her. That's all I fucking do is love. She don't want or need nothing from me. She could leave right now. What the fuck she want or need? She could go buy a dildo. She could go get money. She could go do what she wants. She could go make another man. She makes kids. She's the one on this earth that made you as a man. A girl bacteria made a male to reproduce. Girls run this world, and a girl's gonna put you in your place to keep you right. Without a girl, you won't be straight. You ain't gonna be right. You won't be lost. You won't think. Men need girls. It's a positive and a negative. It's balance in the world. Positive negatives are on battery. Positive negatives in the world. Positive balance. Like, what are you talking about? You need a girl. A man need a girl. A girl don't need a nigga.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That was some good energy. I love the energy. No, we appreciate the energy.
I'm gonna have to come back to that point. I'm gonna hold you to something you just said, Dundada. You just contradicted the shit out of yourself, Dundada. And we're gonna have to have it out. We're gonna have to fight. We're gonna have to knuckle up about what you just said, Dundada. So when it comes back to me, we're gonna talk about it.
Hold on. Wait till you come right back. Go ahead, Marlon's opinion. We're gonna get Marlon's opinion in there.
And get your own annoying sound.
Yo, Gigi, I'm ready. I'm ready. You heard? We're gonna knuckle up. I'm ready, Dundada. I'm ready.
and then we're gonna bring back in the beautiful MK into the conversation. Go ahead, Marlon's opinion. So this way, not everybody got their words in. Go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, family? It's been a minute, but yeah, you guys are talking about needs and wants and desires and all that stuff between men and women. Honestly, I think it comes down to dependency. I think people look at it as weakness. So it's like, I don't need you. You don't need me. If I needed you, I'd be weak. And honestly, I think it's an interpersonal issue. It's more of an insecurity because you actually depend on more things, not just people. So to say you don't need is disingenuous. It's just your ego talking.
Well said.
So if you want to be that person that says, I don't need, that's okay. You can project that to the world. Do as you please. But realistically, myself, I couldn't even say I don't need friends. I don't need a car. I don't need anything the world has to offer. That would be something that I could desire. All I need is to eat, shit, breathe, and that's all I need to sustain my life. But if I wanted to sustain humanity, well, I would need people to sustain humanity as a whole. But if I wanted to just say in general, be by myself, sure, I can be by myself. I can do for myself. But honestly, am I really be by myself? If I have someone to talk to and they're listening, that need to reciprocate is there. I don't know any person here on the panel, because you'll be a hypocrite to say so, who is not speaking to be received and be understood. Unless you're that person, you're not, because you're here with us talking, then you're a liar. But you will say what you want to say, again, for your ego, and that's fine. Because anyone can make the claim that I don't need, but then you look at the evidence around them, and it seems like we need each other, period.
All right, and I just disagree. I think you just, with your words, you just proved that a man or a woman don't need a husband or a wife. They want a husband or a wife.
In context, you brought husband and wife. I said each other in
I
general.
don't understand why we are confused about what am I saying. We are not talking about anything else, but a woman can absolutely maintain herself for the rest of her life being single without a man.
But
In
then that
context of
and
marriage,
still-
so in context of
and
marriage,
still-
then I would take my statement back. If you're talking about just in context of marriage alone, yeah, you can buy a dog and die alone. Of course, anyone can do that. Who can't do that?
Okay.
then
So I don't. This is why I don't be understand why y'all be attempting to argue with just a true statement. It's weird to me, but y'all attempt to
I
do it all
wasn't
the
trying to
time.
give a
It's
statement.
okay.
I was
So,
just saying in
Sharon, I
general.
would
I
say
didn't
I
know.
don't
I did
need.
not know
for
that
some
was the context of the matter. I didn't
Sharon,
know
I
those
would say I don't
context.
need a partner to survive, but to be my optimal self, I need my wife. And I'm
You
not,
don't
it
need it.
doesn't
You
make
want it.
me, it doesn't make me insecure to feel that way. I'm masculine enough to know I can survive totally on my own. I don't need anyone to survive. But to be my optimal self, right? I do need an extra set of eyes. I do need some checks and balances, right? I'm a goofy. I'm a crash out. So I need someone to pull my leash every once in a while. And that's the authority, right? I know men get uncomfortable with me even giving a woman that title, right? But that's the authority she has in our partnership. I trust she is my greatest counsel. I need that.
Okay, that's fine. That is what your need, and we are going to concede to that's your personal need. That is fine. That is great. However, majority of healthy relationships, they want to be with each other, and that's why they continuous day to day need. They don't need to make it work. They want to make it work. If you need somebody, it's probably not a good, fruitful relationship. Usually, when you need somebody, it's a one-sided relationship. That's why people are in their phone as food. I want to welcome MJ back into the show. And Uncle Jeff, you got it right after MJ.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead, MJ.
I think that, there is a little bit of truth about the needing and want, and I believe that they do come simultaneously. However, I do think that people do lean more on the wanting, especially when they're picking a specific type of mate. But the need there is for human connection, right? So human connection, people need people. But wanting what type of person you're going to have that human connection in is very powerful, right? And I think that sometimes men, I'm not going to say all women, because there are women out there that says they don't need a man, right? And if they have to do it without a man, they will do it without a man. However, if they do want that human connection, they do want a man, but they want a specific type of man. You know what I'm saying? So I think sometimes they take it when they say, I don't need a man. Maybe try to look at it as, I don't need a man like this. I don't need a man like that. Just like how men should look at it with women. I don't need that type of woman. I don't need that type of BITCH, HO3, whatever. Not. I don't need that type of woman in my life. You know, so we start looking at it in that way. I think they won't get so upset and your ego won't feel like, wait a minute, why am I the only one needing in this situation? You know what I'm saying? Like there are wants. People want, people do need. That's how I view it. But, hey.
Is my okay. First off, thank you, sister. That made so much sense. Well, actually, that second. First,
Yeah, let me get in after Jeff, please.
This sister is okay. We should all just put our avatars up. This sister's beautiful. You niggas are hideous. What? Yeah, just leave it like that. Yes, you're a fantastic sister. Anyway, like Wall Street Willie said, I'm sorry, bro. When you reduce a woman out of counsel, there is shit women see that your monkey ass will never. There's ways they look at shit. There is, I am about to do a huge piece of business because my business partner's wife made a suggestion we took that we didn't see coming.
I need that.
If you cannot look to your woman for counsel from her side, advice from her side, then you have just reduced her to a whore, a cook, and a maid. I need my wife's opinion. Dude, her word is first, my word is final. But her word is very clear. I don't make big decisions. I sit down, babe, what you think of so-and-so, blah, blah, blah. Well, I see it this way, and this is, and damn, I never thought about that. I need that, bro. And there are things that I happen to know that my wife needs me for. I like being there for those things. And if you can reduce a man's need in a woman's life to just provision of things, not spiritual counsel, not binary logic. These are things that women who know they need men know they need that have nothing to do with currency. I have often asked women, if you measure your man by the dollar he makes, what will you measure him by when the dollar collapses? So I'm not talking about money. I'm not talking about the fact that they can hire a man to do blank. I am talking about the things that without materialism, the Creator put us here for one another. I need those things from her. I'd like to believe she needs those things from me, and that's not about want.
Okay, and I just got one question for the needs, because Willie said he needs his wife. Uncle Jeff said he needs his wife. If she cheats on you, are you going to stay?
Wow.
Who was that question to?
To Willie and Uncle Jeff. If she cheats on you, are you staying with your wife?
I'll answer that. One of the things I need from her.
Yes or no?
I'm answering.
Yes or no?
Give him the yes or no first.
So wait. If I give you the yes or no, can I elaborate after that?
Eventually.
All right. So I would say I don't know. Right?
Okay.
And my reason.
Okay. Pause. You can pause there. Okay, Uncle Jeff, if your woman cheats on you, are you staying with her?
No.
Okay, so therefore she ain't a need. Thank you.
That is if my say, wait a minute. Let's follow that.
Hold on.
Hold on. Because if you need
Jeff, let me rock out for a second.
So if my car breaks down, then I don't need it.
Exactly.
Okay, there you go. Okay,
right.
Defense rest. There's no dissent.
You can walk.
If your car broke down, you're gonna buy a horse.
No, you can find other ways. It got Uber. It got hold on, it got other ways you can get there without that car.
Crystal
Plenty
clear.
of people.
Let's be crystal
I
clear.
love it when I just cook up y'all damn talking points.
It's because you're not
manipulating.
You're not being.
Well,
you're,
wait,
you're
let me
being
answer.
disingenuous
Let me
right
answer
now.
real quick, right?
You're
One of the
being
things that I need,
disingenuous.
one of the things that I need from my wife is security. So if she did cheat on me, she possibly failed in that need that I have, right? So yeah, I may leave, right? But then I'm honest on the other side of that. I understand relationships and in particular marriages enough to know that sometimes the other side of the partnership fails, right? You're not doing the things that you need to do, right, to keep your partner needing you, where they wouldn't violate your relationship by cheating, right? If I could be honest with myself and say I failed in certain
It's
areas,
okay.
then I might not.
It's
Hold
okay.
on.
It's
If I could
hold
be
on, hold on.
honest
No,
with
don't tell me to hold
myself,
on. It's my show. It's okay. It's okay to say, you know what? You know what, Sherrod? I didn't see that angle, and maybe I need to recalibrate my thought process on what I am talking about, what I need and what I don't need.
nah, I'm still
And it's just
standing on what I'm
fine. It
saying.
is okay, and I don't
believe you
understand why
asked
y'all want
me.
to
I
die.
wasn't even.
I don't know. I don't understand why y'all want to die on the fact. It is okay.
No,
You don't.
it's
You
not
So
don't
let me
okay.
need
finish
it.
the point.
Hold on. You don't need it. You want it, and it is okay to want your woman. You should want your woman because you got the want to keep the relationship moving in the right direction. Because every single day in a relationship, you have to make a choice to keep it moving.
Also
One
true.
sense.
Simple
One
as that.
sense.
But it is
One
not
sense.
Can I say something?
because
Can I
once
elaborate?
you need something, somebody's going to take advantage of the other person because that's just what happens.
Is it all
in
right if I
relationships.
please
And I
One
want
sentence.
to
I
give the
want a
space.
woman
I
that
want to give the
fulfills my
space.
needs.
I want to give the space for hood serve. He asked politely that he could go after Uncle Jeff. I want to see. Do he still want to have a conversation with it? He still
How
want
is that possible? He's after me and I didn't finish.
Come on, Jeff. You cut me off. Fall back.
No,
big
I
brother.
didn't.
It's okay. Just all you gotta do is just concede and say, you know what, Sharon, I didn't see the angle and it's okay. It's all right.
I'm saying I
Sharon, you
want
gave
a
Jeff the
woman that
floor.
fulfills my
Jeff, do you
needs.
still
One
have the
sense.
floor?
Say that again. What's that?
I said, Sharon, you gave Jeff the floor. Jeff, do you still want the floor? I'm waiting for you
I
to
don't
finish,
know.
and I'll go on.
I just would like to have it for 30 more uninterrupted seconds if I could.
It usually turns into 3 minutes, but go ahead.
You on the clock.
Okay, well then let's start the clock. Here's why I had to leave my wife for cheating. Because you can lie without cheating. You can't cheat without lying. And I need honesty. That's a need. That's not a want. Done.
So therefore, again, this is why need is so important, right? Because if you need something and it breaks that need, you let it go. So therefore, you didn't need it. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. Words mean something. It absolutely means something.
That really makes sense to you, huh? Okay.
If you needed it, so therefore, if you needed your wife, it don't matter if she cheat. It don't matter if she a fucking hoe. It doesn't matter if she sleep with the next door neighbor because you need her. So the problem is that you needed honesty and you needed your woman to be faithful to you. And once you didn't get that need, what happened? You left.
That's a perfect mix. That's a perfect mix of person and station. Nice job.
30 seconds of
nice
time.
Job.
Thank you, and I appreciate
nice
it.
job.
It's okay.
You mix person with station,
it's okay.
And everybody who don't know what you're doing let you get away with it.
This is why I'm trying to get you to understand. Once you say I need something, right? Once you say that, I mean, no matter what,
person
let me finish my thought. For some reason, I just be hurting y'all soul. I get it.
No, you're just full of shit right now. You're full of shit.
Let me pull that soul. I got
That's
it.
your hand full of shit. That's a handful of shit you have right now.
Let me talk to your soul. Hold on.
No.
This is why I said you gotta want.
No, that's your hand. Your hand is full of poo-poo.
I'm talking to your soul right now.
Not possible.
Hold on.
Not possible.
Hold on. I just
Not
snatched it out.
possible.
Hold on. Let me talk to it.
Possible. Not possible. My
Hold
soul.
on. I just
my
grabbed.
soul
Hold on.
rests in a bigger
to you.
hand.
Hold on.
Finish
You
him.
can't possibly do that.
All right. Hold on. Because I swear to God.
Are we done now?
Y'all up. Y'all get so emotional. I don't understand what y'all call Thomas asses. God damn it.
Can we just say that the need comes from what we want,
Correct.
because that's what it is, right? You want
Mm.
this particular person, and then you need this particular person to do what you need them to do in that relationship.
Correct.
So it starts off with just want, but that need for that person to comply with that want.
I want someone
Hell, hold on. That
that
was
will
not an open
provide.
door for you, Willie. That door was not open for you. God damn
It
it.
was. I'm agreeing with
I've
you.
been
Hold
I've
on,
been waiting patiently, and
hold
I
on,
thank you,
hold on, 'cause
Sharon,
I
for
want to
doing a
give
great job.
a space for Hood to reclaim his time, and I also want to give a space for Izzy Rock. He wanted to jump in as well. So all I want to say is this: for plenty of years, I've always heard men and women both say, "I don't want no needy ass man. I don't want no needy ass woman." They will leave a partner because they are too needy. You are too goddamn needy. I don't want to be with your ass some more. I need somebody that's gonna let me be me. You need
So
all
need
my
and needy are
time.
the
You need
same.
all my love. You need all my attention with your needy ass. Get
So
up out my
need,
space. Go
need and
ahead,
needy are the
alternative.
same.
Okay. Whatever that was, I'm glad it's over. I have something to say before I actually. I'm gonna send Dundada the alley oop, but in a moment, I just want to point out a couple of things. I think MJ is maybe the most accurate in the argument that wants and needs are perhaps interwoven in an intimate way that can't be like extricated fully. So I think I can stand on a lot of what she was just talking about. Wants and needs do kind of interweave with one another. However, I think it's very interesting that the very start of this conversation was not about really men needing women. It was about women stating that they no longer need men. And I started out pointing out that that position is born in a practical structural reality because the physical basic needs that women have are largely taken care of. Again, your children will not suffer because you did crazy things. Like your child's suffering is almost entirely about your decision making and not because you are unprovided for the most part, right? And so women have kind of surpassed that basic level. And then when you get to the issue of need, I think it's very interesting that the entire nature of this conversation has turned into men admitting and professing their need for their women, their wives, which I don't really disagree with. But what I take issue with, which is where Dundada comes up now, you did all that talking about how it's not about need, and then immediately said that men need women, women make men, women are everything, and you put men below the women as if the need is only one way. And what I'm arguing is that if men and women, and this is where the need comes from, I pointed this out earlier. We can't do the clan thing that was brought up earlier. Men want to thrive in Western culture by the rules of Western society. We need women to cooperate so that we can build our lives together, so we can build our dreams together, so we can achieve certain goals together. We do need the women to do that. The problem that I'm running up against, and I think the problem that the panel has all talked around, is the fact that women no longer think that way. They don't think they need men to achieve their dreams. They don't think they need men to hit their goals. The goals that a lot of men have in life are built on women. The goals that a lot of women have in life, men are interchangeable. They just, and this is where the other problem comes in about wants. Now that your basics have been covered, your wants turn into fantasies. You are no longer selecting what I want
Damn.
based on practical need. You're selecting what I want based on fantastical need. What I want now becomes the most purest form of your desire now. And it's not the whatever guys that are available. And so now that women are operating from a place of want, the place of want that you're telling us that us men are safe in, they're totally living a fantasy life. And we cannot be safe trying to achieve their version of I want when their wants are not born in practicality. And so that's what I want to kick it back to the Dundada. We do both need each other, but I argue to you that the women, by and large, don't believe it anymore.
It's
And
crazy.
my criticism
crazy
of
that
you making that point was that you believe them when they say that. If they didn't need a man, Pookie wouldn't be playing PS5 in their bedroom right now. Be a
Again,
man.
the
Take the
Pookie is
lead.
born out of fantastical, practical desire. Not, it's born out of fantastical desire, not practical desire.
I'm
That's
saying you have
exactly
to
what
be
I'm
a
talking about.
man.
Because they don't worry about their practical needs anymore. When it comes to the thing I want, it now becomes the fantastical.
But what I'm
Now they
not
think that
hearing
they can
you.
have something with that fantastical relationship.
But
Yo,
wait,
That's what
Gigi,
the
yo,
Hood.
whole
Gigi,
conversation is
But wait,
about.
yo,
Hood. What
Gigi.
I'm not hearing from you is you're confident in their need of you, right? When you make
Then
that
when did this
argument,
become about
I
me, though?
understand. Hear what
When
I'm
did this
saying? When you
become
make
about me?
no, listen to what I'm saying. When you make
Put
that
that in the
argument,
check chat.
I hear what you're saying when you make that argument, right? I just don't subscribe to it because no matter what they say, I know they not only want but need me because I'm confident in myself as a man. I know what, I hate to use the term, I bring to the table, right? So I know one of the things I pride myself on is that no serious relationship I've ever been in, I've left a woman worse than when I came into her life, right? One of the things that came from dealing with me.
All right.
Now you
Let's
gonna
get back
cut.
to the
Yeah, I
topic.
like.
You
I love
let
how
That's what he
you
does.
how
go
you cut me off,
Yeah,
crazy.
because I
boss.
was trying to pass it off to somebody
I love
directly,
it.
and you
So
literally
let
just
him say
censored
I
the
agree
shit
with
out
Hold
of
on,
it.
Billy.
MJ.
Hold on. You going off
I just
topic.
want to say I agree with
Instead
MJ.
of talking about generalities. Go
I
ahead,
understand, but
Gigi, I rock. Go ahead.
how I'm gonna elaborate? You know what I'm saying? I could forget my words, but yeah, needs and wants and data, those are just words. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. And it's crazy that you say anything because you was born from a girl. A girl made you, bring you into this world. Like, but at the end of the day, the data and she birthed you and she nurtures you, and girls is like they nurture us. You know what I'm saying? That's what they
My
do.
father gave her a gift, bro. I'm a wonderful
Yeah.
gift that my father gave her. My
All
daddy's a
right.
generous
So look
man.
at. Let me finish. Needs and wants, Dandada. Those are just words, Dandada. Like y'all talk about the world because y'all, I guess the world is mean and y'all living in the mean world, Dandada. That's just what it is. But everybody's not living in the same mean world that you're living in. Some people don't got no needs. They don't got no wants. They met their girl, Dandada. They love each other. They never even thought of any other thing to do, Dandada. It was nothing there, Dandada. They just gonna grow together. It's a fairy tale that you would never understand because you're not living, Dandada. But fairy tales do happen, Dandada. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's not living the same life. You want life to just be one way, bro. It's all ways, bro. Things that you never seen, you're gonna see them there. And they're out there, But your community or whatever you grew up or however you grew up, they ain't let you have an open mind. So you're not open-minded to what's out there, Needs, wants, that's just words, My girl don't need nothing. She don't want nothing. We've been together. We grew together, so we only seen each other. People with money don't need money. They never even thought about money. They come around with a car like, what are you talking about? And people look at them, oh, you got a car when you were 16. Or you did this, or you did that. What the fuck? I didn't even know that. That's what you want, or that's what I never needed. I never wanted. It's not there. It's just, you know what I'm saying? So your needs and your wants and your words and data, it goes this what? The life that you're living and your opinion. That's why I say that everybody could agree to disagree. But you can't sit there and tell somebody that don't even know what the fuck you talking about, that been faithful their whole life, that even though don't know about disagreements, don't know about nothing, don't know about cheating, never even thought about cheating. You bringing it up and like, oh shit, people cheat. What? I know the world's mean. What, you think they ain't people living like that? No, people live all ways, bro. People ain't just living from the trauma that you lived, bro. I went
didn't
through
bring
mad
up
trauma in
cheating,
life,
you know. That
I ain't go
wasn't
through
me, my man.
relationship trauma, but I went through mad trauma in life, And at the end of the day, what you gotta do, just be happy that you're living, alive. Everybody's when you happy that you're alive, and you look at life differently, I don't think there's gonna be a lot of needs and wants and needs. Those are words, bro. You're growing with a person, but I'm happy that everybody got a whole mean perspective on relationships, It's good to know, that you gotta have people control, that you gotta have people do this. Why can't people do what the fuck they want? You loyal and you know what the fuck they do. I could leave this house for 3 days, I come back in, she won't even think I was shit. She could do whatever she wants to do. No one's even like, there's people that think like that, but you think so mean because you got done wrong, or you seen your cousin got done wrong, your mom did your dad wrong. It's okay.
Sharon, if I may, just quickly, because I came back. Is your mic on?
Well, I would like
I
to
think you're
rebuttal
muted, Sharon.
briefly.
He
Yeah, your
muted, but
mic is
hey,
muted,
Afro
Sherrod.
Nerd, my good
Hey,
brother.
Okay,
man,
hold
Wall
on.
Street.
Hold on. So there's he was talking to Hood Assertive. If Hood Assertive
Okay.
want to address what he just said, Uncle Jeff
No
wanted to
problem.
jump in, and then we could bring Afro Nerd in there. That's fine. Okay, and then Marvelous Opinion. That's fine
When
for
do I
everybody
get
right
to go?
now? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. And I won't take forever. I wanted to point out a couple of points. I didn't really bring up the cheating thing. I actually had no input on the cheating part of the conversation at all. That wasn't anything I leveled at you. And I really wasn't even trying to bring up your particular relationship or anything in that way. I just pointed out the idea that as men, we're comfortable saying that we need our women, but somehow the idea that the women don't need us is acceptable. And I think that's not a good place to start from. Women need men. And I don't like the
Now, I was
idea
generally
that
speaking,
men
not
are
to
the
cut
only
you off.
people comfortable in the idea that we you was generally speaking, all right, fine, fair enough.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think it's closer to the truth that we actually do need each other. And I would argue that successful relationships, like what you're building, what you're standing on right now, and I like calling you Dundada just because you keep saying the shit over and over. But what you're standing on is actually more likely built on an acceptance that both parties feel like they need each other for their life goals. And I think that's more rare now than we kind of had.
Yeah, it's
Like
a real.
it's not really out there. Like most
Nah,
women are not on. I need my man, or I need this particular man to do these things with me for life. Like most women feel like men are interchangeable.
girls think
Whatever
they
the
don't know.
Stop
case may
They
believing
don't
be.
even
But
know how to
Facebook,
cook.
Dundada.
You're right.
Stop believing Facebook, Dundada.
I,
Like
I,
I'm
Yo,
saying, in
whoa.
reality,
Hold
they
on.
do
He's
acknowledge
talking,
they
man.
need
Let
us.
him talk. Why would you even cut him off? But what he's saying is right.
uh,
That girls be thinking nowadays they don't know how to. They don't need to know how to cook. They don't need to know how to do certain things. Those are just regular traditional things that grandma would teach you. No matter what. So yeah, they lack in a certain substance. But at the end of the day, it's not a needy thing. I'm just saying those are just words, bro. You gotta stop it. The need and the want. It's just
I
words,
mean,
bro.
if we're a man and you want a
Put it in your
family, you
dictionary.
need
Put it
a
in your
woman, and you have to accept that simple thing. If you want a family, you need a woman, and not only do you need her sexually for that one thing, but you need her long term cooperation because you having the family isn't just you making the baby that one time. It's you actually doing things together as a life partner situation. So when I say need, I don't think you should be shy about it. I just think one side of it is way more honest than the other side is.
Nah, it's not about being shy, but I'm gonna give the floor to someone else. It's not about being shy. I just feel like more or less the needs and the wants, the words is pushed to the side, like perfect. Ain't no such thing as perfect. They come up with words, they put them in a dictionary, they make you seem stuff like love, I need to say I love you. I don't need to show you I love you, You gonna automatically see that I love you, The things that I do, the things that I'm good for, I'm gonna protect you. Anything that gotta go on, that's love, You know what I'm saying? Why would you?
Ayo, Hood. I
No,
think you
no,
let.
Willie, no, Willie. It was a
Oh, I'll
line.
wait.
It
My
was a
fault.
line. It was a line. Please.
Am I good now or what? Can
I
I?
believe it was no. I believe it was Uncle Jeff,
Okay.
Afro
All right.
Nerd, Marvelous Opinion. I believe that's what the
Respected
line
Jeff.
was.
And then Willie.
And then PhD by MJ. They get a chance to. I don't know. They want to
PhD
talk
will
yet.
always get the skip. All right, I ain't mad at
Absolutely.
you.
Yep.
I'll go after
MJ,
I'll let
PhD.
PhD
and
go.
PhD will always get a chance to skip. So this way everybody know and they won't be confused. Yes.
I ain't mad
If
at
they
it.
want to, they can skip at any time. They can say, Sharon, I want to skip. And yes, that's how it would go down.
I
Go
ain't
ahead.
mad at
Matter of fact, MJ, do you want to skip?
No, I'm good. I'm doing something in the background. Thank you.
Go
All
ahead.
you got to do is stay on camera, sis. You've made all the
See, this
men.
is the problem. Oh my God.
Can I go
Okay,
first?
go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
okay. One, I will not apologize for number one being a respectful, intelligent, flaming heterosexual. That
Uncle Jeff, I gotta jump in right there. I love the way how you
Flaming
use flaming in heterosexual. That
Hey, yo, that
flaming,
was
bro.
wow. Hey, yo, chill out,
Flaming.
Sharon.
Look, this far, Sharon. This far. I'm this far. I'm so straight. I bite my hot dogs from the middle.
Hey,
Number
yo,
two.
no Diddy.
Number two.
pause.
Number
Yeah, the
two.
glizzy. We don't need the
Number
glizzy
two.
reference. Make your point, Lord.
Let him go. That was just
Number
The
hilarious.
two.
Uncle. That was
horizontal
pretty
glizzy
good.
No
maneuver is
Diddy.
Hold on,
dangerous,
Uncle
bro.
Jeff, I
I do
understand it
not
was really
recommend
funny.
the
I
horizontal
apologize, Uncle
glizzy
Jeff.
maneuver.
Hold on, please. Let Uncle Jeff finish his thought. I just thought that was fucking hilarious as
Thank you.
hell.
Thank
All
you.
right, go ahead, Uncle.
I thought it was my turn. Just niggas in here that I know been to court, and I know they shut the fuck up there. Number two, I got to give a wow to want and need and they're just words. Well, if they're just words, then never ever again use the term words have power. Number 3, with regard to need of a woman, I believe we've all heard of a man by the name of Bill Cosby. Well, you would not have known of Bill Cosby because he did a show in 1971 called I Spy. And after that, vultures started coming after his money. Camille Cosby said, we're moving to New York and I'm going to go to school to learn how to count your money. I believe we've all heard of a man by the name of Denzel Washington. You would not know him if it were not for Pauletta Washington, who fixed his teeth and paid for his acting classes. I believe we've all heard of a man named Sam Jackson. Well, you would not know Sam Jackson if it was not for his wife, Natasha, who ushered him through therapy when he was taping Jungle Fever. And he will tell you that there is no Sam Jackson without this woman. There are countless stories, mine included. I'm sorry. Y'all can say what y'all want. You can bend it like you like. I only mean the following. We have a need for each other, and the Creator made us with those needs. I believe that. I happen also to believe in the same aliens that the Nation of Islam been trying to tell y'all about for years, and now that they're here, nobody. Anyway,
The Jacobians.
I'll say this. I'm done.
You can land it there. That was a good spot to land it.
It was, but I'm gonna go a little further, especially since I don't say nothing while other people talking, and all you niggas find a way to step in the way of what I'm saying, except you, Sharon, because yes, sometimes you are so full of shit I can't help myself. But I love you. I say that in love.
Nah, Sharon, but he was talking to me. He's talking to me, right?
No, about you.
Yeah, you
no, I don't think
do my thing, so I'm gonna have to.
Absolutely. Bro.
Yeah,
I would love to talk.
The
only thing.
Hold on. Because I wanted to leave the room because I thought that was a good place to land so he could respond to your statements, so y'all can have a quick back and forth before we pass it to Marvelous and Afro Nerd. And also, I want to say is you also kind of proved Dundada's point that all those men that you said they needed a woman. That's what you kind of proved.
How? He said
the words.
In real time,
what you just described.
He said the word need didn't matter.
That in real time, you describe how men need women.
I've never stepped, and that's different than what
I said need and need and want. It's just words. They hold you value and you have no action. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So people can say they love you, and I'm just saying I love you. Dada. They want $1. I love you today. Give me $1. I love you. The bum on the street can say he love you. Does he? Oh my God, that's powerful. No, a statement is the statement. That's what makes the statement that holds value is powerful. You ain't Martin Luther King got a statement. That's powerful. Those are words together that forms a formula. That's not a word. Wants one word. Need is one word.
That's a bar.
You want it, you need it. You need it a lot. Then you a needy nigga.
Oh, damn, Diva just dropped. But look, let me shout out to the Cash App. It says, Sharon, hope all is well. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Good to see you. I hope everything is well with you as well. Also, we got Imperious with the $2. It says Sharon and Jeff going to kiss and make up later. LOL. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, we make up, bro. But all that other shit.
I don't know. Me and Uncle Jeff are both flaming heterosexuals.
Hey,
The White School Podcast. Y'all need an interjection of Dundada. God damn it. All right, so now we got I believe Afro Nerd was supposed to be next. Go ahead,
Yes.
Afro Nerd.
Okay,
Peace, Afro Nerd.
Peace and blessings, especially to Uncle Jeff and of course Wall Street Willie. Just a quick thing for Jeff. I know he's the entertainment person.
God damn it! I'm the one hosting the goddamn conversation. I don't get it.
I'm familiar with Jeff's work. Extremely funny comedian.
Okay.
Just a point of correction, because I used to be a Dr. Cosby when I thought he was a doctor. Dr. Cosby, I Spy was 65.
65, yeah.
Right. You remember Chet Kincaid when he was a teacher? That was in the early 70s. You okay? When he was cool. When he was cool, right? Anyway, so let me say this quickly. Last time I was here, my issue with Sharon, I appreciate your platform and all of that. But when there's a legitimate point, whether it's coming from a male point of view or a female point of view, you have to concede to that point. You have a habit of, when something's factual, when it's data, you try to flip it as if what I said or anyone says is just not true. No. You got on me earlier, Jeff. You weren't here for this, but they got into this whole thing about if a man approaches a woman and offers a drink, that means he wants some booty. Now, yeah, that's probably in there, right? But she at any time can refuse the drink, or she can go to a certain level where she feels uncomfortable. No, we're not going for that. Women are in control of that. Yes. And I flipped it and said, this is just reasonable stuff off rip. If just as a woman, hold on, stop, don't do, you're doing your acting and you're going back and forth in your chair, but I'm kicking it right now.
Don't let it touch
that troll under the bridge stuff. What I'm saying is, on the flip side, just as a woman has the right to decline sexual access when she feels uncomfortable because she doesn't know you, right. I have the right to say, hey, I don't know you, sis. Let's do Starbucks. Let's go to a walk, because if I can't give you, okay, Tavern on the Green. I said Ruth Chris. Let's say Tavern on the Green, because Negroes want to play with me. I'm going to use another restaurant, right? Shout out to Wall Street Willie. Tavern on the Green, right? If I say I don't want to do that, let's go somewhere else, and you say, well, I have to afford. You have to afford me, and I don't know you, and I can't critique on this program stripper culture, 304 culture that's all over Instagram, that's all over OnlyFans. So you messing with the wrong person here. I'm called Afronerd for a reason, right? So this OnlyFans thing, but rightfully,
but you ain't got
hold on. I'm gonna land it. Sure? I want you to answer it too.
I will. I just want to know, where's your hair? Talking about Afro nerd. You ain't got no damn hair. Talking about you an Afro nerd.
That's hilarious.
What? Yo, Sharon, relax.
What? Wait.
Wow. Come on, man, relax.
What are you talking about?
Yo,
I got hair.
Go ahead,
anyway.
Nerd.
So anyway,
what? That was funny. It's funny. It's funny.
So what I'm saying is that
you got some nice teeth though.
Hey, yo, pause. Go ahead, Afro.
No diddy, bro. No diddy.
Where did that come from?
So what I'm saying is we should rightfully critique the pimp. We should critique pimp culture, right? But in the digital age, the pimp has gone away. So if there's no more pimp, why are they still hoeing? Okay, Instagram, we know about what's happening over there in the Muslim countries. We heard about, wasn't Sweetie's card pulled recently? Sweetie, wasn't she her card pulled now? Sweetie doesn't have a pimp. 1.4 million content creators on OnlyFans, to my understanding, do not have pimps. The pimps have gone away. So the pimps have gone away. Explain whole culture.
Okay, so now,
and you know the Intrepid. You're a New Yorker. You know what the Intrepid used to be. Pause. Okay, the Intrepid is gone.
I got you. So the problem is that
that's a New York thing.
Majority of women that's on OnlyFans, they do got pimps. They call managers now. They just changed the verbiage, right? So majority of them, they cannot survive on that internet situation without some man behind them. So they do have pimps. They just changed the name around. And to go with the whole situation that women control the sexual situation, we all know when women, when they are getting to a certain position, a lot of women will express that they are
figure it out.
Women are afraid to say no after a certain time. If you got a woman all the way down to her panties and bra, y'all getting hot and heavy. A lot of women, even if she feels like she should say no, she will not say no at that moment. And it's just a real thing. And it is okay for us men to understand that is a real thing.
Can I say something on that?
You know what you're doing? You're infantilizing women. You're infantilizing women. That's not women's empowerment, what you're talking about right there. I'm just being honest with you. I got to correct you on that. Women at any moment, women can say no. Now, if a man forces himself, that is patently incorrect. But this idea that women don't have control, come on now.
Right.
Now,
So what
any
I'm, what I'm
moment,
trying to,
any
what I'm
moment,
trying to
there's
get
a
you,
there's a timeline.
what
Hold
I'm
on, there's a
trying
time,
to, what I'm
there's a
trying to get you
timeline.
to, what I'm trying to get you to
You're
understand.
trying to
If you
figure
have,
out something to
what
say
I'm
that makes
trying to
sense.
get you to understand. If you start having conversation with your family members that are females and ask them, did they ever was with a man and they kind of felt like they wanted to say no, but they didn't because they felt like they already went too far. And I guarantee you they would say yes. Not saying that the man forced himself on her, but for some reason y'all listen with these goddamn.
No, man, that's not. We can't read minds. I'm not Professor.
I'm not, oh my God.
Can
I'm
I
not
chime in on that one?
Hold on, please. I don't understand why you talking about reading minds. I'm talking about the pressure that women feel when they get to a certain level and it's getting hot and heavy in the bedroom and they are by themselves. And for some reason, you think I'm talking about reading minds. I didn't say the man did anything wrong. What I'm trying to get you to understand, sometimes women feel obligated to having sex with a man. This is why chivalry is now being pushed aside. The women saying, nah, don't do nothing nice for me. Because if you do something nice, the pressure builds up that they got to open up their legs. Just because you open up a door, because you took them out to dinner, because you're being kind to them, because you paid a bill, whatever it is.
I thought they didn't need men though. How can they feel
you
obligated
already
to sex if they don't need men?
Hold on. So now we're gonna.
I want to respond to that.
Hold on. Yes, you will. So and before that, don't ask me no disingenuous question about I thought need. Don't be stupid. We having a conversation.
They don't feel obligated to sex if they don't need men.
Yeah,
right,
can I?
That don't have nothing to do with needing a man.
I want to hold on, Dundada. Hold on, Dundada.
Let me chime in on the drinking situation real quick. Boom. That's why girls don't trust niggas, because niggas always think with their dicks. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you buying a girl a drink don't mean that you want to fuck her, bro. She's not thinking that. She's probably thinking like, bro, this guy probably not trying to get in my pants, and he's the only guy that actually bought me a fucking drink, and I'm trying to chill with him. Let me see where he's at. But there you go.
Hey, Dundada, women have monetized understanding that almost men want is the box. They've literally monetized it, Dundada.
Because niggas do.
All right, so
that's why.
So, but wait, you just
ain't no
said,
but wait. I don't understand why y'all
just said they don't view us that way.
Hold on, Willie. Hold on. And
no, bro, they viewed you that way. So when one person they introduce
Too many
yourself
men have
to
been raised by women. I see clearly.
that likes you, and then you're about to buy him a drink.
Am I on
they give you a chance.
They got women's minds, yo.
Hold on.
This is crazy.
Go ahead,
hold on.
I got sisters.
Can y'all please hold on for a second?
Go ahead, Sharon.
Where's your father, though?
Hold
on. You got a father?
Hold on.
Yeah, my father was a king cartel nigga. I got fathers. I got stepfathers.
Oh, you answered my question.
I do not
Yeah.
Give me a second. Hold on.
All right.
So here's the problem. The problem is us men would tell our daughters and any woman that we love, we tell them to avoid those complications because a man is going to take your kindness for a weakness. And for some reason, when we hop on these parents, we act like we don't say these things to our loved ones. And that is the disingenuous part. Just because you love men so much and you want to make every other man that is, we are upstanding men. We take care of all of them, but we know majority men cannot afford to take care of them.
That's not what's being said. What's being said. Hold on,
I understand it triggers y'all because y'all love men so much. I get it. But the truth of the matter is,
it's always some weird sassy. You always get mixing. You throw in some sassy jab. I find that fascinating.
No, it don't have.
It's like an indirect sassy. That's what you call them men now.
Hold on. The problem is that y'all don't even realize.
Come on, bro.
Y'all don't realize how much lovers of men y'all are.
What?
Y'all don't even realize it. Y'all just defending men at all costs, and that is a problem. Y'all have to start understanding.
This is wild. You're wild,
right? And the problem is, and this is the problem, right? When I say lovers of men, y'all want to try to make it into some gay stuff, right? And this is why we know y'all being disingenuous.
That's what lovers of men usually means.
No, it means that you.
That's not what he's saying, Afro.
I know, but that's what it kind of sounds like that.
Are you saying it's a bad thing to love your bros, or are you saying that niggas are gay? Which one?
No, he's not saying none of that.
What I'm trying to get you to understand is that we keep going down this path of
lovers of men,
having men excuse every man to be some righteous man. You are putting our loved ones in danger every single day when you do that. If you start being honest about what men are doing out here in the world, we could start actually building communities and families. Because when men show who they are, for some reason, y'all get upset when we just pull that mask up and say, "Oh, there he go. He's a misogynist. All he do is think with his dick. He's lustful, and all he want to do is concentrate on the low-level fruit, like a Sukiyama." This is why y'all keep going to the same type of woman at all times. Y'all never talk about the productive women that's in our community.
That's a fact.
Y'all do not talk about the women that have great character in our community.
I agree.
What do you call
Time and time again, we have those women on these panels, and y'all will go at them and argue with them tooth and nail, even though they doing everything opposite of what you think. It's wild.
Sharon, can we
Hold on.
I
Y'all will
just want to
have
know how
women
far
on
down
these,
am I?
y'all will have women on these panels that is opposite of everything you're saying. And y'all still will find a way to argue with that woman, still find a way to degrade that woman, still find a way to talk up under her clothes to that woman, even though everything she is showing is respectful. She not showing off no goddamn shoulders, no skin whatsoever. All
You
she
know
got
why?
is all she
there
got
is no
is
why.
what
Slow
the
down, slow down,
fuck
Jeff. No, there
is
is. Slow down,
going
Jeff.
on?
So
Sharon,
Sharon,
there are men. There are men. Without being accused of being a lover of men, can I make a factual statement?
Wait, Afro.
Because I think that's crazy.
You that. Wait.
I know what he's saying.
All right, then. So be quiet. Let me finish saying what I'm saying.
It's crazy. It's jungle babble. Go ahead.
He said, "Come out the closet."
And I don't understand. And this is a real problem that I really see is that anytime, like, I'm somebody that's not just talking, right? I'm somebody that's walking it, and y'all don't even give that man respect.
Right. So
this is the problem, and y'all supposed to be the ones that is the representation of other good men. And then when a man that is showing and proving all the things that he say, took my kids out of the school system so they could be homeschooled, took my wife out the workforce so she could be the one that is teaching and nurturing our children. Going to work, busting my ass every single day. Talking to people that I probably would not normally talk to because I have no need to talk to them. Right. Every day. And y'all keep going against me, even though I'm walking when I'm talking to them. When I just say, hey, give me an example of you walking what you talk, you have no examples.
Now, this is
not
when you got to let me speak.
So all the shit that you are talking about, where is your example of that being a good man? Show him. Bring him to the show.
I'm that example. So hold on. Everybody fall back.
When you go ahead and say all these things that we say, bring your life into it.
Right.
You're like, well, I'm not talking about myself. I don't want to bring me in it.
When that's Sharon, so let me jump into it.
That's saying that they need a woman. Guess what? They don't have a fucking woman.
But Sharon,
and then guess what?
Hold on, real quick, Sharon.
Else? Don't stop me. And then guess what else?
Go ahead.
All they do is talk about men. If you want to be with a fucking man to say so, it's okay. We are in a time where nobody's going to pass a judgment. Because you cannot want a woman if all you do is talk down on them. If you
only ask how far down am I?
Wait, Jeff.
If you only focus on the negative
wild
aspects of a woman, then therefore you are not paying attention to the women that are good for you.
I don't want to jump in.
All right, so hold on. Here's the problem, Sharon. Hold on. Here's the problem a lot of men have with you specifically, right? When you make that point, chill out, Jeff. Jeff, you've been going crazy. I've been falling back.
Okay.
Jeff, trust me. Jeff, let me rock for a second, brother.
I want to. I just
let me rock for a second, brother.
Hold
on. Let him have it. Let him have it.
Can I ask this question?
One, Sharon. When you said that the men, right?
Somebody got to concede. Somebody got to concede so we can go.
One, when you said that the men critique these women who are everything that they say that women should be, my point to you would be, hey, yo, Jeff, you acting like a woman right now, Jeff.
I sure am.
And not a good one. And not a confident woman. You've been talking a long time, Jeff.
I have.
Let me get the floor, Jeff.
No, I won't.
You've been talking a long time.
I have one question.
All right, I'm going to do like I do with women all the time. I'll let you get the floor. Go ahead.
How far down am I, Sharon?
This is goofy.
How far down am I? That's all I'm asking. That's
it's goofy. Before you even answer that, Sharon,
Sharon, that
allow
was
me to respond to something you said. You asked your question, my nigga. Relax.
I need an answer to it.
Relax. Relax.
Come on down there, my Sharon.
Relax.
Brothers, let's let it go.
That's all
Let's
I'm
just let it
asking.
go.
So
Brothers,
Sharon,
let it go. Let's just let it
I
go.
want to respond to
How
one.
not till
You're
I
I
not,
get
want
answer
to
to that question.
Sharon, go
respond.
ahead.
We're wasting
We're wasting
time, brothers. Let's get
This
it
time.
nigga
going.
is
You're
goofy.
next.
Relax, Jeff.
Thank you. That's
God
all I asked.
damn. You be giving the whole U.S. Constitution every time you talk. And I
True.
respected when you were speaking. Allow me to get the floor for 2 seconds. Unlike you, I'm quick. My wife
Sure.
will tell you that. 57 pumps, right? So I'm quick. I'm going to be in and out. That was a joke. Chill out. Hey, yo, Sharon, what I'm saying to you is, I be wilding. All right, Sharon, but what I'm saying to you is, when you make that example, right, of the men that will criticize everything that they say they want these women to be, my argument, when you task us with showing the man that does have that wife, that does have that family, what I am saying to you as that man is, those women will do the same thing with me. Again, I always stood in between hood conservative, right? That's my brother. Hood conservative and PhD crazy ass, right? I'm saying I am that man on the Mason Dixon line, right? And I'm saying women, right, who me living up to everything they say men should be will not want to hear me either. The same way men do with these women who are successful, who aren't out here begging, who aren't out here on OnlyFans, right? That is an element on both sides. So that is kind of a criticism with you. Even as my brother, you don't seem to understand when women do that to men like me. I'm not a Manispherian, bro. Like, I don't have any insecurity with knowing that I need my wife not to survive, but to be my optimal self, to make sure that my kids are raised in a household where I have the influence, right? A part of that was creating a real family. So there's an even level of criticism to be given on both sides. Men need to be providing this, right? But women need to stop pretending like this isn't something they want. That was my only point. Like, there's fair criticism on both sides. When you are making that point that women are doing the things that the men that criticize them say they want to see out of women, the women do the same thing to me. I am
Why
a
you think they
happy
so
hostage.
sure what they want though? They could be not sure. They don't know what they want till they get there, bro. You don't know what you want from the store till you go to the store and start shopping down every fucking hour.
Nah, Dundada, like, I learned what I wanted, right? I had examples in my life, right, of all of my uncles, grand uncles that were married. When
Said
I
with the
compare
girl.
that, when
You
I
said the girl
compare
wants
that
it
with the
too, bro.
rhetoric that I hear come from single, and I'm gonna really go there, unchosen men, right? Fortunately for me, I didn't have to land in that category. It's a lot of undertones to all of this. I do agree on the man side. A lot of good, decent
Willie,
men.
how many times you asked your girl, right? Do she want to go get something to eat? And she was so undecided, Dundada. You gonna have to go bring her Dundada. I don't know what I want. I don't know. So when you talking to her, maybe she don't know she wants you, nigga. You need something to spark, bro. It's
Yo,
not
bro,
automatic. Oh yeah, you approach her. Oh
Red
yeah, she
Lobster
wants
has
me, nigga. I'll
nothing
buy
to
her a drink.
do
Oh
with
yeah,
my
she want
life's
fuck. Man, Dundada, you got
understanding
it fucked
of the
up.
value that I bring. Red Lobster and Roof Chris have not meals have nothing to do with this
Nigga, none of
conversation,
that shit
Dondada.
matters, bro. You could be, they
Hold
could
on,
catch you for a
Dondada.
trick.
Hold on, Dondada.
Give me
You
the
cut me
Chris,
off.
Dundada. I don't want to fuck you.
You
I did a
cut me.
conversation.
Hey,
So
yo,
good time.
pause. That was wild. Hold up. We might have to fight.
Man,
I don't know where
you're
you. Hold
taking
on,
a roof,
Dondada.
Chris.
Before you cut me off and say something else crazy, hear what I'm saying. All I stand on is the worst part about this whole gender war is it has created an environment where we can't intellectually, right? With good morals, with good agenda, we can't criticize either side, right? When women say certain things about black men that are 100% valid, that even me in my greatness needs to work on and be greater at, She becomes the feminist. She becomes the man hater, right? On the other side of that, when I want to use her conservative, but nah, he's a bad example. All right, Afro nerd, right? If Afro nerd has a certain critique of women, now he instantly becomes the incel, the woman hater, the manispherian. That for me is the worst part
Okay, all
about
right.
this whole gender war.
All right. So the problem is, so this way we can get the proper
Might
line
as well
back.
go all the way like I do,
Hold
bro.
on,
No
Uncle
matter what you
Jeff.
say, you're gonna be
Hold
me.
on, Uncle Jeff was next. Hold on. The problem is when we having a conversation, we should be able to stick to the topic and not just say, "Oh,
We
but
should
it's
be able
not,"
to concede to some
and
points.
not just say
Concede the
it's not.
facts. That's
Hold
all we're
on.
asking.
It's
Not because there's a man saying it. Concede to it. That's all.
It's nothing to concede to. It's
Okay.
nothing to concede to at
Yeah,
all.
but-
If I'm talking to men, it is
Now we're
no
trolling.
need. If I'm talking, okay, if it's nothing, and we are talking about men doing some shit, it is no need to say, but women do it too, unless you are trying to compare yourself to a woman. And if you are comparing yourself to a woman, that ain't man-like.
No, but Sharon, the only problem
And
is
if you
men
are
don't
doing it,
trust
I'm
you.
sorry. And the only reason why men do it because they are lovers of men.
But wait, Sharon, the only problem is
Because you
men
want
don't
to take
trust you.
the spotlight off of men. Like, no, it ain't us doing it. Look at them.
No,
And
I
this is the
agree with
problem.
that
And
point.
so all I'm telling you is this: if you ever run in a company and you talking to your worker, you say, "Hey, this is what you're doing. You fell asleep at you taking too long of a lunch. You taking 45 minutes of lunch every day." And then once you say that, he says, "But what about marvelous opinion? Why the fuck are you snitching?"
So
I'm
what
talking
I'm
about
saying
you.
is,
Your ass about to get fired. Don't tell me about somebody else when I need you to go ahead and not take a 45-minute lunch. I need you to take your 30-minute lunch. Don't tell me about somebody else. And this is why the show's called Focus on Your Focus. If you pay attention to your goddamn self and what you want from a partner, then you can achieve it. You can work on the outcomes. You can have a guideline to your outcome. And even if you go up and down from that outcome, you can steer it right back into the middle and get to the outcome.
so
And
Sharon,
that's
let me
the
ask you
problem.
this.
Go ahead. Hold on. It was Uncle Jeff's turn.
Okay. This time
God damn, I'll be cooking y'all up. God.
You don't.
No, you're not.
Okay, that's true.
No, you gave a thesis question. I'm giving you a thesis response. You messed up on this one. I want Jeff to go into it, but your question, the topic is not what you're playing coy. When you say why the manosphere isn't producing better men, that's like a thesis statement, which means I have the right to say yay or nay. It's not this. That way, I'm going intellectual on you right now. You didn't really. You're going somewhere else based on your question. Your question is, we have to prove, is the manosphere producing better men? Right?
And
so I have a right to counter that.
The answer is no.
Okay.
Go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
There we go.
Okay. I want y'all to count the times that I interrupt people. In just that time, it was supposed to be my turn. That time, I counted 5. Okay?
Apologies.
Okay, no, it's okay. We're keeping score now. Let's keep score because it's always Jeff interrupts. So let's just keep official score of this shit. Number one, one of my chief gripes came up again. You speak in absolute, Sharon. Y'all men, never. You don't have women. I've been married for 13 years. I've been with my wife for 15. Let's get that out of the way. Let me just tell you what I tell my only daughter with regard to men. What I've always told her. You need to be with a man who respects you like me, who gives you a pure and honest interaction that's not connected to sex. When you get dressed and you go out as the beautiful sister that you are, please understand that the man is going to make you happy is not going to walk up on you only wanting your stimulating chit chat. He wants some pussy like the bad dudes. That's what they have in common. They're mammals. It is on you to make the choices amongst men the way I have taught you. And before you let him in your pants, he is to meet a council of me and my niggas. We're going to take him out bowling. We're going to take him out fishing. And we'll get back and we'll tell you what we think. And then you move forward from there. But be not deceived. No man worth being with is looking at you and don't want to fuck. That's what I tell my daughter. And I think it makes her make wise decisions. Like, Daddy, what do you think of this man? What do you think of this? Daddy, it's a lot of cats that don't make the grade. As a matter of fact, I landed here. And so that we can stop with, and I need you to tell me the problems you have, so we can stop with this, all of us don't, and how we don't speak positively of sisters. I'm gonna need you to quit you wiping your feet on my name, because I am always an advocate of the following sisters: Crimson Cure, Danica Marie, Erica Lachey, and a few others I can't think of while I'm high right now. Because I'm high right now, I'm gonna throw MJ in there. I will always speak positively of this sister because she represents herself well. Because if I as an elder, if she was single and it was a dude her age that was around us, I would absolutely approve of them going out in the middle of the afternoon to have some tea. And the true land is here. This is the last thing I tell my daughter. The first time a man takes you out, make him only use $50. That's how you find the measure of a man. Not by how expensive the restaurant is he can take you. That's a price he's put on you. What can he tell you about him and not spend $50? Now you're going to learn about this dude.
I never hear the women talk about the men with these loving, admirational words, these glowing tones, this warm, fuzzy feeling that you get when the men talk about the women. I never hear the women talk about the men like that. You know, this idea that the men have, like, let me just put it out there that I love black men. The way you do is put it out there. Let me just start out by saying I love black women. I rarely hear the women couch their words and sugary goodness and all this emotional pablum. The women just jump right out there and be like, you niggas ain't doing enough, fuck you. I might decide to get a white man. They have no problem getting right to the meat and the bone. And you niggas just sugarcoat it so much. I just think it's so weird.
Okay, and
Yeah,
so
you've been through some shit.
So here's the problem. So when a woman do talk about a man in a positive, productive way, y'all say it's only because that man is a simp. Y'all try to degrade that man.
Who is y'all? Who is y'all?
Majority of men.
There you go.
It's a point worth addressing.
This is what it happens every day on my channel. If any woman in the chat right now say, we love Sharon, we think that he could communicate, we think he could do this, that, and the third, and da. Y'all say, well, that's because he catered to, that's because he be the, that's because. Instead of saying, you know what? You got me there, ladies. Yep.
You really gonna put yourself in the middle of a broad generalization? A broad generalization is about you.
Hold on. And so this is the problem, right? And this is the problem when I give you a living example, whether it's true or not. You cannot.
All roads lead to Bracy, whether it's true or not. Do you hear this shit? Whether it's true or not, all roads lead to Bracy.
When we put you into the situation is the reason why some men, they get the response they get out of women, and why some men get the response in a negative way out of women. It's just what it is. But the problem is the men that having issues, they do not want to take any lessons from the men that don't have issues, because y'all have the knowledge, because men need to act like this when the men that act like you usually don't have a woman. And that's how we know that the men that act like that, they don't like women. And they must be a lover of men. Because why would you do anything that puts you away from a woman? That don't make no sense.
Okay, hold on. Can I respond to this quickly, please?
The problem is not holding on to the wrong.
I know it's like a sly, sassy move. It's sly. So look, this is the issue.
Much of what before you come in the issue,
you're gonna have a hard time with me. But go ahead.
Are you disagreeing with what I'm saying? That the men that push out the negative things about women, they are usually single. Is that a true statement?
It's facts.
No, it's
girls. They can't keep a relationship more than.
I think he was asking me. I think he was asking me.
Yes. Is it a true statement?
No. No, it's not true because there's quite a few married men and divorced men that have coming out with these complaints. It's not just. It's not a gen. You look.
Hold on. I need you to answer the question because
you got to concede to a point, man.
Hold on. No. This is a problem with you muddying the water, right? I said majority. So
I'm nuanced. I am nuanced.
So I'm not talking about the few percentage that are married. I said the majority. So this way, I'm very specific. So majority of men that do it, are they single? The majority.
I don't think so, because there's the incel, and then there's the guy that's actively dating that's having issues.
Again, stop muddying the waters.
No, wait a minute. No, I'm giving you an answer. You don't like the answer. Everything is not black and white. I'm sorry. Everything. You have incels. Then there's incels, and there are people that are actively dating.
So hold on. Let me clarify this for you. So is an incel?
And is that wrong? Is that incorrect? Is that an incorrect statement?
Hold on. Is an incel single man?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
right,
the definition.
So is a divorced man, or is a divorced man a single man?
Yeah, he's single.
Okay. So now you understand so those men are the majority that is talking down on women.
You could be single and be with a woman, though. You can be in a relationship and still be single.
And this is the problem.
But the majority of men are single though, so like
and women too. And women too. I don't get the point. You're not making any point. What I'm trying to tell you is
the majority of the women talking shit about men are single.
Hold on. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. This is what y'all niggas do when y'all want to be
now we're inwards.
Genuine. Yes, because you're being ignorant on purpose.
That's not what that word means.
I don't give a shit. That's how I'm using it right now.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You just using it ignorantly?
Got me gone out my goddamn body because you purposely being obtuse. You know what I meant when I said single, because now you want to be very direct and say, well, you're a single person until you marry, is what your argument is now. Even though you know the context of what I was talking about when I said a single man. You knew it. But you want to try to make it very literal just to prove your point, and that's being disingenuous. Come on. Let's have an honest effing conversation. Please.
Facts.
It don't have to be that goddamn literal.
All right, I misunderstood you. I'll concede to the point. See, I can do that. I can concede to your point. But what I'm asking you to do is that there's an element of, let's say, feminism, right? The culture that talks about gender equality and talks about things not really being gender exclusive, right? So what I'm saying is, let's say we use the term toxic masculinity. We're supposed to believe that that's a thing. I would like to say people are toxic. I think it's more fair.
Someone in a healthy relationship is thinking like that.
No, hold on, Izzy. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Yeah, you good.
Tandata. Okay. What I'm saying is, much of what we're doing in the culture now, what they're trying to do, and many women are supporting this, is taking gender out of certain situations. So that's what I'm doing. So what I'm really telling you, if we really want to be honest about it, that bad behavior is not about whataboutism. It's about bad behavior really is across genders. All we hear is toxic masculinity this, toxic masculinity that. In my experience, people are a-holes. No,
hold on.
The minute you don't like, you're ready to jump in. Why can't you can see
moving the conversation from?
I'm nuancing it.
No, you're not.
I'm talking about I want to talk. I'm an adult. My opinion is.
Hold on. You have to be able to.
God, man.
Conversation, bro.
My opinion is wrong. Go ahead.
No, it's not your opinion. That's a good point, but it's not on topic. Is what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get you to go back on topic, please.
Back to men. Back to men suck. Okay, go ahead. I get it. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I just want you to stick to
look. All I'm saying to you, because the last sister that was on here, she got on me about chivalry. When I simply said that chivalry is really benign sexism, and it is. She didn't like that definition. There are multiple definitions for chivalry. Chivalry really is, it's being nice, but it's also an expectation for men. It's gender specific. There's no gender equivalent for chivalry for women. Now, I'm not even asking for that. But what I'm saying is when you say, when feminists are asking for chivalry, and it's gender specific, in a place or at a time when we're trying to deconstruct gender. Why are you asking me because I'm a man to do X, Y, and Z? Now, I believe in chivalry.
Okay,
Personally, I do.
Okay. So the problem is this. So
You don't understand what I'm saying. It's a little too sophisticated.
I understand what you're saying. So here's the problem. Men have a problem with lust. They are losing their families because of lust. They are losing their jobs because of lust. They are losing careers because of lust. They are losing a marriage because of lust. Now, go ahead and show me the example that a woman is doing the same thing over lust. Go ahead.
Are you
Are you serious right
doing
now?
that over Chris
Yes,
Brown?
I want him to.
Women are doing that.
Women
Women are throwing their marriages away for a Chris Brown meet and greet.
Hold on, please. I was talking to Afro Nerd. Let him answer the question. Thank you.
Remember, female lust is rewarded, not punished. But go ahead.
Well, you know, he did bring up Chris Brown, but I'm not going to go there. He's a unique person where he's charging. You do see crash outs over him. They make special. Usher's another one. So it's not like it. I don't want to do. That's true, but I don't want to do whataboutism. So what I'm going to do is, just as you claim men, and I'm not disputing that, men have lust, women have greed. Right? When the woman, hold on, you can't just, I'm giving you a response. You got to take the response. So when the woman was on here when I was on before, and she was an older woman, and she said, well, I'm older and young men aren't looking at me like that anymore. And I admittedly said, well, yeah, I don't really date older women. That's my ability. Right? Hold on. She said, I'm largely invisible. When I said, well, you know, the converse of that is the young man who has no resources, that if you're young and you don't have certain things, especially in this culture, you can't just have an ice cream cone at 20 years old. You better come up with something. And it is talked about very explicitly of these expectations. So young men, this is what the Manosphere is about, some of it, and they're correct. Young men are largely invisible to many women. When they get some guap, all of a sudden they get attention. When you see someone like I Show Speed, 20 years old, something like 25 million subscribers on YouTube, he walks around, women are throwing themselves at him. That's the flip side of that. He's another 20-year-old who looks exactly like I Show Speed, that all he has is PlayStation 4, not 5, right? He is not getting attention.
Okay,
so he's invisible, just like the older woman is invisible. That's a lie. Deconstruct it.
No, so again,
that's a lie.
This is why I keep trying to stop you, because you turn the conversation into something different. You turned it into.
No, I gave you a rebuttal.
Hold on, Uncle Jeff. Did he turn the conversation to something different?
We're on another track right now.
Come on,
we're on another track.
And he keeps saying that I'm interrupting. I'm only interrupting to keep you steady
another
on
track
the topic.
that I disagree with, by the way.
So young men are not invisible the way that older women are invisible?
Nah. Can I say something on that?
All right. The stats say differently, but go ahead.
Let me say something different.
The conversation.
Yes, and so I got you, Izzy Rod. So, and this is why I want you to understand, Afro Nerd. We are not jumping in because you're saying something. We're just stopping you because you're moving off track of the topic.
You use lust. I said greed. Because men and women are different.
Okay,
men and women are different.
Okay,
women don't have testosterone.
Okay, so that's what we're trying to get you to understand. You turned it into
low levels of testosterone.
Okay,
pardon me.
So now we're gonna get back to it. You turned it into a different topic, and we tried to stay on topic before
Go ahead.
we move it on to another.
When you don't like what I say, it's moving it along.
No,
I see the connection. I'm actually being very clear.
I'm not making that connection.
Sharon.
Hold on, please. Hold on. This is important. Jesus.
From the mouths of dogs.
Damn it! I told you to hit that goddamn dog up.
No, about the topic though, right? If the issue is the Manosphere hasn't actually done any good for men, what has this done for men? Like, what has this done for men? If the Manosphere hasn't done good for men, because look, you can say like Kevin Samuels, when he was doing his thing, he had a group, people were getting together. I mean, there have been a handful of relationships that have been formed off this little Manosphere thing. It is low key like a dating space if you want it to be that. But like, what have you done for men? Because People, just the same thing I put out to PhD earlier, like PhD for earlier. You want to do away with the nuclear family, but you have nothing better to replace it with. You have a primitive losing strategy to replace it with. If you want to criticize the manosphere, what has anybody else put out to actually address the issues that men have, to solve problems that men say they have? Because most people hear the problems that men say they have and just tell them it's your fault. Fuck you, do better. So like, what do anybody else have to put on the table that's better than the manosphere?
So the problem is that is the exact thing that they need to hear. That it is their fault that they are in the situation that they're in. Because if it's their fault, if it's men's fault for the situation that it's in, that's also mean that they are the same person that's going to get them out of the situation. And that's what they need to understand. They have to have confidence in themselves and say, damn, I put myself in a situation, but just because I'm in this situation, that doesn't define me, because I'm going to get myself out. And my persistence of moving forward in life, that's who defines me, because I can deal with adversity. Nothing in life worth having is going to come easy. And this is why I say you have to focus on the focus. Every man have urges, but men are not defined by their urges of get how many women they could pull or how many women that they are getting. Men are defined by controlling their urges to not do the wrong thing. And that's what we got to push out there. So a man being lustful is detrimental to his family, to his money, and to his career. So by now, men should understand being lustful is detrimental to their whole.
You know what's weird? You keep bringing up lust as some type of talking point where, just ironically, where we're experiencing the lowest levels of sexual activity in human history,
Exactly.
apparently. So you accusing men of lust when literally we need more babies. Like there, people are running the numbers and saying that the projections are going off, they're dropping off a cliff. So you're accusing men of being somehow exorbitantly lustful, yet by any measure, we're just not having enough sex at all.
Right. Club
You know
culture
what?
is dead. Club culture is dead.
Hold on. He did not address anything that I just said whatsoever. Uncle Jeff,
Yes, he did.
Do you think he addressed anything I just said?
Yeah, he did.
I
What he said was
I
your.
asked Uncle Jeff. Uncle Jeff, do you think he addressed anything I just said?
I don't. And the thing is, to be honest, and I don't do this often, and real quick, and I'll just get out the way. I actually have a very dope cosign to what Sharon was saying, which is on Sharon's topic. The rest of it, you guys have at it. Just monkeys throwing shit right now, because everybody's. This sounds like what it feels like is the right Olympics. Everybody is just in some race to be right, as opposed to finding a points to make. And I think Sharon made a dope point. I'll speak on it later, but you niggas, y'all monkeys throw that shit. I'll just go.
Let me chime in into
at
this.
some
Like,
point,
like I
here
was
we go.
saying,
Nothing.
if we're recording the lowest amount of interaction, as bars and nightclubs are closing, if David's Bridal is going out of business, it's hard to argue that men are having so much sex that it's just ruining their decision making. Men are not having as much sex as you're accusing them of. So the lustful thing is way off target.
Okay. Go ahead, Marvelous Opinion. Then we got Easy I Rock, so they can get in there. Go ahead.
All right, thank you for your time. I've been patiently waiting. I'm gonna go back feedback. So give me a second, because I had to write this down because I knew I'm gonna go completely off topic. But basically, okay. So earlier we were discussing about the needs and wants, right? Is that okay to bring back up, or are we gonna completely move by with that? All right. So the needs and wants. I look at it like this in conclusion. Us as people in general, we are either going to give and take from one another, right? Which also means we're going to also multiply and enhance one another, or do the exact opposite. That is all that we are to each other. We enhance each other, or divide each other. But ultimately, it's you that doesn't necessarily need a person. There is no need for people necessarily, unless, again, you want to multiply or divide each other up. I personally see this conversation being fruitful in a way of us coming together. So we're enhancing in some areas. In other places, we're multiplying foolishness and chaos. But that's ultimately That's why I said earlier on the panel, I said, if you're up here talking, you're doing the very thing. So it's okay, you know, to enhance and echo your voices and all that stuff. It's okay. But if you want to be by yourself, you can be by yourself. There's nothing wrong with just being by yourself. No one says you can't be to yourself. You can exist. You can even die alone. You're always going to die alone regardless. It don't matter. You know what I'm saying? But if we just want to talk about what we are for each other, we are enhancements. We are here to enhance each other. Even in the Bible, I just kind of understood what that meant now. To be fruitful, multiply. People take that in the context of just being reproduction, but it's not just that. So take that for what y'all will. That's all I got to say. I'm going to land it there. Y'all continue to have the conversation.
Hey, I just want to say that was a great observation of the fruitfulness. Fruitfulness is not only pertaining to multiplying in the world. That was a really good. Go ahead.
Be more comfortable telling women to die alone. I'm supportive.
Go ahead.
Be
Easy.
happy to tell women to die alone.
Okay, go ahead, Easy. I rock, and I want to talk to the lustful thing without it pertaining to sex. Go ahead, Izzy. I rock.
Yeah, so it don't have nothing to do with man and a woman for you being like, for people liking you. You know what I'm saying? For people liking you, what it gotta do with your soul. If you're an attractive person, then a dude would like you, gonna see you, no diddy, he's gonna say what's up to you. His girlfriend is gonna like you too. Oh my god, my man like you, I like you too, You're just an attractive person till you get attracted to Niggas ain't you're just, everybody's attracted to you. Men, girl, it's in your soul for people to be attracted to you, you know what I'm saying? So you walk along. So you say I show speed, everybody likes him. You know what I'm saying? He's an attractive person, When you're an attractive person, it's not that people is just dropping their panties to him. It's not that you ain't got a girl, You gonna be, if even you got a girl, you ain't gonna go with a girl that's just dropping her panties or whatever the case may be, because that's not love. That's just lust. You know what I'm saying? And that's what he's trying to say, that lust is just a situation when you go outside and you have sex with a regular bitch. Just out there, you just fucking great. It was lust. But do you love that girl? Nah. You probably got a wife at the crib that you actually love. You know what I'm saying? So you're going to conduct yourself in a different way. But being attractive, that has nothing to do with men, girl. Okay, it's not no competition about men and girl, bro. Like, I don't get it. I don't, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't understand the man-girl aspect about it. Y'all call it competers. Y'all trying to make it men and men, girl is girl. Heterosexual, what is not. You know what it is? These girls is eating niggas' asses. And these doing all this shit. Pause no diddy.
Wow.
Grandma was there. And grandma and they
so
baby in
much
these niggas. Can I finish? And they baby in these niggas. Grandma wasn't eating pussy. But some of these girls is eating pussy right now. Pause. It doesn't matter. These girls, I'm about to go do a drill with a girl right now. These girls is realer than these niggas right now. Yo, come here, shorty, because these girls acting more. These girls make these niggas in the relationship. You know what I'm saying? They you know what I'm saying? They nurture niggas. So they eating your ass. You getting soft. Pause. No. Go ahead, you good? You good?
Before Uncle jump in there, I just want
How
to
is
say,
this better than the Black Manosphere, by the way? I just want to know. I'm standing on that. How have you done better?
okay, so the way how I've done better, since you asked me personally, I changed my life, right? And I'm moving a certain way, and I'm walking when I'm talking, right? I took like I keep reiterating that, right? And so the way how men are lustful now, men are not just lustful on the outside, they all lustful in their house. That's why they buy so much lotion. That's why they making OnlyFans models rich, and this is why it's more difficult for them to have outside relationships,
Are you
because
keeping track of lotion sales?
they are too lustful, and when they are just on the internet doing what they got to do through the internet, it makes them more socially awkward to have conversation with real human beings and real women. And that's the issue with the lustful thing, without actually physically having sex with a whole bunch of women. Yes, so that's your answer for that.
I just want to speak real quick because I'm about to get ready to do my show, Sharon. How about this, right? We know that not everybody is going to make it. Not everybody is going to be in a relationship, right? We know this, right? Some people are going to be alone, right? And we should want those people who are going to be alone, who's not going to be able to get in a relationship due to them being set in their own ways. We should still want them to be able to thrive and be successful or have some form of happy life. But there are going to be people who are going to get it together. There are going to be people who are going to make it work, right? And I think that we should focus on that Focus on the ones who do want to make it work and who wants the best foundation to make it work and to help build the best community as possible, right? Like that should be pretty much the goal, really. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day. And I don't think that we should continue to promote being promiscuous on both sides, men and women. There was a reason why we had the whole quote unquote, teen pregnancy, single mother. Like this has been a discussion of how you don't like single mothers, you don't like all these kids out here. These kids is being raised by single parents, which is not productive or seen productive more than actually having two family in the household. So we don't want to continue that route. I think that all you guys agree with that, right? So again, let's talk about what is the foundation that y'all actually want and express your concerns with people who actually want to see that through. The ones who don't want to see it through is nothing you can do with them. It is what it is. Let people fall on their face and let people handle what they have to handle the way they have to handle it. And I'll drop the mic on that. Thank you for letting me on. Have a good day, fellas.
Okay.
MJ.
Have a good
Also,
day.
with that being said, one thing I want to add to that. She actually hit on a big point.
No.
I think that things, honestly, I think a lot of problems end up fix themselves anyway. I think most problems will eventually fix themselves. You can name the biggest issue right now, whatever it is. Over time, it's going to swing back the other way and balance itself out anyway. And that's what legitimately every single issue we have as humans, they end up coming back. We could talk about it, and that's cool conversation on us. Let's be aware. You spread awareness. But ultimately, it's up to no single individual to fix nothing. The things are going to end up fixing themselves, in my opinion.
Can I respond to that quickly? Okay, so Marvelous, I hear what you're saying, but I don't know if that's accurate to say things will just kind of resolve itself. I would hope that's the case. I would really hope that's the case. If it does happen, it's maybe because you would need some kind of cultural reversal. The culture does have to change, whether it's men or women together. There's got to be a change in the culture, because where we are right now, I'm talking about Black people, because right now we conflate like the general mainstream culture and what's happening with Black people. Black folks are in a unique situation. Even when we talk about patriarchy, you're talking about patriarchy to a culture that largely, statistics, we don't have the patriarchs. We're not in the same thing. The white woman complaining about the white male as a patriarch is different than the Black woman looking at the Black man as a patriarch, when, the statistics show that Black fathers aren't necessarily in the household. Now we are there now in the background. We're there. We're not getting necessarily we're not getting credit for that largely. The image isn't necessarily there, but to talk to Black men about the patriarchy, when we need to have a patriarchy, we have to have some kind of manosphere. We could talk about the bad parts of the manosphere, but we do need a platform for men to figure it out, right? I remember when the Million Man March took place. I remember that, and I remember that there was a set of sisters that didn't like what Minister Farrakhan was saying, that, hey, we kind of want sisters to hold up, kind of lay back. We gotta kind of go into the cave and figure this stuff out. Sisters didn't want to hear that. They wanted to be involved in a male event where brothers are like, we're trying to figure this out. They wouldn't allow you to figure it out. So all I'm saying is, there's got to be such a thing as a manosphere. We can critique it for the bad parts, but this whole thing of lovers of men and all this kind of weird talk, that's not what this is about. Because we can't have it both ways. You can't have it where you're critiquing men in dresses. All kinds of weird stuff is going on right now. I heard sisters on your platform talking about, why are men on a bar on the tops of bars like women? They're acting like women. Why are they acting like women? Well, you're deconstructing gender. You're giving many men, not me, but you're giving many men confused messages. They don't know to go left or right. That there's a confusion that we must. You're looking around, Sharon, but you got to explain why you see in New Orleans a whole crowd full of Black men in dresses. We're seeing all kinds of stuff going on now that sisters have a problem with. They're asking for protection. Are you going to ask protection from that dude? Is he to be protected, or is he looking for protection?
We got a lot of weird stuff
them
going
a
on.
name. We call them LOMs.
You know what?
Lovers
After,
of men. The LOMs.
See, now
hey,
earlier you said it
Sharon, I want to
wasn't
ask
about
this
gay
Afro
stuff.
real
Now you're
quick, if
saying
you
it
don't
is.
mind.
You don't really want to be honest about what you mean.
No, the problem is that a lot of you straight men wear dresses. Y'all so-called straight men. Y'all don't realize how
What
much.
makes you think those are straight men?
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
exactly.
Sharon.
Y'all.
No, don't do this,
What is
Sharon.
your
This is
definition
how
of
we
a
No,
straight
get it,
man?
Sharon.
Okay, this is how we know, because a lot of y'all men, right? Y'all would give comedians excuses to put on dresses, wigs, and all that. And y'all say, hey, it's for comedy. You men are lovers of men, and it is okay. Y'all put on dresses. Just be
Since when
honest.
did
It's
Hollywood
okay.
speak for the average man, bro? What are you doing? Don't
Because
put Hollywood's words in my mouth, bro.
why,
Hollywood is a very
and the
flamboyant place in general.
and the
Don't
reason
say the
and
average man supports
the
that.
problem is, so the problem is y'all the ones that use it the most. The Manosphere use Hollywood
Who's
the
this
most.
y'all? So the manosphere
Y'all
says it's okay for
Manosphere
men to
men.
wear dresses.
Okay, I don't understand why y'all.
Now you're just lying, bro. You're just lying. I want to make a
Hold on.
point. I'm gonna close it up because it's been a long
I
time.
don't understand why y'all don't understand. This
The
is
women were
still dark
complaining of this.
food.
Why would the women on the platform were complaining of this?
Hold on, this is so
Sharon?
strange to me.
They were the ones
I
complaining.
tell y'all all the time. I'm exactly who I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Rim Brothers, Red Pill, Incel, Manosphere. These no good suckers. That is who I'm talking about. All the
That's
time.
not all the manosphere. That's not all the manosphere.
Very
That's not all the
specific
manosphere.
about who I am talking about, because time and time again, y'all keep saying that's not all of the manosphere, but then when we just break it down, these men are the divorced men, these are the single men, and all they want to do is talk to men. And they keep trying to push women out. Women are the problem. Women are this. We got to stop dating them. We got to stop being with them. We got to stop having sex with them. We got to stop doing this. So
I don't think that's what they're saying.
you are excluding all these women, what is your alternative?
No, what they're saying is that women are human.
I just want you to answer the question.
No, what they're saying is women are human. That's what some of them are saying that. The PhDs are saying that. The married PhDs, by the way, the married PhDs of the manosphere are not saying what you're saying.
Listen, I'm good. I got my wife.
That's how I said. The married PhDs of the manosphere are not saying what you're saying.
Single night.
Can you respond to that?
I don't have these problems that
you're not responding to it. I get it. I got you.
Yeah, I'm willing to have a conversation. I'm willing to
anything
have
useful.
a understanding for y'all, so y'all can understand. Y'all don't even understand simple concepts of lusting. Just because you want to prove, just because you want to prove that men are not lusting in the
Hood, go for that. I know you're gonna go, Hood. Go for that, Hood. Go for that. High profile men got that lust, not the low profile. The high profile do. We got to be specific. Let's be accurate for today. Let's be accurate for today.
You want to be able to say what you want to say. I don't understand why y'all feel like y'all got to.
No, I want to speak accurately. We got to speak accurately on the mic because people are listening. We can't just make stuff up. We can't. High profile moneyed men are lustful.
Majority of you.
If you don't have the money, you're going nowhere.
Okay.
If you don't have the money, your lust is going to stay in your pants. How about that?
Let me ask the man a question, Sharon. Let me ask the man a question.
Hold on. The problem is, majority of the manosphere men, they talk about a certain thing, and it ain't this grandiose thing that y'all are talking about or trying to act like they talk about. They talk about body count. That's what they be talking about. They talking about how all women are hoes. They talk about how you got to treat all women the same. You just want women to shut up, fuck you, and feed you. This is what the manosphere say. You don't treat a woman that way, especially a woman that you love. You don't treat a woman that you love with disrespect. You don't do these things. And if you are following the manosphere talking points, it's going to leave you single and alone, and all you're going to be able to talk to is your homie. And if you're following a man that's going to get you broken up, if you're going to talk to a man that's going to break you up from your shorty, the only thing I can think of is that you just want to hang out around men. Maybe you just homosocial. I don't get it.
What I'm saying is,
please, I need to ask the man a question.
Go ahead, man.
Personally,
go ahead, bro.
I want to be able to have conversation with my woman. I enjoy my woman. I enjoy when she talks too much, because that's what y'all say. Women talk too much. I enjoy that. That's what she's supposed to do. When she talked to me about her time in Starbucks, that's what she's supposed to do, because I'm doing my best to take all the other bullshit stress so she don't come to me talking about goddamn bills. I want to have to tell to me about how difficult it was teaching the kids math today. That's what I want to talk to me about, because we are teaching them math. We are teaching them science. So I wanted to talk about her day. How this day going? I was cooking this goddamn spaghetti. The whole damn thing fell and broke, and now we got to buy a pizza. Whatever went down, do her day. So this whole idea that women ain't funny, they not smart enough, they're not intelligent to have conversations with men. You sound like somebody that's homosocial. You want to be around men, fine. That's what you want to be around. Me personally, I don't want to be around that. And I speak to the men that don't want to be around other men all the time. I don't gaze into none of y'all goddamn men eyes and think that y'all special. I don't give a fuck about it. Now, if a young man wants some goddamn guidance of how I implemented certain things and certain ideologies in my life, and he can see if it works for him, then fine. Me and that young man could build. But otherwise than that, all this focusing on women, like if you focus on women, like that's going to help you. That is not man-like. It's just not.
Well, for the record,
that you can control,
I'm waiting.
and the only thing that you can control as a man is your own actions and your own decisions. And once men realize that it's them,
this is trolling.
You are the reason why you single. You are the reason why you poor. You're the reason why you broke, and you are also the person that can get you out of all of those goddamn situations. It's up to you.
Okay,
Sharon, I ain't gonna lie, you stole my thunder. But you also are so long-winded. I hate you so much right now.
May I ask a simple question? When we are on the panel on DJ Witch Doctor's channel, and it was a bunch of men, just like it is right now, and you were about to join the panel, and instead of sitting in your chair in front of the camera as you are right now, you decided to aim the camera and focus in your background, and then you got in the background and did yoga stretching, bussy stretching poses for all the men on the camera. Was that you being lusty? Was that you enjoying your wife? Was that you being homosocial? Which of these three behaviors would you describe that? How would you describe that?
Excuse me.
Before you go, Real Prism, if that's what came in your mind, that is a you.
How would you describe that behavior when you were doing downward facing nigga in front of a bunch of dudes on the panel? Would you call that homosocial behavior? Was that you behaving lusty?
Okay, I'm answering the question. And then
were you attempting to be lusty? Were you attempting the downward facing nigga, bro?
I'm going to
he
answer
put his face on the carpet, bro.
Even though
the nigga munched the rug, bro. He was munching the rug, bro.
Okay. All right, y'all good? Y'all got it out? All right. Okay, so even though your question had nothing to do with anything I said whatsoever, it has nothing to do with what I said whatsoever. So
are you saying that wasn't if that wasn't lusty?
Again, so if you go to the gym, if you go to the gym and men are working out, and you start thinking about, oh, look at his pussy, that is a you problem. It don't got shit to do with me. So that was your imagination. And this is what I'm trying to tell y'all. It's something wrong. Hey, it's okay that y'all go the way that y'all go. All I'm saying, this is a safe space. Just let me know your pronouns, and I will call you by whatever pronoun you want to be called. Simple.
I noticed you never done that on your own.
Be careful now. Don't lose your money now.
Hold on.
Well, you can't go then.
Hold on. Let me allow the Real Prism. She just showed up. Could I please let a young lady speak her mind? Welcome to the show, the Real Prism. How you doing?
Distract from his lusty behavior. This homo lusty nigga.
Hey, Eda Man, you looking real sharp, brother. All right. Got a suit and tie on. Right, Eda Man. You know, I'm a little concerned. I have a question. First of all, what's the age groups between the men in here? Are they like in between 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70? What are you?
They like 55 talking like this.
You kidding me?
Yeah, they about 55.
You know something? Afro Nerd, you talked about the Million Man March. Do you know half of the women in the chat right now were like 3 and 4 years old when this happened? What women are you talking about?
I was a young person myself. I was a young person myself, but go ahead.
I want you to be quiet, sir. That's what I need you to do, please. You're disrespectful. You're also very disrespectful. This is Sharon's show, not yours. If you have that fire, take it to your own channel and make that point over there. Because I think you're very, I'm not going to call you sassy. You're just not manly. Because I'm going to tell you something. I don't know what you guys think that women are going to marry, but it's not any of you. Now, I'm not saying Marvelous or Sharon are the married men. But I'm sitting here in my 30s listening to you as an older man, thinking that you have the right to tell women on what they can do with their bodies, how you're going to fix a community of people, of 14 million people. You sound absolutely stupid. And I'm going to say it just like that. You sound ridiculous talking about women on OnlyFans when none of us are on OnlyFans. You're talking about women who don't even show their body. You don't even know who we are. Like, who the heck do you think these women are going to marry? Not any of you. Don't call me a feminist. Call me a liberationist. Women, get your passports and travel. This stuff is ridiculous. You can't even have a conversation about art, literature, mathematics. Like, are you serious? Like, who's going to build a home with you? You're calling yourself...
Who wants to live with this shit?
You call yourself conservative. Where do you work? I see you from panel to panel all the time, all day long. Where do you work? What family do you think you're going to build? With what intelligence?
Somebody loves you, I promise.
Hold on. I own 5 houses. I'm building one right now. I have a degree. I have my own businesses. I take care of myself. Do you really think I'm going to teach you how to do my job and make you my leader?
Tell him.
You're a man doing that already. It's disgusting.
Congratulations on getting married.
No, this is the problem. You don't listen. You run your mouths all the time. Somebody's trying to tell you something that women don't want this stuff anymore. What would make me want to be your wife? You don't even think I have any value. You don't think my conversation means anything to you. The only thing you think about is my open orifice. That's it. I'm a human being.
Somebody loves you, I promise.
Not a human doing. I want to be loved, respected, honored, cherished, nurtured, concerned about. I'm sick of it. And I think a lot of women are sick of it. You bunch of old heads need to go circle jerk by yourself somewhere and leave the younger women and the younger men to figure it out for themselves. If you're not an older man that has to add conversation, that's going to build people, to build communities, to make the bridge for us, then shut your mouths. Because people
you can trade one of your houses for love.
You know the funny part about it? That's all he heard. And we've been saying this for the longest. Like,
ridiculous. It's so hurtful, Mr. Eden, man. Like, I'm sick and tired of it. I am literally sick and tired of it. You guys can't even carry on a conversation. Probably one of the only men up here besides Eden Man and Sharon that can carry on a conversation without cursing all the time is Marvelous. I don't want a man around. I don't want a man that curses around me. I don't want that around me. I want a man that makes me feel safe in my home.
Likewise.
I don't want to, and I don't care about other women who smoke weed. I don't want a guy who smokes weed.
Hold on 1 second. Did she say she want a man that makes her feel safe at home? And you said likewise. You also want a man that. I'm just trying to check it. Make sure we're the.
No. We're cracking jokes. We're cracking jokes. What I'm responding to
is she's likewise.
Yeah. Well, some of the things she's looking for, anybody would look for.
I'm not looking for a man. I'm not looking for a man.
I know you played it. No, you heard that. You heard that. I didn't hear that part.
Uncle Jeff.
Hold on. So out of 5 homes, you don't have a man in none of them? That sounds so heartbroken.
Actually, it sounds.
What I'm doing is I'm renting them to people. So, because I'm a smart Black woman, that's what I do.
Well, let me respond to that. So
you're married? You're in a relationship though?
Hold on. Let me finish because I'm going to leave soon. Hoodservative. Let me tell you something. If you knew what I had and you knew what I came with, you would shut your mouth. When I tell you that you would never, ever, 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 I wouldn't even let you wash my dirty drawers. I would never, ever let you even get close enough to smell how good I smell with that Joe Malone. Let me tell you how bad I am. I bought my first car And it was something that you wouldn't even be able to afford on your best days. I make more money than that, whatever you sitting in that little shack that you have that you won't even show out on. So don't let me sit there and start clapping back on you. You sound stupid. You sound very ignorant as a black man. Because your only thing is that you want to create content because you want to dog black women, and that days are starting to come to an end. Because by the end of my journey out of YouTube, I'm gonna pull a trifecta on some of
Somebody
these
will
black
love
spaces.
you. At the end of your
I'm
YouTube.
gonna say it again. Like I said, you know, Sharon called you sassy. You wouldn't even be up to a gay man, because at least a gay man has a standard. And you don't have either or.
You see, he keep putting his foot on. He won't let people just talk.
You want everybody's channel. What
Can
do
we
you
just
have
talk?
new to bring to the table? What new do you have to bring to the table?
Can we just talk? Can I talk to them?
You're talking about women getting on your program. Sir, what is your program? We're on
Somebody
a 5-minute
loves you,
date right
baby.
now. Sir, we're on a 5-minute date right now, and you don't know me and I don't know you. We're sitting across the table. I need to know what your program I need to get with. Please tell me in 5 minutes.
We're on a date. Go the fuck home.
Look, sir, you have 5 minutes. What is your program, sir?
To get away from you.
No, you know why you don't have, you know why you can't answer it? Because you don't have
There
a
is no program I would include you in. You have
don't
way
have
too
a
many words in your body
You
for
know what
me.
your program is somebody to help you get up out of your darkness. That's what it is. You don't have a life. You don't have anything to offer a woman, because a man that brings something to the table, he's equal to the woman that can bring stuff to the table as well. People need
But
to
you
meet
ain't found that nigga yet, though.
That's what I'm
the funny
telling
part.
you. You are
All
nobody.
this shit you done, but you ain't found him.
How do you know what I found?
Hood, you might want to tag my hand, bro. She's staring
I'm
your
just
eye.
saying, all those things you done, you ain't found him. Where is he? Where is he? Is he in one of those other houses?
All right, so
where is he?
I like the response. She was getting at me, so I like to respond to what she was saying. Can I respond to what she's saying?
Hold on, y'all.
Me
Hold on.
too,
I know
actually.
Somebody loves you, baby, but don't nobody know who that nigga is.
Hold on. I understand. Everybody wants
because you don't have 5 homes, right, to rent out. You don't know. You don't, because you can't have. You don't have enough collateral to go to a bank and get somebody to give you money to flip homes.
You
Are
might
you
want to
mad at
tag
that?
my hand, Hood Server.
Are you mad?
But I think this.
Are you mad that your whole legacy right now is you getting offline and beating your meat? Do you want to talk about that?
Remember, female loneliness epidemic, bro. That's it right here.
Loneliness. Actually, about a couple hours. Hold on, Sean.
Prism.
Actually, about tonight, about 9 o'clock, I'm going to see Music Soul Child with some friends. And I'm not going to tell you whether they're male or female, but let you know something.
We know what they are.
Absolutely nothing to me. And you know why?
At no point did she brag about her man. Not once did she say her man about to come over and bang it out. You about to go watch another nigga that don't like you.
Hold on.
Let's recenter us. Recenter us,
Hold
bro.
on to a nigga that don't even know you.
Hold on 1 second. Hey, Hood Servitor, can you brag about your woman?
Dang, don't worry. I can tell. He
She
got nothing
going
to
to a
say,
nigga
bro.
that don't even know her, bro.
Hold on.
She going to spend her loneliness.
Hold on. I just want to
listen to love
understand.
songs,
Hold
bro.
on,
She going to mitigate her loneliness.
Hold on, Hood Servitive. I never in my life heard you brag about your woman. Can you please brag about your woman? Go ahead.
I just want to point out that somebody loves her, and she will find.
Can you please brag about your woman? Yes or no?
You will find the man at the Music Soul Shop.
I mean, you know what
and
that
this
means.
is crazy. That's just wild to me. Go ahead, Eda Man.
She was getting at me. I was wanting to respond to her. Can I respond
Hold on,
to her?
wait 1 second. 1 second. Y'all get y'all chance.
Hold on. Africa, you get a chance to respond to Prism. Get Eda Man. He wants to jump in and
wait. She's not lonely. She's not the female.
Hold on. Wait 1 second.
Really, I'm never lonely.
Hold on. 1 second. 1 second, Prism. It's really interesting that I hear men, lonely men, calling women lonely women, right? Like this idea that we hear men say you're lonely, and it's almost like a projection, because we know some of these guys have been in this space long enough that we know that they lonely. They can't sustain a relationship.
Right.
They can't do these different things. But I just think that how is that a shot against her if it's your reality too? Now,
You know
if
what's
I would,
funny,
I would
bro?
have seen. Hold on, brother. I got you. I'm gonna let you go
I
and
thought it was
go
a
with
question.
me.
Okay.
I'm gonna close it here. I just think we really got to stop. You know, we can't be hypocrites as men. We can't be living a lifestyle and saying that it's bad, and then we're living that same lifestyle. So, like, if single men, especially y'all lonely ones who we know that can't sustain a woman, y'all can't throw that in women's face because it's your reality too. And I'll land it there.
But the funny thing
Most
is,
people are single though.
hood servant.
Everybody's single right
The funny
now.
thing, you're
You and your
mad
single
because
friends about to
I
go
have to beat
pretend
them off,
tonight.
baby. I have to beat them off. My phone is always ringing. Let me tell you something.
The world is
That's
full of
one thing
dick,
I'm not
but
ever gonna have a problem with. I'm always gonna have a man. Now that's your problem because you really want them. That's why you're fighting with me.
you got a man
Now, if
right
you
now.
want me to, I know some real good queens in Hollywood. Now, let me tell you something.
You're not going
This
out with
isn't
that
like
man tonight
Mr.
though.
Speed, because you get more sassy with women than you do with men. So
You're
it
going out
seems like
pretending tonight.
you seem like you're running that course right now, baby. Now, if you want me to, I can go ahead. I can get you that lace front. We can go ahead and beat your face to death. We can put them heels on you because you be twerking on everybody's panel. And I figured to myself, since you ain't making no money anywhere else, you might as well let me put you on a pole. Now.
Do you dance for your man?
Now.
Do you dance for your man? That's why he don't love you.
Now.
Bro, what the
Which
hell?
man are you talking about? This is your problem. You happen to think that I don't have a choice, but I have choices. And you would never be one of them. So what I'm trying to do is offer you.
Women getting a lot of dick have a lot of options.
I'm trying to help you
Dick
get
is
out of
always
your
an
reality,
option.
boo. Let me help you out.
I don't think he really want to have a conversation. He just trying to throw out insults. You want to talk to him, Uncle Jeff? Right.
I don't.
But he's not. But Uncle Jeff, he's not really having a. All right. So the problem is, Uncle Jeff, he's not having a conversation.
You gonna accuse me of just throwing insults, bro?
Is it okay if I talk to the sister?
So the problem.
You don't even let me talk to the sister. You keep muting me every time I talk, and you say
That's because
I thought I was allowed to respond to her. She got to be first.
I want to talk to Uncle Jeff.
Hold on.
That's who I want to talk to.
If I mute you, that means I want you to stop talking.
Do I ever get to respond?
Yes. But if I mute you, and then I muted you. It's not no goddamn. I don't understand what's the confusion about it. I keep muting you because you keep on interrupting. That's why. And you're interrupting with bullshit. You're not having a real conversation.
Or answering questions.
Because or answering questions. But for some reason, y'all think I'm doing this to y'all because you're a man. I'm doing this to you because you are not following the conversation.
You never do this to women.
You seen that, Uncle Jeff? I'm getting better. I didn't.
I call balls and strikes, man.
You only do this to women, though.
Right.
Women have privileges here, so don't act like you're doing this to be objective. You do this because you do this to men. You don't do this to women.
All right. So why do Uncle Jeff see the same thing?
I don't know what Uncle Jeff's talking about. I'm talking to you directly.
Okay, I can tell you what I'm talking about.
Well, hold on a minute, Jeff.
And you didn't answer it, yes or no?
Fair enough, but I did that on purpose. I did that on purpose because she doesn't need your help, Sharon. First of all, everybody's single. Why is it wrong for me to be single but not her? She's single as I am. Why is that a bad thing? We're both single. Why she get the grandstand on it? Because you're going out to look for dick at the Music Soul Child concert. Shut the fuck up.
So you're jealous. I'm telling you, you can ride. You can ride now because you seem like
she's fumbling.
You having a little
We're both single. We're both single, but you get the grandstand while you go look for dick tonight.
So I'm taking my best friend out, who
You
is a
get to
married
proudly
woman,
hunt for
and a
dick.
couple of our friends. We're going out to dinner, and I'm taking her to see Music Soul Child. Not that it's any of your damn business because you couldn't afford those $100 tickets anyway.
Wow,
So
this is
anyway,
crazy.
what else you got?
Okay.
Can I respond? Because it was levied toward me. It was levied toward me. Sorry, Jeff, but she was getting on me.
Okay, so
all right.
So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna hopefully Afro can actually have a conversation with her, and Uncle Jeff is gonna hold it down because I know he can actually have a conversation. So
And I want to ask Uncle Jeff a question after all that.
Okay, let's see if that could work.
So first of all, she went into a lot of things, and I don't want to go into. I don't want to do a back and forth. I don't. When she mentioned something about me where you're all over the place, I always see you online. I'm not online all the time, but you might see me in a few places. I'm fortunate enough to own my own home and I work at home. So I'm
Okay,
pretty.
that
I'm
was
hold on.
that
So I'm
was conservative. That wasn't you.
so
Oh,
okay.
yeah, that
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
But
It
hit
seemed like you
dogs
talking
get
about me.
holler. They do holler. Them hit dogs
No,
be
no,
hollering loud.
no.
I'm just saying.
Well,
Go
no,
ahead, bro. I'm
no,
sorry.
no, no.
Hold on,
Man.
Notice it's
Afternoon. Hold
always
on.
about me,
Hold on.
Sharon.
Just hold on one second.
They come up here.
Conservative, hold on. Hold on, please. You got to be able to hold your tongue just for a little bit so we could have a conversation. And this is why I'm talking about the lovers of men. You feel like you had to defend something that wasn't even about you.
No. I thought she mentioned Afro nerd. The term Afro nerd was thrown about.
Okay, so Afro
Why don't you
nerd,
ask?
my issue with you was this.
See, she had an issue with me. So I'm wrong now? Go ahead.
Yeah, respond to her issue.
You're absolutely wrong.
She said, "What's your issue with me?"
Okay, now she could. Now that's what you should have started with.
Yo, but thank
you said, "What's your issue with me?" And then now she could go ahead.
Why do you bring up the Million Man March when half of the women in that chat, or half of us were at 2, 3, 4 years old when the Million Man March happened? Why are you still talking about the Million Man March? It's like you. It's not like anything's going to change. Like, what's going on here? If you got problem with older women, look. If you got problem with our aunties, our grandmamas, our mamas. And it won't be my mama because my mama and my daddy still married. And so do most of my aunties. So if you got a problem with those women that are in that age group that had a problem with the Nation of Islam and Minister Farrakhan saying a certain thing about women not being there, whatever the deal was, don't bring that into a 30-year-old conversation. We don't care. We don't care about that.
Okay, can I respond?
We're the first generation of people that don't have to get married. It's an option.
Okay, so let me tell you what my thought on this, respectfully. I was with my dad when I went to the Million Man March, so I was very young when I went there. So I appreciated that he took me, right? But I'm also not an ageist. I don't, just how my mind doesn't work. I go to data, I go to history. So I don't do this thing where I was born in 1985, I was born in 1990, and I can't talk about anything before that. I don't do that. Now that's a generation. See, I don't do the generational thing where everything is so different between generations. Because when you actually do the history, you'll be surprised on how people were getting it in and doing some crazy stuff. Shout out to Uncle Jeff, because you probably know Tallulah Bankhead. You know, I know Tallulah Bankhead was the first Madonna. She was a freak 70 years ago. So because I have a couple of degrees too. So I know quite a bit from my age. And I know that nothing is the same. I'm sorry, nothing changes. Pardon me. Nothing really changes. So I go to history. I don't just stay in my time. I go back and forth in time. That's how I discuss things. So I talk about the origins of some of these issues between black men and black women. And I recollect, even as a younger person, in 95, there was some stuff going on there. This stuff doesn't come out of thin air. There's an origin to it.
Okay, so
right? Spider-Man got bit by a spider. Right?
So
I'm doing the nerd thing.
Probably. So are you telling me that right now you're probably about what, 45, 50 years old?
No, we're not going to do. How about this? We're not going to do the age thing.
It's okay for you to be honest and say your age.
What I'm saying is, it's irrelevant because I'm talking because I'm not staying in a specific time. I'm talking about where this stuff comes from.
Where does it come from?
It's coming from the dynamics between men and women going back 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago.
From the beginning of time. From the beginning of time. Listen, nothing changed.
Hold on.
From the beginning of time.
Hold on. You're putting extra sauce on it. I know apparently you like a lot of sauce. So what I'm saying is,
we're saying what you're saying.
If
you literally said nothing changed upon men, and they've been doing this since the beginning of time.
No, I didn't say begin. No,
30, 40 years doesn't matter if it's been happening since the beginning of time.
What I'm saying is, between black men and black women, you can look at YouTube. I can time travel and look at YouTube and look at sisters in the 70s talking the same way they're talking now.
Exactly.
History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes.
Black men talking about in the 70s.
So because
what were black men talking about in the 70s?
Hold on. Why can't I make this commentary?
Why can't you be honest and see things from a complete 360 circle? Why can't you say
was it 180?
Black men and black women are talking about
you right back where you started.
Exactly. Is it 180 or 360? See, we're already our math.
Girls are good at math. Sharon just told us girls are good at math.
Conservatives, shut up.
I know.
First of all, you're going to be a bad faith actor anyway. So I already know who I'm talking to. You're going to be a bad. You have to be right instead of being accurate and being to the truth. I'm about the truth. I'm about the truth.
Hold on.
This is a wasted effort right here.
Afro nerd.
Now I'm too old. I'm too old to talk about anything. I'm too old to talk about anything. It's crazy. It's crazy work.
Anybody? We don't need you. That's what I'm saying. Hold on, Sharon.
We don't need you. Okay, that's good one. Yeah, I wasn't looking for you. I wasn't looking for you.
I don't need you to have.
I have a father too. How about that?
Okay, well, whoop-de-doo. So what's the point?
Whoop-de-doo to you. Look, I'm not cursing you. I'm not calling out your name. I've been very respectful. But I've seen some sisters be. They're not. The point. What I'm saying is that the manosphere has problems. I don't agree with the manosphere. Okay, but I'm going. What I'm telling you is this: there's a fresh and fit. There's a whatever, and then there's a Dr. T.S. Johnson. There's a Professor Thomas Curry. There's a medium man. There's a medium man, and then there's some other loose talking, wild, disrespectful manosphere platform. Not all.
Talk about you. Talk about you.
What about me? What do you need? What do you need to know from me?
Because the conversation is between y'all two. We don't worry about you don't care for the manosphere. She don't care for the manosphere. So let's talk about the conversation.
No, you're not getting what I'm saying. You're missing the point.
Help her figure out why she's single, bro. That's what you have to do here. Help her figure out why she's struggling.
And so this is
why he's single.
No, all I'm saying is when you say the manosphere, be accurate about what part of the manosphere. If you talk about first wave feminism, second wave feminism, you got to talk about what part of the manosphere is a problem. It's problematic. Is it Andrew Tate or is it Dr. Johnson?
She don't have to. No, because y'all don't do that with women.
Okay, so we don't have to be specific. We don't have to be accurate.
No, absolutely not.
That's crazy.
Listen,
that's crazy.
She don't have to do that because y'all don't do that with women.
Okay.
Y'all don't talk about only the women that is. Y'all say all of them. Majority of them.
I just did it.
No, you said from the beginning of time. I'm gonna let Uncle Jeff.
I didn't say you said the beginning of the time.
No, you're not. You're not gonna let me. No one's gonna
fair, bro. I'm gonna let you, Uncle Jeff. Fight me.
You don't have to.
Hold on. Because you want to ask Uncle Jeff a question anyway. Let's see if we can get Uncle Jeff to settle it down just a little bit because it's a little bit too much back and forthy, and y'all not actually letting each other converse anymore. Go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
It's just grinding in the sand right now. Okay, and I don't see your name, sis.
Real Prism.
Oh, real. Hey, Sister Prism. Let me start with I'm 60. Let me also start with most of the problems that we face as Black people is my generation's fault. And I'm sorry, which is where I usually start when I speak with people. Let me also say that I don't have this is my first time talking to you. I don't have a track record with you or against you. Sis, I come in peace.
No, I don't have any beef with you. I didn't speak anything about you. My problem is that, let me say this. I don't watch a lot of stuff, and I just missed Sharon. I sent him something to say because I was like, hey, Sharon, because I hadn't been around. But let me tell you something. You guys keep on having the same conversation. Conservative, let me tell you something. You don't have
whoa.
You don't have a
sis, that's not fair. Sis.
Okay.
You watch me a lot. I love you too, baby.
Jeff, there is
Sharon, I need your help.
There is no fix for the community. There is no fix.
Go ahead, Uncle Jeff. Go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
Go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
There is a fix, but go ahead. There's a fix.
Don't worry. It's going to be me and you.
Go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
I tell you what, I'm going to try one more time. And then, sis, this is rude of me to do, but I'm going to invite you to my show. I do a show called Giraffe Balls, where I get highest giraffe balls, and I talk to everybody about whatever they want to talk about, and I allow them to speak. And if people interrupt twice, I throw them the fuck out because it's disrespectful. That's how adults speak. Because don't nobody up here do this in court. They are making the conscious choice to be disrespectful to us right now if they open their dick suckers. Now, with regard to what
he slid that in there. Go ahead.
No, that wasn't a sneak. You just proved my point. I didn't sneak it in. I meant what I said. If you cannot control yourself right now, find a dick to put in your mouth. I'm talking to this lady and it's not your turn, and you're being openly and you're choosing to be disrespectful, and it's shit you don't do in church. It's shit you don't do in court. So you're choosing to be disrespectful, and I'm tired of it. because you keep making her points by doing that. Get the sand out of your pussy and wait your fucking turn. Now, as I was saying, sis, I understand. I disagree when you say there is no plan for the community, because then you would have to entirely dismiss the Nation of Islam, who is just like the Amish, who is just like there are groups of people, the Mormons, who have become self-contained and deal with their problems infrastructurally, which is what we are going to have to do. People like yourself that have positive male role models, that have property, that have investments and understand how money works. There is a plan coming that works for us and you. I put myself in there. It's the people without that plan, sis, that we're not going to have to worry about. They're going to fill the body bags, and they are male and female. Now, and I'll land it here. With regard to weed, I don't know what you've been told, but I know what you haven't. And I suggest to you, on your own time, look up The Grass is Greener. It is a documentary by Fab Five Freddy, detailing how and why we got the stigma that you put on it. Yeah, I'll land it there. I think you should do that.
Well,
I got some questions. Hold on.
So can I respond?
I do have
yeah,
a
go to
question when
respond,
you
then I can ask Uncle Jeff.
So,
Go ahead,
let me
President.
say this. Uncle Jeff, I
Yes, ma'am.
understand the grass is greener, and I'm going to say this, but that's not something that I choose for my life. I don't want a guy like that. I really don't. That's not
what
a
does I don't understand what that
Number
means.
two, I'm not interested. I don't like cigarettes. I don't like smoking at all.
Okay, that's fair.
I don't like
That's
it.
fair.
I just don't. Number two.
Boss, mute, bro. Mute your thing, boss.
Number two. So hood conservative, being single doesn't mean I'm alone or lonely. I need you to understand that. Okay? So let me tell you, just because you think that it's a gotcha moment, that I haven't decided that I'm going to accept somebody's ring, doesn't mean that I'm not wanted. See,
Yeah,
and that's the difference between
why
you and
is your
I.
singleness
I don't know
more
why. I
righteous
thought
than
you were talking
mine,
to
though?
me.
You're angry because I don't
No,
need
you're
you.
not special, Jeff. I'm
Let me
special.
just make it
Why
clear
is your
to you.
singleness more
I
righteousness
don't
than
want
mine?
you. I would never want you, and I don't need you.
I thought
You're
we were
not the
talking
man
about the
I would want,
community
and
and
you're not the man I would ever need.
No, that's cool, but I got Uncle
plan.
Jeff.
I thought we
Uncle
were talking
Jeff.
about plans.
Yeah.
Can I
No,
respond,
hold
Sharon,
on,
without
no,
you
not
being like
yet,
this?
not yet.
You're a salty old
Hold on.
bitch. That's what you are. You're a salty old bitch man who don't have a life, and you need to shut your damn mouth and let other
They want to
people
go back
talk.
and forth.
Everybody's tired of it. Let
I
Mr.
just
E talk.
Hurry up! I'm about to bounce, bro.
no wait. No, I gotta ask you this question before you leave.
I'm getting ready to
two
go.
need to fight.
And I'm gonna say it like this, Uncle Jeff.
Yeah.
Nigga, you telling me after the last conversation, in the next couple of years, when the world started breaking down, that these niggas gonna have women lined up for them? Like you tell our last conversation, you said these men gonna have plethora of women.
Yeah.
Hood conservative. You talking Afro nerd. They gonna have 15, 20 women begging to be in a relationship with them? No, I think men like Sharon. You really believe that?
You got this nerd thing kind of mixed up, but go ahead.
If the world is broken
Let me ask
down,
you a
why would
question.
that matter? If the world...
No, I didn't ask y'all. I
not.
asked him because he told me that all these men were gonna have it, and I think Sharon gonna have 100 women,
Okay.
and they still gonna have zero.
Here's what's gonna happen, Eda man. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm going to try to answer you, and if one of these motherfuckers open their face, I'm just gonna make a clip about it and put it on my show and invite you. Okay? All right. When I said the single men, I meant the single men who are capable, the single men who are in a pool with other single men. I didn't say anything about their ability to interact with women, their ability to socialize with women, their abilities to make a relationship work with women. I was talking about the mathematics and how when this fails and everybody likes to dance around it, but nobody wants to touch these planes. When this shit that we are watching goes down, please tell me how it is stupid to say that one capable black man should not find 9 other capable black men, get together, form a union, and the women who are needy will find their way to that union, and you will have your pick of those women. I meant that and nothing else. Do I mean that Hood Conservative in his present form is going to be with the vitriol that he carries for women is who I'm talking about? No, it isn't. No, it's not. Let me be crystal fucking clear. I don't like my words muddied. I don't like them touched with. I don't like them fucked over. And I certainly don't like them interrupted. So, and I am a very long-winded person. So let me land it right there. And then I'll listen to your thoughts because you were courteous. And my man to my right, man, put the fucking names back up here. This my dude with the white sweater, bruh, came in, hit home runs, and got out the way. You other niggas, yeah, y'all got your thong is chafing your nuts or something today.
Hold on. And so actually, his name is right there at the bottom. By the way, marvelous opinion. Marvelous opinion. Yeah, the super chat is him.
Oh, marvelous. Oh, my man, yes.
Marvelous opinion. People's opinions are just extensions of their identity. Some people can't be wrong because they will feel like they are less than themselves. Woo! Emotional damage is real.
Can I get in here when you're done, Jeff?
Hold on, I want to respond to him. Then y'all can go back to arguing.
I got one more. Marvelous opinion with the 2 dots. He got a question for y'all. 1, keep the mustache. 2, to shave it. Y'all all answer it in the goddamn chat right now. 1 for Marv. Let me put him on the big screen because the ladies love it. So I might get some more views because Marvelous is there. 1 to keep the mustache. 2 to shave it. Ladies and gentlemen, please give us an answer because he want to go and eat some food. And
he can't make the choice on his own because it ain't, he going to go in there for about what y'all fucking say. It ain't his space.
So, yeah. But Uncle Jeff, I think your response was a great response, first of all. I got to acknowledge it, right? Because it changed what I thought you were saying. But what you are saying for these men that are single, they must change if the world destroys and is coming to an end or in current place. It actually have nothing to do with the women. It's 100% about these men changing who they are to attain the women. Because at their current form, even at the end of the world, they still wouldn't be in the group. Because men like me and you, Sharon, would have to accept them into the group.
I already have. And again, E man, people seek to disagree with me. I've never disagreed with what you're saying right now. Ever. And I've never said anything outside of it. Ever. The only reason that we were unclear is because, nigga, you was unclear. I have never changed what I have said. Because, again, I get my shit from history. This isn't new. This isn't some shit I made up. This math that I discussed, all you got to do is do it for yourself. But then again, we are dealing with people. I've heard it, as a matter of fact. I think Sister Prism said that, and she's in a great place because she has men around her and people around her. And she has her head on straight with finances and deals with other people like that. But she says something I vehemently disagree with. I don't know how you move forward by disavowing everything that came before you. No pilots, surgeons, doctors, goddammit, bricklayers, janitors. I can't think of anything you can do positively as a human being with no reference to what came before you. So I don't. We never disagree. We don't. Not that we disagree. It's just that I call the balls and strikes where I see them, bro. I don't have a spot.
The Million Man March.
Say again?
Are you talking about what I said about the Million Man March?
No. I mean that's something else, but I could go into that. I actually have a Google that clearly debates that.
So let let me say this. The world has 4.1 billion men. Okay, so what makes y'all think that if a woman's looking for a man, that she has to have one in the United States of America?
I'll answer that.
No. I want to finish that.
Oh,
because just like men keep on talking about having passports, women have them too. So that's an option. I don't have to marry an American man, and honestly, I really do. I don't want to. I'm probably going to look abroad.
Okay. Now, is it okay if I respond to that? Okay.
It's not going to be a choice though, because that's my choice. But go ahead.
Okay. I'm not. No.
Okay.
Sis, you can marry a monkey from Madagascar. I don't give a fifty fuck. I'm just responding to what you said.
Right. Go ahead.
Okay. And this is a pat response I have to that. Dear American Black women, the internet is everywhere. There is no Eastern European oil baron roaming the hoods of your city looking to take you and your kids out to Chuck E. Cheese and do your breaks. They've seen you. This travel abroad, I suggest before you do it, look up single Black women traveling abroad and see what you get from a.
I've already been traveling abroad, sir.
I believe so, and I don't believe I interrupted you.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Okay, look up single women, Black women traveling abroad. That complete relationship in relationship to Black men, because the issue is wherever they go, they take themselves. The white man all over the earth knows exactly where you are. He put you there. There is this option that you think you have. If you can name the country where Black women, Black American successful women like yourself are being married in droves, I would love to see it, because I have information that is counter to that.
Okay, so I find it very interesting that Europe and Asia and all those places do not keep count on people who are married interracially. So it's really funny how American news sources,
because they don't like that shit.
Sharon?
We can't hear you, Sharon, if you're talking.
Sharon, I can't hear you.
I was just saying, Hood Server, like, you run a show, you should understand how etiquette should be. She was talking literally. Like, hold your Tourette's. Go ahead, bro.
And I thought it was between me and her. My bad. That's what I'm talking about, bro. That's the shit.
Sharon, my dad made a statement to me like a few weeks. That's why I've been gone for so long. He said, if there are two fools arguing and somebody comes in to listen to it, they're not going to tell. You couldn't tell which one's the fool, because both of them are going to sound like it. So some conversations are really fruitless, and people have choice. Okay, Europe doesn't keep any type of records at all on who has married or who hasn't married. This whole thing about Black women traveling abroad and all this stuff, I heard it, and Black men traveling abroad right now, y'all don't have a good record either. We didn't see the J Rillo. I know the part. I know the passport.
I'm
the
only
Black
interrupting
men
you
traveling
because
abroad, sir. We can't play this game.
I know. I want to understand your question.
What reputation do you think Black women have abroad?
What reputation do I think that Black women have abroad?
In what area? What reputation do you believe we have abroad?
Okay. Well, I'll cut to the chase. I've been to over 30 countries.
Okay.
And in all 30 of them, yes, I've been around the world twice for free.
Okay.
The opinion of and again, you're not Black when you leave America. You're American. They don't look at you when we go abroad. You're not looked at as a Black woman. You're looked at as an American woman, because you're in a sea of women who look like you, who were not raised under the conditions you are, who look at society different, and you stick out like sore thumbs, like when you go to the Middle East and get arrested for your behavior.
So I've never had a problem in the Middle East, in Djibouti or any of those places. Okay. So where are you getting your information that we're sticking out like a sore thumb? Because I like to get to the source of where you're coming from.
Sure.
Where are you getting your information minus the internet, where you see individual problems, individual people, and not a large space of women? So if you're talking about individual women cutting up over there, that's not all about reputation over there. I wish you would stop it.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it okay if I respond to that?
Because let me say this, there's nobody making more international news than Passport Bros. So you're trying to tell me Black women are just going everywhere, just cutting up when I'm sitting around watching it.
No, here's what I'm trying to tell you.
What are you trying to tell me, sir? I'm not saying, if you're trying to, if the bottom line, Uncle Jeff, is that you're thinking that you're going to coax me not to move overseas and not to find somebody of an African race or another diaspora of African men that live in Russia, that might live in the Netherlands, that have no type of intervening with this garbage that's in America. This whole patriarchy, gender war going on. Some African men over there don't have any clue what's going on. There are men that are Latino don't have a clue what's going on over here. Don't act like everybody knows what's going on in America. The news is very different.
Okay, I'm gonna take that pause as my opportunity to respond. First off, sis, I have no interest. I don't even know what you look like.
You're right.
I don't have a monkey in that zoo. You can live in a igloo in Siberia with a Siberian man. I'm not trying to influence you with regard to anything. I'm merely discussing you asked a question, and as is often in internet speak, you'll ask a question, but it's not really a question, it's a bridge to a point. Because when you ask a question, you should stop and wait and let the person answer it. You asked, how do these women stick out like sore thumbs? And then you said, don't use the internet. Easy. The biggest problem that good Black women like yourself have is good Black women like yourself. Because you do not step up and speak out openly against these, because let's just say there's only 3 of them in the whole earth. There's only 3 scallywags on the earth, but these scallywags are really fucking busy. So those scallywags are doing your press. Those scallywags are taking all the pictures ass first. Those scallywags are doing the things we complain about that good Black women like you defend, and they make your life hard, not you in particular, because again, your phone is burning up, and for some reason, you don't want any of those guys that are burning up because you're going to leave the country. Well, okay, I'm not even putting them two together until just now. But okay, whatever you're doing, whatever blows your skirt up. What I'm saying is, I don't. There are many parallels here that say that as a Black woman, you do yourself a disservice by not separating from these horrible chicks, because I believe a great many of you exist. I believe that is the tail wagging the dog, that there's a few sisters making it bad for the rest of you, and y'all won't separate from them. That's what I believe.
Can I get in on this? I want to kind of compliment what he's saying.
Well, I was actually waiting. Since I kept getting muted and dropped, nobody wants me to respond, even though everybody say my name and don't want me to talk on some whole shit. Do I actually get to talk now?
As long as it's on the subject.
Let me respond really quick here.
Yeah, that's fair. Let her.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me say this, Uncle Jeff. This is why y'all need to stay offline. Because let me say this first of all. One little thing that somebody does, you talk about, okay, all women, y'all need to correct these other women. Let me tell you what I don't do. Grown folk do what grown folk want to do, and I'm not trying to change what grown folk do. They're going to make their own decisions. They're not going to respect whether you say something that you like or not. What y'all need to do is what everybody needs to do. Worry about yourself. So that's the problem right there. Everybody has in everybody's household, everybody's business. Everybody, we want to fix this, we want to fix that, and don't have any ability to fix it. If y'all saw a problem in the 1960s and the 70s, why couldn't you fix it then? I'm pretty sure there was the same conversations going on. If the Million Man March happened in whatever year it was, how come it didn't fix the solution with the Black culture?
Wait a minute. My bad. I thought those were questions. Those are bridges.
No,
keep going.
I'm going to say this. Okay, you say, oh, y'all have a reputation if you go overseas and stuff like that. Well, it looked like to me every time I step off a plane somewhere, I get nothing but utmost respect. So I'm trying to figure out why you're on the internet worrying about Black women traveling abroad. If one Black woman doing something abroad doesn't mean it's me. I'm responsible and responsible for how I carry myself, not to manage other people's lives. I manage my life. That's the only life I came in here with, and that's the only life I'm going out of here with. I manage me.
Well, that's good. That's actually good.
It's incredibly selfish and against any creator, because the creator didn't put you here for you. The creator put you here to influence others.
Okay, but he didn't he didn't put me here to influence the whole world.
No, not the whole world, but you said you're only responsible for you.
Purview, not
you're responsible for you.
I'm responsible for the people that come into my purview.
That's not what you said.
It's like the little conversation about the fact
what you
me
said.
taking my best friend out.
That's not what you said.
Look, I am responsible for me individually and the people that come into my purview. I'm not responsible for you.
Not at all.
So, Prism.
Go, yes, sir.
I just got one question because I want to leave so y'all can get back to arguing, right?
I'm out after you. I got enough to make some great fucking clip.
And I'm asking this question for clarification, right? Because I just want to understand where the state of women in your situation at, and I think I could take it from you. So you said that you have a whole bunch of men that's trying to get with you, and you said that you want to go overseas and get that man. I'm trying to figure out in your mind what makes you think the guys overseas are more qualified than the men that's trying to get you in the stateside.
So I lived overseas for multiple years. I travel overseas all the time in different countries, and I'm not going to say which ones they are. But I can tell you right now, men are going to talk to women no matter, Mr. E, men are going to talk to women no matter where they are. You're going to find men that you deal with, they're going to call you, yeah, can I take you out, blah, 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 blah. But more than likely, I'm probably going to go back overseas somewhere because these type of conversations, they're not stimulating for me. They're not.
No, because in my mind, I'm thinking the guys that's texting you are not online having these conversations. It's a different group of men. Yeah, so I'm not talking about the guys on this panel. I'm saying the guys that are pursuing you that's not online, not having these conversations. What makes them less of a man than the guys overseas or where you stay?
Nothing makes them less of men. Nothing makes them less of men. They're nice guys and stuff, but sometimes you just don't have a whole lot of things in common with them. There's nothing wrong with that.
Perfect. Yeah, no, that's perfect. So you're saying the guys overseas, you had more in common than the guys in America. That's why you're going to pursue the guys overseas.
I think that living. I think.
Wait, no. Go ahead.
It's all interesting. Every time he says something, he don't want nobody to say anything, but he got to jump on in. So what I'm saying to you,
I'm the only one who ever gets muted or dropped. So make your fucking point.
I'm finna go make some popcorn. This is good, E. Keep going.
Mr. E and I don't have that type of relationship. He's always been very respectful.
No, really, I'm making some
and I'm gonna remain respectful to him as always. So I don't have that type of relationship with him. He always.
I don't even know you. You came in hot with me, so anyway. Whatever.
But you're not dignified like him.
Okay, you're not so don't act like you have dignity either. Make your point with me. Finish talking.
Hold on. That's what you're gonna get your attention.
He gonna always get respect.
I didn't say a word and she started talking to me.
Yes, you are saying a bunch of words actually.
I didn't say a word and she started talking.
And you keep on playing victim, and we need you to stop playing victim. Man up and wait your turn. She's almost finished with eating, man. And then you could get ahead and bust your.
How was it his turn and not mine? Don't give me that man up shit when you letting everybody else go, bro. Stop that shit.
How you interrupting right now? Be a man. Act like one. It's okay.
Run your panel like a man. Stop being a hoe.
Okay, I'm done. Sharon, I'm gonna. Mr. E, when are you gonna pop back out again? We'll have another conversation.
Just Sharon got contact to me. Tell me when you coming. If you tell Sharon, I'll make sure.
Let me say this. Hey, PH Diva. You know, the disrespect and stuff. Like, I can't. Let me tell you. The only reason I popped in here, I can't stand those two dudes. Like, I mean, Afro Nerd, he's tolerable. Hood Conservative is intolerable. Okay, it's all of these conversations are circular. Whether I got a man talking to a bunch of men, trying to figure out my options, that's what life does. That's what it is. I like Europe. I like Asia. I like what's going on over there. It's not a bunch of this foolishness. It's no pressure. If you want my answers, there's no pressure. There's nobody telling me, hey, you need to hurry up and get married. I feel freer over there. I feel more respected over there. I think I have better conversations with men over there. If you really want me to get to the bottom line of it, if you want me to tell you the truth, Mr. E, I'll tell you what it is. No, I don't want to have sex with you. Maybe that's not who I am. Maybe I just want to know who you are, find out what kind of guy you are, and then maybe I'll think about it once we get down the aisle. I'm not no cheap date, and you're not going to make me one. I ain't the BD. I'm not your BUDDY. You're not getting no friends with no benefits over here. So Hood Server, the next time you call somebody a whore, you might want to find out if she really is. Because see,
when did I call you a whore?
You did. You basically said that I was going out with my girlfriends. My best friend, who's a married woman, she had a baby about a year ago. We don't get out very often. We love Music Soul Child. And you're trying to make it seem like me and my girlfriends are going out like we're disrespectful and don't have any type of honor. You're trying to make it seem like all Black women are alike when we're not. Me taking my friend out to honor her for her birthday and buying tickets for her to go see Music Soul Child is a blessing. It's a gift. Just because you don't have relationships like that with your friends don't mean that women don't have friends that are not toxic. I have friends that are real women.
Do I get to respond without you muting me, Sharon? Or are you going to keep doing
Sunday,
this?
Not a Saturday, dude.
Sharon, I'm asking you a question. Sharon, you.
Sounds stupid.
Do I get to respond without you muting me all the time? Okay, first off, young lady, you come into the conversation directly attacking me. I don't even know you. You don't even exist to me. But you came into the conversation. You have a lot of problems with whatever I said about whatever before. I never got a chance to insult you personally. I don't even know what your life is like until you got here. But you came up here with an attitude with me. I don't really understand why. That being said, though, I do believe somebody loves you. Maybe they're in Asia. Maybe they're in Pakistan. Maybe he's in the Indian subcontinent. There's like 6 billion of them niggas. You can try your hand over there. But the thing is, why is it that? Wait. It's not my business, and I wish you luck. It's not my business. But stop. No. Sharon, are you gonna unmute her now? Are you gonna mute her now, Sharon?
No.
Are you going to treat her right? Because she's special, right? Because she has a vagina, right? Right. She has a vagina, therefore she's special. So now, why do we never try to fix her problems? How come we're not trying to fix her life? She clearly going from the world of men. She's traveling the world trying to find a man. Why can't we solve her problems? We are all Black people who love Black people. Let's help this Black woman find love. Why doesn't nobody love this woman? All these houses, all these degrees, all this money. What is she doing wrong?
What
is she doing wrong?
What makes you think her service? Because you sound stupid.
I know what I'm doing wrong. I ain't shit, and I'm gonna die alone, and I'm okay with that. But why are you alone? Why have your degrees and your houses not got you a
You're angry
husband?
that women like me don't give you access, and you're never gonna have access.
Why would I want a woman like you? Tell me why I want a woman like you. Tell me why I should want a woman like you.
Women like me will never ever give you access.
But tell me why I should want access, though.
We're not looking for you.
What's so good about you? What's so good about you that I should want you?
All right, so let me interrupt. Let me jump in.
Now you interrupt, though. You only interrupt when I'm talking to her. Why do you now interrupt, bro?
Let me jump in. So So conservative, you always want to take conversations off of you personally. Why you keep trying to put it on her personally?
She made it about me personally, so why not talk about her personally?
So
Why is
again,
she so alone? Why if the men are so
I asked
bad
you
and she's so good, what is
They were
she
bad.
doing
I said they're
wrong?
just not a choice.
What is she doing wrong?
I'm not doing anything. I said it's a choice.
So now when we talk about you, what are you doing wrong that you don't have a woman?
And 3
I'm
babies.
doing everything wrong,
3
bro. I'm
babies
doing
outside of
everything
marriage.
wrong. That's why I got 3 babies and all this other shit going on. Because I'm doing everything
Okay, so
wrong. What
now-
is she doing wrong?
So
How
now,
come I don't have any babies?
No,
if
what
you-
is she doing wrong? Why do
Okay,
you got all this? Why do you got
I'm
all this and no man,
answer
bro?
that. I'm gonna answer that. I'm a man.
No, she has to answer
I'm
that.
going to answer it. I'm
No,
a
don't
man.
speak for her. She's
I'm
not a
going to
man.
answer-
She's a woman.
me and you-
Let the woman talk for her.
Me
Why are
and
you trying to play?
I get it. You don't talk to women. I get it. So you
'cause
got
he
to
is a
come here to
woman.
talk to women. I understand that. But you're going to have to calm your ass down. You don't run shit over here. So you want to calm down when you are on my panel. When I go to yours, I show you respect. So you're going to show me mine's here. It's the only chance you get the chance to talk to a woman. So relax. Act like a man for once. Now I'm talking
See the
to
whole
you.
shit, bro? You see the whole
I'm
shit?
talking to you.
Do I get to talk to her?
So when I'm talking to you, why can't you just answer a question? Be a man and answer questions.
Why did it
Do
take
you
you
have
3
issues
different
with women?
Why do you have 3 children by 3 different women? Why were you not able to settle down and choose one woman and make a family with her? Why?
Why do you have all these houses and no man wants you?
Because I'm smart.
No man wants you
I don't
because
live
you're
in all of
smart?
them. I'm smart because I'm building homes so people can live
I
in
want to
them.
jump in right there.
So I'm
She
going to ask
answered the
you a question.
question.
How come you can't do it?
She answered the question. Now your turn. Answer the question.
I only have one baby mama.
I'm going to ask you again. How come you have no property in your name and you're probably in your 40s?
My mama name.
Can I jump in here for a second?
No, sir.
Sharon.
I don't have anything right now. I want to get in him. I want to know why you sit around all the time, hood conservative, and jump from panel to panel and panel to panel, and you to proclaim to be a conservative man. Where is your conservatism, sir? Where is your equity? Where is your 401k? Where is your pension? Do you know how to do any stocks? Do you have any stocks and bonds, sir? You always want to talk about what women are doing. I need to know what you are doing and what you think you can bring to a table that would make any woman think that she would even want to carry your last name.
Like I said, somebody loves you. You'll find them eventually.
Well then, Sharon.
So let me ask Afro Nerd. Let me ask you.
No, notice how it's never about what's wrong with them, right? She's perfect and men suck. No matter what, she's perfect and men suck. We'll never focus on her life, her problems, why she can't get it together, why she's 40 years old and she has to travel the world thinking that she's gonna get a better shot, but somehow it's all the men's fault. Why don't we ever focus on her, bro? Let's focus on her. I'm interested in her as a person.
Okay, you asked the question, so I'll tell you why.
I'm nowhere near it either.
I'll tell you why, because I'm a man. That's why.
Okay.
You're not a part of this equation. You have nothing to do with her life, Sharon. What do you have to do with her life?
Perfect. I'm glad that you said that.
Neither do you. And neither does anybody else in YouTube. Nobody has.
Neither one of y'all have anything to do with my life, but y'all curious as fuck right now. So let's talk about the fact she ain't got no man.
Pay my bills.
Again, this is the problem.
I pay my bills, and they're always on time.
Some man wants to pay your bills, but you won't let him.
This is the
I don't
problem.
want him to pay my bills. When I make the decision, hold on, Mr. Sharon, because I want to leave.
Go ahead, baby girl.
Hood conservative, when I make the choice, when I think it's time, and I found somebody who's equal to me, and I'm equal with him, intelligently wise, spiritually wise, in other places, then I will make the decision to make it be a wife. But if I choose not to be a damn wife, it still ain't gonna have a damn thing to do with you.
Right, but my dating life has nothing to do with you. But that's all you want to talk about. You and Sharon. You and your auntie. You and your auntie. All you want to talk about is me. But why you alone?
That's because
why you alone and angry at random niggas you don't know?
Talking shit about black women, and you don't even have the kahunas to even marry one, and you're always telling black women what the hell they need to do. Why don't you fucking make an example of what you think a woman should be and what wives and husband and fathers should be, and stop talking shit about black women all the time. Stop worrying about what's going on.
What's so funny?
Shut the hell up. Don't be worrying about what women do between their legs and stuff just because they won't give you access to it. How the hell do you know what the hell is going on in OnlyFans? I'm not over there, so I don't know. You know why? Because you're a pervert. You're a sicko. You fucking need to get your life together.
This is
You came up here to talk to me though.
Sharon, this is going off the rails, man. This is going off the rails. It's kind of disturbing.
After this moment, I'm not going to think about you. You came up here to talk to me.
Hold on. You
think about me when I'm not even on air.
Black men don't want to hold other black men accountable. You're always mad at Sharon for telling people the truth about themselves, but as soon as some woman comes in and say, hey, the reason why you're not an eligible pick for a woman is because you have mental problems. Number one. Number two, something's wrong with you. Something's wrong with you.
You see what no dick does to a bitch, bro? You see what no dick does to a bitch, bro? I swear to God,
well,
terrible.
Hood, respectfully, let me just jump in. I'm gonna be very quick. I'm gonna be very quick because she's been.
Hold on, Jalen.
She calling my name out, so I want to kind of respond because she called my name out.
I told you to shut up because I was talking to him. That's what I told you. I don't have anything to say to you, Afro Nerd. You say enough. I can't tell you how many times that Peace Diva had to pay for you to shut up and drop you.
Sharon, I thought nice women came up here.
Yeah, that's not true.
When did Sharon tell us that nice women come up here?
Like,
okay.
All right, hold on. So let me hold on one second, y'all.
Put your
Hold on
location
one second.
Put your location in that backpack and we'll talk in public.
I just want to say this. Just because a woman
You'll find out who I am.
You want my Addy?
Hold on.
You want my Addy?
Hold on.
You see what no dick does to a bitch, bro?
No, but I'm gonna bring my brothers and my uncles with me.
I'm asking you to hold on, and you
just
clearly just want to keep on talking. I need you to stop. So again, if a woman if you and a woman want to have a conversation, go back and forth. I have no problem with either party going back and forth. The problem that I have with you men, y'all want me to treat y'all like women. I do not treat men like women. I don't go that way. So
don't tell us we can have it back and forth.
If you see me giving reverence towards a woman, leaning more towards a woman to have some grace towards a woman, that's what I do. I don't have grace towards men. I'm sorry. I'm a flaming straight man. So yes, I'm not going to give you grace because I don't love men just because they are men. I'm sorry, hood conservative. I don't love you like that.
Nobody hates a man like a man who's gay as you, bro.
So again, so right, so you are again. So again,
a whole wife.
This is crazy to me. So yes, so I am going to give women grace because I enjoy women more than I enjoy men. I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck about no man. I don't care about you like that, and so I'm not going to give you special treatment because you're a man. I know you adjusted your whole YouTube lifestyle to men giving deference towards other men because y'all love men so much. I get it, but that's not here. Here, everybody's going to be treated equal so they can have a conversation in a sense. So therefore, stop asking me to hold you down.
Okay, can I respond just quickly? Can I jump in? I thought it was my turn, so I could actually say a couple of things, and I'll be out of here.
It was my turn, nigga.
Hold on, Jalen. Say it on mute, goddammit. Hey, go ahead, Afro Nerd.
Okay, so I'm going to actually say something deferential about the real Prism. I think she's correct in being able to go where she needs to go, wherever she wants to go. I mean, that's just need my approval, but I don't think there's a problem with her going out of the country to find a mate or find someone that she can grow with. I think that's a good thing. My only concern really, my only concern really is there was criticism of men. The fact that you had a whole passport bro YouTube phenomenon that everybody on social media is talking about, black men specifically, kind of weighing their options and going out and dating or whatever they're doing in the Philippines or Thailand, wherever, all that stuff. I didn't think it should be labeled personally. That's the thing. I'm going to say something and I want an honest response. I'm the nuanced guy. They don't like the nuanced guy. I think that we should stop calling certain things, giving it a label, right? Sharon, this is to you, respectfully. I saw something on social media. They got into this whole thing. Black men who date or marry white women are weak, and they just kind of let that ride. Now I think that's wholesale disrespectful. I think that's crazy, right? But they're allowed to say that. And I'm thinking, why can't a man date a woman or marry a woman, and that woman is not the white woman? Her name is Jane, Janet, whatever it is, right? If I've been dating, I dated a number of different types of women, admittedly. Mostly black women, but I will say mostly black and Latina women because this is New York, right? But me and my friends, we never got into this. You dating this white girl, you date, and just like labeling it. Like we see some sisters, they create entire platforms to discuss divesting versus just dating a guy. I would not want to be the white guy. I'm gonna actually take the defense for Brad, quote unquote Brad. I would not want to be Brad, and my woman is talking about me as the white man. My name is Joseph. My name is whatever my name is. I'm a man first. So really, whether it's the passport bros as a label or divesting as a label, date your man, date your boo, and keep it moving. But when you have to label it something, I gotta proclaim I'm doing this. No, I see this big butt Latina in the corner over there, and I'm gonna holler at her. That's how it works in real time. My father, who might be listening somewhere. I gotta be careful. He might be listening somewhere, right? He was in the military. Brothers have been. He showed me pictures of squaws, Indian women in the West Coast. Uncle Jeff probably knows about that. You got squaws in Washington, and heck, I might have a half brother in Korea somewhere, right? So all I'm saying is, I'm just joking, but what I'm saying is, men used to. He's the Air Force. He's the Air Force. So, men have been able to do this for a long time, and we didn't call it anything until all of a sudden, when it was called passport bros. Really, I was always uncomfortable. Like, why are you saying anything? Just date your woman. I'm not going to be. Geography's not going to stop me. I'm not calling it anything. So I would defer to Prism and say, get your boo, whether he's in Compton, whether he's in Harlem, whether he's in Switzerland. But to profess it and to say, I'm going to do it. I've never said I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. If I see some, I'm going to be honest. Okay, Sharon, I'm going to be honest. Because I've seen it. If I see a big butt white woman with pedicured feet, this is Afro speaking, I'm going off brand. Sorry, I'm going off brand. If I see a big butt pedicured white woman with big has a certain look, I'm going to holler at her. Sorry. Okay? I'm not doing all that calculations in my brain. I'm not doing it. I'm going to give her the same grace. Don't talk smart to me. Be respectful. Can we get along? That's all I'm concerned about. Now, sisters first, admittedly. Sisters first, but hey, homegirl, Susie is there. I'm going to have to talk to Susie. I'm not going to make a big production out of it. I land the plane.
Well, I'm glad the Negro spirituals are over. I want to bid everybody a good night. Honey, look, the Negro spirituals are over. I almost feel like, do we need to pass the offering to play the round? Come on, play the hymn and be free, somebody.
Well, hold on. Before y'all just jump there. Diva, you there? I don't know if Diva's there.
I'm having some problems. You sound okay?
No, you sound like shit, Diva.
Oh, thank you. She said she was talking to me. It's okay, but
Transformative. She sounds great.
Like you should talk over me, which is crazy to me. I don't understand it. It is something strange about how much y'all men want to just talk over when I'm talking. It is something weird. We got to figure that out. I understand that I'm like y'all daddy, and y'all just want to prove that y'all could talk as well. I get it, but we don't have to get to that. You understand? Shout out to home of the official YouTube herd, Panda. Even though I don't know what the hell I was pandering to, I was just letting people communicate. Home of the official YouTube herd. He said, "You just said that you don't treat men like women. I don't." But in the same statement, you said everyone is treated equal here. I'm confused, Sharon. So in conversation, I do not jump in the middle of the conversation. But people like Hood Server, they would say, "See, Sharon, you keep, Sharon. Can you, Sharon? Why you,
Weren't you
Sharon?
jumping in the
Because
middle of my
and see now
conversation
why you
though? Weren't
fucking
you
that's
doing
the
that?
reason
Why you just mentioned me by name? Weren't you doing that
just
to me
because I said your name
specifically?
doesn't mean you should talk.
Hey,
it's okay. Like just because I said your name doesn't mean you're supposed to talk. That's insane to me. Be a
If you actually
man.
believe the rules, I follow them, bro.
All right. So when I mute you, don't unmute yourself until I tell you. How about that? When I say shut the fuck up, listen.
You clearly didn't
Shut the fuck
understand what I
up.
just said, but let's keep going. Read more super
So
chats,
this is
bro.
the problem. You just keep throwing things in and you don't actually say anything towards the topic. You believe that you are saying something towards the topic. You believe that you are actually important, but you are not. And we try to allow you to get some words out there so this way you won't feel so small on the internet as you feel small in real life. I just want
All
you
your
to have an
girlfriends come up here
opportunity
to
to
argue with
talk.
me by
But for
name, bro.
some reason, you cannot have a conversation towards the topic. Afro Nerd, he don't understand that he's not having a conversation towards the topic. But y'all think I'm attacking y'all because I'm trying to steer y'all into the topic and so y'all can stay on topic. And then y'all get mad at me and say, I'm doing something to you.
I was the topic when she came up, though. That was
You
the
are
whole
not the
point. She
topic.
went off topic. She went off
hilarious
topic
next
by
door.
making me the topic. You make me the topic, and then when I talk about me, and then I turn the topic onto her, all of a sudden I'm off topic. She did that. I did exactly what she wanted, and now somehow by giving her, then this is a lesson. When you give a woman what she wants, it's always your fault.
Thank you.
That's
I'm glad
crazy.
I'm
That's
glad that you
crazy.
said that. So now we can move forward. So now don't ask me anything about what should a woman do because now you just said it, right? It's still your fault. So don't ask me why she did or why she and why this other woman opened her legs and this woman didn't. It is what
Are
it
you
is.
the
Your
woman in this
fault. And
equation?
when it's your fault, you also the same person to correct it. You also the
Are
same
you the
person that
woman in this
control yourself
equation? Because
about it and see how you interject and you just talk. That is not man-like. And we keep trying to get you to understand that. And for some reason, you don't understand that. Uncle Jeff have worded it as well. He said, hey, listen, bro, you are not going on topic. You're going off topic. You're just saying random things that come to your mind. That's not man-like to just say, blurt out random things like you got Tourette's.
if this was Jeff's house, we would be having a completely different conversation. I observe the energy and I match myself accordingly. That being said, Jeff, if they bring me up as a point of conversation, am I wrong for staying on that point of conversation? Since
No,
he brought you up as an authority, now let's talk to Jeff.
okay.
Hey, you better put an uncle in front of that nigga.
How about that? Well, number one, there's a universe where you're both right. It's the one where I'm sitting. And if that both things have happened and they both can exist, I think I have a solution. It is very clear that you and that sister do not like each other.
I don't even know her. I think somebody loves her.
Okay.
All I ever said was somebody loves her.
Why did you ask me? It is very clear that you and that sister insert whatever works for you right there. Because of whatever works for you right there, in my opinion, Sharon, these two deserve, because they're begging for it, their own time to throw shit in the mud. Just take 5 minutes out of the show and just let them throw shit at each other. Because they really, in that time, neither of them are truly concerned about their point. They're after each other. It's very clear. They're not trying to make
Jeff,
points.
can I ask you something?
You sure can. Let me finish this.
Mm-hmm.
The barbs that you discuss on other people's statements are on yours, Hood Servant, as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not a men do it too type cat. I call balls and strikes here. I'm not on either side. I try to be as objective as I can within my own point of view. And in my own point of view, what Sharon said is true. You because of your barbs, you go down the road of your barbs, and when you do that, you get off topic. He steers you back on topic. Sharon, do you know that Hood Conservative is right? That we will make whole statements about him and then kick him in the nuts for interrupting, and it was just about him. The way to do that is in my opinion, two things to do. That Hood Conservative and old girl duke it out and throw they shit and say they evil, get that fucking vial out. And wait your fucking turn. And and three, when Sharon says shut the fuck up, here's an idea. Find the fuck and shut it up.
And I want to say, this was a great example, right? You said my name a couple of times, Uncle Jeff, and I didn't interrupt just because you said my name.
Right. And
Now,
if you
Jeff,
did, I'd stop. We'd address it and move forward. Not get into no name calling and
Where's your man? Where's your man at?
well, isn't that what's done to me though? Hold on. When you do it to me, it's cute, but when I do it to your little girlfriend, you want to cry.
Yes, because it's supposed to be above you, beneath you.
Why is it
Is
above
it
me?
beneath you?
Why is it above? Who said it's above me to defend myself against women who hate me?
Here, me. I'm
Jeff,
telling
go
you
to
why.
hell.
Okay,
Go to hell. I'm
I'll tell you why
I'm not going to refuse to defend myself because you think it's impolite.
I'm not asking you to. I'm not asking you to. I'm trying to finish a thought.
I had a question for Jeff, by the way. Somebody else intervened.
Until I deal with what I was talking about.
Please.
It is not the fact that you defend yourself. It is how. The way that you defend. And I'm trying to cross the street. I mean, you really don't want me to make the clip of this. It's the way. You, Hood Conservative, are a very intelligent brother. You have the Excalibur of intelligence. You choose, instead of taking that out to defend yourself, the switchblade of sarcasm. The straight razor of round and round oval dirt trackness. When you really have that's what I mean when I say tag my hand. You were making a point with this sister, and she started throwing her money at you, and it's cute. It's cute. Okay, we can play big bank, take little bank, sis. I don't know. Okay, watch yourself. You get in with a good point over your head because of those other things. You know, if she said that about you, there are 5 other ways. Yeah, I tell you what. Okay, we're gonna call me an elder. There's your homework as a Jedi, bro. You're a Jedi.
I'm not a Jedi. I'm not a Jedi. The Jedi died, bro. It's over for you niggas.
Okay. Well, my apologies. I was using it as a metaphor for higher thinkers, and I'll never lay that on you again. How about that? We can leave it where it is. Fuck it.
Can I interject?
Well, the question at hand, is, what does it serve the men to go out of our way to constantly be apologetic, to constantly be conciliatory, to always be supplicant, to always approach her with your booty hole in the air? How does that benefit us as men when they come in with open, willful hostility, bro? How do you where does the value of actually matching hostility with sugar? And then how do you turn around and then define that as masculinity by allowing a creature that you could otherwise crush, you somehow have to treat her?
This question is turning into a bridge.
No, this is a long question, but the bridge is long, but you'll get to the end point. Let's hold on a second now. Same thing you did to me, I'm going to do to you. So hold on now. So hold on now. How is it that we call all this righteous behavior, masculine behavior? It's the behavior that should be done when the women themselves don't reward it. If it's all supposed to be done for their benefit and they don't fucking reward it, why even do it?
Okay, that's 4 questions. Do you remember the first one?
It's all the same question, Jeff.
No,
why go out of your way to be nice when it doesn't buy you anything?
No, it is not.
Why play nice when you're at war, Jeff?
Okay.
What are you winning, Jeff? What is it?
Holy shit. Is it okay if I tell you what I heard then?
Make sure you mention the booty hole of the air part.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to dude. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to ask your permission because this is where you try to be a snotty marble instead of just standing in front of the fucking point, which is what most people's problem is with you, is that you use conversation to be elusive. And I am a grand member of that dead Jedi community. That's why that shit doesn't work on me. Now, the first thing I heard was, what good does it do us to always give women chivalry and always be kind to them and always be passive with us when they always kick us in the ass? That's what I heard. I'm sure it's different, and I'm sure when it's your turn, you're going to tell me how. But for right now, please continue to shut the fuck up.
That's roughly it. Please continue.
Here's how. It points out, here's how it helps us. It points out all the fucking simps. Because only a simp, usually no man should speak in always or never. Those are absolutes. You don't do that. But since you did, if you are going to absolutely allow a woman to wipe her ass on your soul and continue to be kind to her, then you absolutely should in your absolute terms. Second, there are words in my weed haze that have something to do with why do we have to be nice to them when they are not nice to us? We don't. But we also don't have to entertain them. I'm about finding good horses, not breaking bad. But I don't need to break bad horses. I need to find good ones. I am not concerned. The landscape is riddled with low frequency ass hyenas that you complain about. And I agree. You are absolutely right. My problem is, why, as black men, intelligent, upwardly mobile black men, do we entertain anything they have to say? It's too late.
Jeff, can I tell you something? If you were to stumble upon me out in the naked Serengeti, wrestling with a hyena, don't tell me I'm doing it wrong. You don't know nothing about this life.
I don't know what I'm sure you're going to come up with a point that matches that metaphor. I'm sure of it.
Well, since you understand that they are hyenas, if you see me tangling with a hyena, hush the fuck up, Jeff, because you know nothing of this life. This is how you deal with hyenas.
You simply repeated yourself.
Well, so I get what he's trying to say. He's saying
men correcting men is now wrong.
Hold on, I got.
Write that down. Write that
Hello,
down.
no. What
men
he's saying?
Correcting men is now wrong.
What he's saying, Uncle Jeff, is you telling him why is he choosing to go the opposite way and not fight with hyenas, go fight with, let's say, find his lioness that he can build with. He's saying that he's willfully choosing to fight with the hyenas because he get joy in it. And so you see him over there fighting with the hyena. Hello, let him.
Well, if you're gonna let a hyena in the house, I gotta fight it.
Hold on. I'm about to finish. Let me translate. I'm translating because I'm right in the middle of the generations, right? So listen. So what he's saying is he's saying that he have chosen his life to go fight with the hyenas and roll on the ground with them. So now that he chose that, since you never fought with the hyenas,
I don't know. I got you. So he's a hyena tamer.
No, a hyena is roaming wild in the house. Somebody let a hyena in the house, and Jeff is trying to read a Malcolm X speech to the hyena. No, Jeff, the hyenas don't care about Malcolm X speeches, bro.
Well, see, that's the difference between me and you. You think that right now is about right now.
Hold on, let me do one more translation. I gotta do one more translation so he understand. So, boss, the difference between how you are talking, you saying that you let the hyenas in the house. Uncle Jeff is stating that the hyena, she never had access to the house because of how high he think.
Okay.
But I didn't open the window. I just have to live here. Somebody let the hyena roam. What else am I supposed to do when there are hyenas roaming, bro? Do I not deal with the hyena that you let in here?
So are you calling me a hyena?
Holy fuck.
Yes, we're fucking calling you a hyena. Stay
No,
quiet.
okay, wait a minute, sis. Oh my God, don't do this. Please don't do this.
I'll go there with.
Please. Please.
Hood conservative. I just have
It's
a
just time to
question.
go.
Oh
Like
my God,
Uncle
she
Jeff,
One
I
wicked.
think you're
question.
respectful and
That's
stuff,
okay. You
but
guys are
this
right. It's
dude
time for me.
is
I got enough for clips. I've had
look,
enough. This
Uncle
doesn't
Jeff.
make it.
I
You're
think
adults.
you're very respectful, sir. But sometimes you have to realize that you can't help everybody. He's not listening to anything you say, no matter how much wisdom you give him. He's not going to hold himself accountable. And if you're not going to hold him accountable to the fact that I can come in and be respectful, I didn't disrespect Marvelous. I didn't disrespect Sharon. I didn't disrespect Mr. E. And you will tell you why, because they carry themselves in a certain way. Every time they're on a panel with women, I see how they carry themselves. Men who act like men get respect like men.
Okay.
That's what
yes.
you're not gonna change
Okay,
that.
I got a question then.
Notice
A
I
couple
never
of
did
them.
nothing to you. You
A
just
couple
came in
of them.
hot because
Holy
I
fucking
don't
shit.
like you because you're always
Oh my
disrespectful
God.
to
I
black
told
women
you
no
they need
matter
their
where
own
you
mud.
go.
They need their own mud, bro.
I
Because we
didn't even
can't.
disrespect nobody today, though. You came in on some
Yeah,
shit
you
that probably
did.
happened
Today.
in your mind last
You
month.
said
Like
today.
I might have said something crazy to
Hey,
somebody at one point, but
Prism.
listen, women be
Prism.
talking crazy
Who
all
said
the time. But
today?
Prism, are you
you only
married?
remember what I say, though. You only
Why
remember
y'all
when I
yelling?
talk.
Why y'all
Prism?
yelling at each other? This is so
Are you
funny.
married? Sister Prism, are you married?
Not yet.
No, she not
Okay.
married, Jeff. She
And you
looking.
Hood, you're not married. You know what? Real talk. Y'all need to go somewhere and fuck.
Hate is love,
Absolutely.
Oh,
Jeff.
Yeah, the devil
I
is
was
a
trying to ask
liar.
you,
The
Jeff.
y'all
That
devil
was
need
the
to
Uncle
question I wanted
Jeff,
to ask you.
you
the
jumped off
devil
the
Jeff,
is a
cliff,
don't
liar.
you
Uncle
agree?
Jeff.
Her
Uncle
hate is a
Jeff,
type of love, Jeff. Tell me I'm
how
lying.
did
Her
you
hate
get
is
to
a
that
type of love.
conclusion? Hold on, hold on,
Tell me I'm
hold
lying.
on, hold on, hold
How
on.
can you know nice
Tell me
like
I'm
that?
lying, Jeff. Her hate is a type of love, bro.
No, I'm
No,
trying to
it ain't.
understand.
No, you would
Why did you
never,
go to
never,
that
never,
point,
never,
Uncle
never. A
Jeff?
whole bunch of
I'm
women
going
argue
to
with
tell
you,
you.
conservative.
But what's
A
gonna
whole
wind
bunch
up
of women
happening?
argue with you, and I would
Because
never ever give you an
they don't
opportunity.
want no
So you can
they
go
don't
and let
want
that
the
one go.
they don't want the pimp game because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Somehow a 12-year-old isn't as smart as a 3-year-old. So they don't want to hear this. So I tell you what.
I think it's disrespectful that you said that because I'm somebody's daughter and I'm not interested in stuff like
I got a daughter. And you know
okay,
what I
but
tell
got
my
daughters
daughter?
too.
never ever
You
Shit.
know
tell
what
me
I
to go
tell my
tell
daughter
somebody to
if
use
she
that
was
online
openly
running his mouth.
you
That's
know what
disrespectful to me.
here's what I would tell my daughter if she was openly combative on the internet
Come
with
on.
another man
Hold on. Pause right there.
constantly.
Hold on.
I
Uncle
tell
Jeff.
her
He's combative
Uncle
with
Jeff.
everybody, Uncle Jeff.
Hold on.
He fights
Uncle
with
Jeff.
Melinda. He fights with PH Diva. He fight with Cyber Dreams. He fight with every Venus.
Oh, so she don't hold on?
So he want to screw
You
all
don't
of
need
us?
her to hold on.
No, that's not how it works up here, Jeff.
Exactly.
All right. So if y'all know that's not how it works, don't complain about it.
Well, what just happened?
No, I
All
have
right.
to
So don't
complain.
complain about it because I asked.
What
But
just
it is what
happened?
it is.
That's why the
It is what it is. I don't need you to.
Exactly.
I
It's
don't
what
need you
just
to.
happened.
Okay. So don't complain about it. It's okay.
Wow.
So again.
Exactly.
All right. So again. Hood conservative, you are not a representation of what a solid man is. And so that's why you don't get treated like a man. And Uncle Jeff he say it in a nice way that he was trying to get some understanding for you so you can understand why you always get into these situations with women. And
Sharon,
other men do not get into these situations with women is because you are very combative for no reason. You don't even have a rhyme or reason of your combativeness.
Sharon,
You just start
listen.
throwing things out and you see how you keep on.
I was getting to a big point. Wow.
I know.
Yeah,
He just doesn't. You know why he stepped in? Because it's a real simple thing, Sharon. I know why you keep stepping
I don't
in.
understand what is the problem. Why y'all just can't? It's okay.
You don't like that your girls like me,
I'm
Sharon.
patient. I'm very patient.
All your girls like me, and that shit pisses you off.
I understand men like you don't really get a chance to interact with.
You didn't stop me.
Oh my God.
Stop me.
I
I may have a tumor. You didn't stop me. That didn't happen, Sharon. I wasn't talking.
Notice how he doesn't like me talking to his girlfriends. He wants all his girlfriends to not talk to me. Why can your girlfriends not talk to me, Sharon?
Right, because regardless, I don't even understand what that had to do with anything. But regardless, if it wasn't for my pen, clearly you wouldn't get an opportunity to talk to different type of women. So then you need to just respect that. So if that's the case, because you call them like
this is all I got, stop getting in the way, bro. If you know this is all I got.
Right. So the problem is I am in the way.
Did he just admit that?
That's what
Why are you hating on me?
Because I'm in the way.
Why?
So I don't understand. I keep muting you because I don't want you to talk right now. But for some reason you don't understand that. So all your insults, it doesn't bother me. I don't care about them. You don't mean enough to me for me to care about your insults and try to derail things by saying bullshit about your girlfriend's blah, whatever. It is what it is. If I'm in the way, I'm in the way.
He said, "Get out
Notice
the
there
way,
were no women
Sharon.
on the panel when I
This is
got.
his game."
It's whatever you.
They come up here to talk to me though.
I understand you believe that you are the important one, but
Just say your girls
are not, because if they wanted to talk to you, they would go to your show. Stop unmuting yourself. Nobody really actually
Can I
wants
ask
to
him
look
a
for you.
question,
I don't
Sharon?
understand what is the problem. Stop.
Y'all just passed the fucking.
Please.
I really had something to bring up, very valid.
Please, you
in
need
that
to
area.
calm down. It's what
Let her ask me.
it's whatever you want. Prism. It is what it is. Hood, stop.
Let her talk to me.
It was me, actually.
All right,
Down here.
Hood servitor, stop unmuting yourself, please.
She's asking me questions. I have to.
I understand.
No, you don't have to.
Not really.
Like
I didn't even ask the question yet.
I have to.
Like he's so quick to have a conversation with, because this is his only opportunity to do it. Clearly,
A hood
And
conservative,
it's her
are
only
you
chance
like?
to talk to me.
and so it's okay.
See,
Like
you have to.
I don't understand why you think that you have more power on my show than I do. This is crazy to me. Even though I allow people to communicate and speak, because I understand a lot of people don't get the opportunity to. However, I do have a limit to my patience. And if I put you on mute for 10 minutes, oh well, that's what it is. I really don't give a fuck.
Hood conservative, are you a masochist?
No, not at all. You think this is masochism?
You sure?
No, this is content, sweetie. I love this.
This is content for you? How?
I think your hate is a type of love, and I thrive off your love. Your love is the
Wait,
wind beneath my wings.
I'm not Prism. I don't know.
I
What are
get
you
it, but
talking about?
I get it, but I'm still saying what I said. It's a type of love.
Where do you get hatred from?
So it's pure love. Well, I'll take that too.
I don't love you nor hate you. I don't know you. So I'm just trying to figure out why you assumed I'm coming at you with hatred.
What would you call it?
A question.
Okay.
Is
Did I
that a
answer your
lost
question?
art or something? I don't.
No. Did I answer your question satisfactory?
Sure. Yeah.
Pleasure to speak to you. You see, it's not that difficult, Sharon. If you stay out the way, it goes really smoothly. No, just because I said your name doesn't mean you need to interrupt. But that's kind of the thing. Like, why is it so threatening for them to talk to me, even when they're going off the rails? Clearly, the lady had some type of mental fit about me. She was burning her soul bad enough that she had to take this panel and talk to me. She mentioned me by name because I just burned her up so passionately. And yet now it's a problem that I noticed that something about me drives her crazy. And why can't we talk about that?
Sharon,
Uncle Jeff, he said the craziest thing.
I've spoke to Hood Conservative another time. He ain't turning me on at all. If you think arguing with me is gonna turn me on, y'all some lame dudes. That's not a turn.
Well, that's not even my goal, but I'm just
lame.
curious.
That shows your ignorance right there. And that's if
I didn't say it.
everything to let me go on round this round, because like I said, y'all are boring.
Okay.
If you think everything that a woman engaging and having a conversation with you is some sort of sexual activity, that shows you who you are as a man as well. And I don't have really time. I'm sitting here. I've told you more than what I really should have told you about. And honestly, I really don't owe you an accountability because I don't know any of you. And the truth of the matter is that's disgusting to me. And I'm gonna be like this. Hood conservative, if you in your own reality get off on getting on women, I think you have a mental issue. If you have a kink, if that's exactly what it is, you have a kink for women arguing with you because nobody talks to you in real life. That's why you're on every panel. I see you.
Did I follow you around?
You're over there on chaotic because my homegirl is over there, and you always arguing with her too.
I don't even get on chaotic's panel. You're lying.
Comes up here all the time. Cyber comes up here all the time. You invited Cyber over to your channel so you can have a conversation with her. You just really coming over here because you want to argue with women because you can't get them to come to your channel to do it.
I don't follow you or any other woman around from panels.
That's why
you came up here to talk to me.
Look, I
have my own show that I do on my own time.
That's
I
the
have my
whole.
own space where I talk about
Then
my own
if
shit.
you have your own space, then why the hell aren't you over there right now blowing up the damn feeds?
I technically am,
Why are you
but
not on your own channel doing this?
I'm ambidextrous. These hands go everywhere. You're not even looking.
Not really. That's not what it is. You're just a weirdo. So basically, you're a panel hopping whore. You're a panel hopping whore that goes from trick to trick from everybody's panels, twerking on their channels, trying to see if you can get some attention. Then what
But why is it that you come up here to give me attention, though?
Somewhere at the music concert, looking with my friends, having a good time, eating steak and lobster and whatever, and you're gonna be at home with some oodles and noodles. So let me
You came up here to give me attention, though, didn't you?
that logic and stuff, I get where you coming from because that's just who you are. That bullshit.
Didn't you come up here to give me attention?
I don't have nothing to prove to none of y'all, and that's absolutely right. It's absolutely right.
Uncle Jeff.
All you do is go from panel to panel. You just like arguing with women.
You said the craziest statement I ever heard you say on this panel today.
What's that?
And let me see if I must have heard it incorrectly. Right?
Yeah.
Mike was focused on something else.
Okay.
You said that if your daughter was on YouTube arguing with a nigga like his conservative, you would advise her to sleep with him.
I said, yeah. Let me be crystal clear. Let me be crystal clear.
That's
okay.
Crazy, Uncle Jeff. I can't believe you repeated it.
Here's why you can't believe it. Here's why you can't believe it. Because nobody takes this time to shut the fuck up and let me explain. That's why.
Get him, Jeff.
Dear daughter of mine, after being raised from as long as you can remember to know that a queen's shoes don't get muddy because a queen don't walk in the mud. After being raised to understand that your last name is a brand and it is my last name. And until some man changes it, don't put no dirt on my name. You've been hearing that before you could ride a bike. So if you can find a way to get out of the respect and love and admiration and wisdom that I raised you in, to get online and debase yourself, arguing loud and boisterously, unlike the queen that you were raised, then you and that nigga need to go fuck, is exactly what I would say to her.
Hold on. Give me just 1 second, sir.
Leave
Hold
the
on 1
hyenas
second.
to me,
So hold on.
Jeff.
So hold on.
Just
No,
leave the
wait. You're
hyenas to me. That's
conservative.
all I'm asking for you, Jeff.
Wait.
I'm good in hyenas.
Hope I'm
Because hold on, no. And the crazy part about it, so you tell your daughter, because as a father, I believe it's our responsibility to guide our daughter even when they're lost, right?
Absolutely.
How long? And so you tell your daughter, since she's at a state that you disagree with, she should go with a man that they have is no basis of family and have the chance of reproducing, because you know that's what sex is designed for, reproducing and actually making offsprings of your grandkids through this dysfunction is crazy. It's like some of the craziest advice and. Like that's crazy.
Here's why it doesn't make sense to you. It would be perfect advice to my daughter because it would snap her immediately into her senses, into the folly not of me telling them to go fuck, but what the fuck are you doing after the way you were raised, engaged in this behavior? That's that same shit I used to get into. I've had arguments about this. Jeff, how do you look at your kids in public when they act up? I honestly couldn't tell you. You know why? Because my kids were raised where if I have to look at you, it's too damn late. You knew the game before
let me understand this, Uncle Jeff.
Hold
on. I need some clarity before you move on to the examples. You communicate with your children through sarcasm?
Sarcasm, hyperbole, and do you know why? I test their cages because life tests their cages. And do you know why they pass? Because of how they were raised.
This is insane to me.
Of course it is, because you probably don't raise your kids like I did.
No, because I'm very direct. I don't raise my children in parables.
Exactly. We're agreeing right now.
I will not raise my children in parables. That is I agree. I do not want to confuse.
Of course not.
Let life do that. I do not want my children confused about the things I'm saying. I don't want nothing to what I'm saying to be mistaken, and because I don't have gray areas to when I'm talking to my children.
Never confuse your kids. Let life confuse them.
So why would you want to give your children an opportunity to misunderstand you?
Oh, absolutely.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
I knew it.
Goddamn. It says, bye, Uncle Jeff, pervert. Sheesh. And that was a 25 ball, by the way. So anybody want to bring Uncle Jeff back, that'd be $25. Shit.
I can tell when you're about to do it now. I could tell.
That was insanity to me.
Sharon, now you know why the Manosphere is not working. If that's a clear indicator of how you talk to women, and look, let me tell you something. Let me say this. You can't tell me not to be on the panel when you're doing the same shit that you're telling me not to do. Okay? All right. This is what I'm talking about. This is why the Manosphere is not doing anything. And they're not going to do anything. It's been going on for, but I think we've counted now, 13 years? They've been doing this stuff. And you know what it's done? It's dropped the birth rates and marriage rates. It has not done anything. Nothing. Not a damn thing.
I just want to point out that all of that niceness and all that charitable behavior didn't buy Jeff a goddamn thing. Take note, gentlemen.
What was he trying to get?
You get respect when you get it.
Oh, respect.
You get respect when you give it. Nobody owes you anything. You want a panel with grown people with different opinions. If you don't like it, drop the hell off. Or I can drop you the hell off. Which one you want?
And so, and I want to say something about what people are trying to say right about now. Just because I praised you 10 minutes ago, if you say something now, I could also adjust my praise to what you are right now in the moment. So this whole idea that we cannot be adjustable and moving as human beings and say, oh, you was very respectful just a half an hour ago, and then later on through the conversation, the person gets disrespectful. I could also say you are being disrespectful. So your idea of a person can change as the conversation moves forward. And for some reason, we act as if we don't understand that. That's weird to me. It's crazy.
So, yeah, this to allude that every woman that comes up. Go ahead, Miss J.
I'm so sorry. Since this morning, Sharon, because 8 hours ago.
Yeah.
Have we reached the conclusion yet?
Oh no, we actually have reached a very good conclusion. Is that the Manosphere is not doing what they try to preach that it is doing, and that it is failing young men time and time again, because they keep on muddying the waters, making men confused in more ways than one. Literally and figuratively, they are confusing men.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Why do you keep accusing men of being gay as if it's a bad thing when you yourself are an ally?
Whoa, wait.
The reason why I keep on saying it, because I want men that are like that to come out the closet and be out in the open, so this way women know who to deal with and who not to deal with. Because way too many men are out there still in the closet today, where they don't have to be. You don't have to have a woman as a beard. Hey, listen, go ahead and be your freaky ass self in the open. It's okay.
I hate you.
Yo, Sharon, I was gonna say, yes, Miss J. How you doing, Miss J? He did bring up earlier, and he stole my thunder, little bastard. But he pretty much hit this nail in the coffin when he said it. It's all about accountability, life's decision-making process. You're gonna be someone who is looking outwardly and put all your problems on that and say that the world's my issue, and it's like, nah, it's actually you. The world's always gonna have problems. You can't solve the world's problems, but just what we alluded to earlier about saying like things are gonna always be what they are, but it kind of balances up anyway. Things end up fixing themselves over time, but it's always gonna be there regardless. But when it comes to you as an individual, you got to deal with yourself, and all this other stuff you're talking about with women and men, all sort of bullshit. It's just a you problem. Ultimately, you got to look at how you're moving, what you're doing in life, and how you're making decisions. I emphasize more so on how you make decisions. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one thing to do one thing, but you don't know how it happened, like how you get here today. Like, how did I get here? Well, let's see how you were thinking. You know what I'm saying? Let's put the application in. So when it comes to the Manosphere in general, the Manosphere, if they actually had a message in general, and then the main word is general here, you would see more positive results. You'll yield better results. But because you have a bias, meaning you look at it in binary from male and female, and not as an individual who makes decisions for themselves, you're missing the mark, and you're causing men to be walking around the earth with one eye open and see one thing through one perspective. And again, that's just men in general we're talking about, because it's Manosphere, sticking to the topic here. But
I mean, if
easily branch these things out to the human behavior and have people look at themselves and see how they're behaving and looking at certain actions in general and what to avoid, and how we can come together with ways on how to identify and be aware. So that way we can start adjusting ourselves, the individual, while we navigate this thing called life. Because life has no rules, really. It really don't. We make it up as wrong, but we do the best we can.
Yeah, perfect. I love that. You know, don't see. I didn't hear anything bad, unhealthy, toxic. He said, What's the problem? Why is there so much
I think
disagreement?
The issue, Jay, is that they still holding on to 2000 conversations, and they keep saying that women are going to still have babies. Where your whole argument of the past 10 years was saying that women ain't having babies.
Yeah, but the birth rate has declined.
Right, but their argument is these women still want to have babies. No, they're not. They're not.
Can I speak for the Manosphere a little bit, since nobody else seems to really understand it well enough to do it? I think when you talk about a goal of the Manosphere, it was never a Manosphere goal for men and women to come together at all. Honestly, men. No, seriously, it was not a goal, because at the beginning of the Manosphere, it was a recognition that the modern state of relationships are predatory to the average man. Very few men survive the modern relate. Yeah, because as soon as it blows up, she becomes the predator, and now she has the government to help hunt you down. So it becomes very predatory to the men. And so that's what the Manosphere started about. That's what it started about. It wasn't about getting men and women back together. It was about pointing out to men the destructive reality that you're engaging with by falling blindly in love.
Okay, so give me one. I just need one example of how the government is doing a New York Tim's curb stomp on your head when the relationship is ending with her.
Well, even if the relationship, before the relationship even ends, right? Let's assume you're not married, because most people today are not married. She is never going to be assumed of being a bad parent, and therefore the government needs to intervene, right? But if she goes to apply for welfare, or she goes directly to just say taking the child support court or whatever, the government automatically charges you as being a negligent father. Like, that's literally your government telling you, with no investigation, with no facts whatsoever, because she applied for a program, you are now literally on paper as a negligent father who did not provide for his children.
Wait. I have to stop you. Because she applied for assistance, aka food stamps, things of that nature, right? She didn't
So she
go
can
to the
choose.
courthouse and file the
Her
paperwork.
path. She can choose her path, but those
Right.
decisions now make me some type of bad father. And she'll
Right.
never be
But how
criticized
is
for being
that
a
her
poor woman.
fault?
She will never be criticized for being a poor woman.
Hood
As a man, if you don't have a job,
slow
if you
down.
don't have money, listen, I'm explaining to you how it's not her fault. I'm explaining the reality. It's not about
Okay.
fault, it's about reality. As a man, if you don't have money, if you don't have a job, and you can't pay for your children, and she decides to go to the government, then that's just how that works, right? But they will never point at her and say, you need to have money, you need to have a job, something wrong with you. She gets money and you get accused of not being enough. And here's the thing, it doesn't matter if you have a job or not. It doesn't matter if you're paying for anything or not. It's a choice that's given to her.
Last time I checked,
Can I please? I got a question, Jake.
Right. So many.
So you say after the man makes, I'm sorry, you're saying after the man creates the baby with this woman and he leaves, she's supposed to just suffer in that
I never
consequence
said
and let
anything
the
about
man,
leaving.
huh?
I never said anything
Just
about
slap the
leaving.
taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
Who got
It says "Bye hood."
so, I hate well, I don't hate. I don't appreciate people like misrepresenting what the child support system is.
Yeah.
The average child support payment is like under $200, if not $250. What can a mother do with that?
Well, you
She
let
can't
the
even buy wigs that y'all be saying that she be buying with them child support payments per month. Like, what? The average person is making like 40K a month. I mean, a year in America. Where do you think these $1,000 child support payments is coming from?
yeah, it shit is crazy. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's interesting to see sometimes that they just don't get it, that they are the issue. But let me also welcome into the show because she ain't mad at me no more. The voice of Venus.
Well, you on probation. We still pending. But I just came to answer your question. Okay, I've been listening. And it seems like the Manosphere created people like conservative. They're whiny, they complain, they argue way too much. They have like this catty energy, and women do not like that, and women do not and will not sit around that. Women will absolutely choose to be alone every time. Nobody wants to hear a man crying all day. Like that shit is the absolute worst. And that's just what the show sounded like. Like I don't even remember hearing half the people up here because every time I came back, conservatives crying about something
Yes. It's
and
like a
just
therapy
arguing
session.
and just arguing, just cutting in, cutting in, cutting in. What I've come to understand is that they've watched so many of these panels with these arguments that this is how they actually communicate now. Like they think it's normal to interject every 3 seconds when somebody's speaking. So I don't know. I'm gonna send you a video, Sharon, and it says the red pill ruined my life, and it's a bunch of clips of men just talking about how problematic that content was and how it like actually affected them in real life.
Yeah, like this ideology is ruining marriages, and people are talking about their experience. So, you know,
Right. And that's the reason why I came up here initially because I'm sitting here like what do you guys what men do you think what women want to marry these type of guys? It's like nobody wants to sit around listening to patriarchy stuff all the time. Oh, I want you to get on my program. I want you to do this. I want you to do that. Like we're not even human beings. We don't have any feelings. We don't contribute anything to a relationship. We don't have any type of say so into how children are raised, finances, how where are we going together in life? Do we have anything in common? You know what I'm saying? You have to have things in common to marry people. You just don't up and marry somebody. Are you single? Yeah, I'm single. You know why I'm single? Because I'm smart. Because I want to meet the right person. I don't want to be sitting there marrying the wrong person like 5 years later, I'm divorced. No, I want to marry the right person. That's what I want. And if I choose not to get married, guess what? Who's going to know? Not anybody on YouTube. It's just the weirdest thing. We don't even know each other. I don't ask Sharon or Marvelous about like what's their lives like. I talk about their personal life. I don't ask PhD about how she gets her money. It's just some things like are just not your business. And I just think that's a problem in this whole space. Everybody runs their mouth about what women need to be doing. They had 30 million abortions. I've never had one, so I'm not even part of that 30 million if there ever really was any 30 million. But the Guttmacher Institute said that number is a lie. That Black women have not had 30 million, 26 million, 20 million abortions. It's a lie. That's what I'm sick and tired. That's my whole point when I came up here about hood conservative. I came out blazing because of the fact I'm tired of hearing these circular conversations that are leading nowhere except to another panel for somebody to have a bitch fit about what Sharon said on his panel and why he's a simp and why he's a panda bear. And oh, this is an issue and this is an issue. This is an issue, but it's not an issue for a single father with 3 children being on welfare. It's not an issue. We want to talk about what women do all the time. It's not an issue why hood conservative doesn't have to improve his life. It's not an issue that he got 3 baby mamas or 3 children out here.
You're dead serious?
That he's always on YouTube. When is he spending time with his children?
I did not know that about him. Wait.
This is ridiculous.
Oh my God, y'all serious? Like, I'm not even joking. I didn't know.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
3 baby mamas and
he got 3 kids. I don't know if it's 3 baby mamas, but yeah, he got 3 out of wedlock babies. Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Conservative didn't even conserve his family to even get married.
Couldn't even conserve his sperm.
And here I am over here childless.
Talking about submission and don't even follow the Bible.
Right.
Childless, no abortions, you know.
Right.
No
Exactly.
STDs.
Childless,
No.
no STDs, making money, doing the right thing, being respectful and responsible out in the street. Because you can't do what some of these guys on these panels because they don't know respect. Always talking about Sharon, always talking about he's a pander. Oh, he's talking about this, like trying to catch him up in something. It's ridiculous. Or if I had a daughter, I would tell her to go screw somebody. Like, say that to my 6'7" father, to his face.
I'm highly disappointed.
I'm not disappointed. It's typical of what's been going on in this space, and I'm sick and tired of it. And I'm gonna be honest with you, the women that have been in this space for longer than 5 years, I don't know how you guys survive. I really don't.
Having a real life, you know.
Well, we all have real life. That's what I'm saying. But I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, I don't know how you guys tolerate talking to these men. Like, I cannot see it. This one dude over here, he talking about the Million Man March. Half of us was 3 and 4 years old when the Million Man March happened. Like, what are you serious, bro? Like, what's going on here? What does
he's an idiot. He's an idiot. You know, that's why he always got to tell you he's a nerd, right? Anybody who really a nerd don't have to constantly keep telling you that.
Shit, I mean, I'm like, God help, like these, like, come on now.
Can I respond to that because it's getting a little heavy now? So can I respond? Okay, we're getting crazy. We're getting crazy work.
We're gonna have in about 5 years.
Look, I tried. I really tried, Sharon, but I got to respond to that. Is it okay? Am I allowed to do that? Is that against the rules?
You wind him up, and there he go. He off. I knew you was
there
gonna
he
have
go.
to respond.
Is it against the rules? Is it against the rules for me to be able to say a couple of words? Is that allowed? Is that allowed? Because I'm just seeing a theme here, right? So I think I'm pretty nice. You know, I'm pretty respectful. I'm not hood conservative.
Are you really? Are you really respectful? Are you like, you're really nice? Are you sure? Because you don't come off like you're nice. You really need to put up a mirror and hear how you're sounding to people. Because I raised the whole time when I first came in, who served as a liar? When I came in, I was quiet for a long time. And I had to ask Sharon, I said, can I say something? Like 3 or 4 times. 3 or 4 times. And I don't really know what you can really add to the conversation about the Million Man March anyway. It really wasn't a million man, but you know, hey, nothing happened from it. And we can tell you that nothing's happened from it because guess what? You see what's going on right here? And nobody's going to really, everybody doesn't follow the Nation of Islam. So what are you bringing this all up? You know, these women are out of control. No, these Negroes are out of control because why is it that we have to have some president sending in some National Guard to every city that got black faces in and y'all don't want to do nothing about it? Oh, I forgot. I see you over there on Chaotic Truth too, so we know where you rock at. You in between. You one of those flip-floppers. You pro-black over here and pro get that white and and stand with the white man over there.
Okay, so I have to a lot of inaccuracies.
Don't get mad that I'm gonna call you out because you be twerking.
No, it's all right. No, it's okay. It's okay. So first of all, I've been okay. There's
and just
respectfully,
boom, boom,
respectfully. This is Sharon. Can I respond respectfully? Okay. So first of all, because I show up on Chaotic Truth show, obviously you don't listen to what we do back and forth. I've been banned from that show. Just, you know, because I'm there defending FBA, Black American culture, So I'm not liked over there. So because you see my avatar over there, you must think I'm in league with him. No, sirree. Matter of fact, I know Sharon knows this because I have him on some of our emails back and forth. So when I talk about my love and importance he doesn't believe certain black people are black. He doesn't. He's got a whole thing there. So you are incorrect because you're saying I'm in between. No, I'm very, very 10 toes down on Black American culture. Hold on, Black American culture, and because you see me over there
for Black men.
No, for black.
No,
ironically, for black. No, for black
women. No, for black men with the correction of black women, like you got you have the.
No, that's not it at all. That's not it. No, you're wrong. I talk about
no black.
No, you're jumping. You're wrong. Just blood. Even chaotic would tell you that. I talk about Black American culture. I talk about sheroes and heroes.
Really,
I'm very clear about this. I don't talk about manosphere, quote unquote, points. I'm not a manosphere guy. It's just certain things about the manosphere I can see where they go left and where they go left and where they go right. But when you say that, well, I know you doing this over CT show, whatever. No, I'm banned over there for a reason. Almost for the reason why I get banned over here occasionally, because when I start spitting out facts and try to keep things accurate, I'm hated. And maybe because I speak a certain way. I'm not saying he be, he do, and he acts. I don't speak that way. So that's why hey, I got you, bro. But what I'm saying is, I'm positive wherever I go. You are trying to position me somewhere, so you are incorrect about that. I'm not making excuses for the Million Man March. I just mentioned that when I was a younger with my dad, he took me to because I wasn't around, I wasn't alive for the first march on Washington. He said, listen, I'm going to take you to this thing because it's historical. So there's a reason why I went there. But because it's out of quote unquote your time, I can't talk about George Washington either. I can't talk about anything that's in history or a data point because you weren't there to see it or it doesn't exist for you. I don't understand that. I talk with facts, data, history.
Well, it does exist for me because I can't turn it around that it didn't exist. But what I'm telling you, what does that?
But you belittle it though. You belittle it just when I just mentioned it as just a time in history.
That was
and you're belittling, and you're not really respectful.
Really,
you're being coy about it. I just have a difference of opinion.
Now, sir, do I need to go ahead and put my British accent on? Did I sound more respectful to you now? I'm just saying.
See the way your comportment with me right now shows me that I'm triggering you in some way, and I'm just talking.
Really, I'm trolling you actually because I feel like sometimes you're really you're trying to be more than what you are.
No, I'm not. I'm just giving you a direct answer.
No, actually, you are.
No, so I'm putting my clock on so I can tell when you're going to call me sassy. When you're going to go through all these things when you don't like what I say.
I don't think
you're asking for respect, but you got to give respect to get respect. You're not doing that.
Both parties, give me 1 second, real quick. Give me 1 second.
Gotcha.
Real quick. Give me 1 second, real quick. Hey, Hood Sir, you didn't ask me if you could stream my content. I didn't know you were streaming. Like I have a stream to your audience button. So why would you go behind my back and stream my live stream without asking me? That shit is crazy to me. I don't understand what's wrong with y'all men, bro. Like, I really don't understand it. Hey, listen, if you just love me, then just say that. I'm your daddy, and it's okay for you to say so. And I don't get it. Like, you should have asked me before you. Like, I could easily just copyright the whole shit. Like, you did a whole 7 hours without asking me nothing. When I literally have streamed to your goddamn a tab on the damn screen that says stream to your audience. We got over 200 people watching, and you sneak streaming. That's crazy. What's wrong with y'all? Why y'all don't act like men? That is not man-like at all. What's wrong with these? I really do not understand it for the life of me, bro. I don't get it. I don't get with these corny ass men that act as if they don't want to watch the show. It's okay, bro. You want to watch the show, it's all right, bro. Just come over and watch the show. Like, if you wanted to stream, I put the button so you could stream to your audience, and you could have streamed it to your audience. Like, why go around the corner and go around the back and be on some deceitful shit? Like, that shit is crazy to me. And this is supposed to be a man. This is a person that think that of himself as a man, and he doing some shit like that.
In my opinion, Sharon, it's just being resentful and selfish.
But why be so resentful? I don't understand these people that just be resentful for no reason. It really doesn't. I can't comprehend that.
Remember earlier I talked about people's opinions and how they identify with them in a way? Yeah, that's all it is. Like when you attack his opinions, it feels like a personal attack to himself. So he feels less than himself. His ego's got hit. So he's resenting you because his ego's getting damaged.
Like
I told you, Sharon, it was about I told you it was about him coming over here, having conversations, triggering and talking to women so he can make content for himself so that he can build his channel off of this mess. I told you that.
This is
I told you that. But you know, if you have a problem, I'll take care of it for you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
And they know who I am. I'll take care of it for you. If you have any issues, let me know.
This shit is
So,
crazy.
wait a minute. Whoa. So he's streaming content over there with me in the content?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Without any of us, without our
my permission. Wow. He's not really doing that, is he?
Like you could have just like I don't understand why would you go through some back door to stream my stream? That's crazy to me. Especially somebody that is a fellow content creator. You wouldn't want somebody just to take your content. That's crazy, in my opinion. That's wild. That's the wildest shit I ever seen. For a man to do that.
You should join Kendra G then. Put in a claim like Kendra G.
But I will be rightful. It's rightful for me to do such a thing because he's doing it without my permission.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe Kendra G has a point.
Like, that's crazy.
So they're making clips of it. Interesting.
That is fucking insane to me, bro. And this is supposed to be the men that they rock with. How you rock with somebody that's so shy? Man.
So they don't know who I am, really. I guess they're gonna learn, huh?
Especially when I never stopped nobody from
diabolical. That's what I am.
This is just wild.
Can I respond to Marvelous's his super chat?
Yeah, PSD, were you there, babe?
How do I sound?
You sound good now.
Perfect.
Oh, okay. Marvelous opinion, $2. Focus on the focus areas. Topic is Manosphere.
Right.
He redirecting you niggas. C Rich, $5. Stop being a troublemaker, Sharon. It's your fault, my brother.
Holy crap. That's insane. But what's your thoughts on that, Afro Nerd, that somebody is willing to steal my content?
I think he should have covered it with you first. I think he shouldn't have assumed that. I know he did mention it. He did say he was streaming early on. That wasn't a secret. I heard that a couple of hours ago. He said that I'm streaming this. So, maybe he should have said more that when he's getting off that, he should have asked you about that, but he did say it. It wasn't a secret. I knew he was streaming.
So I had no idea he was streaming. And plus you can see it in my background, right? It says stream to your audience if you want to, correct?
Yeah, but he said it.
There's no reason for you to do some sneak stream.
But he said it during the stream.
Right, but you understand what I'm saying? First of all, you didn't ask me so you could share your screen and so you could double stream while I'm not getting any views for your stream.
Yeah,
so
well, he should have covered that with you.
Because I had 180 over here and he had 60. But if you'd have had stream to audience, we'd have been at 2 and some change.
Right, that would have been better.
But you stealing. That's literally stealing.
He said it's his content when he over here.
Well, he'll find out.
Your mic is screwing up again.
Say something, Diva. I didn't think so.
That shit is just That's just wow. The audacity and the nerve of some people, bro. It's really fucking sad how men act like, yeah, that shit is just wild for a content creator to do.
I agree with Venus. I think you should ban him for that crap. Because I think that's really whack for him to do
That's
stuff
one
like
of
that.
the wildest shit I ever witnessed, to be honest.
See, now I'm gonna have to go over there and do a privacy strike. And it's personal. I'm like that. Just to be petty. I will do it. And I might even go a step further. I'm not sure yet. Depends on what's on the content.
I do want to get back to the Manosphere if I can quickly. Marvelous.
Don't save his ass, Afro Nerd.
No. Well, all right.
He don't deserve to be saved.
I'm not trying to save him, but you know.
That's some real corny-ish right there.
Did you get out your system?
Oh, I gotta get over it. All right. Yeah,
that's what we're told. Man up. Listen, man. So quickly with this Manosphere thing, look, there's certain things that I can get out of the Manosphere, but a lot of it I do not like. I'll say that plainly. And let me repeat, that chaotic truth thing was foul because I'm banned over there for a reason. So I'm just letting that.
Hello, Marvis. One question. Hello, that's cool. So, did you think that was corny, Afro Nerd, what he was doing?
You talking about Hood Servative?
Yeah.
I already said my point. I said it wasn't cool.
I said, but do you think it was corny? Was it lame?
I said it wasn't cool. Cool is not, it's kind of self-explanatory.
What
I didn't agree with it. I didn't agree with it. I don't.
What would you say to your fellow brother for doing that? Like, what would you tell him?
I'm not going to shame anyone. What do you want me to do?
Oh, that's what I was looking for.
You're fine. Here we go again. This is just silly stuff.
Oh,
no. You wait.
Afro Nerd.
Hold on,
Okay.
Afro Nerd. You are not going to condemn bad behavior.
I agree with you. I agree. I'm not going to keep on going into it.
Keep on going. Condemn it. Go ahead.
No. It's already been done. It's already been done.
That's perfect.
You want to keep on? It's kind of
yes.
Of course, like
I'm trying to make a point. Hold on.
The
The point that I'm saying, if y'all guys come on YouTube and y'all would have said what y'all said about women, and then y'all would have moved on, we said, cool. That's just how they move. But it's when it comes down to holding men accountable, y'all want to move and say, "Oh, we said 2 minutes about him, so let's stop talking about it." But y'all done said,
men being held
10
accountable,
years.
That's an issue. Men being held accountable, we got jails for that.
Now you talking about jail? Listen,
I'm saying men are held accountable all the time. That's
women
evident.
are too. Women are held accountable too.
That's not true. Held to the no. Held to the no.
Hold on. Well, let me ask you a question. I'm trying to understand.
Come on, man.
Hold on. Do you think women are held accountable for getting pregnant with childbirth?
Repeat that. You said, are they being held accountable?
Yes.
For childbirth? That's a hard question. I don't know if I can answer that question.
Okay.
Because
y'all can talk about the Manosphere. I feel it, bro. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I'm just saying, I just wish men had that logic. Okay, we talked about the issue. Let's move on.
No, I meant because what it is that some would say that the reversal of Roe versus Wade is an accountability. That's what I'm saying. I'm careful. I'm not quick to answer a question. I don't do knee jerk.
It holds both of us accountable. Actually,
some would say that, right?
It holds
because
both of us
because
accountable.
men can't have financial abortions.
Why would you want to have a financial abortion? You want to kill more kids?
No, I said financial abortion.
What? Okay, so you want more kids to be hungry in America?
No. You're kind of skipping around. What I'm saying is, if a woman, up until the reversal of Roe versus Wade, a woman had the right not to have a child. They have the right to have a child or not to have a child. Men don't have so men don't have control of that. So if you decide to have if you decide to have a child and the man makes it clear that he doesn't want any part of it, he is still held to your decision.
Your decision. You both had sex with each other. What are you talking about? Your decision. You decided to
Well,
have
no,
sex
no,
with her.
but see, this is the linchpin. What I'm saying is that a woman can decide whether or not to have a child. You don't
She
have a say.
So can the
should.
man.
You
So can the
hold
man.
on. Hold on. No. We can't make you have a child.
Why
But
would you want to?
you can get
But say,
snipped.
why would
Hold
I
on, hold
want
on,
to?
hold on, hold on.
That's not an answer.
No, we both have
And what
choice.
what I'm saying incorrect. What I'm telling you is, women biologically give birth. I can't force a woman. A woman has body autonomy, and rightfully so.
And
Up
men
until
have
recently,
body
up until
autonomy too. That's the point that we're making. Like you got the right to get snipped to have body autonomy. So you had control of the seed when it was inside you. Once you released it inside the woman,
No, you don't.
you don't have no control of the seed anymore. How does that not make sense?
no, what I'm saying is, if women have the right to birthing. If there are men that wanted a woman to have a child, and she said, "No, I'm not going to have your child." That's a loss of his autonomy,
No, it's
right? You
not.
can't
See,
have, hold on.
let me
You can't have it both ways.
no, let me
But
tell you why that's not true.
I believe in chivalry. So let me clear. Like Afro Nerd would take care of the child, right? I would marry I'm old school in that way. I was raised that way.
No,
But
it's actually
if
the
you're gonna
same.
be fair. No, it's not the same. Men and women
I'm
are
about to
the same, man.
explain to you why
If
it's
you're talking
saying
about
when the
30,
sperm is
30
inside of your body, you have full control over it. When it goes into her body, she have full control of it. It's not that women have more control than that. You got control over it when it's in your body. She got control over it when it's in her body.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm telling
That's
about,
what I'm saying. Though it's not
we're
a
talking
difference. You
about
keep trying.
no. What I'm talking about is if a woman decides to have a child, regardless of your thoughts,
Mm-hmm.
you just as she initially has the right to have or not have the child, the man should have the right. Maybe he doesn't want to support that child.
No, but you had the right too. You see that's the point that I'm trying to help you understand. She got the right whether she wants to release their sperm or let the sperm produce in her body. You had the exact same right when the sperm was in yours. Once it left your body, that's when you lost the right of it because it's no longer part of you.
Yep.
So okay.
And it's the
So what
same
you're
thing
saying
with the
is
women.
so
Once they
life.
birth the body and
Well,
the
this
baby, they no
not
longer
a
have
baby.
quote
It's
unquote
not a baby.
control.
It's not
No,
a
see,
baby. That's the critique. Women will tell you. Women who want body autonomy. Women who want body autonomy would tell you that the spermatozoa or the zygote is not the child.
no,
It's not a
So
child
cool.
you
yet.
I'm
want
not arguing that point. Hold
so
on.
you
What?
want the child to be here, but you just don't want to take care of that said
No.
child.
That's not. There's no you. There's no you.
Oh my God.
Afro
The
nerd would be a
ideology. The
Afro nerd would be
ideology.
an
The
Afro nerd would be a
ideology.
responsible adult, a
Afro.
man.
I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm just saying you per the ideology that you're spewing. So you're saying that men should have the opportunity to not take care of a child, therefore leading to more broken homes and more children who are living at a very poverty-stricken level. Is that right?
I would not want more broken homes. I'm against broken homes.
Okay.
But I also have to address what is logical. If women have the right to biological abortions, then men might have to have the right for financial abortion.
No, because they're not the same. That's the point that I'm telling you. If women got the rights over their body, men should have the rights over their body. That's apples to apples. And that is how it's currently designed. Men got a right to release sperm, completely cut access off the sperm, completely do it. Once it leaves your body, you no longer have access. Once the baby is birthed throughout the woman body, then that baby have rights. It's literally the same thing. Nobody just like this idea that you're comparing finances to the body rights is crazy to me. And I've been hearing people say it. I was like, are they really realizing that they're asking for the same right as the women when they already have those rights? They got autonomy of their own body.
Look, this even falls into paternity fraud, because what you're doing also is you're forcing men, even if they're not the father, to be the father. What's that about?
No.
Hold on, no, because you don't
Go
like
ahead.
the argument. I'm making a logical conclusion. Somebody has to be the father. right? Somebody doesn't even have to be biological. A woman can name Joe and has done this. Name Joe Schmo, somebody that they think would be a good father. That man is on the hook for 18 years, even though there's no biological connection. So you going into biology, even when there's no biological connection, you are forced to be a father.
That's not true.
That usually happens. Hold on, wait. That usually only happens when you two were married.
No, hold on.
No, it doesn't.
He's talking about something
Yes,
else.
it does.
I know what he's talking about, Jay. I get what the point you're trying to make, but that's not what he's talking about. All right. So it is a timetable in court. If a woman lists you as the biological father, especially if she's on some types of substance, they have to send out this information to you. They got to send it to you. Like they have to reach out to you. It's not like they just say you the daddy and you got no say so. They continuously try to contact you. Your known address, the address is on your ID. They're sending out it.
I get what he's talking about now.
Hello, but they send all these things. You're non-responsive. All the guys that you see this case with, non-responsive. They read the letter, didn't get the letter. They chose not to respond to it. And by default, they become the father. And he says, "Oh, you didn't have no right." No, because you didn't do the right protocols to protest it. It's not what he's just saying that, "Oh, you just the father because she wrote the name on the piece of paper."
Respectfully, we got to concede to points. You talked all about biology. When I brought up the non-biological, I'm still wrong. Can't have it both ways. The fact that women control birth, they control the birth process.
You do too.
Right? They have 30 different types of birth control. I think there's just two. I know it's two. There's the 18th century withdrawal method, and then there's the condom.
No, it's also you also can get snipped.
Yeah. Okay, you could do that. Right.
That's what I'm saying. You got control and she got control over her body.
Three. Yeah, but she's bringing you into it. Even when you're not biologically connected, there's been cases now where these men have been paying for years, never the father. He thought he was the father.
Wait. Why didn't you acknowledge what either man said though? Like if you don't answer a court letter, literally the first step is they have to establish paternity. That's every child support case. And if you don't answer their letter, they will default in the mother's favor, and you will be that child's father. That's your fault.
That I don't know the full.
That's how that goes.
That means you got to take my word for it. If you don't know,
take your word for it. No, I don't.
Okay, because you can't argue it though. That's the point. You can't argue if you don't know, and I'm giving you information. You can look it up right now
if you feel like.
But that's how it works. I know somebody went through this. They send him the court letter. He's like, "Man, forget that. I'm not showing up to court." And then when they had the court hearing, they said, "Hey, since he's not here,
in the mother's favor." Yeah.
Yeah, they defaults it because he wasn't there to defend himself.
Well, still, even if I concede to your point, let's concede to your point. You're still telling me this woman isn't accountable to knowing who really is the father of her children. That because he didn't answer now because of a legal loophole.
It's not a loophole.
Let's say he doesn't respond.
Let's say he doesn't. Paternity. That's why they're reaching out to you. They want you to come in so they can schedule your appointment to go get your DNA, to get a cheek swab, so they can actually hold the right man accountable for the said child. If you don't do your due diligence and show up, that's on you.
Wait a minute, but you're still getting around the fact that there's a large percent, I think up to maybe 10 to 30% of children are don't have the fathers. The fathers are mixed matched. That the men believed that they were the father, and they come to find out they shared no DNA connection. That's a reality
in that situation.
No, wait, why can't you concede? What is the issue with conceding to a fact?
No. There's no issue with conceding.
No. I'm asking for when I'm talking about your accountability. Can women ever be accountable? Because no, you're not.
Wait. That's the issue. Wait. That's the issue right there.
Let me finish. So The accountability is the fact that she has to take a child. She has to take care of a child potentially by herself. I feel like that's a lot of accountability. You're stuck with that child for the rest of your life. I don't know what else you want her to do. Cry, beg to be back with you. I don't know. But that's a lot of
But
accountability,
Jay,
taking care of a child you were never prepared to
but
have.
but Jay, the part that we're missing, the court is trying to hold this woman accountable, but you didn't show up to court. Listen, they're literally trying to hold her accountable. Hey, you're saying that this is the father of your trust. Let's hold you accountable and see is that true. Because if he showed the court saying that that's not his baby, they gonna swab him. They gonna get all the information and say, no, ma'am, we need to hold you accountable because this is not the father kid. Now that you decide not to, they can't hold it because you're rejecting the system.
And on top of it, either man, if they can't find the actual father to be able to get their, pay from giving her assistance, she will no longer be qualified for assistance
And that
because
was
that's literally how it goes.
yeah.
They will literally take you off assistance if they can't go through the attorney general and actually start the child support process.
And also, I was gonna get in with Afro for just a second. Let's understand his frame of thought here. Do you agree with the, I would say, child support system in general? Do you think it's something like that should exist or should not exist?
Yeah, I do think child support should exist.
Okay.
But I think, but let me be more clear. I think ultimately the man should be supportive without the state getting involved. Like my father didn't have to be taken to court to take care of me. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't want to play. It's unfortunate that we have to force people to do what they're supposed to be doing. So I don't think the law. I think first of all, because I have had friends who were supportive regularly, giving money, and a woman still took him to court because she thought she could get more out of him, or she didn't like him or whatever. It wasn't like and then he had to come to court and say, "Hey, look at all what I paid." Dismissed.
Well, no, but that's an anomaly.
Wait.
Well, it's not an anomaly, man. No, you can't say this is.
No, hold on.
I'm not
saying hold on. I want to walk this with him real quick. All right, so I'm with you. I follow what you're saying. The next thing I was going to say is, okay, you agree with the system. You may not like the outcomes of certain parts of the system, but overall, is the system doing as it intended to do?
Yeah. That's just. I don't think men should be jailed though, because
I don't think so either. I don't think no one
that happens.
I don't think anyone thinks that.
But he can't work. He can't work to get the money if he's in jail.
No, I think you should go to jail.
Wait.
Yeah,
I think that
you owe the government.
I just want to tell you, Emma, I disagree. That's all. Go ahead, Emma.
No, I'm just saying, like in general, guys, we don't have to. I'm trying to get him to understand something, and we can all walk on the same path. So he agrees the system needs to be up. He understands that the system is what it is, and the results are there. Now, the only thing I was going to tie it up with is what systems do you know that's implemented anywhere that man's ever created is perfect or doesn't have flaws or is not exploited in some way? They're all exploited. Every system.
Yeah. Well, we have to acknowledge the exploitation. We're having a conversation where I'm talking about that, and we can't even talk about that.
No, we can't.
When you talk about 20 to 30% of these births are men are thinking that these are the children, and they're not. That's kind of considerable. It's not like something we can ignore.
So, how would you like to replace the system?
Well, this is one of the points that Dr. Tia Son Johnson is talking about is mandatory paternity testing.
We all agree. We all agree about that.
But we don't all agree because
we all agree.
Hold on. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. There's a whole side where I see some of these women. Some of them.
No, we're not talking about them. We agree that it should be mandatory. It should be part of the birth.
Right, but what we think is different than what a whole lot of other people are saying.
Cool. They're not here
they're
though.
Against that. No, but wait, I can't bring it up because it's a problem. Why can't?
No, we're just trying to be on the same page. We're saying, okay, now we agree with you. Now, if that's a part of the system, what else do you want to add to it? We're not trying to look at the naysayers per se. We just want to know what can we go with.
Well, that's a part of the right now. That's not really happening. When someone like Dr. Johnson is doing this, he's putting out these points legally. This is what part of the Manosphere grievance point is, that let the man, the father, alleged father, let him not be the bad guy. Let the state be the bad guy. So when you're in the hospital, it's not Joe Blow doing this, it's the state doing that testing. So from the very beginning, everyone's on a fair page. That's not how it goes.
Wait a minute. Why does the state need to do it? Why can't men say, I want a paternity test?
You can literally do that before the baby leaves the hospital. They'll do it for free.
The reason why men can't do this, some men have asked for that, and the woman will rebuff, say, "How dare you question that you're the father? You're not the father."
It doesn't matter. Hold on, let me tell you, that doesn't matter because if you doubt paternity and you at a hospital, they will not put your name on there. They literally ain't gonna put your name on there if you doubt paternity.
We're gonna pretend that if a man were to ask a woman for a paternity test, that she's not going to feel a certain kind of way.
We don't care how she feels.
We don't care.
We don't care how she feels.
Okay, so so we're talking about men and women getting along, cooperating.
It doesn't matter if it end up you on child support. Yeah, listen.
What I'm saying is, Marv, you hear what I'm saying? All I'm saying is,
had with that woman long before y'all even.
This is avoidance of accountability right here. You're sitting in live time.
Isn't the manosphere always talking about protecting yourself as a man? And y'all don't know shit about any type of legal.
Fair point. I'm still catching it. This is amazing in real
No.
time.
All I'm saying is, let me finish.
Let the state be the bad guy.
Let me finish.
So that way,
you need to be the bad guy.
You need to be aware of your rights.
Because what?
You need to be aware of your rights as a man. You don't have to sign that birth certificate. You can demand for a paternity test. And if you don't get one, don't sign the birth certificate. If she tries to go for you, at you for child support, guess what? Mandatory paternity test.
Yes.
What I'm saying is,
go ahead. On that, right? Like at this point, they should all know that, right?
Yes. Like I don't see how this is basic
is
like knowledge.
They just not man enough to have a conversation with that woman.
Hey, hold on. Let me address the Cash App. Somebody put $2.50 says, drop Afro Nerd. He's getting too sassy.
Not for $2.50. He's always sassy. He brings the sass. We love it.
Yeah, I think they added that to their super chat, but you skipped that.
I'm not even.
It's $20. We don't do the by minute.
I just think it's crazy. It's accountability thing. It's crazy.
It's $20 to drop somebody, but that was hilarious stuff.
They said they was added. They had a little bit on Cash App, a little bit of super chat.
Hey, now, did we say that's supposed to be my boy? Does that prove my point? Does that prove my point?
Hold on.
Up, Afro Nerd. Chaotic Truth Live, $2. Drop Afro Nerd just for the hell of it.
Hey, Afro, you better watch yourself. It's about 50%, man.
Right, you might be out of here.
Now you got Clayton Bixby, his nephew, to come on here and drop the old Afro Nerd. I find that really something. Clayton Bixby, that's what he is. Uncle Ruckus is dropping. Just to correct. See, Homegirl thought that I was in league with Chaotic Truth. Obviously, I stand true, don't I, CT? I proved my point.
Afro, no, I got one question for you, man. I got a few questions, but I want to lead up to this real quick. What is your point of contention? I'm listening to y'all. I am. What is this whole point of contention about men being the bad guys here? I want to say, elaborate. What do you mean by the men being the bad guys in the situation? Talk about that.
Did I say men being the bad guy? I didn't.
You said, I don't want men to be the bad guys. I want the
state to be the bad guy. That's what you said.
Okay. About that. Yeah, okay. Thank you. No, what I'm saying is,
if you scared, go to church. I'm sorry. I thought I was muted. My bad.
What I'm saying is that when you're trying to have a cohesive family unit, when you're trying to keep things calm, especially if it's a marriage, whether you're married or unmarried and you're having children, that test should be just a general test.
Let me take a picture of that.
That you are not asking for. Because
Sharon, you're not muted.
If a man were to ask a woman for a paternity test, it is oftentimes rebuffed. How dare you? You know you're the father. It's never taken well.
Keep going. I'm sorry.
So what? I mean, you can say that, but people are trying to get along. They're trying to create a family.
Right.
So
you had that conversation before y'all even got to the point where she was having the baby. If you come in and when y'all first start talking about being together and starting a family, you say, oh, well, you know, just for, you know, to make sure everything is everything, I would insist on a paternity test for any children that we have, even if we married. Then either she gonna be upset and say you ain't the type of man I want to do this with, or she gonna be like, okay.
But in PH
I don't think
Diva,
most women would have a problem with it.
No, but the problem is, PH Diva, as the man, I understand that I have to be the bad guy. I'm the disciplinarian. Listen, when people get in trouble, it's on me to straighten out what's going on. When my family is not walking in the straight, listen, I know this sounds crazy. If my family's not walking in the straight line, it's my responsibility to get them back online. So I don't understand why men are so like, hey, why do I got to be the one that's contention? Because these are the same men that's saying they don't believe in go along to get along mentality. And I'm just telling you, as a man, if you don't believe that's the point. If you really say that, everything that you do is gonna make your wife uncomfortable sometimes. It's gonna make your kids uncomfortable. It's just like it's your responsibility to keep the integrity and honesty in the house for not only them, but for you too. I don't understand how men don't understand that.
Okay, what we're saying here is leadership. And we clearly see that some women, maybe many women, rebuff the idea of leadership. So
she shouldn't be your woman.
No, hold on.
She shouldn't be pregnant. Like if we agree with everything you said, y'all shouldn't be. If
you want to have it both ways, I'm coming with a real tight argument, and I'm still going to be made wrong. This is what I'm talking about. You got to concede to a clear argument. What I'm telling you is, it will be honorable, right? But if you want to troll, then so be it. Troll on. I'm telling you. Well, look, I'm telling you that you're acting like these women are going to be receptive to men asking for a paternity test when they are assuming, well, I'm the only woman in your life. How dare you? That's not, we're going to act like that's not, I mean, it's happened to me personally. I had to, so I know, I'm not nerds in the title, but I've been in a situation where I had to get some testing. So I don't understand why this is controversial. All I'm saying is,
yeah, you're scared to you're saying men are scared to ask their woman for a paternity test. There you go.
Pretty much.
Just leave it at that.
It's not about being scared. It's about the woman. It's about the woman.
If you weren't scared, you would just ask.
Why? I would say this then. If I get this thing, Apple Nerd, we're just saying essentially is
we're acting like the other side is. This is crazy.
You want the woman is, if I'm reading right, you want the woman to be pleased with the outcome. So you both want it. You want the same thing for the most part. It's like I want it, she want it. We're good on the same page. If we're not on the same page, there's a point of tension. There's a problem. But that's the thing with everything that there is. Even here in this panel, we're gonna have disagreements at times. Like what you're talking about, I can use another example. If I was to talk to a woman and she rejects me, or vice versa, am I not going to approach her because of the confrontation that might be there, or vice versa? She may or not like me or something like, no, I'm going to shoot my shot, get shot down or not, and then keep it moving. But I'm not going to be like, I shouldn't make that decision to talk to a girl because she may not agree with who I am or whatever. Like, it's the same point of contention. You got to have people disagree with you sometimes. It is what it is.
I find it odd that you're asking, and rightfully so, asking men to be accountable. Everyone should be accountable.
Not be scared specifically.
Accountability. You can call it scared. I'm talking about accountability. Accountability is not a mutually gender-specific thing. So if a woman,
if you don't want to be held accountable for a child that is not yours, why not ask for paternity? I don't get it.
Because you are dealing with many women who would take that as an insult.
Yeah, you're scared of what she might think. It don't matter what she thinks. Fuck what she think. Actually,
okay. So
you want to make sure.
So the point is, hello, but Afro, no, this is really important.
This is wild right here.
Hold on, no, listen.
Have it both ways.
Listen, hold on, no. Let me tell you, hold on.
You want to be a leader, but then you want the government to step in and do your dirty work for you.
But look, I think people got to really catch this because this is an important part of this conversation. You continue saying that you want women to be accountable when it's time for you to hold your woman accountable. You worried about how she feel.
Well, allegedly, the Manosphere and men don't care about women's feelings.
No. I don't want to talk about this.
No. I don't want to talk about this. I'm giving that same work. The whole issue is women's feelings. We don't take into account women's feelings.
Let me go back.
No. Now you got to figure out something else.
No, let me go back to the same point that you jumped over.
Go back. Go ahead.
Let's go back. Let's go back to what you said. You said, hold on. I've been following the conversation. You said women not being held accountable, women not being held accountable, women not being held accountable. Then I said, okay, let's hold these women accountable with getting a DNA test at birth. The man said, hey, I want a DNA test. Then you start talking about feelings. I'm like, hold on, no. We said we gonna hold them accountable. Now I need you to be a man, put on your big britches and hold her accountable because we've been talking about holding people accountable for the last 3 hours. And now we want to talk about feelings.
They want the government to hold her accountable.
And then he wants to bring up the manosphere because the manosphere don't care about women's feelings. But you're not a feminist, so why do you care?
Okay, you're all over the place. You threw like 5 different things at me. So
I did one.
I didn't
Hold
have.
on. I threw one.
No, but homegirl threw in something else. So
anyway,
anyway,
focus on my voice. No, focus on my voice. Hold on, 1 second, Jay.
What I'm saying
really
is,
wanted to answer this question.
hold on. I got to complete the thought. So what I'm telling you is, if it's not the woman herself that would take offense to it, there's also
we still talking about feelings. Let's talk about accountability.
No. Let's talk. Let's let a grown man talk for himself without you interjecting. Let's do that for a change. So what I'm saying is,
let that grown man. You should let
no. You're trying to rush. You're trying to outthink me.
Grown ass man talk in the goddamn hospital and say, "Hey,
we're doing a very good job outthinking you. I think you need to.
No. You're doing a horrible job.
I'm being very. You have shown through this whole conversation that you think men can't figure out their rights as a man at all. They can't.
We don't have the rights.
They can't
we don't
go
have
on
those
Google
rights.
and search how do
wait a
I
minute.
request a paternity test. They can't do that. They don't know that they could go seek counsel if it's really that dire. They don't know to answer a court letter. They don't know to show up to court at the bare minimum. They want the state to do the accountability work when they keep begging these women to give them leadership roles. But you go to the state, like I said 8 hours ago, Master, please, but these women have too many rights, Master, please give me the power to subjugate this woman because I can't do it by my lonesome. I'm too scared to use my big boy words. That's sad. That's really sad.
So wait a minute.
Government involvement now?
So wait a minute. So
so they're for government involvement now, all of a sudden?
Yeah.
Oh,
There's more government involvement. Yes. Bring in Uncle Sam.
I see this. To me, I see a whole bunch of people chasing. You're running right now.
I'm not running.
Do you?
Yeah, we're running right at your. We're running right at your butt. It's right at you. Listen, it's not away from you. We're running
so what I'm
towards
saying
you.
Is, didn't we agree that mandatory paternity testing is a thing? Should be a thing. Is that?
Yes.
We're not doing that.
Yes.
So if you're gonna have, if there's mandatory, if there's such a thing as mandatory paternity testing, that will require the state to do that.
Yeah, no. I don't.
No. That right now there's no such thing as that.
Listen.
Right. And I think that men should insist on it. I don't think the state should have to pay for you to find out if that's your baby. You was the one laying up and sticking dick.
Yeah,
to
the
her,
government
so
didn't fuck her,
and she was receiving it. Probably quite
and
well.
So between the two of y'all pay for it. I shouldn't have to pay for it. I didn't lay down with now one of y'all.
Well, if you got insurance, your insurance should pay. Well, that might be the Blue Shield. That might be the good. That might be the good insurance. I'm sorry. Listen.
Hold on, but I think the crazier part is this.
That's PPO.
Why won't you, as a man, say, "Hey, babe, regardless of how faithful you are, I want a paternity test."
Regardless how faithful you are,
get pregnant.
I still think you're messing around. I don't trust you. I don't trust you.
Wow.
That's what that implies.
No, it doesn't.
Not if you're a man. So you could go to her and say,
not if you're a man. Okay.
Yes, not if you're a man. You go and you put, like how they've been trying to tell you, put your big pants on, right? You pick your big boy pants on. And you say, "Hey, babe, regardless of what happens in the future, it's not that I distrust you. I want to have a paternity test after you get pregnant. I don't care. And I'm telling you this now before you get pregnant." So when it comes to the day when you are at the goddamn hospital, it's no surprise to her, and it's not about if she's being faithful or not.
So
But
what
it's
are
all
we?
about that's what you set
What are we talking about?
for
Mandatory
your
paternity testing.
relationship
What is
with
it
that
then?
woman.
What is it if not the state asking that both parties before
No,
you?
I
Well,
think
hold on. No.
we
Wait
agreeing
a minute. I
that.
gotta let.
Hold
No,
on. So do
what
you
you're saying is
hold
you
on,
give me double
please.
talk.
I need
Mandatory. What does
hold
mandatory
on. Let
paternity
me finish what
testing
I'm
mean?
saying. Do you disagree with what I'm saying?
Yes, most of the time. I didn't hear you, but I disagree.
I didn't pay attention.
Because I know you. I know you. You don't agree. Just like you do with me. I make perfect sense. I ain't gonna agree with that N word.
This is crazy.
As I said, what is mandatory paternity testing? What is it then? If we don't have it and we're asking for it, what does that mean? It means somebody's going to come in and says, "You guys have, you got, if you have to drive, hold on. If you have to drive, I got to get it. I got to take this drive. What's the difference?
I was talking to you about something.
Oh, here we go. This is crazy. I got you.
No.
Yeah, I see it. I see it. Go ahead.
You literally said that you was not listening. So I'm trying to.
I'm going to drive without a license. I'm going to drive without a license. I'm not getting insurance.
He off the cliff. He done jumped off the cliff.
No. What I'm saying is, man, you manage certain things are mandatory. The state tells you got to have a license to drive this car. Well, you know what? If you want to start having all these benefits for both parents and all that kind of stuff, we want both you guys to take this. The state's telling both of you we need what's up with you.
And so, but the reason why you doing
that's what it means.
No, the reason why you are saying that because you are not man enough.
Because I'm correct. That's why I'm saying it.
No, you're not man enough to talk to your woman before she get pregnant.
I'm not man enough.
Men, I take it off you, whatever the case is. Because
Sharon,
all right.
No, but Sharon, no, I ain't got to tell you before. If that baby came out white and I'm dark skinned, I got the right to ask for a paternity test right there. Like I don't have to prep you. Listen, I don't have to prep you. I don't care if we've been married for 15 years. If as a man I feel like I want a paternity test, if you gonna leave me and you gotta raise this baby, I'm not that valuable for you to stay because I asked you a question.
Well, what I'm saying is this: so like to alleviate all this scarce, these men that he's saying are afraid to ask a woman at birth because that's going to imply that she was cheating, because he's afraid that that's going to put a wedge in the relationship after he asked that, right? Say it before she gets pregnant. So this way she understands you are going to ask for it regardless. So now is no misunderstandings. You don't have to feel awkward about waiting until, because you had all this built up on the inside. You're not sure if it's yours because you did see food as somebody's contact before. So you're not sure if that's food baby or your baby.
Okay, Sharon. So I looked up what this is, how it would work, right? So let's talk about what it is and what it isn't.
Do you disagree with what I'm saying before you move?
I wasn't listening. I know you're wrong. That's why I wasn't listening.
Afro nerd. No, don't do that, dog.
I just figured out something.
Hold on. How can I be wrong? I just made a statement.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you agree with the statement that I just said?
I hate for to do this, but can you repeat what you said?
You Afro nerd, boy.
No, because I was looking up mandatory paternity test. I was looking up mandatory paternity test.
Hey, Sharon, I told you about casting them pearls, boy. You better stop casting them pearls, man.
I done found the answers. I am Sway. I done found the answers. You can get a home paternity DNA test without having to get the mother's consent. You could buy an at-home paternity test. You swab the baby, you swab you send it into the lab give you the results. It's $80, and you could do it right in the comfort of your home, away from your wife, since you're so scared that she gonna beat you across the head for getting the paternity test.
Leave you.
Wait, so the baby is already in your house. You've already accepted. You might have already put your name on the birth certificate. What are you doing?
Don't put your name on the birth certificate until you know.
Okay, so you're doing all these things that's not in reality. So I'm going to tell you what mandatory.
A lot of people don't put their name on the birth certificate immediately.
Yeah, most men are not at the birth of their child. By the way,
crazy. What are you talking about?
I just brought up home. It's literally a website called homepaternity.com.
Why I see the avoidance now. Why can't we have? Wait a minute. What is wrong with mandatory paternity testing?
Because the taxpayers have to pay for it, and y'all only want it because y'all ain't man enough to ask that woman you laid down with to
give you a paternity test. You want
Why should
Big Daddy
I'm not man
to
enough.
do it for you.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Why
So
should America pay
let
for
me read.
your transgression? Why should I
Let
have
me.
to pay for you
Well,
being
last
too
time
scared to
I
get a
checked, we
paternity
both did
test?
it. Last time we checked, we both
I
were.
said America. I didn't lay down with you, so I would be a
Okay.
taxpayer paying for
Well,
that service.
well, look, I guess you don't want reparations either, right? That's a different thing.
What does
Bro, you
reparations
can't
got to
Well,
do with
stop.
you?
no, because
Wait. What does
the state
reparations got to do with you sticking
because
your
the
dick in
because
a woman with no protection?
Right.
because what you're asking a woman is accepting you without protection. It's not just one way.
Paternity test. She don't. You want it.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. So it's wrong for the man. So you're making it one way. I'm saying it's better.
I'm just saying you need to go and get it and pay for it because
Wait,
you
hold on.
want it. That's all I'm saying.
But we have clearly seen women who aren't really sure if that's the father, that they will go ahead and assume that he's the father. Even some women don't even know. Well, hold on. Even women, even women may not know
Y'all
who the
not
father
even
is.
married.
But as a man, you are gonna have to take paternal responsibility for that child. So you need to fucking know that it's your child, regardless of what she know. You need to know.
Yeah, that's why you get the at-home paternity test. You don't need her permission. She will
Nah,
never know.
forget that, Jay. No, we ain't doing no secret. We doing this while she laid in that goddamn bed over there. Hey, check this out. Bring the test. Like this idea that I gotta do something behind her back. Oh
I
no.
just find it
Hey,
odd
doctor.
that in this entire conversation, I don't know why this is an issue.
I get it. Cool,
We don't even
Afro
have, we
nerd.
don't even have, wait. We don't even have it.
We need to teach men to be men. Not no go hide while she at the stove taking a nap. Let me go wipe the baby mouth so nobody see it. That is crazy. No, hey doc, come on in here with that test. Like come on in here. What are we talking about?
In real life, in real time, there's very, very little women and her girlfriends are going to accept you. They're going to look at you. Like
I don't need to accept this. I am a grown man. Listen, y'all keep talking about accept this for women. It sounds like it's a lot of simping going on over there.
So anyway, so let's go to what mandatory paternity testing actually is, because it doesn't exist. No, we're going to keep on theorizing. It's a theory because we don't have it. So it says here, it's a policy.
We can't say what it is then. If it's just a theory and we don't have it, it could take many different forms.
Well, you're asking for what the Manosphere is or is not doing. There's Hassan has this as a 19-point plan. So it says here.
Talking about Dr. T. Hassan Johnson.
I don't want to hear no 19-point plan.
He's not the only one. He's not the only one. I'm not giving you one. I'm not giving you one.
And this is how ain't shit those Manosphere men are. A man came up on T. Hassan Johnson's show. The man told his sob story about since 2021 he been out of work because the man got cancer. He got some other physical ailments or diseases, and he been taking chemo. His wife been having to support them. And T. Hassan Johnson, big fat roly-poly ass who can't even sit up straight, sat there and listened to that man's sob story, and then he was in the middle of reading super chats. Rather than asking that man to drop his cash app or anything like that, he just said, "Oh, tell them what your channel is." These niggas don't care. All they trying to do is collect money from these motherfuckers. T. Hassan Johnson, fat motherfucker who can't even control the most basic aspect of his life, which is what he take from his plate and pick up with a fork and shove down his fat, gravy encrusted throat. That T. Hassan Johnson, right?
I'm not going to talk about the man's looks. That's not my. I don't.
We know you never talk about men. You only want to talk about women.
No, what I'm saying, I'm not going to talk about a woman either. I'm not going to talk.
Hold on.
If a woman is heavy set, we're not going to. Body shaming only goes one way, apparently.
I'm looking at all these paternity test kits are online right now. I don't see why these niggas so scared.
You're looking at real time avoidance.
All these at-home paternity tests.
I just want to understand.
You pay for roads, you pay for all kinds of stuff. I don't know why this is. But this you got a problem.
I'm not paying for
Afro nerd. I don't know. Sometimes y'all just.
I'm not paying for your.
Y'all just like
crazy.
Maybe y'all just turn the phone off your head and y'all just start talking into the thing. Y'all don't care about nobody.
Wild. Go ahead.
What I'm going to ask you this time, and hopefully you are listening this time.
I'm listening now. I was looking up something. Go ahead.
What is wrong with a man up front before he even have sex with her? Let that woman know that no matter what, I'm having a paternity test. It doesn't have anything to do with me trusting you or not. I'm going to have a paternity test. So now you won't be surprised when you have that baby. What is wrong with that?
Okay. there's nothing wrong with that as an upfront situation, upfront, right? But
scared he ain't gonna get no booty.
But if you are in a relationship now, like this is like you're talking about, this is my standard.
Married for 20 years. Let's put that. Married for 20 years. I go from there.
Now I'm going to his question. I can't move around like what you're telling me to do. I'm going to what Sharon is asking me now, right? Now I'm paying attention. So he's asking me directly about the beginnings of a relationship, right? That's fair. I'm telling this woman this is my requirements. Fine. But if you go 6 months in, 8 months in, this woman is expecting you to say, hey, wait a minute, there's nobody else here. How dare you?
No, my standards don't change just because we've been together.
So, okay, but hold on. So let me get this straight, Afro Nerd.
We're not doing it in reality. I see that.
Hold on, Afro Nerd. So let me get this straight. I'm giving you an absolute way where you could eliminate this scariness of asking a woman to get a paternity test. You said you want to give me a whataboutism about if he was with her for 6 to 8 months? Instead of getting young men to have an understanding, like, oh, maybe I can have this conversation before I ever have sex with her. And this is the problem with the manosphere. Where we
this is BS right here. I'm going to get you right now.
When we can clearly lead young men down a path to honesty and manhood and say, hey, listen, you need to talk to that woman before you have sex with her, and say, if you do get pregnant by any of us intercourse and you say it's mine by the end of the birth, I want a paternity test. Why would you try to mix it in? God damn it, mix it in with saying that what if? Just
Sharon,
get them to start moving properly
Sharon,
now.
Okay. Let's talk like real men now. Okay. I'm out here dating, right? You have a wife. I've never been with a woman that when you said what you said from the beginning, that when it's time for you to actually talk about, well, listen, we talked about this before. No, we didn't. We're gonna pretend like they don't flip. You have said
it doesn't matter.
It matters.
Let me tell you why it doesn't matter. Listen.
Oh, I gotta complete the thought.
I know, but you keep saying how she feel matters. I don't care if she's happy about the paternity test or sad. We're getting the goddamn paternity test at this point.
You guys don't want to
listen. We're getting the paternity test. Like this idea. Listen,
in a real relationship, you can put up all these walls and say, I'm going to do. I want this and that. She said, no, you didn't.
Afro, I want to challenge you.
It's happened on the show. It happened on the show.
I don't care how she feels about me wanting to know if I'm the daddy or not.
Man, hold up 1 second. We already
good luck with that. Good luck.
1 second. I'm walking with you. All right, Afro, 1 second. All right. Would you agree?
You got a wife, right? You gonna tell me that you laid down the law.
You want me to go get her?
No.
You want me? No.
She gonna hold you to that? That's why you laughing right now. I've never seen it. I've never seen it.
Have a conversation with you, brother. And
go ahead. I got it.
I'm gonna walk where you at. Okay.
Hold on. No, but let's be clear. Hold on.
Maybe because Mo, I think he trusts Mo to have a conversation with him.
I got it, but I want to say this because he said my wife. No, Sharon, listen.
I said Sharon's wife.
No. You said Eden. I don't care. The baby 20, 10, 15, 12. If I decide that I woke up and I had a dream and I want a paternity test, I'm having a paternity test. Like this idea that you can take my right as a man to ask for a paternity test because you go feel some type of way is crazy to me. All right, go ahead.
Right. So here it is. All right, so we're going to walk down this road with you real quick, all right? We have to first talk about what created the doubt in the first place. When you're with that person and you have doubt now, right? Is it doubt because of the world and how the world looks at women nowadays, or what you see on YouTube or all that stuff, or is it because you actually examined your own situation and you know what you're in? Now, if you don't know what you're in, that's the problem right there. It starts with you. You was not aware of what kind of decision you're making. Second thing is this. I always tell people, you always question. You always question things, especially if you know something. Nothing wrong with wanting to be certain, especially in an uncertain world. But if you're moving off this based upon how you feel, right? It's more particularly based on how the other person feels, you're already fucking up. Excuse me, my language, but you're already messing up as it is, because you shouldn't be making like if you know something, right? Like anybody here on this panel, right? You know something about yourself, right? People may feel indifferent about you, right? But you shouldn't be swayed to say stupid things based upon how they feel about you. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you know what you know, then cool. Understand this. The world don't owe you no understanding. Even when it comes to your own situation. If you know and you're confident, then stand on that. Like I said, if it's a woman wants to be, if you want to take a test, right? Because there's doubt or something, examine where the doubt's coming from, talk about that doubt, and then that person have an understanding to what it is you're trying to do. They may not like it, but they have an understanding. Now y'all both have an understanding and both go about what y'all know and not what y'all feel about each other in that sense.
Mo, you wrong, Mo. Listen, I ain't got to explain myself as no man.
No, you don't have to.
Hold on, listen. We don't even have to come to an understanding. Listen. No, Mo, I'm trying to understand. We don't even have to come to an understanding or agreement. We can talk after the fraternity test. Listen, like we can have a couple. We can listen. That's the whole. As a man, no, listen.
This answer wasn't for you though. It was for him because he wanted that more. He wanted that.
I get it. Listen, I get what y'all saying. Listen, matter of fact, in my family, my little brother's going through this, right? I told the young lady he's getting a fraternity test. My mama called her. My sister called. Listen, she know we get fraternity tests in this family. Listen, we don't care how she feel. Hey, that's just how we move. And I think as families, you should move because I know this my niece. I'm gonna go all in. I'm gonna spoil her, but I need to know. And I ain't spending no money. I ain't sending no diapers. I ain't sending no wet wipes until I get the fraternity test. And I don't care what nobody say.
You know what, Edie,
Straight
man?
up.
I would almost agree with you, but I would say this then. So that means when you go forward with decisions, you don't take any emotions into consideration. Main word,
not with fraternity. Not with fraternity. Listen, listen. How she felt that she woke up on the side of the bed, I feel it. How she feeling today when she on her cycle, I feel it. I acknowledge her emotions. Emotion that I'm not acknowledging if I'm the father or not. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm not saying be deaf to your woman, but I'm saying when it comes down to me want to know something about my child, this really ain't got nothing to do with her. This between me and my child. What are we talking about?
And they always got the saying, mother's baby, daddy maybe. As long as we got that, baby, I want a paternity test. There's nothing wrong with it. Be a man. And this is what I'm trying to say. If we're going to move forward with this paternity, we want to protect men from paternity fraud. Men need to talk to their woman and say, hey, regardless of who you are, the person that's going to have my baby have to have a paternity test at the end of it. Case closed. It is no kind of conversation after that. That is what's going to happen. If you feel a certain way about it, then we need to move this. We need to move this relationship in a different way because I'm not going to be with you. Because if you feel a certain way, if you have some kind of mistrust issue or whatever, and I just got to be blindly trust, whatever that is, I don't care because that's who I am. So if you want to say, why are you being so insecure? I don't know. I didn't unpack that yet, baby. But I'm feeling insecure and I want to have 100. I want to have my 99.9% accurate test that is my baby until I figure out whatever emotion I'm going through that I always need that. That's it.
Hello, but let's move
forward. Be a man.
Be a man.
This is the craziest part. Every time we give y'all a man solution, y'all fight the man solution. No, we should get the government to do it because, and then
yeah. But if we move forward, mandatory. I've been thinking about it. Mandatory testing don't work. It'll be the same thing with divorce. You know how people are running around from the audit people so they won't be served? It'll be niggas out here dodging the audit so they can say, you know what, that ain't my baby. It'll be an excuse for them not to take precedent of their child.
Again, so like no perfect system. Again, you'll always find a loophole to exploit. As I said, I don't know why we're talking about this when it's like we all agree that there has to be a system in place. We all agree that there needs to be something in place of this, then so be it. Is it working? Yes. Are there some strays getting caught? Yes. But the effectiveness of it is working. And now if it was the other way around where it wasn't as effective and there was more people catching strays, then we have an issue. But we don't got the issue.
Yeah, especially dudes out here just raw dogging random women. Like, you worried about what she talking about? Like, y'all ain't even married. Like,
even man, these men are lucky. Some of these women are making a husband take control over that goddamn baby because a lot of these men will have a lot more children. That's number one. So you should be happy.
We're paying a lot more money too.
You'd be paying a lot more money if they do mandatory. But maybe that would help men to act right. I don't know.
I was gonna say another thing I caught what Afro Nerd was saying, and yes, I'm just talking about what you're saying, Afro Nerd, not to speak against you, but the one thing I hinted at was that I think that you have a point of contention with grace that is given to women more so than men when it comes to accountability, because that seems to be a bigger point of contention that you bring to the front, especially when it comes to bringing in the women to the conversation, where you could talk about the system and the rules and how we could change it, or you go back to the women and how they can exploit and they could do certain things and how it affects the men, rather than just speaking to the effects, speak to the causation, which would be the government in place that's implementing the power and how would you like to have implemented, rather than going back and forth with this man-women bullshit for the most part. That's where we keep getting caught up at.
Look, you just talked about the system. Well, this would be part of the system. It would be just kind of a passive thing, whether you're married or not. Even someone who's been married for some time, you just do this because it's kind of a passive requirement. We don't even have it. We can't have it because of this discussions like this. I don't know why this is even controversial. Mandatory paternity testing shouldn't be controversial. It takes away. Hold on. It takes away. Let's say you want me to man up and ask the woman for a paternity test. It takes away.
That's not what we're telling you to do. Again, I don't know why it's a misunderstanding.
Well, not me personally, but anyone.
But it doesn't work because
hold on. We're not telling you to ask a woman. We're telling you for men to man up and say, "I want a paternity test."
Not a question.
Ask. Tell them, "That's my baby. I'm going to find out if I'm 99.9% the father."
Whether I'm asking or demanding, it takes away.
Hold on. It's neither one. You
just said that I have to be a man and I want a paternity test.
Is you being a man and letting the woman know what you are going to do. It's not a demand. This is the problem that I'm starting to understand, that you are just not understand that you are a man and you are the father and you have rights to find out if that's your child.
Well, I don't know if I'm the father. That's the problem. I don't know if I'm the father. Do I?
You don't have to depend on the woman, and you are just you are stuck on the woman is controlling everything. Maybe that's just part of your stick. I get it. But what me and Eda Man is saying, be a man and say, "Hey, babe, I'm getting a paternity test for this child to make sure it is mine." It's not about asking her. It's not about demanding it from her. It's not about her letting you do it. It's about you taking a hold of your goddamn nuts that you supposedly used on her and say, "I'm going to find out if it's mine or not."
You're pretending like that making that demand or being up front. I'm not against what you're saying. That okay, yeah, this is what I want. Fine, but you're acting as if that's not putting your relationship in jeopardy.
It's not
because the woman is. I gotta. Why do you have to jump on me, man? Why can't I?
Go ahead, get it out. Just try to land a little bit quicker. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm gonna be very quick for you. Okay, what I'm saying is, we have to be realistic that the woman's going to feel a certain kind of way, that she is going to rebuff you. Her friends would tell you, "How dare this guy doing this?" It never goes off well when you ask for a paternity test, when you should just believe what I say. It's evident that you're the father. How dare you? So if you have mandatory paternity testing, it's not your fault. It's not her fault. It's the system. The system intervenes. It's clean. She can't. Your relationship remains intact. So
well, no,
it's really.
Wait. Hold on. You said you're gonna. Hold on 1 second.
We don't even have.
No. Listen. What we're trying to explain to you, and I get what you're saying.
I don't see a problem with this. We don't even have it.
Hold on. What we're trying to explain to you is I have rights to this child, and you said, and then I want to challenge what you're saying. If this is big enough to break us up, we wasn't gonna sustain the time anyways. Like it's going to, like, this is the one thing I want to tell men, especially if you marry a woman, it's going to be some contention. Like this idea that, hey, we going to agree and it's going to be kumbaya all the time. It's going to be some stuff I want that she disagree with. There's going to be some things she want. So why do I run from confrontation instead of embracing it? And that's the point that I'm trying to help you understand. If that was enough for her to leave me, it was only a matter of time, bro. She was leaving anyways.
And here's another point I want to flip on real quick. So you have it where you're concerned about her feelings, but do you ever consider that maybe she should be concerned about your feelings? If you have doubt, don't you think she might be curious to know where the doubt comes from and how y'all can explore that? If it's something that you're so concerned about with the emotional aspect, allow her and vice versa reciprocate each other and have a mutual understanding to where this is coming from. Because you have doubt. Although man in general has a doubt. That is why this come about. That's what I said.
No.
This is the answer, but man, this is the answer I gave to him because he doesn't want to hear nothing else. He
But
wants.
no, but that's wrong. It's what if I don't have doubt?
I'm with you. I give you an analogy like this. If I'm hungry, I'm going to the store. If I go to the store, I'm like, hey, I'm going to the store. Right? That's my choice, right? She may say, hey, can you buy me something? I'll consider it. Sure, I might got something too. You know what I'm saying? Depending on what I come back with, it's gonna, do something to my relationship. I'm not gonna kill it, but it's gonna be like cause a rift. Either way, I still got my food. Same thing. Either way, you still get your DNA test. That ain't gonna stop nothing. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
I just want to say this quickly.
Hold on, before you go after that, I want to welcome Manosphere Algorithm. Good day to you, sir. What's up with you? What's your thoughts?
Big boy. What's up?
What's up, D?
Skipped over me. What the fuck?
I didn't know. I don't know when you be. I don't know when you just want the front row seat and when you want to talk. I don't be knowing.
I ain't remember RHS neither.
My bad.
I just believe people need to stop having I believe people need to stop having fear of the person who they lay next to every day. My whole thing is you lay next to the person every day, but you're afraid to say things to them. That's a problem. That's just my opinion. At the end of the day, if I'm afraid to talk to you, maybe we shouldn't even be around each other like that. Maybe it's not safe.
There it is. There it is.
Just to be honest with you.
Exactly.
That's just my thoughts on it. If I can't be 100% me around you, I don't want to be 1% me around you. I got to be 100% me around you at all times.
I said in Manosphere, I said if they made fraternity tests mandatory, dudes would be they act like that's the court system. They'll be avoiding them hospitals. Listen, they be a whole bunch of people won't claim them kids. It almost will be how they can find a way to release financial responsibility. They be like, man, I refuse to take that. I'm staying away. I'm gonna stay far away from this one. They'll be leaving the city just so they don't have to be obligated to be able to do it. So that's why it doesn't work.
I find it weird, and I know everybody has their own little pockets that people don't want to take care of their own damn kids. That just throws me off completely. No matter who you had it from, to be honest with you. But that's just me. That's my opinion. I'm gonna take care of my child regardless, no matter if she a skank or something good. It don't matter to me.
So Manosphere, why do you think some men are afraid to just have a conversation about something as simple as, hey, I'm going to have a paternity test, whatever woman is going to have my supposed baby? Why are they afraid?
It's because none of that is brought into the beginning of the relationship. Everything is based on, well, we'll see when we get there. That's the worst way to enter any type of relationship. What you have to do is discuss a lot of stuff in the beginning, but here goes that fear thing again. I'm afraid that she ain't gonna let me bag her because of it. I'm afraid she gonna leave, or vice versa. When in reality, you just need to put everything out there. That way she see the same person every day versus you becoming a different person after the representative goes away.
But I disagree with that. The reason I disagree with what you're saying, I might not wanted fraternity when I first met you. I might have felt this way when I saw the baby come out. I still, as a man, got the right to say, hey, this is something new. Just like as a woman, she got the right to say, I have new feelings. I can have new feelings in that hospital room and say I want a fraternity test, and there's nothing she can do about it. What is she gonna do?
Right, but that's a different
I'm glad you said I, because I'm speaking on the majority.
Right.
So I'm not gonna go against what you would do. Okay. So I really don't have an argument towards your I. You just gave me, the minority version of it. But for the most part, if you're yourself, 100% of the time, it won't be surprised. She would know that you would be a type of person that will come back and say, I want it now, versus you not being that type of person.
Right. And when we trying to mine out the best practices for men, we need men to understand they got to have these upfront, uncomfortable conversations before Instead of just allowing we together, we hanging out, and then we have sex, and we have sex long enough, then I guess we in a relationship, and we're in a relationship, I guess. So now we're gonna have a baby, and I guess we're gonna stay together. So you should get an apartment. Since we've been in an apartment for 5 years, I guess we should get married. No, speak on what you want to do. Speak on your intentions as a man. Men need to stop being afraid of telling, explaining, expressing to their woman what they want to do with their life.
I got it, but Sherrod,
so on the focus, and we can get more men to
we
think
can't hear
about
you,
it
Sherrod. Chicago got to go out.
and then maybe we can start solving the problem that some families have from the beginning.
No, but listen, Sherrod. So tell me when I have this conversation. We can't hear you, Chicago. You going in and out. I said, when do I have it? When I was sitting at the bar, I bought her a drink on the way to the hotel. From the club, like I get, like, in a perfect world, if I'm rocking with somebody for a long period of time, but I think a lot of this is just situationship. And if you in a situationship, cool. If y'all got a plan, y'all building together, I see that. Cool, have a conversation.
Yeah.
But you as a man, that bet she say she pregnant because she missed her period. Yeah, I need that fraternity test. I don't care how your mama, cousin, brother, cousin, sister, auntie feel about it.
Right, and that's what we're saying. Men need to stop having these goddamn lustful relationships where they just having sex and until something happens. Stop having sex until you have a relationship. Have a relationship first. Stop going into the with women not knowing what you're doing with the woman. And then, because what happens is you wait until she says, "So what are we?" And then when she asks you, "What are we?" You such a bitch. You don't even know what to say. I don't know. Well, we together. Then he like, "Oh, I guess so." I didn't. All right, okay.
They ain't scared. They selfish, homie. That's all it is. Just be real with you. They in their feelings. That's what it is. It's an emotional decision that you're making, seeking out pleasure, looking for your desires, and you're still in your feelings. The whole thing's emotional and it's selfish behavior. Just so simple. When a man's in his weakness, and that's the thing, men are in their weakest state when they're very emotional. Just that point. That's why you can't talk. That's why you can't get no understanding. I just want
to let people like Afro know that this is how men are really supposed to talk, not that bullshit manosphere shit that they be saying. This is how men supposed to be upfront and say what you want out of whatever relationship you want. If you go find somebody that's great at a profession and you see that person can help you, you need to go and say, "Hey, I want you as my mentor so I can move forward in this profession." Stop being a little bitch and being afraid to ask and tell people what to expect from a relationship, whether it's a goddamn mentorship, whether it's a goddamn relationship, whether it's your goddamn daddy or it's your mama. Tell your mama you want a hug so you won't be out here cursing women out. Tell her, "Hey, mama, because you never gave me a goddamn hug, that's why I be hard on these hoes. Because I look at you as a hoe, ma." Tell her. You little punk ass.
Damn.
I'll get this. Let's say it again. I would not say punk, bitch, or coward. I will say this: stop being a pleasure seeker. Seriously, your head's messed up. You're not thinking clear. You think with your dick too much. Just being for real with you.
Let me give him a proper introduction. Welcome to the show, Vanta Black. Good day, sir.
Salute, Sharon. Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat. I was listening. This whole talk about fathers need to be responsible. Men need to be upfront. I agree, Sharon. I agree. Sorry, Sharon.
Pronounce Sharon.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad.
Pip pip cheerio.
Oh my God, here we go. Just because I'm British. You ain't shit for that one. Pip pip cheerio. But yeah, like real talk. Like I agree with Manosphere. Like you have to have some kind of level of like respect for your partner. A level of respect. I wouldn't say fear or be afraid. I would say just respect. Like your position, she should know her position, and you work together, and make sure everything's working. Because marriage is work. I'm not married, but I've seen my mother and father. There was a lot of conflict, a lot of issues going on, but they still made it work. They made it function. It's not easy. However,
that is not functional, by the way.
I'm saying
And this is one, and I don't mean to cut you, Vincent, but I just want to speak on that point right there, right? Is that a lot of grown men are afraid to have these uncomfortable conversations and tell their parents, like, hey, you fucked up my idea of what relationships are.
Yep.
Always arguing in front of me, and have that conversation honestly with their parents or whoever fucked up their mentality of what relationships supposed to be in society. We have to start explaining and express it to men until you resolve the trauma that you went through. It's going to affect other aspects in your life. So if you hesitate, if you are afraid and you are uncomfortable to talk to your mama or your daddy, you are also going to be afraid to move up in the world of the business. You're also going to be afraid to speak to that woman that you see as the woman you want for your life. It bleeds into all aspects. You need to heal your traumas. Be a man, goddammit.
So Sharon, at what age are you responsible for those traumas?
When you're a man, when you turn 18, when you're living by yourself.
Like, ask that question again.
A lot of people like
I say 25.
Yeah, like at what age are you responsible? No,
None of
the
that
reason
matters.
why I say that
Y'all
is
been sitting up
because
here for 8 hours talking about this shit. Hey, fam. Hey, most niggas, they get caught up in the system when they going to fuck on something. They not intentional. They ain't trying to create family. I done heard multiple arguments throughout the day. I've been listening to y'all since I've been at work and got off, went to grandma, picked the picnic basket, all this shit. Y'all been saying the same shit. That's why I just sit back and listen and I'll be like, damn, I understand what Diva's saying more and more. Like, these the motherfuckers that's supposed to be leading the village, the community, the family. The fuck? No. Most you niggas make excuses to try and run up in some shit, and then you get caught up when she get pregnant. As if you don't know, when you bust off in her, rubber or not, contraceptive or not, there's a possibility of her getting pregnant. I don't give a fuck about your DNA test, fam. If you wasn't intentional with that woman to begin with, and y'all know this, this is crazy, and it's supposed to be the leaders of the community talking. Oh, no. Let me take that back. Not the leaders of the community, because all you concerned about is me, mine, and whatever. So what the fuck do y'all jump on these platforms for to begin with? If it's just about you and yours, what do you care to speak about? What the greater society or what the greater community or village is doing anyway? If you're not invested in it, why are y'all having a conversation? Honestly. Why are y'all having a conversation about men's rights and birth and all this other shit, woo, when half you niggas just run up in hoes and y'all sit up here have whole diatribes about, man, when I was in my day or today now, I could pull 50 and woo and run off in them and da-da-da-da-da, right? And then be surprised when your ass get caught up in court and then they take your ass up through there and put you on child support.
How much mankind say, gotcha.
I was gonna say, really, the person you want to talk to is even here, though. The person you talking about not even here, homie.
Yeah. Who is he addressing exactly? I'm confused.
No. No. Marvelous. First of all, my vote is for the keep it LL Cool J. Shout out to you, LL Cool J. Shave that shit. Shave that shit, dog. Hey, and second of all, I'm only responding because I've been listening to this. It's been so many times that I wanted to come in, but pause. Chime in on the conversation, and so I'm just responding to the overall sentiment of the conversation throughout the day.
Yeah,
I'm on mute.
All right, fair enough. I got you.
Yeah, and Sharon, real quick, again, men. I keep telling my young cousins who are like Gen Z, like in their 20s and all that. I'm like, if you're gonna approach a lady, like Manosphere said, be upfront with what you want from her. Be direct. Don't be a clown. Don't be just like sly. Yeah. Like women say, what are we? Like you said, what are we in a relationship? Right. What are we? Like, just be direct. Say, you know what? This is what I want from you. Either you want a one-night stand, or you want a long-term relationship with her. Like, but then y'all can't complain about the hoes then. If that's what we teaching young blood to tell them up front. That's not. I'm not talking about hoes. I'm not talking about hoes. I'm talking about young men going for young women. No, man, he said
nothing wrong with hoes, though.
Right. You see what I'm saying? Now listen, again,
in the mix,
these are the elders of the community.
Oh my God.
These are the elders. That's the shit. That's crazy. As an older man that know and then been through hoes, that you would run up here, ain't nothing wrong with hoes. That's crazy.
And that's why they created child support.
Hey,
That's
I like hoes.
crazy.
Okay, they are fun to be around.
I
Literally,
Right.
agree.
they're
And
honest.
so
They're honest. They're
right.
honest. No. The thing is, no, they're honest, and that's what people don't put out there.
Wow.
I like hoes.
Wait, hoes
They're
are
honest.
honest
They
now?
have fun with them.
Yeah, they
I have
honest.
a,
They said they
Yes,
want
indeed.
150 on the dress.
Hold on.
oh,
Hold on.
exactly.
Hold on. Let
Up
me
front,
get this
you know
straight.
what they
So hold on.
up front, you know what they
Manosphere.
want.
Manosphere. So you're saying if you want an honest woman, you need to find a hoe?
No, I'm not saying that. That's like pigeonholing the thing. I'm just saying
Sure.
you guys hung around hoes before, and you can't tell me y'all didn't have fun hanging around these hoes.
Yeah,
I'm just saying
Sharon,
y'all don't act like it.
I'm gonna defend Manosphere on this one. He's right. Hoes are honest. All they want is a good time and some money. That's okay.
No,
I'm cool with that.
y'all say that because
I'm
that's what
cool with
satisfies y'all.
that.
Y'all bullshit lie, man.
Yeah, I
Because
just told you
it's
earlier.
a fair
Yeah,
transaction.
They
It's fair.
fun.
Hold on. So
You don't call them hoes.
wait.
You don't
So let
call
me
them
get this
hoes,
straight.
but
So,
at the end of the
Y'all
day,
are
they're
wrong.
fun.
Y'all ain't giving them a
hold on.
good time. Y'all just giving them money.
Right.
Hold on.
No,
Let
them
me
motherfuckers
get this
want what they
straight.
want. Most of these hoes be
No,
saying
that's
how they want
the thing
family
is
and want a good man and all this other shit. Like y'all tweaking. Y'all sit up here and
some
have
of them
48-hour
are
marathons
confused.
on Brittany Renner and all these other
Right.
heifers that be running up through here, and then you
Guess
gonna
what?
tell me hoes is honest when they done deceived you,
Rilla,
seduced you, and reduced your ass to the last penny out
Rilla,
your savings account, but hoes is honest.
Come
You
on.
niggas is
but
lying.
Rilla,
They
let's be
pleasure
honest, Rilla.
seekers,
Some of
cuz
them
they
are
pleasure
confused.
seeking
They
out
don't
there.
know their hoes are confusing bitches. Listen, some of them are confused. Some of them think they hoes, but
But
they
the
ain't.
hoes is
That's what it
confused. I'm
is.
going on mute.
No, the thing is you guys, you give your money to who you want to give your money to. You don't have to
Right.
give it to her. You choose to give it to her. No one's
Right.
telling you to give her the money.
Yeah,
It's something
Manosphere
in
choose to
you
give
that
his
says
to the hoes.
it's something that's in you that's telling you to actually give it to her.
Okay,
That's on you.
So let me get this straight, Manosphere.
I like hanging around them.
So Manosphere, we got young men watching this right now, and you think the best thing to say is that hoes are fun, so young men could go and hang out with hoes.
That's the thing, though. We hide stuff from my kids all the time. We hide the real world
I
from our
got you.
kids
I
all the damn
understand
time.
that. So what I'm
Sometimes you need to
we're not
tell
talking
them
about.
the truth.
Hold on.
You need to tell them the truth
Hold
because
on.
they're
We're
not
not.
gonna
Hold
go.
on.
Listen,
I need
they're
you to
gonna.
understand what I'm asking you. I'm not asking you about your children. I said young men. These are not your children. These are
No, it was
young
an
men. They
example.
just
It
younger
was
than
an
you. So
example.
if you're 30, we talking about 20-year-olds. We ain't not talking about 16, right? So we talking about men that could at least drink 21 and older. All right. So this is what we can very specific because y'all try to be literal. I don't understand why. So now when young men are hearing you, you're saying the best thing for the community of young men is to tell them that holes are fun.
No, but what I am going to say, what
Okay.
I will tell a young man, because this is something different. Now, when you're actually giving people sound advice, it's something different. Well, we got ignorant advice too. Let's not act like we don't give each other ignorant advice. But when you're talking about positive, what this is what I would do.
Yeah, I don't.
Anytime I speak to a young man, I always let them know, create a foundation first. Create a foundation to have something stable to stand on, before you start to input people on that foundation.
What
Before you
does that
start
mean,
people on
though?
that foundation. That means build yourself. You want to build something first. So after you build that thing that you actually build, then you go ahead and you find a woman that could stand on that foundation
You
with
put a hoe on the
you.
foundation?
I didn't say that, but I
No,
know you.
no, because I'm following your logic. Because you said build a
No,
foundation and then put a hoe on
no, I'm
top of it.
talking
Because
about. No, we actually switched the subject, E, but you were
oh,
confused,
okay, I
right?
wasn't following.
You
My
see,
bad. I guess I wasn't following. My bad.
Probably
Wait.
because you
You
was eating
guys are
Cheetos.
bombarding Manosphere.
But
You're
either
bombarding.
man, you got confused. What I'm trying to say is, Sharon asked me, what would you tell the young generation? He didn't ask me the ignorant stuff that I say at times. He asked me, what would I tell the young generation? And what I would let them know is, before you go out there sticking your penis in everything and everyone, you may want to create a foundation, something stable enough for you and whatever family you trying to build could stand on. That's
Perfect.
what I would tell
No,
them.
but that's perfect.
I agree.
Hold on 1 second. No, this is good. Hold on, no, Manosphere, because I want to make sure I'm not misquoting you. You're telling the young men to do the opposite of what you're doing. fucking with the hoes.
What are you talking about?
Okay, hold on. Let me run it back one more time.
No, let me. No, you get confused.
Before you explain, hold on.
What I noticed, eat a man. I've noticed every time you start chewing, you get confused. Stop eating.
I'm not confused.
Maybe we can actually. No, you are confused.
I'm not.
This is what I'm saying, E. All right. I want you to focus, E. All right. I'm not saying that because you hanging out with women that you may consider hoes that you're gonna sleep with them. They're fun to be around. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to get in a relationship with them. They're nice to be around. They're fun. They
be around. Hold on. You are being genuine. You are being genuine right here when you said hoes are fun. You talking about they are funny. They crack jokes, and you were not talking about anything.
No,
you wasn't. Hold on. Let me finish.
You weren't talking about sleeping with hoes.
Come on, let me finish saying what I'm saying, please.
Go ahead.
So you tell me when you said hoes is fun, you were not talking about anything sexual?
It can be sexual at times. All right. But no. It can be sexual at times. No, let me finish.
You don't need to.
You gotta let me elaborate.
We understand.
You gotta let me elaborate.
No, what I'm saying that now we understand. No, what I'm trying to get you to understand. Now we back on the same page. I don't understand why we try to play this literal semantic role and try to act as we don't know what we are generally talking about. When you said hoes are fun, we know it meant a sexual situation. Can other things happen around? Can other things happen when you just hang out with some hoes in a club for 10 minutes at a bar and you have fun, you laughed and joked? Yes, that's a possibility. However, when you say hoes are fun, majority of us grown folks will believe that you are talking about something sexual, and let's just be
that's not
conversation. That's all I'm asking.
That's not what I'm talking about. Literally, when you go out to the club or you go out, you normally go out with a large social group and you hang out in VIP and things of that nature. So what ends up happening is you guys will be out there having fun. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that you got to sleep with the person.
So how do you know she's a hoe?
No,
because I worked in the club.
Wait, what?
No. If you're not sexually, no, this is important. If you're not having sex with him, how do you know that she's a hoe?
So did you have sex with Corinne Stephan?
Please answer the question.
No. Man, I'm answering your question. Did you have
we're not talking about Corinne. Hold on.
Did you have sex with Corinne Stephan?
Manosphere. I don't want you to get.
That ain't Manosphere activity. That ain't Manosphere activity, Sharon.
Hold on, Manosphere. I don't want you to
question direct. I learned this over here.
I need you to just answer questions direct, right? And then this way, nobody get frustrated. You don't need to bring Corinne Steffens into it, right? How do you know women in the club are hoes just because they was in the club is the question.
Well, you make assumptions. That doesn't mean everyone in the club is hoes. You make assumptions based on their behavior while you're in there. Because you don't know the person if you just met them for the first time.
So
if you just met them for the first time, you don't know this. You're making an assumption based on their activity, how they're acting at the time, and things in that particular nature. You may be wrong. You may think she's that, and come to find out she's not. That's your wrong assumption at that particular time.
Right. So the problem that we are having is that this is why the Manosphere have men double-minded. Y'all cannot stick to anything. And there's a problem with the talking points.
Sharon, I want to be direct, but yeah, this is confusing. I'm confused.
Yes, and this is the problem. And way too many. And hold on, Manosphere. So I want you to understand that a lot of young men get confused is because a lot of men don't want to stand on anything. The same way how Afro didn't want to stand on speaking direct to him and say, hey, I want to have a paternity test if I ever get you pregnant to a woman before he have sex with her. He don't want to stand on that. The same way how you don't want to stand on that we know what hoes mean when you say hoes are fun. Majority of people are going to think something sexual. We all know that. And we need to be direct so young men can have a clear path to what is right and what is wrong. And then we keep having this muddy water and everything is great conversation about building communities. Young men are going to stay confused. We have to stop that. If we actually trying to build up young men. It needs to be clear, coherent. Focus on the focus.
Yep, that's my point. Sharon. That's my point. Like, be honest with young men. Tell them directly. And Sharon, you know, in Europe, right, in Germany, back in the day, fathers would take their sons when they turn 18. They take them to brothels. They're like, you know what, son, get your dick wet. This is how you have sex with women, and then they move on from there. They move from there. That was culture then. That was culture in Europe. That's how men did things in Europe. See?
Yeah, but it
does not mean be a goddamn deviant. And
no,
just,
see,
hold
on. I think y'all missing my contention I had with Manosphere. If Manosphere would have stood 10 toes down and said, I'm gonna tell the young dudes to sleep with the hoes, I said that's cool. It's consistent with what he said earlier, and it's consistent with what he's saying now. My problem of contingency was he said hoes are fun, we like hoes around, and then he said I'm gonna tell that man to build a foundation and build a family. So it's like he was talking out of two sides of his neck.
Man. And that's why when we go out and talk to these young bloods, they look at us like oofy goofy because we say one thing out of our mouth and then we show them something different. This is why when I go and I chop with these young bloods, who the fuck is you, Unc? No, we ain't listen to fuck is you. Move around, Unc. Move around for something happen to you, Unc. Right? And then we'll retreat and say, "Oh, man, these young motherfuckers, they can't take no. They don't want. No. You told them 3 different things out of the same mouth. Your Bible even tell you, hot and cold can't run out the same faucet.
Fire. That's
right.
Fire.
But then we sit up here and talk about these women raise the men that they hate. How about you, sir? Do you raise the men that these women hate? Or that can't contribute shit to society. No, I'm not saying I'm not directing that to anybody in particular. I'm just saying at this point, right? This shit is wild. It's frustrating because what's the title of the show? Focus on the focus. Y'all done turned this shit to a war on women about 15, 11 times today. Motherfuckers was talking about men and this shit got to a war on women. And anytime woman pulled up on the panel, y'all couldn't wait to run. Not y'all, maybe not y'all up here, but I've seen that shit happen a couple times. Y'all couldn't wait to run that girl off. Right? And then what was the second part? Did the manosphere, or why didn't the manosphere create better men or something like that? Or did the manosphere create better men? I have yet to see anybody that answer that in the affirmative. Did the manosphere create better men?
Manosphere? No. Let Manosphere. He got Manosphere in his name. Manosphere.
Before you answer that, let's read this super chat. I don't know if Diva's there or not.
I'm here.
All right.
Natasha Vincent with the Canadian $10 ball. The Bracy Bunch delegation demands to know what RHS is working on, like MacGyver.
Now, real talk. I don't know what RHS. What are you working on? This man just building some shit. What are you doing?
Yeah,
that was good.
He's making building some things. He's always on the grind.
All right, let's get that. But we gotta get back to ask the.
I know. Go ahead, RHS.
Can I speak?
Yeah.
I heard y'all. I was on mute, but anyway, enjoying the conversation. Hey, check this out though. So what it is because the storm, I stay out on the plot. The rain over the last 10, 15 years, just washing. So it's just steady degrading. So anytime they do any improvements on the highways and stuff, I don't think they do their best due diligence on it because they don't take into account 10, 15, 20 years. And I don't know about y'all, but here in North Carolina, we've been getting hit with rain like crazy. If you compare the 10 years compared to the last, this 10 years or the last 20 years, big difference, if you follow me. Anyhow, with that being said, drain all the way around to run stuff off. So if it was degrading, the whole property is degraded. So the footing or the steps lost the footing. I'm bringing it back to where it's supposed to be, but I'm just putting the brace below the regular surface where it has not penetrated to push away, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So basically, think about about gutters and stuff. So if you don't have gutters or a drain system, you get the rain away from the house. It's just going to beat, and then the foundation. That's how you get foundation problems and stuff.
Right.
So I'm just on alert on it. But man, y'all keep going on the conversation with everything. I'm gonna keep listening, but actually, I'm gonna jump off right quick. I gotta go get my son situated for his bath for school and everything.
No
So
doubt.
if y'all still on, I'm gonna join back.
Keep on, brother. We're gonna do our best to keep the conversation moving while you work.
Yeah. Please do.
All right.
Yeah, perfect. But we didn't forget about Chicago Real Question. Have the Manosphere men made the young guys better or worse?
I would
Y'all
say
turned
worse.
it into a cartoon.
Oh, no. Let the Manosphere. Manosphere got to answer this question.
Hey, shit.
No, I really want to hear his answer. I want to know what he say. Have his organization made people better?
The whole organization is crazy. Don't say the organization. Come on, man.
Yeah, well, you got to understand. This is how he gets when he's eating. He gets very happy. So it's okay. I understand. So you don't even know why I named myself Manosphere Algorithm, but you already said
I
it's
just
my
want you to answer
organization.
the question.
I'm going to go ahead. Yeah, but I could start a statement how I want to. This is your household. All right, this is Sharon's Bracey household. And he doesn't have a problem with me answering the way I want to. Take your shoes off before you come in the house, E. Anyways, so pretty much back to what I was stating, because you did ask a question. Back to what I was stating. When I say hoes are fun, I didn't tell the young men to get with the hoes. I just said they're fun. There's a lots of things that are currently fun that you wouldn't advise people to actually do. I just say let's not get rid of the hoes. Hoes are fun. You guys made it seem like I was telling young men in the population to, hey, go ahead and get some hoes. That's not what I was doing. I just said hoes are fun. I didn't, and I also gave you what I believe, what I would tell young men. I gave you two different standpoints. My advice on what I would give men, and I also told you that hoes are fun. I didn't tell them to get with them. I just said they're fun. You guys created the narrative for me, what I meant when I stated that. So to answer your question, Chicago, when it comes towards it, have the Manosphere been helping out young men? We don't know. That's something if you've seen on your own, if it was anecdotal, if you seen that it helped someone, if you seen someone in a relationship when it came towards it.
So you
No,
don't know the answer.
Manosphere. It's in the title of the show. The question is, did the Manosphere make men better? I know they tweaked it a couple of different times. I brought it back to the original title in the show.
Oh,
He said he don't know. He don't know.
I don't know because at the end of the day, it's not my organization, so I didn't keep up with it.
Right.
No, but because listen, we didn't ask a whole bunch of men over these 10 hours, have it made men better? Everybody who's answered either say they don't know or no. So that means we're somewhere in between no and they don't know. We know we're close to yes.
I would say financially, yeah. I would say yes on financial levels. Financial level, I think, is the benefit.
But that's what I'm saying. That's a lie. Men are not more financial. Listen. If I go pull them in, if I go pull them in, the average income for men at 13 years ago when the Manosphere started, and now it didn't increase. So this idea that they made more money, like this idea that in 13 years since the Manosphere was here, now y'all done doubled y'all income. It's not true.
Where are you pulling this information from? Are you going to people Patreons who's building community?
No, they didn't double the income, either, man. It just ain't the young bloods that they thought they was helping. They doubled the income of these red pill agents. that's whose income got doubled, not the young bloods or the patrons of the conversation. Go ahead, my bad.
But where would you generate those stats to even come up with that?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, so you could. So listen, you could look at. Okay, so you guys love spitting stats, right? And so when y'all point to the stat of the median income for the black man versus the black woman, right? Wouldn't you be able to see a gap or an increase over the last 13 years? Why is that gap only $4,000 now?
You're talking about
Sharon. That's when you're supposed to hit the cricket button.
No, I spoke. There's no need for crickets if someone spoke. Now, Chicago, there's 2 million more women than there is black. There's 2 million more black women than there is black men. So you gotta. So that number.
You about to go get your own talking point, G. well, not your own talking point.
No,
Again,
all I'm
go ahead.
trying to say is it's hard to get those numbers because the reason why it's hard to
Median,
get those actual
median,
numbers. No,
MEDIAN, median.
but
Oh my
so
God.
who do you
Stop that,
decide?
man.
Who do you pick from? Who's from the Manosphere or not out of that medium income?
No. This is no.
Is it from the
Listen.
Patreons?
No,
Is it from the
I
Patreons?
sure. No. I understand what you're saying. Right. And so this is what I'm saying succinctly. Right. This is what I'm saying. If because Edelman pointed out over 13 years. Right. If what you guys are saying, if we go back and look at 13 years, what to my understanding, what the reporting has showed is that women have closed the gap on black men, right? Yep. That's what I understand. So now if I'm adhering to the teachings according to what you guys are saying, we shouldn't have a $4,000 gap, right?
It should be like
those guys
$20,000 gap,
right,
20, 30.
right. I hope I'm making sense to somebody.
Wait. Can I respond to Rilla real quick? Rilla, like it's not about gaining money, doubling money. It's about young men learning how to be content and work and just live within your means. You can be a minimalist. You can be just like Manosphere is not saying you have to be a millionaire overnight. That's not the game. You have to be content without women. And young men, I'm seeing more young men saying, you know what, I can live comfortably right now with my job, with my income, without overly investing in women. That's
but you missed the whole thing is them being content by themselves doesn't help the community.
I agree.
Well, actually, them being content by themselves actually has them crying online talking about they can't get no coochie. That's what's happening.
By themselves, right? Because a third of them still live with their
I was going to make that point.
Yeah, dog.
Hold on. I didn't hear where they living at.
with their parents, they mama them.
Yes, Lord.
But you know that applies to all race, like white, black, Asian, everybody. The
Manosphere is not just for black people.
Right.
Listen, we know y'all white niggas over there listen to.
I'm Somalian. I'm not even white. God damn.
Oh, that's a Myron Gaines nigga. That's a Myron Gaines nigga.
Don't do that to me, dog.
Yo, he's Sudan. Who's Sudan? Who said you Sudan? My bad, G. My bad.
So I want to explain to you why I believe the Manosphere is failed, at least in the sense of where they believe they're steering men to. I believe they have altered the way men think and how they apply things, meaning like they've made men way more emotional than ever before. Men are in a state of emotion that they have never been like this. Like I tell you to myself, I said, I couldn't imagine 50 years ago my pop-up talking like this. Like I just being real with you. Like some of the things we talk about and discuss on this type of platform, I couldn't imagine him ever saying the words that I've heard on this platform. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just I don't think men would speak like that back in the day at all. Even though things were happening, like human behavior is human behavior. Don't be wrong. And I get that with the internet, with communication, that things are spread vastly and fast. So I get all that. I took in consideration trends, but I'm trying to tell you, when it comes to human behavior, how men apply their logic, their sensibility, and their reasoning is based on resentment, anger. Yeah. Men are more angry, more frustrated than ever before. This is not they're vocal about it, okay?
And you put that on the Manosphere?
Yeah, and they spending more.
Wait. Let me
and they spending more money on hoes. Don't forget that part. Talk about they saving money. They spending money on hoes.
Stop. Give me 1 second. All right. He asked me a question. He says, no, wait. I'm not saying that men don't feel anger or never been angry. I'm saying they are expressing themselves like never before. We have never seen men be so expressive.
Is that based on the Manosphere? That's my question to you.
Yes, because all the expression that you see,
believe that this little subsection of YouTube that most people don't know about, because if they had a lot of these people platforms would be like 20 million subscribers.
Not true.
It'll look like that. This is a
you way off on that one. That's why they put them jokers on the FBI watch list.
Not true at all.
So you believe that it's the Manosphere the reason why people are sensitive high.
All right, so I'll explain to you one time. The influence that comes off of here, right? They don't have to make direct contact with this content to be affected by it. So you're not understanding.
Right.
They don't have to actually come to the platform. The mindset,
And then the way that people act and interpret, they take that same behavior and then other people copy and paste that same behavior.
Right.
People are still talking about this outside of YouTube.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like I've been married out the game for a long time. Thank God. Like the way y'all talk about women, I'm grateful that I got moms. I ain't gonna lie. The way y'all talk is crazy, but I know not to be true though, because I also know it's me. At the end of the day, I am who I am. I got what I got because of who I am, not based on someone's testimony or what they see or none of that shit. Like you're gonna end up with your own result. And the thing is, these men are not being told to reflect, to understand what they're doing for themselves. No, they're saying, look out for this, look out for this. They're being taught to be fearful. That's why the whole thing came up about what can we do to counteract child support. And most men who talk about it don't have children in the first place. It's crazy. Like, there's a lot of things that men are talking about that don't necessarily apply to them, but they're afraid that it will apply to them based on the testimonies they got from the few. So there's a lot of things that we end up putting out there and say, be cautious, be this, be that. And the person they see as the enemy is woman. How do I know this? Because I have a MGTOW, men going their own way. These things are formatting based on this type of thing called the Manosphere, their ideals, and how they are spread out for the most part, not being on like how it used to be, where it's like, okay, we're going to talk about how we should be able to move and have stuff. We don't talk ethics. We don't speak about ethics. Okay, because that's one thing we don't. We talk about individuality, but we don't speak about ethics, though. That's something we don't do as men, honestly.
And I just wanted to jump in on that as well and say that it used to be a barbershop without clippers, what it was intended to be like. And now it's just, I don't know what this shit is.
Sharon, like our fathers, if they had internet, they'll be talking like this too. Our fathers back in the day, because a lot of our fathers have been, they kept it moving, supporting the family, but inside they were burning. They were burning. Like my father, he's in his 60s. He's like, Vanta, God damn, what your mother did to me back, like going through suffering. He wished he had this kind of panel to speak out. He wished.
Right. Well, I'm glad he didn't though. Let me say this, because you would have grew up with a single mama, because like your daddy would have left. Your daddy would have bought into this Manosphere stuff, and you would have been a whole different child. Go ahead, Sharon. My bad, man.
And I also want to say that's why I named it what I named it, right? And if we could get men, right, if we could just get a clear and coherent thought to young men, right, and so they could actually focus on the focus, right, focus on the things that they can control.
Yeah.
Instead of attempting to control everything, men will have a much
approachable life, more approachable.
That's the problem.
There it is.
Approachable life, and also it will affect a professional, it will affect a romantic relationship, and also it will also affect the regular relationships as well.
Sure.
Now you have, because and the reason why is because now you'll be focused on your outcome.
That's true.
And once you focus on outcome, it doesn't matter if it goes up, down, left, or right. You can always steer it back into the outcome you are attempting to have. And that's why we have to focus on our focus. Stop confusing young men with saying, well, what if this happened? What if this happened? What if? It is a million things that can happen to a human being. It doesn't make no sense to try to have a conversation about all of them. We need an outcome. What's the outcome that you're looking for? And then we try to do our best to go towards that.
I think it's important that your mama affected your daddy. If your daddy had a platform, he could have affected millions of people who ain't never been in a relationship. That's like a point that I want y'all to understand. That situation didn't have effects. Now people are taking bad situation and talking to kids who never been in a relationship and affecting the way that they think.
That's been going on for millennia. We're sitting here. It has been divorce haven't started since the Manosphere been here. It's been here. Chaos have not started since the Manifest's been here. You guys don't have accurate stats on why what's happening is happening. The best way to raise your kids is to raise them. Most people ain't even raising their own damn kids. They probably working 2 jobs, never home, and it's goddamn Disney Channel that's raising their goddamn kids.
Not true.
So we sitting here.
Sean, you speak as ethics.
I'm saying most people. No. Listen, what I'm trying to say is right.
This is what hold on.
I'm speaking on the people that are the problem. The ones. Go ahead, Sharon, because I'm trying to get my thought out.
Before you move it down the line, this is I just was explaining why we shouldn't have that conversation. If we focus on the outcome, we won't need to have that conversation about what about the mother that is single having 2 kids. That's a what about. Instead of saying, hey, this is where we need, this is the outcome that we need, this is the conversation that we need to have with men. Instead of talking about all these what ifs, we understand all types of people exist in the world.
But Sharon,
no matter how good that it came from this small subsection of YouTube,
still need to get
it's not accurate.
What I'm trying to get you to understand is that we need to get young men to be focused on the focus. Stop giving them all these options. When you go to a goddamn Michelin star restaurant, it is not 100 things on the list. That's only at diners. And you know when you go to a diner, when your ass is drunk and hungover from a party.
Oh my God.
But when you go to a restaurant that's very specific, is a reason why they are a top tier restaurant, because they do what they do and they are very good at it. And we need men to be very good at what they do. Stop giving them this plethora menu that they got to keep flipping through, and they got steak 10,000 ways, and they don't even know what kind of steak they want. They don't know they want a goddamn chicken fried steak, a goddamn T-bone steak.
Always go for medium rare, medium rare.
Ribeye steak, a filet mignon steak. They don't know which one they want, because it's get young men to be focused on a outcome, and then now we could move young people in the right direction. Stop giving them all these whatabouts that they are never going to understand. No young man needs to be worried about a mother that's doing 2 jobs. That ain't his concern.
But Sharon, to be fair to his argument, I think he was on the same page as you. What he was basically essentially saying was, because we were talking about, he doesn't believe that the manosphere has an effect. He's wrong, because communication is way more, and the influence is crazy. Okay, influence is huge today, and I think he's taking consideration of that. Like, yes, people, you're right. People have been doing the things they've been doing since the beginning of time. Chaos is a thing, but at the rate, because of technology, is not the same game. We enhanced this by a whole lot, and I'm telling you, because of certain thoughts on how to get out there, huh?
Hey, marvelous option. People are more influenced about the celebrities that they follow versus this particular area. And the celebrities out there right now, I'm not saying can't be a minority of who's interested in this stuff, but what I'm trying to say is that people are mostly influenced by the people they like. All right, that's just
wait. Hold on, marvelous. Hold on, marvelous.
I already know.
But marvelous. Who are the marvelous? Who are the celebrities? So Manosphere, when you say that, who are the celebrities in this digital age now?
Well, the celebrities. See, you switched to the digital age. See,
no. Who are the celebrities? Who are these celebrities? You said no. Wait. Hold on. That's a grown man. He can answer for himself, right? So I just want to clarify in case you don't understand. You introduced celebrities. You didn't clarify a time.
Okay.
We're in 2025. So who are the celebrities in 2025? I got you.
I never got a chance to finish my statement, so for me to give you the whole thing, you just jumped in. You would allow me.
Hey, yo, don't give me the whole thing.
Respect. All right, I got you. So pretty much, your Nicki Minaj's or your
Nicki Minaj's,
your
no.
Let me finish.
Nicki Minaj is influencing men.
The people.
Nicki Minaj is
dog it. This is the problem. Y'all don't let the one speak.
No, Manosphere. No,
Nicki Minaj
you just dated yourself. Yeah.
Let me finish my statement. Let me finish my statement. Okay,
but why? This the thing.
Wow, God. Damn.
Let him finish telling us how Nicki Minaj is influencing him.
Hold on, Manosphere. Hold on, Manosphere. Hold on, I got you. I'm gonna get you the space. I'm gonna get you the space. I got you. I just want you to understand that we are talking about men, and you brought up Nicki Minaj is influencing men. I just want you to understand where you're going and why all the men jumped up. Go ahead.
Okay, my era for saying that. All right, that was my era. Pretty much what I'm saying. The people who music you listen to, the shows you like to watch, Those people are influencing you. The people you typically follow on your Instagram, and you're following these people, they somewhat influence you on making the decisions that you pretty much make. That doesn't go for everyone. That goes for most people. Now,
Okay, so
you
to build on
also
that, what are men watching that is pushing them to be promiscuous?
Is that promiscuous? They favorite rappers telling them that they have all these females, and they got all this jewelry and all this money, and they got all the hoes. They favorite rappers who
Who are their favorite
speak
rappers?
their content. Who don't because no, we just said we're not pointing people out.
Okay,
your future.
No, we did not say that.
Who don't talk about this?
I just wanted him to date themselves, right? So he's
so you saying that the young, so you
right.
saying are the young men listening to J. Cole?
No, some of them are. Some of them
Are they listening to
conscious
Kendrick
ones.
Lamar?
Yes, they are.
Are they listening to Cordae?
Probably.
Good one,
I
Sharon.
don't really know.
I just gave you three top dogs in hip hop that do not use this.
But you're wrong. That's a false equivalence, sir.
It is not a false equivalence. What I'm saying is that when you bring up things, I could easily dismantle it by bringing up top dogs.
Well, wait a minute, Sharon.
Yeah,
talk about those things.
Take it away from rap.
I'm gonna end it right here.
All I'm saying
is, okay, go ahead, brother.
What I'm saying is, Manosphere. What I'm saying is, Future is not outselling Cordae any kind of concert. Cordae could do his own concert. Future cannot.
But I just don't understand why we not. Hold on.
Wait,
let him go.
No, I just don't understand why we not being honest.
I agree with you, E.
No,
I just want
to. We didn't ask. Was this affecting the people who wasn't watching Manosphere? We said we take the guys that are watching the Manosphere. Are they better or worse? Like, we're not talking about the guy who don't even know what the Manosphere is. Like, it's such a horrible point that we're trying to talk about people that's not even in the space.
You just proved my point. If people are influenced by those other people, then that means, right? That means in general, it's not just the Manosphere that's.
So why did the Republicans? Right? So why is the conversation currently around who the Republicans recruited, and most of these cats were attributed to having Manosphere talking points, right? So when you talk about celebrities, we're talking about, celebrated human beings, right? Who are, most popular figures, right? Who are in the forefront. We know that media, for the most part, is democratized, if I use that word, right? So if we're not talking about printed media anymore. We're no longer talking about what you see on MSNBC or Fox News. I mean, we kind of are, but right. What we're mostly talking about is the Kai Cenats of the world, the Aiden Rosses of the world, the Nick Fuentes of the world, like the streamers of the world. That's what you're talking about right now when you talk celebrity. Wait.
Those
okay, go ahead.
Right? Those streamers.
Because you said Nicki Minaj.
No, I told you that was an error, Chicago.
No, that's right. Go ahead, man. I got you, man. My bad.
Yeah. Now, the people that you just named, the Kai Cenats and the Speeds in them, are they pumping out Manosphere content?
No. Let's
have exactly.
No.
Okay. Wait. Hold on. Let me answer that.
Because y'all keep
answer that.
No, we keep having a conversation.
Hold on. Wait 1 second, E. I promise you can go after me if you disagree with what I'm about to say.
You're dominating too much. Just saying.
I'm dominating. I've been sitting in this bitch for 10 hours.
You've been babbling for a minute. God damn. Can a man get word in? Can a man get word in, sir?
Go ahead.
No, man's not hot. Man's not hot. Man's not hot.
Right.
No, man's not hot. No, man's not hot. No.
Cheers.
Go ahead.
God, dog, man.
Go ahead, Rilla. You got it.
Okay, so we're talking about these figures, and to answer your point succinctly, are they exclusively talking Manosphere content? No. But what did we find these people in? We found Manosphere gravitate. So like, would I say academics is speaking Manosphere content? No. But guess who we got to interview? Eric Trump. Right? Like, he was down there broadcasting out of Fresh and Fit compound for a good minute. Right? So these are who these shorties are looking to, and this is who the Manosphere I don't know how y'all determine it because y'all be saying white manosphere and black manosphere. I'm just gonna say black manosphere because that's what I'm mostly seeing up and down my timeline. That's who y'all pivoted to, right?
But
These figureheads where
Black
y'all can.
Manosphere was called SY.
Hold on, but no. So Chicago really.
Go ahead. I'm gonna go on mute.
This is such in bad faith. If I'm trying to evaluate something, say for example, I want to evaluate how much Coca-Cola is affecting kids. I'm not gonna take all the kids that's not drinking Coca-Cola and put it inside of my data. What I'm gonna do is say, are the people that are listening and watching the Manosphere, do it look like they're getting better or worse? We gonna include the people who ain't even watching it. So that's why I think it's coming out of bad faith when I hear people continue to say, hey, you know, what's really going on is let's talk about the people who's not watching the Manosphere. It's bad faith. Answer the question. The people that are watching the Manosphere, the ones who are listening to these people, do you think that they're yielding better resorts for the community? And that's the question we got to answer.
Great point. It don't even matter who's outside.
Sharon, all I want to say, Sharon, real quick, you should invite young, probably the Gen Z age, like, I don't know what, like probably in the 20s. Just invite them on.
The problem is that y'all don't realize that a lot of the young men, they watch the show.
Oh yeah,
when they see you old men tripping, they don't want to come up.
That's unfortunate. Yeah.
No, it's the truth, and this is why I've been trying to get men to understand what is happening, but they want to fight me because they want to argue with me because for them I'm some kind of simp and some kind of this, that, and the third, feminist, whatever. They want to paint some pictures, so they want to just go against me just to go against me instead of listening to the words that I'm actually saying. Right. So like even with you, Vanta, tonight so far, I been speaking to you. You got some things that you agree with me, and if we talk longer, you probably have some things that you disagree as well. But you'll use my words instead of saying I disagree with Sharon. And this is what a lot of these men are doing. And the reason why is because they don't have this trauma, that whatever trauma that they went through, they didn't get through it. So when I'm speaking on things, right, it hits them in their soul, and they feel like I'm attacking them. They feel like I'm slapping them in the face when I'm just actually substantiating my arguments because I'm speaking to young men that's having problems. So I understand that. And I'm also somebody that come from a place where it's a lot of depression. So I understand what's going on. And I work myself up out of it by focusing on the focus.
Right.
And I'm trying to steer young men to understand how you get yourself out of depression is okay. Even if your woman see you in depression, it's going to happen if you're a man. You want to have to be vulnerable with your spouse. She's gonna, if you are a real human being, you're gonna go through ups and downs. And when you at your lowest form, that's when you're supposed to do the most self-reflection, because when you win and everything is on cruise control. But when you have a loss, that's when you're like, hold up. And then now you got to really self-reflect on all the things that's going on. And yes, your wife might see you just sitting down thinking all the goddamn time. And you don't want to talk. And you got to be able to explain, hey, babe, I'm trying to get us out of this situation. So right now, I'm not going to be the best attentive person. I got to get us out of this shit and make sure we are good, because I need that, whatever the case is.
Right.
And so we don't
I understand. I understand.
They got to focus on the outcome, because once we start focusing on the outcome, we don't have to worry about theories anymore. I don't.
That's crazy, Sherrod.
I just don't appreciate.
Sherrod,
I just don't appreciate.
A lot of people just said what you just said. That you considered in the manosphere. What you just that statement you just made, I've heard a lot of them say it. I've heard people in this space tell you, like, we could go off of KS. We go off of Kevin Samuels. I've heard Kevin Samuels say you should be married within 6 months. You should be driving to do all these things. And so let's not pretend that there's certain people that promotes different things, but and there's fuckery.
But he said he wasn't Manosphere.
And also, hold on. So and number one, I'm not Manosphere, right? And number two, I'm not talking. I'm walking the walk. I'm being a living example of what I am talking about. So I'm not on one end talking about I'm preaching for families, and then on the other hand, I'm paying for some young lady to give me a heart attack. That's not what I'm doing.
So
I'm walking.
But that's what you got to understand. Manosphere, this is just a space where all men congregate to speak on different subjects. We're all not going to have the same subject. So for you to say that you're not, so for you to say you're not Manosphere and you're in a Manosphere space, this is where we speak on multiple different subjects. You may not be talking with this crowd. You may not be speaking with this crowd. You may be speaking with another one. That's what Manosphere stands for. It's a space where men congregate and speak on multiple subject matters.
Yeah. Yeah. And I have no issues with that, Manosphere. I have no issues with that. Men can come together and agree or disagree, Sharon. Agree or disagree. That's fair.
But Mr. Black.
So the issue is that the issue is that Manosphere took on a certain definition. So like
I get because when people want to paint something ugly, Sharon, they would create an ugly definition for it.
No, what I'm saying is that the issue with this is when y'all trying to turn it literal and say that it is men talking in a circle. So now this is the Manosphere. So Sharon, you a man and you're talking about it in this. So now you a Manosphere.
That wasn't my point. That wasn't my point, Sharon.
But that's what you represented it as.
So let me restate it. Let me restate it. Let me restate it then, Sharon. That way I don't misrepresent it. So pretty much, Manosphere, it's an area where men and women comes to it as well and speak on multiple different subjects. You may not speak on the subject that this group speaks on, but it is a sphere. It's the universe. That's that's what they're considering it as.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you, that's what I'm not.
But Sharon, again, the term Manosphere has been poisoned because of the media. A lot of people like Manosphere is like it's a poison right now. It's a poison term. That's the problem with the word. Is that the issue, Sharon? The term Manosphere.
The term is not the word. It is what it represents is poison because it's
what
not.
Is it, okay. In your view, what does it represent? Sharon,
and the reason why it is poison because it's leading young men in the wrong direction. If we are attempting to build up stronger men, we need them to make better decisions.
What direction? What direction is the wrong direction?
So one of the decisions that they should not be making is promiscuity. They should not be telling young men to go put their dick in everything that is moving because that's going to affect other decision making as well.
I disagree with that.
Decision making in a professional life. It's going to affect the decision making if they have children. It's going to affect a lot more things than just having sex. And once young men start to understand that if you are looking for an outcome, you need to move a certain way. And it doesn't matter if that thing fails. Once it goes off the rails, you need to get it back on course to the actual outcome.
And overall, is the problem because this passport bro phenomena? Is that the problem that you're seeing?
Passport bros is mainly pushed as a sex tourism thing. It's not pushed as to go to these other low-level countries where women are literally have dirty feet to turn them into wives. The women that you go to their country and you can spend $40 and you take care of their whole tribe for a month is not a suitable wife. Majority of these men that go to these places, they are not getting the top litter of the women in those countries. They get in the bottom of the bottom because the top women in those countries, they dealing with the top men in those countries.
I half agree, half disagree on that point. Okay. I won't belabor the point, but overall, Sharon, Manosphere, he's like, I don't think Manosphere is saying anything crazy. He's saying logical stuff. He's saying some okay. The whole hose are fun. Maybe I disagree with that one.
Okay, there we go. So let's get back.
Okay, I'm sorry, man.
Hold on.
No, they are fun.
Hold on.
They are fun.
You see how quick in one concept you was able to say, had to retract and say, oh, hold on, he did say something crazy.
But I love hose. I love hose. But hose are
I came on here and I did not shame the women. I did not say anything negative. No, I didn't. I said
that's a true statement. We're not arguing that, but that's not.
Yeah. I agree. I
didn't tell you that I believe you should marry one.
No, you didn't. You did not.
I didn't say that.
We're not. We're not arguing.
I just said that's fine.
He just said you should get child support for one. Go ahead.
No, come on, man. Come on. No.
I did not say that, but that's not what I said. But what I'm saying is, I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. Anytime I come over here with a headline, it's a problem. That's the problem. I already know what it is. I'm gonna shave my shit for you, E. Okay, just for you, E. I'm gonna remove my hairline, and maybe you'll treat me better.
I'll treat you so much better. Listen, you cut that hairline and that mustache.
You see what
I'll treat
happened
you
when
so
you got
much
a
better.
hairline? You see what happened when you have a hairline? Shit.
Shout out to
I
No
want to add something
Captivity
to it real
with
quick.
Freezy. Shout out to my guy. He inspired this stream. Shout out to No Captivity with Freezy. If you're not a subscriber, please hit that boy up. He's doing great work. He inspired this stream today. So shout out to No Cap Freezy doing some really good work. And as you see, he got us up here all goddamn day. I ain't supposed to be here this goddamn long. I usually only do 3 hours.
10 hours, bro.
So shout out to Freezy, man. Make sure y'all go and show that man some love and support.
Sharon,
And overall, I didn't realize how late it was.
late.
We got, it's so crazy. So, man, if we would just understand the toxicity that we are displaying sometimes, and we stop muddying the waters just to prove a point, to be correct on things, and we just stick to the topic, we will be much better as a so-called manosphere. And the issue is that like when Manosphere brought up like, hey, I didn't bring down any woman, nobody said you did. We just really talking about the topic at hand of what you brought up at the time. And it's okay for us to have a disagreement. We should actually promote and push the disagreements more, because that's how we get things settled. One thing I know about dealing with job sites and getting a job done and trying to get it under budget, the more aggressive the meetings are, the more effective that job site is, because everybody's have to get the job done because tensions are so high. And when things are uncomfortable, everybody's doing a job 100% correct. The problem is way too many men are coddling other men, and that's why everything's just getting swept under the rug. We got to be strong with our stance and say, hey, this is what we need done. This is why I said focus on the focus. That's going to be my new saying for the rest of the year. And once we focus on the focus, now we can start having young men back, or people that's in our circle back. And when we have people that's in our circle and we have they back and they have ours, those are the young men or the young women, whoever the people that's around us, we could have them and hold them accountable, because now I have your back and you know I got your back. So when I'm speaking to you and I'm attempting to correct something that you are doing, you know I mean nothing but goodwill for you. And it's not necessarily attack because I see you doing something going off course of the outcome you said you wanted for yourself.
With
Gracie,
that,
Why I be cooking up marvelous content?
You had it, bro. I wanted to add to it. I was gonna say,
call him Bracy Curry.
I'll say what it is though is and this is my opinion. I'm not trying to put no doubt in there. Everything you said is good. I would say our approach to, let's say, the manosphere, I don't know if we can ever be aligned ethically in terms of how we approach things in the manosphere. I think we have to first address what our ethics are before we can start giving rules to how we're going to start moving and governing each other. But I don't think that, honestly, because just looking at America by itself, America's the same way. America doesn't have the same ethics, different cultures, different backgrounds, different beliefs and stuff. So we do things differently in that sense. And I think that manosphere in itself is a place where men are very individualistic, have certain goals that are similar, but they have their own approach and way of getting it, which is how men are generally. You're supposed to be a man who carve off his own path. But in the sense of trying to influence people, it kind of counteracts. Either you move in silence, or you're trying to be something that you really aren't by projecting all these things about how you should be, but you're not really living that life, though. Okay, I've seen both things happen here in this particular space.
But I got a question because I need to have understanding.
Absolutely not. Either man, Gad, what's your final thoughts? I didn't even realize I was here for
just one question.
I didn't know I was here for 11 hours.
One question.
Final thoughts, goddamn.
Hello, I just need one question, then we can go. Right.
The only way you can get your question if Manosphere send me a 99-cent super chat. Goddamn it.
Damn, that's gonna be like $25 in his country.
What the?
No, well, I'm gonna leave it. I'll make it into a final thought. Y'all don't even have to answer the question, but I want y'all to think about it. Like, just say how the world is now. If we increase the marriage rate by 30%, If that was the focus and that was the goal, we was gonna take our current marriage rate and we was gonna add an extra 30%. In the Black community, would we be in a better place? And I think that's what we got to understand. What is going to move the whole community? I know some of those are going to be good marriages. Some of them going to be bad. I know some of them going to end in divorce. But if we moved in that direction, how will we look as a community? And I think having a community mindset versus an individual mindset is really going to be the thing to get us a solution. So that's all I got.
Well, I'm waiting for 99 cent from Manosphere algorithm. I know he got it. Vanta Plaque. I can't even speak anymore.
Oh my God, I'm a plaque now.
What's your final thoughts? And also, I need 99 cent, 99 pounds. I don't know what y'all call it there. What is it? What's 99 cents over there? How you pronounce it?
It's like a 1 pound. Wait, no, the pound is stronger than dollar, so they put like 80 p's, 80 pennies. Yeah.
80. All right, so send me one of those.
Okay, you know what? I'll do but one bet. I'll send you 2 pounds. How about that? 2 pounds. I'll send one. But my final thought. I agree with Marvelous, Manosphere, and you, Sharon. But I generally think we need young men probably on these kind of panels, because I'm 37, so I don't know these young 20-year-olds what they're thinking, how they're moving. I can't speak on them. We need to engage and probably bring them in and let them tell us what's happening, in the streets or work or whatever in college, because we don't know. We are only using the information we have from our own past experiences, from relationships, past work, college, etc. Back in our day. But the only thing I could do for myself, I can only advise young men. Just say, you know what? Just focus on your education, focus on your money, and women will come after. I'm sorry, ladies in the chat. One more thing, Sharon. Women need to do their homework. Ladies in the chat, please, if you come on the panel, try to be understanding and not combative. That's all I ask. Understand a man's point of view. Simple.
So why wouldn't a woman be combative if we having discussions?
There needs to be a healthy dialogue between a man and woman without aggression, without this whole slander and ad hominem. There's no need for that.
No, that's for your woman at home, not for women on the panel.
No. But I'm saying, like you and I, we're having a proper conversation right now. I'm having a conversation with Manosphere. I would like that from women too, without the whole.
So what I'm saying, Vanta, is a couple of times I'm pretty sure you said some disparaging things about me in the time that
of course,
and it's okay. What I'm saying is that so therefore it should be okay for a woman to have a aggressive conversation with somebody that is not her man, because it's the only safe space where she can actually have an aggressive conversation with men and get her full emotions out, so this way it don't spill out into the street.
Okay, so if that happens, right? If that happens on the panel, she goes all out, then she can't complain and say, why y'all attacking me? Because people perceive it as a combat.
Right. The main problem is, Vanta, majority of women that come on my panel do not say why you're attacking me. Majority of the men come on my panel and say they being attacked.
Well, I can't speak for other men.
You're starting to see it. You start paying attention to it. You see that it's mostly men that come to my panel to say that they are being attacked. And Sharon, you let this happen. Why you not protecting me, Sharon?
Oh my God.
The other thing is
that will never come out my mouth. Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
No, but you assume that it's women with the aggression. A lot of times we can be up here having a conversation.
Men are emotional too.
Well, so one of the things that will jumpstart the aggression is when a woman is speaking and then the man just start talking over her, much like you just did me. Manosphere algorithm, $2. Here's $2.
But yeah, that's my final thought, Sharon. I'm gonna head out. Thank you for having me on. Salute to
wait, Vanta Black. I want you to hear something. Wait, you said you're Somalian?
Yes.
Isn't Somalia just been a current news for y'all? This week they tried to create a law to where the men had to wait for a girl. They couldn't marry girls who were under 18. and then the men started crying and shit, and it didn't even last 24 hours because they want to be able to marry 8 and 9-year-old girls.
Jesus Christ! No, we don't condone underage marriages, my dear. We don't condone that. That's crazy.
Yes, you do. It's legal in your country.
No, is it? I mean, to be fair with you, to be fair with you, I haven't lived in Somalia since the day I was born. I lived in the Middle East and the UK.
Yeah, that's still your culture, though. But yeah, they were trying to marry for 24 hours. It was illegal to marry 8 and 9-year-old girls, and the men was the 60-year-old men was all over social media crying, literally crying, literally crying.
Why is he crying?
They were because they want to marry children. They don't want to marry until they're 18.
Hold on, so Vincent, let me understand. So if this is true,
yes, sir.
Right? Why would you combat it if it's true?
No, that's Islamic. That's the Islamic bullshit right there. That's
okay. Regardless of that, if it's
I don't condone it. I don't condone.
What I'm saying, if it's in that, this is the problem that we be having, right? And I don't think y'all actually recognize it happening in real time. If it happens,
yo, Manosphere is killing me with the gifts. God damn.
You know what I'm saying? If it happens, all you gotta do is speak to what happens and just denounce that you are not a part of that. That percentage, instead of trying to defend the whole country, even though they did some foul shit.
I ain't defending it. No, I'm not defending it.
But a lot of times men do not want to make that point clear because they feel like they have to defend. And it is okay to just say, you know what, that is something I don't agree with. I am Somalian, but I don't agree with that. And these men that are trying to be with 9-year-olds and cry to speak on that part. Not saying, no, we're not doing that. No.
Okay. Yeah, I don't personally. I'll give him the death penalty. How about that? Death penalty for people like that.
Sharon, I'm mad. I'm mad at you, Sharon. I'm so mad at you. Hey, yo, salute to the platform. Hold on, salute. Hey, yo, PH Diva, I love you. You know I'm an ancient ass nigga, right? Hold on, fellas. Salute to the fellas. Salute to the platform. Salute to PH Diva. Salute to the fellas. Salute to the chat. I'm mad. He been having me in a bad chat for almost 3 goddamn hours. I've been trying to get on the goddamn platform, PH Diva, so I can give you some pushback and give Sharon. I missed the whole synopsis. I missed everything. Sharon telling you to go walk one way, walk the other way. I was gonna talk about stoicism and Brownsville and this. Yo, almost 3-4 hours, bro. He didn't have how many lunches you done had, Sharon? Your wife done cook you about 5 lunches. Had me in the back. So you know he don't like me, man. I'm so mad at you, brother. Brother. Salute to Fantastic. Brother. Hey yo, nah, but I love the vibe. Y'all was going all night, so not. Hey yo, y'all rocking for almost 8 hours, damn near. The vibe is crazy.
11 hours, Kills.
Right, 11 goddamn hours, and Sharon gave all of y'all pushback. That's what he does. Salute to a stoicism.
No, synopsis is funny. Synopsis.
Yeah, you know what's crazy about that? I appreciate that, Kills, because one thing for sure, Kills always kept it 100. Like, hey, look, he might not like me at times, but he never disrespect the show. Say the show is horrible.
That's a whole. Hey yo, Sharon, you remember when you had the fake? Hey yo, Sharon,
let me finish what I'm saying, because so many men, they would come up on the channel, they're like, "See, this is why you." But hey, if you like the show, it's all good. Vance Plaque probably didn't like me at one point, but now him having conversation with me, he's seeing that I'm not as what these people frame me out to
right.
Even and I don't like you calling Vance Plaque. I'm black, not Plaque.
Hey yo, that's a fact. Hey, yo, Sharon, even when you was missing for a minute, you remember when you got demonetized? I was still rocking with you. Through all of that bullshit, Sharon, even on my even Sharon came to my little bullshit channel. Sharon used to come to my channel. Yo, man, come on, man. Sharon showed me love on my channel, even though I got 100 and something subscribers. Sharon even showed me love on my channel. That's a fact. He pulled up.
And you know what's crazy about that, Kels? I attempt to do that with everybody that has a channel. I attempt to give whatever I can to whoever it is. It don't matter if they bigger or smaller, in my opinion. If we out here
Sharon, but I'm mad at you though. I went through like 8 Guinness stouts. I went through 8 Guinness stouts trying to get on the goddamn pedal, and you had me in the back. I'm like, goddamn, what I did to Sharon? I went through 8 Guinness stouts.
All right, hold on, Kel. I'm trying to get final thoughts. That's Kel's final thoughts. He cursed me out. Chicago Rilla, what's your final thoughts? Damn, he must be eating his dinner. Maybe he's on, because sometimes he don't know how to get off of mute. You know, sometimes he's a little old and he forget that he on mute. Let's give him a second. Okay, go ahead. Manosphere algorithm. What is your final thoughts?
Thanks for having me on the show.
I appreciate you, man. You need to come more often. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Because I know at one point you used to feel a certain way about me too, and so
no, that's the, and I think that was the misunderstanding, Sharon. I'm a person. I say what I will say. It doesn't mean I have an issue with you. A lot of people think that, oh, I don't like you, and it's not that. What it is, and that's not just for you. What it is that I got an opinion on something, and I'm going to state it. Doesn't mean I don't like you. It may come off as if I don't like you, but that's not the case. I'm just saying, stand on your point, argue your point.
No, you when you I don't think it's because of that. I think because when you call me a bitch and
no, that's
like that, I was like, you know, I don't think this person likes me when they call me.
No. It's for me, it's all in the moment. Sometimes at the end of the day, like sometimes we'll be on the panel.
Manosphere. Sometimes I'm not even there. I'm not even there.
Matter of fact, Sharon.
Yeah.
I think you could ever recall a time that I called you that word.
Yes, I remember one time I was just scrolling. I was like, let me see what they talking about. That motherfucker Sharon, he a bitch. I was like, God damn,
it wasn't for me though. It wasn't for me. I ain't call you no bitch. I was called a dude.
Sharon, you know what I did, Sharon? Because I heard that you left the tough talk or whatever with Izzy, you know. Do you know what I labeled you though? And I'm gonna say it in your face. You know what I call you? I call Izzy Blade Brown, and I called you Duncan Pinter Hughes from Class Act. I'm like, Sharon be acting like, you know what I mean? Because he got the big chick at the end of the movie. You know, Duncan Pinter Hughes got the thick chick at the end.
Crazy reference.
No, it ain't.
That's why we kept you in the back for 3 hours. This right here is why you had to stay in the back for 3 hours.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, hey, yo, PH Beaver. I might as well say in his face, never behind his back. I'd rather say it than
Hey, Diva, you got any final thoughts?
Bye, y'all.
I got final thoughts.
Oh, okay, good. I'm sorry, Marvelous. I thought you had
LL Cool J. Let's go.
Cut that damn mustache off.
Nothing wrong with being.
Let me